briefing yesterday.
And we've already seen, I think 12 councillors have already been murdered. Must I, as a police minister, sit back and say, well, I'm not going to spend the resources that are required to ensure that those who are killing councillors are investigated? The head of the Independent Electoral Commission told me that police operation that they saw was the best ever around the registration weekend, and we've got another one coming up.
President Cyril Ramaphosa has emphasized the need for an inclusive remembrance of South Africans who served in the First World War. He says the nation should honor all contributors irrespective of race. Speaking during commemoration of the Battle of Delville Wood in France, Ramaphosa called for the recognition of the men of the SAfmRadio and the South African Native Labour contingent.
A democratic South Africa must remember differently from the governments of the past. We cannot repeat a history that elevates some lives and diminishes others. We cannot honor the soldier and forget the laborer who supplied him to be on the front line. We cannot remember Delville Wood and neglect the SAfmRadio. We cannot remember Delville Wood and forget those who participated in the Cape Corps. We cannot speak of national sacrifice while excluding the majority of the nation.
27 people have been killed in a fire at a bar in the Thai capital, Bangkok. 63 others were injured. Thai authorities say musicians in the bar have described seeing smoke from a circuit breaker. A power outage and an explosion then followed. The BBC's Greg Mackenzie has more.
This fire took place in the north of the capital, a very popular bar or pub, and that was frequented by locals, and some suggestion that potentially tourists. It took firefighters about 2 hours to bring the fire under control. The fireball coming from the door of the venue, real shocking images that have surfaced, and those images were actually released by the fire service and the rescuers themselves.
And finally, South African soccer fans are continuing to pay tribute to Bafana Bafana midfielder Jayden Adams. His body was found at a property in Cape Town on Saturday morning. Police have opened an inquest docket. Adams played for Bafana Bafana in the 2026 World Cup in the US. These are the reactions of some Cape Townians.
I would like to say that it's a huge loss to the football fraternity and especially to their family, to his family, because he was the breadwinner. As we all know that in Cape Town, in order to survive from drugs, gangsterism and other things, you have to play sport.
It's a very sad reality, unfortunately. I think he had a bright future ahead of him. I saw a clip of him on social media saying that he wanted to play for Liverpool, and the caption said maybe in another life, and that struck a chord within me because I can see myself in him as a young sportsman as well.
Recapping the top stories, suspended Ekurhuleni Metro Police Deputy Chief Julius Mkhwanazi and Ekurhuleni Municipal Manager Kagiso Lerutla are expected back in the Boksburg Regional Court today. They are facing charges of fraud, corruption and defeating the ends of justice. For SAfm News, I am Anne Musa.
It's a very good morning to you. In your SAfm sports headlines, rugby, the Springboks have strengthened their grip as the world's #1 ranked team. And we'll also bring you tennis. Yannick Sinner successfully defending his Wimbledon title. All the details around 6:30.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning. Start just south of Joburg with some queues on the N12. This is the Potchefstroom Highway. The N12 coming in from Protea Glen or exiting Lenasia. There are some queues towards Joburg, just approaching the Klipsray Valley exit. Also heavy on the Golden Highway this morning between Eldos and Devlin. The Golden Highway north towards Joburg under a bit of pressure. Crash just on the eastern side of Delmas. If you're going out of Gauteng, driving through to Mpumalanga, just by Red Star Raceway exit between Delmas and the Red Star Raceway. That's where there is a crash in, and there are some delays queues protesting south of Durban, southern coast area, the R102, Park Riney through Kelso. That section of the R102 currently blocked with protesters, and a crash scene on the N3 north of Warden near the roadside rates interchange. If you're on your way to Joburg, watch for that. And not a bad start into Cape Town this morning. N1 looking cool. The N2 coming in from Khayelitsha, not bad. No major obstructions. Traffic generally flowing. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
The National Briefing on SAfm. Clarity, context, and conversation. This is where the day begins with Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing.
It's 7 after 6 o'clock. A very warm welcome to you. You're listening to the National Briefing as we start a brand new week. It's Monday, the 13th of July. How was your weekend? I trust that you're ready to step not only into a brand new day, but also into a brand new week. And as always, we appreciate your company here on the National Briefing. So what's coming up on the show today? Government says it has now deported or repatriated more than 50,000 foreign nationals. That figure coming out of the Interministerial Committee's briefing just yesterday. It comes with a warning. 350 others have been arrested for taking immigration enforcement into their own hands. We'll unpack the latest with GCIS after 7 o'clock. In Ekurhuleni, 4 of the Metro's most senior officials, including the former city manager, are out on bail this morning, facing fraud and corruption charges flowing directly from the Madanga Commission. These arrests are really the first of their kind. This morning we'll also take a closer look, that is, at accountability and what that looks like. We'll be speaking to one of the journalists that has been at the forefront of doing investigative work. That is Jeff Wicks of News 24. And then the race for Johannesburg is on. The Sunday Times is reporting that Reverend Frank Chikane, 75 years old, also chair of the ANC's Integrity Commission, is the front runner to take on Helen Zille and Herman Mashaba for the biggest mayoral chain in the country. The ANC has said it's going to be naming its candidate on the 20th. So we're just 1 week away from that announcement. I wonder what you make of the names that are popping up, right? Are those giving you reason to hope in Johannesburg, or even reason to go out and vote? It's part of the conversation we'll have. And of course, we want you to get in touch with us as the show unfolds. The number to dial this morning, 086 000 2032. That's 086 000 2032. On the WhatsApp voice note line, 0614 104 107. That's where you can send your voice notes and text messages. 0614 104 107. Rob is standing by with your traffic. Zai has your sport. And Ndauleng, your latest market updates.
Time. When you're a kid, it moves slower than a sloth trying to get through airport security. There is just so much of it. Skip forward a few years to your 20s. Time is still your friend. It says have some balance. Go party and have fun. Then your 30s hit. And time suddenly steps on the accelerator like it's trying to catch a traffic light before it goes red. 40s. Now time is moving faster than your 10-year-old on a sugar high. 50. You're desperately trying to save as much as you can, but time is moving so fast. And all you can think is, where did all the time go? That's why after 50 years of investing, we've learned that time is the greatest gift of all. And the good news is, if you invest early, time gives you money, and then money gives you more time for some much-deserved you time. Now, Isn't that a compelling enough reason to invest? Ellen Gray. Long-term investing. Ellen Gray is an authorized FSP.
It's 11 after 6 o'clock. Let's go to the country's newspapers. Let me bring you the latest in as far as what is making headlines on the front pages. I'll start with the Sowetan, the front page of the Sowetan there. What an incredible moment it was at the FIFA World Cup over the weekend as they paid tribute and had a moment of silence, right? For South Africa's Jaden Adams. And that happened before the Norway and England game in Miami. And we know that Adams passed away on Saturday. The details surrounding his passing at this point not yet fully known. But, there are all sorts of suggestions that have been making the rounds on social media. Speculation is rife about how he passed on. So I'll leave that there because as things stand, this is also now still a matter under police investigation. Also on the front page of the Sowetan, SA stands firm on mass deportations. The South African government says it will not be dictated to by other countries on how to enforce its immigration laws, and also confirming that more than 53,000 foreign nationals have either been deported or voluntarily repatriated since the middle of June. So this is really one of the biggest figures that we're seeing yet of migration. On the front page of the Citizen, "You call this a hospital," reads the headline. And as we get deeper then into that story, they've got a picture, and you just it's a picture of broken furniture outside the Rob Ferreira Hospital in Mbombela, and it shows the decay at the hospital. This institution has had no hot water for more than 4 years. So it means that nurses have to bathe patients in cold water, even now in winter. That is their reality. And it shows just how deep the rot runs, at least according to the Citizen this morning. Inside, it says they have a shortage of doctors, of staff, equipment, linen, and it leaves patients sleeping on hardwood floors. That's certainly a cause for concern. So you can find more details on that particular story on the front page of the Citizen. They're also leading with the race for control over Joburg heating up, and the ANC veteran Frank Chikane being the leading mayoral candidate. And we have Dada Morero, Loiso Masuku, who are now battling for the deputy mayor post. So that's what the ANC is expected to announce when it announces its mayoral candidate. And when you look at the front runners for the Joburg mayor now, across the parties, fine, we don't have all the lists, right? All the lists are not out. But if we take just the DA, the ANC, Action SA, EFF hasn't yet announced their mayoral candidate, have they? But just on those three parties alone, look at the average age among these people that are potential candidates for Joburg mayor. What does that tell us? I'm not being ageist, but I'm just saying, what does it tell us? Are we saying that there's no talent among younger people? That these are the only people that could do the job? These are a world-class city that wants to be competitive, going into a new age? I'll take your reflections on that, right? But of course, we also are aware of just how much it's going to take to save Johannesburg, because yes, Johannesburg does absolutely need saving. The front page of the Business Day, Mantashe acts to avert fuel shortages, and it's in line with a draft policy that includes companies in mandatory reserves And this is an interesting one because it's a story around how private oil companies and wholesalers will now be legally compelled to store 21 days of backup fuel at their own expense. And it's a big pivot from transitions the country from a voluntary into a mandatory regime, forcing the private sector to store significant volumes of backup fuel alongside the government. So all of this is part of a proposal coming through from the Department of Mineral and Petroleum Resources. And it says this will go a long way in preventing the country from running out of fuel in the event of global supply shocks. And it's contained in a public consultation document which was published this week. The biggest challenge there is that they're expecting the companies to wear this expense or to carry this expense on their own. It's very expensive to store fuel. But this also takes us back. We had fuel reserves. Why were those fuel reserves sold? Only for us to be back in this position. And then finally, the front page of The Star this morning. Delays in SAPS re-vetting raises alarm over corruption. That's the story that The Star is leading with this morning. Authorities have been urged to address the matter with the highest level of urgency, and Rise Mzansi saying it's alarmed by the delays in re-vetting and lifestyle audits for SAPS management. And then also on the front page of The Star, SA mourns the loss of 2 young sports stars. Yeah, it's been devastating news, especially for their families, right? So we have Jaden Adams, 25 years old, just came back from playing in the World Cup, the Soccer World Cup, and Luqobo Bibo Makwedini, 20 years old, who passed away after a training session. You know, he's a young prop, one of those that had a bright future ahead of him in rugby, and he passed away after a training session with his team in France. And yeah, details around his passing also now being looked into. And you know, Luqobo, of course, is also known for this infamous war cry that he had put together when they were still at Wynberg High School. It's on TikTok. Go on to Google it. It trended in this country for not only in South Africa, but it trended globally. And, you know, he's at the front leading that war cry. So devastating news for both those families, and certainly for young lives absolutely gone too soon.
This is Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing.
Taking a look at your weather for this morning, we have a yellow level 1 warning for severe thunderstorms resulting in localized flooding of low-lying areas, roads and bridges, as well as small amounts of hail and damaging winds which lead to damage to settlements and infrastructure. That's expected over most parts of Mpumalanga except the Lowveld. There are no other warnings or advisories. In Pretoria, it's partly cloudy with isolated showers and thunder showers, a minimum of 6, a high of 20. The expected UVB sunburn index is moderate. In Johannesburg, partly cloudy with isolated showers and thunder showers, 4 and 18. Vereeniging, partly cloudy with isolated showers and thunder showers, 2 and 19. Mbombela, partly cloudy with isolated showers and thunder showers, 10 and 20. In Polokwane, partly cloudy with isolated showers and thunder showers, 5 and 21. Mahikeng, fine, 5 and 21. Vryburg, fine, 2 and 22. Bloemfontein, fine, 1 and 19. Kimberley, fine, 1 and 22. Uppington, fine, 2 and 22. Cape Town, fine to partly cloudy, wind, light and variable, 12 and 17. The expected UVB sunburn index is high. In George, fine, wind, light and variable, 8 and 19. In Gqeberha, cloudy in the morning, otherwise fine. Wind, light to moderate northeasterly, 11 and 20. Kugombo City, cloudy in the morning, otherwise partly cloudy. Wind, light and variable in the morning, otherwise light to moderate northeasterly, 10 and 20. In Durban, cloudy in the morning, otherwise partly cloudy with isolated showers and thunder showers. Wind light to moderate easterly to southeasterly, becoming northeasterly by late morning, 14 and 21. The expected UVB sunburn index is moderate. In Richards Bay, cloudy in the morning, otherwise partly cloudy with isolated showers and thunder showers. Wind light to moderate easterly to southeasterly, 15 and 22. And in Pietermaritzburg, cloudy with fog in the morning, otherwise partly cloudy with isolated showers and thunder showers, 8 and 19.
Smart business decisions save money. Switch to Outsurance Business Insurance and you could get a massive 20% discount on your business insurance premium. Here's JC from Blonde Hair Studio.
I was with my previous insurer for many years before switching over to Outsurance Business Insurance. I'm really happy with the premium I'm paying now, and switching was definitely one of the best decisions for my business.
Get a quote to switch and save today. Visit outsurance.co.za or call 0800 60,000. Licensed insurer in FSP. TCs and information online.
Business leaders like to talk about jobs and economic growth. They are parents too, yet they often don't talk about children.
That's funny, because their future bottom line depends on how well we grow. Hold our hands. It's time to talk about real growth. Visit holdmyhand.org.za.
The Global Briefing on SAfm.
Well, let's get into our global briefing, and today we're tackling what is really a defining story of our time, which is climate change. So from the destructive force of Typhoon Bavi battering East Asia to record-breaking heat and devastating wildfires sweeping across southern Europe, and Chile's deepening drought, threatening water supplies and winter tourism. Some of these signs, of course, are impossible to ignore. Simon Gear is a climatologist and joins us. Simon, good morning. Let's start with Bavi, right? We've seen 2 million people moved in just days. The second typhoon also in a week. I mean, what are you reading of the storm that has hit East Asia?
Yeah, very, very big typhoon that has come in, if people are familiar with the area. So you've got Taiwan that is south of Japan. And this typhoon threaded its way between the two islands and then made landfall over eastern China. And it's then going to loop around, go back out over the Yellow Sea and then across North Korea. So essentially making a loop around South Korea. The Chinese, very sort of essentially governed country with very strong federal governments as well. So they've been able to evacuate millions of people from the path of the typhoon. And then Shenyang, which is a big city north of North Korea, is already making plans and closing schools and so on in preparation for the typhoon, which should pass south of them. So China's a very well-prepared country for this sort of thing. But North Korea will experience it probably a little bit weakened by then, because it'll be quite a lot further north and it will have been over land for quite a long time. But it is going to bring, I suspect, widespread devastation to a country that really isn't prepared for this sort of thing.
Yeah, and it sounds like the consequences, right, could be absolutely devastating if not enough is done to preserve human life. In Spain, we're also seeing fires claiming the lives of at least 12 people. What makes this fire season in southern Europe as lethal as it has been?
So Europe has experienced unbelievable temperatures in the last month or so. What's happened is that there are these high pressure systems which sort of squat over Central and Southern Europe, and you get hot African air circulating around Spain and France and Germany, and pushing temperatures up into the low 40s, which is unbelievable. I mean, Berlin, for example, has been hotter than just about anywhere in South Africa ever gets, sort of Uppington type weather temperatures. And Spain has been heavily affected by this. All of their mountain forest areas and scrub areas have been dried out, and so it didn't take much to get wildfires going. And we saw that as a result, affecting the Tour de France when it was in that area. And I think even yesterday, because of the high temperatures in the south of France, the Tour de France was shortened, which I don't recall that ever having happened before. This is almost certainly a climate change signal. And it's the sort of thing that was being forecast 10, 20 years ago to happen in Europe. So very, very concerning indeed.
Chile has not been spared. Snow there is now 60% below normal. It's interesting because the resorts are pivoting to four-season tourism when ordinarily some people would be coming out just to be able to be in the snow, to ski.
Yeah, not only Chile, but there was a story that Mont Blanc, which is the highest mountain in Europe, is now having its ice cap melt because the top of Mont Blanc is now above 0 degrees in the middle of summer. And so Chile is an interesting case because it's essentially been in a severe drought since 2010. Again, very, very likely a global climate change or global warming signal in Chile. They're now in a persistent future of low rain, and that's been exacerbated by poor water management and, in fact, criminal water management by some of the large agricultural companies abstracting water out of the main rivers, which has caused further problems. But yeah, so it doesn't only affect their rainfall, but affects their snowfall as well, plus increased temperatures further up the slopes, and that is killing the Chilean ski industry.
What are we to make of all of this, Simon?
Well, we should have listened to the scientists 20 and 30 years ago, and unfortunately politicians didn't. And it is now probably too late to actually do anything meaningful. It doesn't mean we shouldn't be. We absolutely have to really, really work hard to try and turn this ship around. But we have to prepare for a future that is going to be a climate change or future, a warmer future. Areas that used to be agriculturally verdant are going to be experiencing severe droughts. And we're going to see greater variability in weather, more typhoons, more floods, more wildfires.
Simon Gear, let me thank you for your time. He is a climatologist. I wonder what you make of all of this, right? How the weather is changing so dramatically in different parts of the world, and the impact that that is having on the way that people live their lives and the way that societies curate their lives, right? Because we are the ones that live with the impact on a day-to-day basis. So I'll take some of your WhatsApp voice notes on 0614-104-107. Speaking of voice notes, let's bring in some of your early voice notes this morning.
Good morning, Kathy. My deepest condolences to the family and friends of Jaden Adams and the Lukovo Magwetini. May their soul rest in eternal peace, and they will always be remembered. Shoti Signolo in Mafefe, Limpopo. Thank you, Kathy.
Good morning, Sis Kathy and your team. This is Sakilin Win from Montabialingan. You know, Sis Kathy, I believe that as long as we still have porous borders, repatriating undocumented immigrants will prove to be a futile exercise. Thank you.
Good morning, I'm Ann Musa. In the headlines, murder suspect Ndodana Chuma is expected to appear in the Johannesburg Magistrates Court today. The 45-year-old Zimbabwean national, who was arrested in Kensington on Friday, is expected to be extradited to the United Kingdom soon. Suspended Ekurhuleni Metropolitan Department Police Deputy Chief Julius Mkwanazi and Ekurhuleni Municipal Manager Kagiso Lerutla are expected back in the Boksburg Regional Court today. They are facing charges of fraud, corruption and defeating the ends of justice. And authorities in the Thai capital Bangkok have begun an investigation into the cause of a huge fire that ripped through a bar in the city, killing at least 27 people. I'll have details on these and other stories at 7.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
What about here? The mist across the Bapsfontein area this morning, just east of Joburg. Routes like the R50, the R25, and other local routes in that area unusually misted up, and some slow-moving traffic out there as well. Joburg 10-3, Ilans to Van Buren, already slow up through the roadworks. The Mike 1 from Ormonde through to Empire looking heavy. And queues out of Protea Glen this morning on the N12. Queues down towards the Cliffstone Valley Road exit. So if you're on your way out of Lenasia or coming in from Protea Glen, it's very slow. Some protesting southern parts of KZN between Kelso and Park Riney. That section of the R102 currently blocked. A truck crash north of Warden on the way to Joburg, just up by roadside rates. Only one lane open past there. And if you're driving into Cape Town this morning, the run in on Stellenbosch Arterial Road from Kales River, heavy standing traffic on that section through Delft. The backlog on Stellenbosch Arterial towards the Symphony Way Junction. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAFM Sport with Zai Khan.
It's 6:32. Zai Khan, good morning to you. Oh, that game against Scotland. The first half had South Africans wanting to bury themselves in the sand, but the box, as always, came in, saved the day.
Yeah, Kathy. 14 was that halftime score. Unbelievable. But, number one suits the box. I have to agree. Green and gold goes well with winning. And long may it continue, okay? That's the Springboks strengthening their grip on the number one spot in the latest World Rugby rankings following that 42-28 bonus point victory over Scotland at Loftus Versfeld. Rassie Erasmus' side remained comfortable on top with 93.96 ranking points, extending their lead over second place New Zealand, while England, they climbed above Scotland into fifth after thrashing Fiji. France remained fourth after a comeback win over Australia, with Ireland holding on to third. Let's go to the junior box now. They know they cannot afford another slow start when they face England in tonight's World Rugby Under-20 Championship semi-final happening in Georgia. South Africa recovered from an early 14-0 deficit to beat Spain in their final pool match. And we've got Captain Siposetu Ndembelele says they can't give England the same opportunity. Utility back Luan Jilomi returns from injury for the knockout clash, with the junior box looking to book a place in the final, which will be either against France or New Zealand. In the meantime, South African football continuing to mourn the loss of Bafana Bafana and Mamelodi Sundowns midfielder Jaden Adams. Tributes continue to pour in for the 25-year-old, remembered not only for his remarkable talent, but also his humility and composure on the pitch. Adams helped Bafana reach the knockout stages of the FIFA World Cup and leaves behind a legacy that has touched the teammates, supporters, and South African football. More football. England and Argentina will renew one of football's fiercest rivalries when they meet in Wednesday's FIFA World Cup semi-final in Atlanta. Argentina, inspired by Lionel Messi, are chasing back-to-back world titles, while England hope to end a 60-year wait for major international silverware. The showdown also revives one of the World Cup's most iconic rivalries, dating back to Diego Maradona's hand of God and stunning solo goal in the 1986 quarterfinal. The winner will face either France or Spain in Sunday's final. And finally, Yannick Sinner successfully defended his Wimbledon tennis title with a 4-set victory over Alexander Zverev. The world number one recovered after losing the opening set to win 6-7, 7-6, 6-3, 6-4. Here's Sinner.
At the same time, it has been an amazing final once again, and it always takes two players, and me and Sasha, we try to give everything we have. I'm very happy, of course, about the win, but I'm mostly very happy about the level we both played, and you are the reasons. There's no better place, honestly, to play tennis. Standing here.
That's your sport. We'll volley back straight at the top of the hour for the national briefing. I'm Zai Khan.
This FNB Market Brief is brought to you by FNB Business, empowering South African entrepreneurs with the relevant insights they need to grow and succeed every day. The Market Brief with Ndauleng Lechela on SAFM.
Good morning. Happy Monday, Ndauleng. So this morning we're starting off with A warning from the International Energy Agency, and this is around global oil. They see the demand falling in 2026.
Good morning, Kathy, and you're absolutely right. The global oil demand is expected to fall by 1 million barrels a day this year, marking the first annual decline since the pandemic in 2020. Of course, this is according to the International Energy Agency. The agency says the Iran conflict severely disrupted production, exports, and tanker traffic, weighing on global demand. While some recovery is underway, the outlook depends on a lasting ceasefire and the restoration of normal shipping flows. Now, renewed hostility last week have raised concerns that supply disruptions could persist for longer. Just today, there are reports of more strikes in the region, which pushed oil to $79 a barrel. Now, this matters because prolonged uncertainty in energy markets could keep prices volatile, fuel inflation, raise transport and business costs, and complicate interest rate decisions with knock-on effects for economies worldwide. Now, let's take a look at some corporate activity. Memory chip maker SK Hynix's shares are down more than 10% in Seoul after the memory player strong Nasdaq debut as investors took profits and reassessed the company's valuation. Now, the stock had surged 13% in its Wall Street debut on Friday, driven by strong demand for AI-related semiconductor companies. Now, analysts say investors are weighing whether demand for AI memory chips can justify recent gains and how the US listed shares should be valued relative to the Korean stock. Some of the selling was also attributed to the increased share supply following the listing. This matters because SK Hynix is a key supplier to the AI industry, making its performance more of a barometer for investor confidence in the global AI boom. Now, the decline in SK Hynix is weighing on South Korean markets, with the Kospi down 7% this morning. The sell-off is also filtering through Asian markets as high oil prices also reignite inflation fears, a cautious mood that is also extending to Wall Street, with futures trading in the red today. Back home, the mood was more upbeat, with local stocks ending last week in positive territory as the JSE All Share Index closed almost 0.8% higher. Looking at currency markets, the rand slightly under pressure this morning, trading at 16.39 to the dollar, just below 22 to the pound, and at 18.69 to the euro. I'll hit pause for now and hand over to you, Kathy, for the business tip of the day.
Absolutely. So let's get into the F&B business tip for this morning. Cash flow problems often start long before businesses realize it. Many business owners focus on sales, but sales and cash flow are not the same thing. You can have a busy month, win new customers, and still find yourself under pressure if money is coming in slower than it's going out. The challenge is that cash flow problems rarely appear overnight. They often start with small warning signs, such as customers taking longer to pay, supplier balances growing, stock sitting for too long, or expenses increasing faster than revenue. This week, take 10 minutes to map out what money is expected into your business over the next 30 days and what needs to be paid out. Most cash flow problems become easier to manage when they are identified early. We'll, of course, unpack this further on Wednesday on the F&B Business Interview.
The F&B Market Brief was brought to you by F&B Business, your dedicated partner with decades of expertise building and growing South African businesses. F&B, help changes everything. FNB Business is proud to partner with SAFM's The National Briefing. We stand shoulder to shoulder with South African entrepreneurs and businesses because we know building a business is a 24/7 commitment. Whether you're managing cash flow, planning for growth, or navigating challenges, we deliver the sharp insights and practical solutions you need to move forward with confidence. From smart funding options to expert business advice, FNB Business is right there with you. Visit fnb.co.za/business. FNB, help changes everything.
Life is full of surprises, but your insurance premiums shouldn't be. Savings on your car insurance is a sure thing with MyWay, leaving your wallet smiling every month. Switch to MyWay and save up to 40% on your car insurance premiums today to live your way.
Real people, real cars, real savings. For a quote, visit myway.co.za. Premiums are risk profile dependent. MyWay is a licensed non-life insurer and FSP. T's and C's apply. MyWay. Live your way.
In case you missed it,
there's this understanding that we pay for reparations. No, we don't. The South African government doesn't bear the cost of these governments repatriating their citizens. There is no provision that, a government has to come to the rescue of someone who is in another country illegally. We have an obligation, or in an undocumented fiction, we have an obligation if we do find that individual to deport them. So this is the case even for South Africa. We do receive South Africans who are in other countries who are not there in accordance with their immigration laws, and those people are fairly deported back to South Africa.
Crispin Piri, ministerial spokesperson of DIRT.
That was the Daily Discourse with Joanne Joseph. Africa in Focus with Advocate Sipho Mantula on SAFM.
The global campaign for action against poverty represents such a noble cause. Massive poverty and obscene inequality are such terrible scourges of our time, times in which the world boasts breathtaking advances in science, technology, industry, and wealth accumulation, that they have to rank alongside slavery and apartheid as social evil.
Well, a refreshing morning to you, Advocate Mantula. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Jumbo Africa, Sis Kathy, and refreshing morning to our listeners across the African continent. 5 days from now, Sis Kathy, it will be International Mandela Day. Hence, we started with that message in 2005 in London, Trafalgar. Coincidentally, it will be happening also this Saturday. South African musicians will be in London celebrating 30 years of our Constitution as well as the day of Nelson Mandela. Hence, we started at that note.
Absolutely. What a great legacy we have to build on, and certainly we'll continue to reflect on his life and times as the week unfolds. So we are seeing President Cyril Ramaphosa being welcomed by his French counterpart, Emmanuel Macron.
That is quite true. President Ramaphosa ending his visit yesterday, actually, marking 110 years of the anniversary of the Battle of the Delville Wood in northern France. There were 2,500 South Africans who died. So President Matamela Ramaphosa was in France from Friday, ending this trip yesterday. Very important that they had to engage on the African conflicts. They had to get into what we called political and economic strategic cooperation between South Africa and France. Obviously, we know the issue of the G7 summit and the G20, where South Africa has been excluded, if one can say. But the meeting of minds between France and South Africa was very important, as we know that Ayanda Dlodlo is now a designated ambassador in France.
The 46th Ordinary SADC Summit of Heads of State, that's going to be taking place in South Africa soon.
It will be taking place in August, but today the journalist, Kathy, will be getting Basic 101. It will be the preparations
It will be a media briefing workshop. I don't think it will be a briefing this time, Ms. Katie. I hope you'll be joining them or some of our colleagues, because I think this will be giving the history importance of why South Africa is part of the SADC. And as an interim chair and incoming chair, what are the preparations? And you know, Ms. Katie, the media logistics in covering such summit. You'll want to interview President Mnangagwa, ask him about the constitutional amendment bill. We have to know those etiquette, protocol. How do we engage with the heads of state? And also, as I've said, it will be also hybrid. It will be physical. And also, I think some of the journalists, they've given them the links yesterday.
And then this is quite an interesting one because the idea of clean cooking, especially on the continent, is such a big and topical issue now. And we're seeing that African governments are securing financing that's committed to expanding clean cooking.
Absolutely, and I think our sister Lerato Mataboge, who is at the AU Infrastructure and Energy, is working hard with the International Energy Agency to move away from what we will call our traditional ways of getting energy. It will be burning firewood, charcoal, but now they are moving that Africa is getting 900 million in financial commitments on access to clean cooking technologies. I think more than 30 countries have to benefit out of this engagement, as it will be outlined in the next continent-wide action plan in the next summit of the AU. Very important. If one thinks that we still need to use the biogas, the ethanol, the electricity, but the issue of low emission fuels is key, so that we can avoid climate change conditions, but also people to have access to energy. And I think that's how it is very important that South Africa and the African continent should indeed benefit from such cooking program in the continent and globally.
All right, let's briefly get into your historical archives. You're looking into the 13th of July, 1916.
Actually, we don't talk about our experts, our scholars, our educators, our professors. This man was born in 1916 and passed away in 1984. We are talking about the man who was born in Moruleng, Rustenburg, Professor Ernest Sidumedi Moloto. He was married also to Me Ellen Kuzayo at some point, a linguist who spoke Setswana. He spoke different languages. You can think of foreign languages, also Dutch, but also played his role in the establishment of the Setswana, Southern and Northern Sotho in the then University of the North, Teflop, going as far as Gaborone. That's why it is important, to remember that Ernest Sidumedi Moloto, a great scholar in the Setswana language and who gave his knowledge even to the young people, because others are saying he was a lover of his language and culture, inspired many youngsters to take position in such leadership. Asante sana, Katie, as we're still observing the International Mandela Week as well as the Africa Union Month.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Morning, the mist rolling in now to Emelafeni. Emelafeni to Ochis. Drive carefully there. The N12, very heavy mist. R555, very heavy mist. And routes sort of south of Emelafeni, all misted up this morning. You might want to travel later. The R24, N12 split. So you're coming through Galulis this morning on the N12, off the N3, out towards the airport. Just by the split there is a crash scene. Mike 1 Boyson through to Empire's heavy N3, Elands up into Van Buren, pretty heavily backed as well for this time of the morning. A reminder, southern parts of KZN, a new development at the Umzimkulu River Bridge. The R102 north of Port Shepstone, a 16-ton weight limit in place now. If you're driving a vehicle 16 tons or higher, you'll have to divert on the alternative routes. And Cape Town, Stellenbosch Arterial is quite heavy. There's a backlog this morning from Kales River, moving slowly to Symphony Way. And no lights, R44 Broadway Boulevard at the N2, getting in us out of Somerset West. Likely to be slow over that N2 bridge. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
Imagine if you could save time like you save money. A second here, a minute there. Type a little faster, walk a little faster. Or you could stop scrolling on the internet. Just think of all the hours you'll save. Now what if you could take all that time and invest it? Watch it grow. Until eventually, one day, you'd have so much time that you wouldn't know what to do with it all. But unfortunately, time doesn't work like that. It can't be stored or banked. And unlike money, you can't make it back. That's why after 50 years of investing, we've learned that time is the greatest gift of all. And the good news is, if you invest early, time gives you money. And then money gives you more time to do whatever you want to do, even if it is scrolling on the internet. Ellen Gray, long-term investing. Ellen Gray is an authorized FSP.
To save money, you search multiple sites for the cheapest flight. So why not spend 10 minutes getting an Outsurance car insurance quote like 58-year-old Loretta, who saves
479 Rand. That's the third card insured with Outsurance, really saving quite a lot.
That's an unbelievable 479 Rand saving on Loretta's 2017 BMW 320. Do it now. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754. Outsurance saves 36-year-old Jill a jaw-dropping 471 Rand on her 2025 Hyundai i20.
471 Rand. I still can't believe it. Get Outsurance extra pampering money.
Always getting something out. Did you know Outsurance has paid out over 8.4 billion Rand in out bonuses? So, ready to switch and save? Do it now. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754. Licensed insured FSP. TCs and information online.
The National Briefing on SAFM. Weekday mornings from 6 to 9.
You're still listening to the National Briefing. Let's get into this story now. The Beefmaster Group says it welcomes the publication of Section 9 foot and mouth disease regulation. It goes on to say the framework signals a new dawn for the country's beef industry. Roli van Rienen, a supply chain executive of Beefmaster Group, joins us on the line. Good morning, Roli. Thank you for your time. So, firstly, let's talk about what Section 9 is going to change that has a significant impact on bearing with regard to the challenges that foot and mouth disease has presented for the entire sector.
Good morning, Kathy. Thank you. What a wonderful opportunity to talk to you and the listeners this morning. We really appreciate that. Yes, the new Section 9 is a new dawn. It's something that we've been awaiting for a long time. It's taken latest scientific data into thought and how we are going to fight and manage this FMD crisis in the country, whereby the old regulations did not really provide us with a framework to be able to fight FMD to the extent that the outbreak is at this point in time.
When you look at the opportunity, right, for farmers to be able to not only source their own vaccines, but to proactively protect animals against foot and mouth disease, how would you say Section 9 radically changes that? How much power does it put in your hands as farmers?
Well, for the industry to be able to preemptively vaccinate, albeit procuring vaccines through our own channels or through government structures, doesn't really make that much of a difference. The opportunity is that we can now preemptively vaccinate and not be regarded as FMD positive, because that was a huge problem with the previous regulation. How do you vaccinate, but in essence economically ruin yourself? Now, the new Section 9 allows us to preemptively vaccinate and still participate in economic market access. Beautiful stuff.
And I think that's where a lot of people might not fully understand, right, the extent to which the FMD free with vaccination status normally would mean limited participation within the global economy. That, of course, is now changing.
Of course, yes. There is still countries globally that would buy our red meat products even if we have vaccinated. And now the new Section 9 allows us to vaccinate because we still have market access. Previously, if we vaccinated, we could not slaughter at designated or at export abattoirs, and rather at only designated FMD abattoirs who do not have export status. A huge change for us on that one.
What do you think is the greatest lesson, Ruli, especially for the sector, and given the significance of this foot and mouth disease crisis that we're just coming out of?
greatest lesson is that for decades, longer than you and I have been living, we've only had one set of scientific data that told us what this virus is and how it works. Now, unfortunately, due to this massive outbreak, we have been granted the opportunity to learn a lot about this virus. And the new Section 9 takes that latest scientific data into account and on how that virus works. And through that Section 9 and with the application of the new scientific data, they've been able to extremely limit the economic losses suffered due to outbreaks. So it creates an opportunity for the entire beef value chain to remain an economic attractive business, and for primary producers to continue on their business and not fear economic lockdown, if you want to call it that.
Roly van Reenen is Supply Chain Executive of Beef Master Group.
Across South Africa, online and on radio. SAFM, let's talk.
The Northwest Police say they've made a significant breakthrough in the murder investigation of community activist Tato Molosangwe. He was gunned down outside his home in May. Authorities now confirming that key suspects linked to the killing have been arrested. Tumo Mulawa is with the Northwest Province and is a business activist there. Tumo, good morning to you. Firstly, let's talk about Thabo and the work that he did as an activist, which many believe was part of the reason why he was targeted in the first place.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. We've just received a very good news from the South African Police Service here in the Northwest Province in Mafikeng. That there have been a lead and agreed arrest on murderers of Tato Molosangwe, who was an activist that was fighting day in, day out for communities and, trying to hold the government accountable in terms of corruption and so many unfairness that was brought to the communities via government. He was challenging all unfairness. He was challenging all corrupt business people and then everyone, all in the interest of protecting communities.
We've seen how whistleblowers and activists remain a target, right? And when you look at Tato's killing, what would you say was or has been the message intended to be sent out to other whistleblowers, to other activists like yourself?
If there is something that I will tell you is that I honestly don't think we are going to survive for a very long time as activists, especially, we differ as activists. That was a community social activist, whereas I am a business activist. So I challenge many things economic-wise. So we find ourselves in the line where we get those companies, those businesses that are corrupt, that are having illegal dealings and not following procedures with high-profile politicians in government, and when we find out such, we make noise. We make noise because we want the communities, we want the people to realize how unfair government is and so forth. And you can only think, how will that business people, how will these politicians react? They never open cases against us because we have evidence. We make noise on tangible facts. So what they do is that they resort to eliminating us by all sorts. I have experienced government departments writing communication letters about my name, trying to discredit my activism, media, newspapers writing bad things that are about my name. Certain people are paid to tell and narrate lies about my character and so forth. So these are the other things that we come across. But at the end, we win, and we again work with those same government systems. So it's always bad. It's a bad lifestyle that we find ourselves in.
Okay.
But
all right. Tumo Molawa, certainly a story that we'll need to keep a close eye on, and a protest to honor Tato's life is going to be held in the Northwest today. It's just after 7 o'clock, time for your latest news update.
Outsurance Essential is made for older cars. Claims are paid in cash within 5 working days, and you choose your own panel beater. SMS CAR to 43185. That's CAR to 43185. Theft, accident, and 1 million rand third-party cover for your older car. Outsurance Essential has it all. Get a quote. SMS CAR to 43185. That's CAR to 43185.
In our top stories, UK murders suspect to appear in court today, and authorities probe deadly Bangkok fire. Good morning. Murder suspect Ndodana Chuma is expected to appear in the Johannesburg Magistrates Court today. The 45-year-old Zimbabwean national, who was arrested in Kensington on Friday, is expected to be extradited to the United Kingdom soon. Interpol and the SAPS effected Chuma's arrest for the murder of his 42-year-old wife, Notabo Chuma, and daughters 15-year-old Natalie and 5-year-old Nala. Justice and Constitutional Development Minister Mamuloko Kubai commented on his arrest during a media briefing in Pretoria yesterday.
He will be extradited to the UK once I have signed all the extradition documents and requests as required by the law in my capacity as Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development. We are informed that the teams are working quite hard around the clock so that the extradition requests are done and the paperwork is done in time. The IMC welcomes again the continued work on law enforcement agencies under the NetJoins framework.
Suspended Ekurhuleni Metro Police Deputy Chief Julius Mkhwanazi and Ekurhuleni Municipal Manager Kagiso Lerutla are expected back in the Boksburg Regional Court today. They are facing charges of fraud, corruption and defeating the ends of justice. The state alleges that Lerutla paid Mkhwanazi 400,000 rand to get an impersonator to appear in court on his behalf. This allegedly happened after he was arrested for speeding in 2019. Sipesihle Nhlapo reports.
During the previous court sitting last week Tuesday, the court heard that the defense has been provided with the amended charge sheet. However, the defense indicated that it has applied for further particulars to assist it in preparing for a pre-trial conference. Lerutla's lawyers say the 2021 N12 fatal car crash in which city manager is implicated does not form part of the current fraud and corruption charges against him. Both accused are out on 30,000 rand bail each.
President Cyril Ramaphosa has emphasized the need for an inclusive remembrance of South Africans who served in the First World War. He says the nation should honor all contributors, irrespective of race. Speaking during the commemoration of the Battle of Delville Wood in France, Ramaphosa called for the recognition of the men of the SS Mendi and the South African Native Labour Contingent.
A democratic South Africa must remember differently from the governments of the past. We cannot repeat a history that elevates some lives and diminishes others. We cannot honor the soldier and forget the laborer who supplied him to be on the front line. We cannot remember Delville Wood and neglect the SS Mendi. We cannot remember Delville Wood and forget those who participated in the Cape Corps. We cannot speak of national sacrifice while excluding the majority of the nation.
Authorities in the Thai capital Bangkok have begun an investigation into the cause of a huge fire that ripped through a bar in the city, killing at least 27 people. 63 others were injured, 22 of them critically. The blaze has been extinguished. The BBC's Jonathan Head is at the scene.
You can see the windows that were smashed by the heat. There's a terrible smell of burning here, of burnt furniture, burnt plastic. You can see some charred musical instruments that have been brought out. Other than that, we await the findings of forensic officials who have gone in to examine the what's left of the bar, the interior of it. And of course, there are the usual promises that we've heard many times before from Thai authorities after disasters like these, often in bars, to say that they will tighten up. It's not so much regulations, but enforcement of regulations.
And finally, South African soccer fans are continuing to pay tribute to the Bafana Bafana midfielder, Jayden Adams. His body was found at a property in Cape Town on Saturday morning. Police have opened an inquest docket. Adams played for Bafana Bafana in the 2026 World Cup in the US. These are the reactions of some Cape Townians.
I would like to say that it's a huge loss to the football fraternity and especially to their family, to his family, because he was the breadwinner. As we all know that in Cape Town, in order to survive from drugs, gangsterism and other things, you have to play sport.
It's a very sad reality, unfortunately. I think he had a bright future ahead of him. I saw a clip of him on social media saying that he wanted to play for Liverpool, and the caption said maybe in another life, and that struck a chord within me because I can see myself in him as a young sportsman as well.
Recapping the top story, murder suspect Ndodana Chuma is expected to appear in the Johannesburg Magistrates Court today. The 45-year-old Zimbabwe national, who was arrested in Kensington on Friday, is expected to be extradited to the United Kingdom soon. For SAFM News, I am Anne Musa.
Outsurance is in the business of saving you money on your car insurance premium. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754. Outsurance will go out of their way to try and save you money on your car insurance. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
Your older car may not be a head turner, but Outsurance Essential Car Insurance has got you covered. 51-year-old Musa pays only 451 Rand a month for his 2011 Toyota Corolla and gets a third-party cover of up to 1 million Rand. Ready to stop paying your new car insurance premiums for your older car? Well, get Outsurance Essential Car Insurance today for unfinanced cars older than 5 years and valued at less than 150,000 Rand. SMS car to 43185. That's car to 43185. Licensed insurer and FSP. T's, C's and information online.
It's a very good morning to you. In your SAFM Sports Headlines, rugby. The Junior Springboks will face the defending champions England today for a place in the World Rugby Under-20 Championship final. And football's next generation takes centre stage tomorrow night as Spanish teenager Lamine Yamal goes head-to-head with France captain Kylian Mbappe. We'll find out more at around 7:30.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning. Very heavy mist around Emerald on the N12 and on other routes through the area. Please drive carefully. It was clear earlier, but that mist has sort of arrived into the area over the last hour. It is quite thick and quite heavy, particularly the N12 and especially the R555, Emerald through to Ochis as well. Crash on Joburg's N12 heading down towards the R24 airport. But if you're going through Galulis, it's slow. Also coming in from Ekurhuleni, everybody having a look at that. So the N12 and R24 routes approaching Galulis pretty heavily backed up as well. Like one Boyson through to Oxford Road in Parktown is quite slow. Protesting closing Klipspruit Valley Road around Chris Hani, southern side of Chris Hani. So if you're around that Mfolo South area, just expect some delays this morning around that unrest in Soweto. Durban side, not a bad run through the traffic at this stage, coming in off the south coast. A little bit of traffic on the N2 at Prospect and a bit up through Umgeni Road, but a lot lighter than what you might be expecting. And Cape Town, two big traffic lights off R44 Broadway Boulevard at the N2 and also Stellenbosch Arterial at Symphony Way, and that's quite a heavy queue from Kales Riverside in through the Delft area this morning. Also crash on Marine Drive at Boundary Road, slowing traffic coming in through Milnerton. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
The National Briefing on SAFM. Clarity, context, and conversation. This is where the day begins with Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing.
It's 11 after 7 o'clock. You're listening to the National Briefing. A very good morning if you've just tuned in. I'm Kathy Mutlatlana with you until 9 a.m. this morning. A quick look at what's coming up in this hour. Government speaks on the 50,000 deportations and repatriations and also the arrests linked to vigilantism. The GCIS spokesperson will be joining us. And then the Ekurhuleni 4 senior Metro Police officials on bail facing fraud and corruption charges, among others, stemming from the Madlanga Commission. Investigative journalist who's been at the heart of these investigations, Jeff Wicks, joins us. And the battle for Johannesburg heating up. It's as Reverend Frank Chikane is emerging as the ANC front runner, and Joburg, of course, shaping up to be one of the country's significant mayoral races. What do you make of some of the candidates announced so far? Of course, many parties are yet to really come out fully to say who's going to be representing them. I'll also be taking your calls on 086 000 2032 is the number to dial. 086 000 2032 on the WhatsApp voice note line 0614 104 107.
10 chefs, 1 title, and a life-changing opportunity. This is the Taste Master Professional. Weekly cooking challenges test their skills, teamwork, and ability to run a professional kitchen, all under the critical eye of renowned chef Bertus Besson. With over 800,000 Rand in prizes, including a brand new car to the value of 440,000 Rand, and the chance to lead the new Taste Master Deli and Restaurant in Paarl, who will rise up and claim this exciting new career opportunity. Find out on the Taste Master Professional. Sundays at 7, repeat Saturdays at 4:30 and Sundays at 3:30 only on SABC2.
Catch Top Billing this Tuesday evening at 7 on S3 as designer Lizanne Vivier reimagines our wardrobes through creative styling. Metro FM's DJs Nomuzi Musli Mabena and Siabonga Scoop Ngwegazi are setting the trend. And the art of Utata Madiba is the hero of artist Louis Janssen van Vuren and author Hardy Olivier's country home. That's Top Billing this Tuesday at 7. Repeat Sunday at 1 on S3 and Tuesday at 9:30 p.m. on SABC1.
Kathy Mutlatlana is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAFM Radio.
You're listening to the National Briefing. So, government has come out to state clearly yet again that the state and only the state enforces immigration law. This was at yesterday's interministerial briefing on the latest in as far as the state of the migration crackdown in the country. Joining us for the story is William Baloyi, the deputy spokesperson for government communications. Mr. Baloyi, good morning to you. So the numbers, I think, are quite clear. 50,000 people repatriated, deported since mid-June. 350 others arrested for illegal identity checks and what the government has said is vigilantism. But when we break down that number, right, does it show that this is genuine new enforcement versus the reaction to what we know was the June 30 deadline that was given?
Thank you very much, Khadi, and thank you very much for having us. Sure, what a bumper show from what you presented. One is appetized to sit the whole show along. No, thank you very much. The numbers, Khadi, have increased um, after, I think you summarized it well, after also some of the people requested to be repatriated. Remember, Kathy, as the government of South Africa, we are responsible for deportation, where we take all those that are undocumented out of the country to their country of origin. But then you have a repatriation, where some of the citizens of certain countries request to be sent home. And that's the reason why, Kathy, you see the Musina border post. There are still a lot of people, and we have to make contingency plans to cater for them. It is not because of us, South Africa, be unable to deport them, but it's because they have requested to be repatriated to their countries, and therefore their country of origin has to also come on board to assist, especially with transportation. And up to thus far, one of the leading countries, according to the numbers, being Malawi, has not been able to provide adequate transport for them. However, as the government of South Africa will continue working with the neighboring countries that are affected to see how we assist them.
You're leading me into my next question. Which are the countries in the region that are most affected here in as far as having a high number of their own nationals that need to go back home?
Up to thus far, the numbers that we have indicate that more than 80% of the people that we have already deported and also in the queue for repatriation are Malawians, and they are followed by the Zimbabweans and the Mozambicans. The ones that have requested repatriation in the countries that are not within the SADC. Remember, SADC is made up of the 16 countries, but we do have others from the rest of the continent, talking about Kenya with a total of 431, Nigeria with a total of 1,159, the Republic of Congo 86, Uganda with close to 1,939. Yeah.
South Africa is going to be hosting the SADC Heads of State Summit next month. To what extent are you expecting this to become an agenda on that summit list? And from what you are seeing, has there been diplomatic pushback from African governments on what South Africa is doing?
No, thank you very much for the question on the hosting of SADC. As you know, that we are now the interim chair hosting on behalf of Madagascar, and from there on we will be the incoming chair, which means that we would have the summit in August, but the summit again in August on the other side. In terms of engagement, part of the president's announced 5-point plan included, amongst others, a continuous engagement with the region. And that is what we have been doing continuously, not to wait for it to be raised at the SADC level. But in SADC also, we have what we call an organ of defense and security. So through that organ also, the government of South Africa have been raising this. And we'll be submitting, Kadi, to the AU our report on this matter. So very soon, I think the president will be submitting that report. And in that report, Hadi, we are also trying to remember, South Africa, we don't believe in megaphone diplomacy. So we engage directly and impressing upon them that there are certain aspects that need to be looked at in the different countries that make their citizens to leave their countries. And we will work closely also with the South African region, especially because that's where the bigger numbers are, to say, how do we stabilize our economies? How do we stabilize also our democratic institutions in our countries so that you don't have a situation where people will leave your countries and then creating stampede in another country.
William Baloyi, we're going to have to leave it there for this morning. He's the Deputy Spokesperson for Government Communications.
SAFM values your views. Be an active citizen.
Well, on to this story now, the spotlight remaining on the city of Ekurhuleni, where 4 senior municipal officials are facing charges of fraud, corruption and defeating the ends of justice. The cases centre on allegations that disciplinary action against senior Metro Police officials, that those were deliberately obstructed, right, all the while executives allegedly increased their salaries as way of being rewarded for that work. Jeff Wicks is a News 24 investigative journalist and joins us for more on the story. You know, Jeff, you've done extensive investigations, right, into Ekurhuleni. We've seen the work you've done on Babita Deokaran and many others that relate to the weave, organized crime, officials within SAPS, whether in government. When you sit and you look at this particular story, right, what is the state alleging these 4 have done here, and how deep do these relations amongst them and service providers and alleged organized crime officials, how deep do those connections run?
Good morning, Kathy. Thank you for having me. Well, you know, what we're looking at here in the case of Julius Mkhwanazi, Imogen Mashazi, Linda Tasheka, and Kemi Bihari really does fit the archetype of capture. Because when we first exposed Vusimuzi Matlala in 2023 for his illegal use of blue lights, it was our request for comment that set in motion this chain of events. The EMPD attempted to investigate Julius Mkhwanazi for authorizing this fraudulent memo, which allowed Matlala to fit blue lights to his cars, which allowed him to register his cars as part of the EMPD's fleet. And that investigation was stymied by the likes of Mashazi, Tasheka, and Bahari. And the state will allege that their salary increases were a quid pro quo for the political protection of Mkhwanazi, who wasn't disciplined at all, but actually was promoted in that to become the chief of the Ekurhuleni Metro Police Department. So it really does weave a tale of woe, and it's something that we're all too familiar with now because Ekurhuleni seems to be so beset by political influence and corruption.
Let's look at the broader web, right? When we look at who has benefited what, someone like Mashazi is said to have more than 5 properties. You've covered, right, that London shopping trip to the tune of 3.5 million rand paid for by one of the service providers. How is the state going about with this other information? Because as we heard them read, the list of records into the court last week, it certainly wasn't reflective of everything that you've covered. I wonder how then you begin to make sense of it all.
Well, that remains to be seen, Kathy. We'll continue to do what the Fourth Estate is intended to do and shine the light on those who are deserving of attention. Mashazi is certainly one of them. She's a very wealthy woman, we know that, and she certainly has a flair for the flamboyant. There's that Instagram clip of her wearing, I think, an ensemble worth 2.3 million rand, if you count from the shoes to the earrings. So she is someone who is very much deserving of attention, because we must always be take heart and take pause when bureaucrats lead a lifestyle that is not sustained by their salary. If you consider that weekend shopping jaunt, it's an eye-watering amount, 3.5 million rand to spend on one weekend. But that's more than her annual salary. You know, we established that she was living in a 60 million rand mansion in the Waterfall Equestrian Estate, the most prime of prime real estate in Johannesburg. And rental on that property would have been north of 200,000 rand a month, when she would only clear after tax 140,000 rand a month on her official salary. So it speaks to unexplained wealth, and I would assume that if the police or the larger state read what we write, she would be under a magnifying glass.
How much more are you still expecting, Jeff? Are there other officials who simply have not been named yet, but that South Africans can expect to see and hear more about in the coming months?
I believe so. These networks are sprawling. That's by their nature. If you want to exert absolute control over an entity like a municipality, you must have sway over many individual actors. There will be more to come, certainly from our perspective. Our investigations continue, not only on the streams of Kat Matlala, but the more current political administration of Ekurhuleni through the 1.8 billion rand chemical toilets tender, which seemed to have resulted in the death of Ekurhuleni Auditor Mpoma Fole. So our work continues, and we would encourage people to read it.
Jeff Wicks, let me thank you for your time. He's an investigative reporter with News 24. And Jeff is absolutely right. It was his work that broke the story, his questions that ultimately led to some of the events that we are seeing in the country today. And this is why supporting good journalism matters. This is why it matters.
This is Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing.
Well, let's get into the race for Johannesburg. And what a race it is. Dr. Levi Ndou is a political analyst. So, Dr. Ndou, right now, if we look at the candidates before us, the DA is going with Helen Zille, Action SA, Herman Mashaba, Patriotic Alliance, Kenny Kunene. The ANC, of course, as we've seen in the Sunday Times this weekend, could well put forward Reverend Frank Chikane. I was raising a concern earlier, Dr. Ndou. I said, what is the average age of all of these people? Does it matter? Does it not matter?
Casey, good morning to you. Good morning to the listeners at home. Age would not matter because in South Africa and even beyond, there is no age limit for politicians. With many other professions, they will talk about 60, they'll talk about 65, but not in politics. So it's still open. Whether you are 90, you are 40, you still qualify. So that is why we have got Helen Zille and now the possibility of Reverend Chikane.
Let's talk about what many of these parties would have at the top of the priority list when deciding who to go for as candidate. What is the big problem they would be wanting to fix to get voters' attention in Johannesburg?
Johannesburg is the economic hub of the Republic of South Africa. And what we're seeing is that most political parties have decided to put in their big wigs into Johannesburg. And I think what is the priority is the restoration of Johannesburg, ensuring that the systems are working, ensuring that there is proper service delivery, ensuring that they deal with issues of hijacked buildings, ensuring that the townships that are supposed to get services are getting the required services, and also ensuring that indeed the citizens of Johannesburg are well protected and they feel safe.
When you look at the parties that are yet to name their candidates, they're looking at some of these names we've touched on. What do you think they might want to offer up as a counter to that, not in the form of names, but certainly qualities, characteristics of the individuals they choose?
Indeed. I think what becomes very central is that there is a new shift indeed by our political parties to say what matters most. It's not being at national level. What matters most is the provisioning of basics for our citizens. And I think that is why we're getting political parties ensuring that they send these kinds of individuals to a city like Johannesburg. But what is also very important is that people want the governance that is free of corruption. They want ethical leaders, but also they need leaders that ordinary citizens can trust. And if you look at the people that are being sent by these different political parties, are people that ordinary citizens could be able to say, maybe I can invest my vote in these individuals and not necessarily in the political parties.
Dr. Levi Ndo, he's a political analyst. Do you agree with him? Is that what you are thinking as a voter, not just in Johannesburg, but elsewhere? Are you more interested in the candidate that is being put up than the political party that they are potentially coming from? I'll take your calls 086 000 2032 on the WhatsApp voice note line 0614 104 107. It's time for your latest news headlines. And good morning.
Good morning. Thanks, Kathy. In the headlines, the inquest into the death of Anele Tembe, fiancé of the late rapper Keenan, aka Forbes, is expected to start today in the Cape Town Magistrates Court. The matter was postponed 3 months ago. Murder suspect Ndodana Chuma is expected to appear in the Johannesburg Magistrates Court today. The 45-year-old Zimbabwean national, who was arrested in Kensington on Friday, is expected to be extradited to the United Kingdom soon. And oil prices have opened the week higher, this after several days of tit-for-tat attacks between the US and Iran and conflicting claims about the Strait of Hormuz being closed. I'll have details on these and other stories at 8.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning. A reminder about the mist around the Emelafeni area. It is quite thick and it is quite heavy this morning. We've seen some really poor visibility on the N12, the R555, the Black Hill Road, and routes generally south of Emelafeni. So please drive very, very carefully. I can see on our systems of monitoring traffic is being held up, and that means as the mist and fog is quite thick. Also, if you're heading out of Gauteng towards Emelafeni, a crash just after Delmas out by Red Star Raceway. It's on the N12 eastbound. N12 coming from Benoni through Boxburg is busy. There are more queues on the N12 into Galulis. Entry north is heavy. Germiston up through Galulis to a crash as you get through the interchange and head towards the R24. N1 from Bayers Nordia round to Ravonia is slow, and there's a breakdown bottom of the M1 south at Buccleuch. In fact, that's a crash. So coming through from New Road side, it's all fairly backed up across all lanes heading south. Durban, the N2 north queuing up now into Westwood Mall. It was a good start, but it's just getting a little bit tight as you come through from the M7. The rest of Durban looking generally okay this morning. Certainly the run using the N3 Pietermaritzburg to Durban is clear. Cape Town, N1 inbound from Parow through to Sable Roads heavy. M5 clogged up towards Kubo, get a change, and no traffic lights. Stellenbosch Arterial at Symphony Way. Stellenbosch Arterial heavy coming from Cowes River through that Delft area. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAfm Sport with Zai Khan.
Zakan, so the Springboks, at least the junior Springboks, they're chasing a place in World Rugby Under-20 Championship. There's pressure on Springboks all round, right? Because we are the winning team. So it must be consistent, right?
Yes, I feel like the Springboks are passing the ball now to the juniors.
You know, somebody said, we played our C team on Saturday and still won.
There we go, guys. What can I say? We are the Springbok production line is rolling on, and today, the junior box will turn to try and book a place in the World Rugby Under-20 Championship final. It's going to be a big night for the team. Kevin Footside take on the defending champions England in Tbilisi, Georgia this evening, with captain Siposetu Mnebelele stressing the importance of a fast start after learning some tough lessons, and that was during the pool stages. Now, victory will also extend South Africa's winning streak to 10 matches at the tournament, leaving them just one short of New Zealand's all-time record. In the meantime, the Springboks have strengthened their grip in the number 1 spot in the latest World Rugby rankings following their 42-28 bonus point victory over Scotland, and that took place as Loftus Versfeld over the weekend. Rassie Erasmus' side remained comfortable on top with 93.96 ranking points, extending their lead over second place New Zealand, while England climbed above Scotland into 5th after thrashing Fiji. France remained 4th after a stunning comeback win over Australia, with Ireland holding on to 3rd. Soccer and football's biggest attraction this week comes tomorrow night when Spain's teenage sensation Lamine Yamal faces France's captain Kylian Mbappe in the first FIFA World Cup semi-final. Yamal is looking to follow in Mbappe's footsteps by winning the World Cup as a teenager, while the French star is chasing a 3rd successive appearance in a World Cup final. And finally, cycling, former world champion Mathieu van der Poel claimed a historic 3rd Tour de France stage victory after winning stage 9 in scorching heat. The Dutchman outsprinted 3 breakaway riders, while the defending champion Tadej Pogačar retains the overall lead, and that's heading into today's first rest day. And that's your sport on the National Briefing. We're hitting the brakes for now. We'll be back at the top of the hour. I'm Zaikan.
SAfm. You all know that image, Hector Peterson being carried in, that other man's arms. And I'd like to say that I'm personally very grateful, to see such bravery, such courage in the face of danger.
From Algiers to the desert sands, culture lives. Rai music, Amazigh heritage, tradition and identity, standing tall. Algeria does not bend, it stands.
In every grain of sand, in every voice, there is resilience. Algeria, the giant of the Sahara.
This is what we are becoming. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us. The Market Brief with Ndauleng Lechela on SAfm.
Good morning again, Ndauleng. So this hour we're starting with Accelerate. They've concluded the sale of Fourways land and dealership. How big a deal is this?
It's quite a big deal, Kathy, as it also goes hand in hand with its strategy to reduce its debt. Now, the land they're selling houses the BMW Fourways dealership, and it's been sold for about 174 million rands. The property, located near Fourways Mall, was sold to CFAO Mobility Properties at a slight discount, though, to its valuation of 180 million rands. The proceeds, as mentioned, will be used to further deleverage the real estate, the real investment trust that is its balance sheet as part of its multi-year restructuring plan. Accelerate has already raised 2 billion rands to strengthen its finances. Separately, the company said it will not declare a dividend for the 2026 financial year, despite returning to distributable earnings, further highlighting its focus on preserving cash while rebuilding investor confidence and improving its long-term financial position. In other news, South Africa's e-commerce sector is gearing up for its next phase of growth, with businesses planning to expand internationally and increase their use of AI. And this is according to DHL's latest e-commerce trends report. The survey found 83% of local e-commerce businesses intend to enter global markets within 5 years, while 73% expect to make greater use.
I'm not sure what has happened with Ndauleng's line there. We seem to have lost her just for a bit. All right, Ndauleng, are you back on?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you again.
Lovely. As I was mentioning there, the report also unveils that Naspers' Takealot remains the country's leading online marketplace, used by 88% of consumers, while China is the preferred source of imported goods for 84% of shoppers. Now, the findings point to a more digitally connected retail sector, with businesses increasingly looking beyond South Africa's borders for growth. In markets, sentiment is quite downbeat this morning, with renewed strikes in the Gulf pushing oil prices higher to just below $80 a barrel. Traders are watching developments quite closely, assessing the risk of renewed inflationary pressures. And that's weighing on risk sentiment, with Asian markets and Wall Street futures trading in the red, a trend that's likely to filter through to the JSE when the bourse opens at 9 a.m. And then lastly, in currency markets, the rand taking a knock this morning, trading at 16.40 to the dollar, 21.94 to the pound, and 18.69 to the euro. Kathy, back to you with the business tip of the day.
Thanks, Ntauleng. This morning's F&B business tip. Cash flow problems often start long before businesses realize it. Many business owners focus on sales, but sales and cash flow are not the same thing. You can have a busy month, win new customers, and still find yourself under pressure if money's coming in slower than it's going out. The challenge is that cash flow problems rarely appear overnight. They often start with small warning signs, such as customers taking too long to pay, supplier balances growing, stock sitting for too long, or expenses increasing faster than revenue. This week, take 10 minutes to map out what money is expected into your business over the next 30 days and what needs to be paid out. Most cash flow problems become easier to manage when they're identified earlier. We'll unpack this further on Wednesday on the F&B Business Interview.
You are listening to the National Briefing with Kathy Mutlatlana.
You've heard the conversations on Metro FM for years, and now Ask a Man is coming to S3. Got a relationship dilemma, a situationship that's gone sideways, mixed signals, heartbreak, or question you've never had the courage to ask? Share your story and it could be featured on the show, all completely anonymous. Email sabc3askaman@sabc.co.za. Ask a Man, real stories, real answers. Coming soon to S3. Open up.
If you're active on social media and love SAFM, we hope you'll take a moment to like or follow our SAFM page on Facebook and Twitter. These are the best places to find all the guest information, conversations, and stories you love from your favorite presenters, along with regular updates from SABC News. And don't forget, you can send your questions to feedback@safm.co.za. SAFM, leading the conversation. Reality check on the National Briefing.
Well, it's time for our reality check on a Monday, of course. It's always exciting because it means that we've got a brand new contributor that is no pressure, going to help us think quite deeply about the state of South Africa, is going to help us interrogate, right, the cost of the challenges that we're facing. What are the solutions that we can be coming up with as a country to these challenges? And most importantly, it's about pushing our thinking, right? Pushing our thinking beyond just where the conversations might sit today. Joining us for this week is Zimasa Vabaza. He is a South African media entrepreneur and digital strategist. He's going to be our contributor for the week. Zimasa, a very good morning to you. And like I said, no pressure, ne?
Yeah.
And last week, I don't know if you're listening last week. Last week we had Abongile Kantini. So everybody's still thinking about her. So this morning, we're going to be shifting the conversation, and you want us to start with looking at the middle class paradox in South Africa and beginning to unpack this middle class and really grapple with a number of questions. I don't want to be too preemptive in terms of what it is that you've lined up for us, but you'll pick on different themes then as the week unfolds. And thanks for coming into studio. Good morning.
You gotta start it off really well. Good morning to you, Kathy, everybody in studio, and everybody obviously listening. I think there's an important conversation that we need to have as South Africans. We need to have it from the perspective of this middle class paradox. A lot of the work that I do when it comes to social commentary, understanding the socioeconomics of this country, is underpinned by understanding the factors that create our frameworks that we make decisions from as people. Black, white, Indian, colored, everybody. We need to start asking ourselves, what are we actually doing with the power that we have? Yes, it's little, but collectively, it can move a lot. We need to ask ourselves, what are the personal frameworks that we use to make the decisions in our own lives, and how do those link to the wider community? Then we need to ask ourselves, what are the community frameworks that exist for us to build the places that we stay in? We need to say to ourselves, what is the work that we do? What does that allow us in terms of money and access to do things? What is the life that we live? And ultimately, what is the purpose that we serve as the middle class? We also then need to say, through the community frameworks that we have, what do we do? What politics do we serve? What social activism do we have? What and how do we relate to law enforcement as well as to justice? How does the media portray? How do we relate to the media? Because it crafts narrative. And how do we control the national conversation? But as well, what and how do we affect the flows of money? Because money makes the world go round. So I think for this week, we're going to look at everything through the lens of the pastel framework: political, economic, social, technological, environmental, and also the legal. Throughout the week, we're going to look at things like today. We're going to name the paradox. Secondly, we're going to look at the architecture of decisions. How do we make decisions as South Africans? Then we're going to look at the facade of integration in this country. Are we truly integrated? What does that mean? Then on top of that, we're going to look at the financial power. And also, how close are we to that? And then lastly, we're going to look at how do we become drivers for change. I think the first conversation we need to have with ourselves as South Africans is, do we think that there is a problem? Do we think that there's a problem with the station of life that we find ourselves in, even across lines? Why is it so easy for us to be shaken by the smallest of things and even the largest of things? Why do they confound us? Why do we not have the tools to answer the really big questions in this country? Also, we need to say to ourselves, as the middle strata, as people who are not poor but don't necessarily have it, people who are one, some would say two, some would say, if they're generous, 3 paychecks away from being part of the lower strata. What does that mean? That anxiety, does it force compliance, or does it allow for a space where things could change for the better? Because what if you became that person that you are not defending who is in the lower strata? What if you were now suddenly that person? A lot of people find themselves one bad decision away from going backwards. And then when they are backwards, do the frameworks that they were defending, do those frameworks still protect them? Because they would not be part of the middle class anymore. You'd be part of the lower class. And for some who make it out of the middle class, do they look back at the middle class as a cohort or a collective of people who are neither here nor there, or people that need saving, that need openings, that need opportunities just as much as those that are below them? These are the questions that we've got to ask ourselves. These are the questions that throughout this entire week, this conversation has to be there. Now, I want us to also think today. I want you to think through a lot of things. I want you to also remove yourself from the point of only looking at yourself and looking at the collective as a community. Yes, what is the work that you do? Do you have work in a personal perspective? But from a community perspective, how does our collective wealth, our collective income, our collective revenue move? Yes, we have those that have and are part of things like Stokvels. But I've always had a very interesting relationship with this to say, why are they not collective investment schemes? Yes, we name them that. If you're middle class, you don't call it Stokvel because it feels kind of weird. There's another conversation we should ask ourselves. It's very easy, or in the past it has been very easy, for people to, within the middle class, find themselves saying, we'll go to Springbok games and we'll pay those higher prices. But not necessarily the PSL, not necessarily Bafana. These are conversations that we need to have as the middle class. Yes, you work in the same spaces as people. We go to the same jobs. We have, some would say, the same structure, or at least we're in the same strata of earning. But when 5 o'clock hits, and for some it's 3:30, for some it's earlier, some it's work from home. But what happens after that? Do we have bonds that bind us as people who have a shared responsibility from a company and a work perspective? When we leave, do we leave that and we don't find a way to come together? The social compact, does it still exist? Remember, as us being human capital, most of us, that is, we find ourselves in a position that as human capital, we don't see ourselves as a block. We see ourselves as individuals who have been given an opportunity to earn and eke out a living. That creates a textured, I would say, underpinning for how people tend to relate to each other across lines of race, across lines of age, because ageism exists just as much as racism in workplaces. But even if you are not in workplaces, we have just been asked a conversation, a big question as South Africans. How do we want to relate to the rule of law with the people that stay here, Abantu Bokufika? Immigrants. How do we want to relate to them? These are the big questions that frame the communities we live in. How do we answer these questions? And I think the most important thing for us to do this week is to introspect and to also understand, yes, things are precarious, but collectively there's an opportunity and a way to move forward.
Zimasa, who is the middle class in South Africa?
The middle class in South Africa are a group of people who are dreamers, who dream further than their pockets will allow them to buy. It is a grouping of people who have collectively, even though they are in a minority, have told themselves that they are past a lot of struggles. Certain things don't apply to them. But at the same time, they're the same people who will cry and say that we are squeezed on the daily. It is the uncle who comes back once a month to Ekasi, a township, a village, to not necessarily create any sort of path for people, but to just show them how nice it is and how close they are to making it or have made it. These are the people, and this is the reality we have to have a conversation. They're the same people who will look down and say, but why would those people do those things? Why would they steal? Why would they whatever? But at the same time, they celebrate the people who have been clearly shown to enjoy the lives from proceeds of crime, from stealing from the state, from people, from our society. That's the middle class. They are mimosa bantus.
Zimosa. You're now Zimosa Vabaza. Zimasa Vabaza is our reality check guest for the week. As you can hear, lots of questions have been asked, but we'll see how we're going to be navigating those as the week unfolds. I'm going to take a quick break. We're back with some of your calls shortly.
SAfm. Guiding you
Super here,
through rush hour traffic.
You're getting through Galuli's interchange this morning. A crash on the N12 East before you split onto the R24 to go to the airport. Now, primarily, that's backing traffic on the N3 from Germiston up through Heldmaze, through Van Buren, and on that ramp to the N12. You basically turn off that N3 straight onto the N12 and straight into that crash scene. Coming in from Ekurhuleni, N12 and R24, it's having a look, so that's quite slow as well. The N1 this morning, Bayers Nordia round to Ravodia Road looking quite slow. The N1 through Midrand ran busy today between Samran and Buccleuch. That was an earlier crash down at Buccleuch, and the R21 passing Tembisa towards the airport being held by a collision near the Engen 1 stop. Pretoria side of the highway network's not looking too bad this morning. In fact, Pretoria as a whole, traffic really where you think it should be. Driving into Durban, the N3 this morning, a little bit sluggish towards Spaghetti Junction. A crash on the M4. This is the Southern Freeway near Quality Street, causing a bit of a backlog, and the Phoenix Highway out of Phoenix, very slow towards Trade Centre today. Cape Town's highways, well, busy on the M5. That's a queue from Rondebosch up towards Kuba Interchange. Coming in on the N1 from Plattercliff Hill, it's busy also to the interchange, and there is some traffic just dragging its heels slowly. Kraaifontein to Brackenfell on the N1 inbound. Just slow down towards Brackenfell Boulevard, and no traffic lights. Broadway Boulevard at the N2. That's a bit of a snarl up on all approaches around Somerset West. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
With the price of fuel going up, we all need to drop expenses wherever we can. Switch to our insurance and you could save big on your car insurance. Like 48-year-old Adam, who saves a jaw-dropping 1,803 Rand a month on his 2020 Audi Q3. No matter what happens in the economy, our insurance is still committed to dropping prices and saving you money. Get a quote today. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754. Licensed insurer and FSP. T's, C's and information online.
In case you missed it.
Why should I be concerned about my personal data, where it's stored, who controls it? How does that affect me in the instance where there is a bridge to that data?
South Africa has the POPI Act, which is an incredibly strong law, and it's probably the strongest data privacy law in the African continent. But the question now is, if I was hosting, for example, and I'm just using this as an example, in Nigeria, and something happened to my data, would the POPI regulator be able to enforce the laws against the Nigerian data center? And that's the question you have to ask.
Richard Frost, Head of Technology Solutions and Consulting at Amata Cybersecurity.
That was The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga. Call SAFM now on 086 000 2032.
It's 7:57. You're still listening to the national briefing. Yes, I know we don't have that much time for calls before we get into news. I'm going to start it off in Limpopo. Temba, you want to pick up on these mayoral candidates?
Yes, okay. Good morning and morning to your viewers and your producers in the studio. Yeah, Asketi, the race is very interesting, I must say. And I heard Dr. Ndo saying now they realize that we don't play games with them anymore. We don't gamble with our votes anymore. Hence now they want to look at the character, look at credentials and what have you. But it is so unfortunate that all those things are not going to work for some of these political parties. But maybe before I get into that one, DA, for example, their candidate, they've got a very good candidate. Helen Zille, she is respected. Whether you are a black person or you are Indian, she's very respected, that woman. And another thing, you remember that billboard of Panyazali Sufi showering in the hotel? That thing, it goes a long way. We can take it for granted. It will work for Helen Zille.
So Temba, what do you think is going to be the deciding factor for voters? Or you can speak for yourself. What would be your deciding factor?
The deciding factor will be to be honest, it won't be determined by us as voters. Why I say so? You see, this government of unity. Okay, in this instance, local government of unity is the one that is going to determine to us.
Okay, all right.
What we get.
Okay, Temba, I'm going to pause it there. We don't have a lot of time. Let me bring in the views of some of our other listeners.
Hi, Kitty. Hoping you are well. This is Daniel. Kitty, now that the Malanga Commission has been given an extension, but I would have loved to see them focus especially on these metros. These metros are rotten with corruption. Katie, I'm sure you must have read the report that came from the National Treasury. Out of 69 municipalities, very few that are actually doing well. Very few. But the metros are rotten. Thanks, Katie.
Morning SAFM is Niels from Boxbeck. ANC just a laughing stock now. Recycling old people like Dr. Referent Shikani, thinking maybe if it's a mayoral candidate and then the voters will vote ANC. No, they are running out of candidates now. Just a laughing stock.
All right. So we're going to be bringing in more of your calls in the 8 o'clock hour. I do apologize for the limited time that we've had. It's now 8 o'clock. Time for your latest news update.
Outsurance is in the business of saving you money on your car insurance premium. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
In our top stories, inquest into Anele Tembe's death set to begin and UK murder suspect to appear in court today. Good morning. The inquest into the death of Anele Tembe, fiancé of the late rapper Keenan aka Fobbs, is expected to start today in the Cape Town Magistrates Court. The matter was postponed 3 months ago. She fell from the 10th floor of a hotel in Cape Town while she was with AKA in April of 2021. Amahle de Twait reports.
Proceedings in April were to confirm the readiness of all parties involved in the pre-trial. At the time of Tembe's demise, details surrounding her death were unclear. The NPA confirmed that 6 witnesses are expected to testify in the set days. Spokesperson Eric Ndabazalila says the findings of the inquest will determine a way forward on how the matter will be moved forward. Ndabazalila says the findings of the inquest may be referred to the NPA for a decision.
Murder suspect Ndodana Chuma is expected to appear in the Johannesburg Magistrates Court today. The 45-year-old Zimbabwe national, who was arrested in Kensington on Friday, is expected to be extradited to the United Kingdom soon. Interpol and the SAPS effected Chuma's arrest for the murder of his 42-year-old wife, Notabo Chuma, and daughters 15-year-old Natalie and 5-year-old Nala. Justice and Constitutional Development Minister Mamuloko Kubai commented on his arrest during a media briefing in Pretoria yesterday.
He will be extradited to the UK once I have signed all the extradition documents and requests as required by the law in my capacity as Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development. We are informed that the teams are working quite hard around the clock so that the extradition requests are done and the paperwork is done in time. The IMC welcomes again the continued work on law enforcement agencies under the NetJoins framework.
Members of the Interministerial Committee on Migration say the majority of undocumented migrants in the country do not qualify for asylum or refugee status. The number of foreign nationals that have been processed for repatriation to their countries of origin in the past few weeks has increased to over 53,000. According to the UN, there are about 250,000 refugees and asylum seekers in South Africa. These are separate from documented or undocumented migrants. Minister in the Presidency Kumbutso Ntshavheni was among the IMC members that briefed the media yesterday.
Majority of the countries that we are finding their nationals or citizens in the country illegally do not even qualify to apply for either refugee or asylum status in this country. We discussed the pull and the push factors for the illegal immigration into South Africa, of the instability that makes the government not being able to protect their own nationals. That's why part of the challenge that we have had is people who do not even have a passport to start with, not that they've expired, because even the cost of the documentation, the cost is not on the South African side, the cost of the documentation is in their own countries applying for that documentation.
The Gauteng Health Department has made an impassioned plea to the public to respect government property. The call follows an incident of theft and vandalism at the Chris Hani Baragwanath Hospital in Soweto. Hospital authorities caught a man with stolen taps. A criminal case has been opened at the Diepkloof police station. The department spokesperson Steve Mabona.
The department will continue to work very closely with the police as they conduct their investigation. As a department, we appeal to members of the public to always respect and protect government property. Theft and vandalism of healthcare infrastructure compromise the service delivery, and it is compromising the patients at all our facilities.
And finally, oil prices have opened the week higher this after several days of tit-for-tat attacks between the US and Iran and conflicting claims about the Strait of Hormuz being closed. The main crude prices are up around 3%, while stock markets have dipped in Asia. Tehran says the fighting has rendered recent diplomatic efforts futile. The BBC's Nick Johnson has the details.
We've heard this bellicose rhetoric from Donald Trump over the past few days about how he considers the ceasefire to be over and how the talks can go on, but he doesn't see the point of them doing so. But he disclosed while he was speaking to CNN that they had been close to a deal over the weekend. Now, he didn't give any further details. And as we've seen from these tit-for-tat exchanges over the past few days, the ceasefire, as it was signed in that memorandum of understanding, seems to be getting fragile by the day.
Recapping the top story, the inquest into the death of Anele Tembe, fiancé of the late rapper Keenan aka Forbes, is expected to start today in the Cape Town Magistrates Court. For SAfm News, I am Anne Musa.
Outsurance will go out of their way to try and save you money on your car insurance. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
With the price of everything going up, a drop in your car insurance premium is just what you need to have extra money in your pocket. Switch to Outsurance and you could save big, like 58-year-old Yaku, who saves an amazing 282 Rand a month on his 2025 Suzuki Swift. Don't pay more than you need to. Get an Outsurance quote to switch and save today. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754. Outsurance, licensed insurer and FSP. T's, C's and information online.
It's a very good morning to you. In your SFM Sports Headlines, cricket, the Proteas are gearing up for a blockbuster home test, and that's featuring Australia, Bangladesh and England. And we have rugby news with Rassie Erasmus is expected to rotate his Springbok squad again as Wales prepare to visit Durban this weekend. We'll have details around 8:30.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning. Heavy backlogs on the M1 today from Samran down to Allendale and then Allendale down into Buccleuch. That run through Midrand, perhaps busier than you might be expecting. The N1 north from Bayers Nordia round to Ravonia, sluggish. A crash on the N3 north through Galulis onto the N12 east, still causing a big backlog from the Germiston side. And a crash on the R21 heading from Pretoria to the airport. That crashing before the Bapsfontein exit. Traffic passing Tembisa quite heavy into that scene. Durban this morning, not too bad. Even the traffic on the N2 north up through Spaghetti Junction starting to ease. The N3, Peter Maritzburg to Durban, checks clear. There are no major problems on that run today. And Cape Town, fairly heavy around Somerset West, Broadway Boulevard, the R44 over the N2. There are no traffic lights. So Broadway Boulevard backed up both ways. N2 outbound, quite slow getting through that Broadway Boulevard junction as well. And heavy on the M5 this morning, currently sitting in a queue from Rondebosch all the way through to the Kuberg interchange. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
The National Briefing on SAfm. Clarity, context, and conversation. This is where the day begins with Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing.
It's 10 after 8 o'clock. You're listening to the National Briefing. Welcome to the third hour of the show. If you've just tuned in, I'm Kathy Mutlatlana with you until 9 a.m. So, coming up in this hour, President Emmerson Mnangagwa has signed Constitution Amendment number 3 into law. It extends his term of office from 5 to 7 years. Elections pushed from 2028 to 2030. And most dramatically, Zimbabweans now stripped of the right to directly elect their president. Parliament will do it for them. We have a special focus on these constitutional amendments coming up within the hour. As always, the conversation belongs to you, and we'll be making time to take your calls on 086 000 2032. That's 086 000 2032. On the WhatsApp voice note line 0614 104 107. That's 0614 104 107.
The pain of losing a loved one is never easy. At Clientele, we understand that burying loved ones with dignity truly matters. Our funeral plans pay out cash within just 24 hours, and you receive 200 Rand airtime when you claim. Plus, we cover up to 13 people on one plan. SMS SAFM to 48031. That's 48031. Clientele Life is an authorized FSP and licensed life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
Your older car may not have adaptive cruise control, but Outsurance Essential Car Insurance has got you covered. 68-year-old John pays only 391 Rand a month for his 2014 Chevrolet Sonic, gets claims paid in cash, and chooses his own panel beater. Don't pay more than you need to insure your older car. Get Outsurance Essential Car Insurance today for unfinanced cars older than 5 years and valued at less than 150,000 Rand. SMS car to 43185. That's car to 43185. Licensed insurer and FSP. T's, C's and information online.
This is Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing.
You're listening to the National Briefing. Coming up in this segment, we're doing a special focus on the constitutional amendments in Zimbabwe. Well, President Mnangagwa, as I mentioned a little earlier, extending, that term of office from 5 to 7 years. Elections will now only take place in 2030, and Zimbabweans will now not be directly voting to elect their president. Parliament is going to do that for them. So the opposition in Zimbabwe is describing this as a constitutional coup. The MDC has filed papers in the Constitutional Court. This was on Thursday. Let me welcome onto the show then to be part of this conversation. We'll start off with a representative joining us from the ZANU-PF, who is a Director for Information and Publicity, Farai Marapira. Farai, good morning to you. Thank you for your time this morning.
Good morning to you. Thank you so much for having me. It's an honor to be here and a pleasure too.
Tendai Ruben Mbofana is a Zimbabwe-based social justice activist, writer and researcher. Tendai, good morning to you.
Good morning, and thank you so much for inviting me to your program, and I'm glad to be here.
And Lloyd Damba, the MDC spokesperson, was also set to be part of this conversation, and we will add him once we've been able to get him on the line. So let me start, Farai, with you, and perhaps just to understand what the rationale behind these constitutional changes have been. President Emmerson Mnangagwa has said consistently that he would step down in 2028. And now he signed a law keeping him in office until 2030. Why has he done this, and why has he broken his own commitment, his own promise to step down?
Well, as ZANU-PF, one of our institutional mantras is that the voice of the people is the voice of God. the purpose of any political party is to ensure that it is reflective of the people's will and fulfilling the needs and the desires of the people. So this is not, these are not amendments that came out of anything except the people themselves through our internal party democratic systems. And this is what we've interpreted and put into law. And as can be shown by attendance at hearings, as can be shown by the voting in Parliament and Senate, there is a lot of public support for this. So essentially, as a party, our duty is to fulfill the people's desires.
Let's talk about that process, right? You talk about making decisions guided by the voice of the people, which to you is equivalent to the voice of God. Where were the people in affirming these constitutional amendments? There was no referendum held in Zimbabwe. This decision was...
Let me go on that. Zimbabwe works according to its constitution. A referendum will not be held unless the law requires a matter to go to referendum. And these amendments did not require a referendum. So to twist the law so that we can please Tom, Dick, and Harry is not the purpose of the law. The purpose of the law is to be interpreted, fulfilled, and ensure that we work within its strictures. And this is what we did. And if any feel otherwise, we have the courts of law in Zimbabwe. We've got even courts of law outside of the nation of Zimbabwe. People are free to take this up with any court anyway, and we still sustain that they will not carry over the matter.
Just unpack what you are saying to me in terms of section 328, which exists precisely to ensure that a sitting president cannot benefit from constitutional changes. So how is it that this is not exactly the conflict of interest that the Constitution was trying to prevent? Because you have constitutional changes that benefit the president. He's, by and large, he's the biggest beneficiary of these changes.
That's quite a narrow and shallow take of things, because what you need to understand is the difference between a term extension and a term limit and the implications thereof. So to superficially analyze legal matters to this extent is quite unfortunate. But what you need to also further understand is that this is not something for an individual, because after the president has served his term, the next president is going to serve for 7 years. So who then are we doing this in favor of?
And that's why I'm asking you.
We're also extending the local government term.
Farah, that's why I'm asking you.
Yeah, but you're asking,
unpack the process.
You are setting falsehoods in your session. That's unfortunate.
Unpack the process for us so that we understand from your perspective. I've raised Section 328 and the understanding of what it was intended to do. Now you are saying that no, that's not it. So help us understand why it's not it, because this is also likely to be something you face in the Constitutional Court.
Yes, we are ready to face that, because the issue is of term limits and term extensions. Like I've said, allow me to repeat myself for your better understanding, because it seems to be flying over your head. What we're dealing with is an issue of term extensions and term limits. Term extensions require a referendum, and they require the sitting not to continue. This is an issue of extending a term limit. If a law comes into play and the sitting has not yet been in office for 2 years, we are not considering that a term. That is the law, not our opinion. This is why I'm saying, after all is said and done, we can be here and try to argue legal precepts and legal terms, but at the end of the day, people are free to go to any courts in the world, not just in Zimbabwe. And we believe as ZANU-PF that this law will still sustain. So for people to come into an interview and then we start to act like we are legal gurus or we have much legal knowledge is not the correct way to move. The correct way to move is not to subject legal matters to a radio analysis which does not delve deeply into the legal fundamentals therein. So at the end of the day, as ZANU-PF, what we're simply saying is, if anyone has umbrage with any legal precepts which have taken place in this matter, they are free to visit any court of law. whether in Zimbabwe or internationally.
What
So we will not,
What is the process, Farai, that you
I've
have
explained it
followed?
to you.
No, just hang on. What is the process that you have followed internally with Parliament that gives you the satisfaction to say that indeed the voice of the people has been captured here? Because you said you ran a process within Parliament which has given you the legitimacy to say this is reflective of what the people of Zimbabwe want.
Thank you. What I said is we went for public consultations. That was the process. That was the first stage. And there was overwhelming support for the constitutional amendment bill with a few suggestions on changes, especially to do with the issue of women's rights, that they continue moving forward as independently as possible. So this was something done from the people initially and with the feedback from the people. After public consultations, the matter went to Parliament, as it should, and Parliament sat and voted, and then it was referred to Senate, and Senate sat and voted with suggested amendments provided and taken care of. So it was not an arbitrary law which was just foisted on the people. The people had a chance to speak on it, Parliament had a chance to debate it, Senate had a chance to debate it, and a transparent voting process was done, which, as you can see, critics have not been able to attack. Written submissions even were in overwhelming support. At no part of the process have we found dissenting voices being in the majority.
Okay.
But however, as a party, we respect dissenting voices and we continue to listen to them.
Let me pause you there. I want to bring in Tendai into this conversation. So, Tendai, you've heard then the reflections of Farai from ZANU-PF. He says everything that has happened here is above board. It is all very legitimate. Your own reflections in as far as the public hearings that were held, the representatives of Parliament that have supported, right, this constitutional amendment, and the extent to which then that becomes the final say of the people, legitimately so.
Yes, thank you so much for that question. First of all, what happened last week with the signing of this bill into a law was the darkest chapter in Zimbabwe's history. Indeed, they might say the voice of God is the voice of the people is the voice of God, whatever that means. But the voice of the people was never expressed. It was stifled. To start off with, I hear a lot about these public consultations. Let's be clear. There were no public consultations to talk about. Zimbabwe is a country of 16 million people. And yet, during that 3 days, it was just 4 days of public hearings. And in those 4 days, there were at least one public hearing venue per every district. Every district in Zimbabwe only had one venue. And most of those venues were quite small. They couldn't accommodate more than 200 people. So you'll find that in those very few restricted public hearing venues, they were flooded by burst-in people, ZANU-PF supporters that were burst in from as far as who knows where to those public hearings. So if you are to watch even those videos of those public hearings, you'll find that they were messy, they were chaotic. It was only one-sided. All those that were there to express dissenting voices were never given a chance. It was all ZANU-PF. So to even bring up the issue of consultations is a mockery. We move on even to the 90-day period that was given for public consultations where people could submit their views to Parliament. This was done mostly by email. How many people in Zimbabwe have access to email? So you'll find that we even had reports where ZANU-PF itself and its affiliates had pre-written petitions and documents that they forced, especially rural folk, to sign. And these were taken in bags and boxes to Harare and delivered by hand to Parliament. We can honestly not call that a free expression of the will of the people.
Tendai?
Yes.
I want you to also then briefly, let's touch on what the amendments then actually entail. In particular, right, the fact that Zimbabweans will now not be voting for a president in this current cycle, but that's going to be handed over to Parliament. Explain what exactly that's going to look like in very practical terms.
In practical terms, we are going to see a rigged presidential selection process, because now the people of Zimbabwe, who fought a protracted 15-year liberation struggle for one man, one vote, has been effectively denied that right. Now that right to choose their leader, the head of state, the commander-in-chief of the defense forces, has been given to a 360-man chamber, which can, as we have seen with the recent constitutional amendments, can be captured. One, it's partisan. Two, we have already seen people being bribed, MPs being bribed with cars and thousands of dollars in cash to vote in a specific way. And we are saying these are the same people who are now going to be choosing our future head of state. That is a mockery to democracy. We need the people themselves, one man, one vote, to at least vote for the head of state. But that has been taken away from them. So how can we say that is an evolution? We cannot describe that as evolution.
Farai is raising an important point, right? To say, if in fact this is so abhorrent, then where is the reaction from ordinary Zimbabweans? Where is the outrage from ordinary Zimbabweans? Because it is their elective representatives, because this constitutional amendment was voted for in the majority. You had 35 opposition MPs, right, effectively crossing the floor and voting in favor of this.
That's a good question. Let me start with the notion that there were opposition MPs who voted for this. There is no opposition to talk about in Zimbabwe. If you remember, in 2023, the opposition that actually participated in elections, the CCC, was effectively disseminated soon after the 2023 elections. Where is Nelson Chamisa right now? We are not talking about him. We saw the ascendance of an unknown character who just claimed to be the Secretary General of the opposition and recalled lots of opposition members of parliament. The only other members of parliament that remained there were pledged their allegiance to this character who came from Norway, fearing that they can be recalled from parliament. And we even saw some of these opposition members of parliament being given cars and cash so that they can vote in a specific way. So the people, where is the outrage? That is a very good question. The people of Zimbabwe needed to express their outrage through their secret ballot. That's why the issue of the national referendum is necessary. Zimbabweans are now afraid of going onto the streets. They know that they can be shot. We saw that in 2018. We saw that clearly when the protesters were shot in 2019. They are afraid. But they had that opportunity through a national referendum. We are talking about, I heard this thing that there was no need for a national referendum. In the Constitution, it's clear. Section 328 says any term limit provision, it's not a chapter in the Constitution that is labeled a term limit provision. It's anything, any provision in the Constitution which limits the length of time that a person may hold or occupy a public office. So anything in the Constitution, it doesn't matter which section, which chapter, that has to do with the length of time a person may hold office is a term limit provision.
All right.
And that then goes on to say a person who is in office today cannot benefit from an amendment to anything that has to do with the length of time someone occupies office. There's need for a national
Let me pause you there, Tendai. Farai, how do you feel as a representative of the ZANU-PF listening to how Tendai is describing the way in which Zimbabweans are responding the way in which many Zimbabweans could well feel about their ability to exercise some of their freedoms in your country? How seriously do you take the concerns that he's raising?
Well, in the main, what has been uttering is more ascribed to a movie script than the reality that is obtaining in Zimbabwe. But we have never said that this constitutional amendment bill, which is now an act, had 100% support. That's why even in Parliament, from the consultative stages, when we had public engagements, there were dissenting voices. But what works in a democracy is the majority. So attempting to subvert the majority by the minority is a subversion of democracy. There were dissenting
the
voices.
allegation here is that you have subverted the voices of those that were against what you wanted to do. That's what Tendai is saying.
So ZANU-PF is such a superpower that it can subvert public consultations, subvert parliament, and subvert the Senate. And as for the issue of what was happening, those characters is mentioning in the opposition, that is their own fault, because they are the ones who do not have institutional organizational acumen. They have internally fractured by themselves, and this has nothing to do with us. It is their own fault for not being organized. They have fought amongst each other and amongst themselves. If anything, the fact that we had some opposition members coming in to vote for the bill in Parliament and in opposition shows the national character of this document. People need to understand that being in the minority means that if you do not win, you have to respect what the majority have said. But also those of us in the majority also need to respect and look into the voices of the minority within reason. That is democracy. That is why you saw, even when the bill was passed, some of the issues that had been suggested were removed, such as putting the women's commission under the Human Rights Commission. It was kept separate. So,
just one last question to you. I want you to name one thriving democracy for me that has removed people's right to elect their own president and handed it over to their parliament.
South Africa votes for its president through parliament. Botswana votes for its president through parliament. The United States of America also uses representative voting, and 38 countries within the Commonwealth use the same method. Thank you.
That is Forai Marapira, ZANU-PF Director for Information and Publicity. Tendai Ruben Mbofana, who is a Zimbabwean-based social justice activist researcher. It's 8:30. I'll take your calls shortly.
Good morning, I'm Anne Musa. We start with breaking news. Alleged underworld figure Vuzimuzi Kat Matlala has withdrawn the plea deal he reached with the state recently. His lawyer confirmed the withdrawal in the Pretoria Specialized Commercial Crimes Court a short while ago. Under the deal, Matlala had pleaded guilty to fraud, corruption and money laundering in connection with a 228 million rand SAPS tender. Mpumalanga Police Commissioner Zef Mkwanazi will hold a media briefing this morning following the killing of 4 people in a shooting incident in Umkhuhlu. Police say the incident happened last night. And the inquest into the death of Anele Tembe, fiancé of the late rapper Keenan aka Forbes, is expected to start today in the Cape Town Magistrates Court. I'll have details on these and other stories at 9.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
It's a heavy Monday on the M1 South through Midrand. Coming out of Pretoria, there's a lot going on there. Very misty condition. The mist rolled in as we've gone through the morning. Also crashed before New Road and another breakdown before Buccleuch. So if you're coming out of Pretoria, heads up, it is heavy, it is thick and very poor visibility from SAMRAM all the way past the crash and into that final breakdown at Buccleuch. R21 South, a collision before the Bopsfontein exit passing Tembisa on your way to the airport. It stays heavy. And if driving north, north on the N1 through Pretoria, a crash near Gaasfontein Road, that causing a pushback down towards the R21 highway. Durban side looking all right this morning, no major problems. The N3, Pietermaritzburg to Durban checks fine. The N2 run through Spaghetti Junction, Umgena Road, looking very good as well. Cape Town, a bit of pressure on the N1 inbound to Kuiberg Interchange. M5 north from Rondebosch up to Kuiberg Interchange, also looking slow as well. And the other story about the mist is literally in Cape Town around that sort of seaboard area, Bloberg, Milnerton, so Marine Drive under pressure, and just coming inland from there. There's quite a bit of mist and poor visibility, and mist around the Emelafleni region this morning, very thick. We've been warning of that. It has also got heavier as we've gone through the morning. There are 2 crash scenes in that mist between Ochis and Emelafleni on that treacherous section of the N12. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAFM Sport with Zai Khan.
Zai, we're going to turn to the Proteas. They're gearing up for a blockbuster home test season. We're likely to see Australia, Bangladesh, England, all the teams that give us a run for our money, literally.
Literally. I see what you did there. A run. Yes, that's right, Kathy. It feels like a proper cricket buffet
You see you're rubbing off on me, eh? Now I've got the sport innuendo.
There we go.
Not as much on lockdown, but at least it's there.
It's there, Kathy. Let me tell you, we're going to be running wild come this December holiday time, because we've got South African cricket fans excited about, this blockbuster cricket schedule that we are looking forward to, including the Protea spin bowler Simon Harmer. He says the squad, the Proteas, excited to get back into the whites.
Yeah, I think the summer coming up is there's a lot of test cricket being played now around the world, and you're sort of looking around and itching to get going. And the reality is that between October and February, we're going to sort of know where we stand in terms of the World Test Championship. We've got 10 test matches, 8 of them being at home, which doesn't happen very often. So very excited about that.
Let's move on from cricket now. We go to the Springboks, and they will welcome back Siya Kolisi, Lut Diaga and Sasha Feinberg Mgomezulu for Saturday's Nations Championship clash against Wales in Durban. Coach Rassie Erasmus says he'll again blend returning players with experienced campaigners after South Africa's impressive victory over Scotland, while also looking to manage the workload of the senior stars. Soccer now. Tributes continue to pour in from across the football world following the death of Bafana Bafana and Mamelodi Sundowns midfielder Jaden Adams. Former teammates have described him as one of South Africa's brightest talents, while Stellenbosch praised his lasting impact on South African football. Sundowns have also postponed their pre-season departure to Austria as the club mourns the loss of the 25-year-old. On to athletics, and Joshua Cheptegei once again underlined why he's one of the world's greatest distance runners. The Ugandan Olympic champion smashed the APSA Run Your City Durban 10-kilometer course record, clocking 27 minutes 19 seconds on the newly designed route. Although he fell short of becoming the first athlete to run a sub-27-minute 10-kilometer on African soil, Cheptegei says he's delighted.
My goal was to run a sub-27, but it was not possible today. Maybe we needed like a pacemaker to take us through up to 5K and then maybe speed up again later. But for me to come and win again in a new course record is I'm really happy and excited, and it gives me a lot of motivation moving forward towards my next goal.
And finally, the women's race. Kenya's Doreen Cherub produced a devastating finish kick over the closing kilometers to upset the pre-race favourite Brenda Chepchirchir, winning in 30 minutes and 43 seconds. Fellow Kenyan Beatrice Chepkoech completed a clean sweep of the podium, while Taylor Kavanagh was the first South African home in 4th place. And that's your sport. We'll be handing the baton over to John Hedeka. He'll bring you more sport around 12:30. I'm Zai Khan.
Across South Africa, online and on radio. SAFM, let's talk. This is Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing.
Smart business moves save money, so switch to Archerance Business Insurance and you could get a massive 20% discount on your business insurance premium. And did you know Archerance was voted News 24 Short-Term Insurer of the Year for 4 years in a row? Make the smart business move and switch to Archerance Business Insurance today. For dentistries, general medical practices, physiotherapies and all other businesses. Visit archerance.co.za or call 0860 60,000 today. Licensed insurer and FSP, T's, C's and information online.
Let's have the conversation. WhatsApp voice notes on 0614 104 107.
What an arrogant, unpleasant, bombastic man trying to insult you and push their point of view. Isn't it just typical of people of pulling one over the populace, to pretend to know so much more than you, to try and denigrate you. Oh, that arrogance just makes me nauseous. So that tells everything we need to know about the person you are busy interviewing. I wouldn't believe a word he says anyway.
Good morning, Katie, and your guests. I'm Sfido and Watemaygo. It's up to the people of Zimbabwe to take these arrogant people out of power. You can hear the arrogance in this ZANU-PF guy, in his voice, utterances. He just makes my blood boil. Thank you.
Morning, Kathy. The level of repression in Zimbabwe is such that you can't interview people like Tendai Mbofana on radio. You'll be arrested. That's the level of repression in Zimbabwe. These amendments do not benefit the people of Zimbabwe in any way. They benefit ZANU-PF and those Tendai Marapira. That's why they forced those amendments. John in Benoni.
Good morning, Kate. Kate, I feel for you. You're wasting your time. You are wasting your time. Talking to that guy from ZANU-PF, you're just wasting your time. Zimbabwe is not like South Africa. The Coastal Court of Zimbabwe, or whatever court, will support ZANU-PF. So don't waste your time, my girl.
Call SAFM now on 086 000 2032.
You're tuned into the national briefing. Still, lots of your reaction then to that focus we have done on Zimbabwe and the latest constitutional amendments. Let me go to Palaborwa. Romeo, good morning. Good morning, Romeo.
How are you this morning?
Good. Go for it, Romeo.
Thank you for picking up my call. I needed first to say my condolences to the family of Sundowns for losing one of their own. We are really very sorry. Then secondly, my question was about it to say, if they could have applied the method of referendum, they could have tell us how many people have voted to say yes, the amendment is needed, and how many people says no. But the process that has been used to go internal processes, it was only used on the basis of only those who are in the part of ZANU-PF. And if they have to agree, there's no way they could have said no. And if it is that the same way which they did, it means that we have got a long way going, people having a lot of tears every day in their hearts, heartbreaking. While the situation is like this, I don't know when is it going to be okay, and why SADC is watching all these things without taking any action, if by any means to call any
Romeo, what would you expect SADC to do? Because here is a government that says it's exercising its constitutional responsibility. And ultimately, right, even when it comes to...
By mere looking, Katie, by mere looking, look at how many Zimbabweans scattered all over the region, not only beyond, even also the region. How many of them? People shouldn't even be having, even those who are at home, sitting at home, it's not that they are there because they are willing. Some people have to sacrifice to say, let me die with my children here. But if kids are looking at you as a father, as a mother, crying day and night, how are you going to be feeling?
Okay.
It's only a cabal of only few people. Do we have to take a country like we are taking a village to say, it's a Makupani area, or it's a Lubowa home area, or it's Nzanini, or it's KZN area? We cannot do such a thing like that. The country has to be ordinarily ruled by many people from various provinces, from various areas. Whoever has to be favored by people. That's what we call democracy.
Romeo, let's leave it there. Donald, you're in Rustenburg. Good morning.
Good morning, Katie. How are you and the brilliant team behind the scenes?
Yes, Donald.
I want to concur with the Tendai Ruben Mbofana. And I disagree with Farai Marapira. We all know that there was no clear process of doing that. There was no referendum. People were buzzed, like what he said, Mbofana said, from very, very far. You can take people from another province to another corner of another province. That's supporters, only supporters, not even opposition voices. All opposition voices were silenced, and they were even afraid to go on those meetings. So we all know, and a country is different from a family where you can just decide that tonight we are going to have beans as supper. You can't run a country like that. But we all know what happened. That's what I only want to say.
Donald, the challenge here is that you have a government that is saying that the process was legitimate. Now, on what grounds can that process be challenged? On what grounds can somebody like you then also say, well, actually, it wasn't a legitimate process when they spell out the steps that they followed?
They know that no one is going to challenge them, especially judiciary-wise, because the judiciary is captured by the executive. So they know very well that even if you go wherever you want to go, you are not going to win. So it's a sealed deal.
Yeah.
There's no way you can go. They know very well that one.
Okay. Billy Masha, you're in Skukune, good morning.
This is a degeneration of liberation movements all over Africa. You know, when they run out of their ideas, they start insulting the intelligence of their own people. Here in South Africa, it's got the ANC, which has become extraordinarily arrogant, where they lose every case in the constitutional court, how they formulate their own laws, because they think that the people means themselves and themselves only, not anyone else. Now they have spoken, and we know that if it is the turn of these African people to revolt against all liberation movements and remove them from power. They fail to rule. OR told us it may be difficult to fight for democracy, but it's going to be even more difficult to rule with democracy. Thank you.
All right, Billy Masha, thanks for that contribution. And I wonder if some of our listeners have reflections, right, on the MPs. Because these are MPs, right, of a party that stood as an opposition party. And effectively, they defected to ZANU-PF. What does that say about those that are in public office? Is there a credible, legitimate opposition in Zimbabwe right now? Max, you're in Pretoria. Good morning.
Good morning, Katie, and thanks for taking my call. I'm calling with the situation of Umkhusha. I'm coming from Bushbuck Ridge myself, original, Katie. More than 50 bodies in that Calcutta Mkhushu area, Katie, it has been piling for a very long time. It started to affect the powers and the police recently as they're having a press conference. After last week, one council member of the ruling party, the ANC, has been gunned down there. There has been a lot of ignorance about the land of blood. It's Mkhushu. It's another name of that area, Wenakete, where even a single person has ever been arrested in all those matters I'm talking about this morning. So the sooner the political will realize that this thing is getting to them, Now they're smelling the coffee. Now they're deploying police at Mkuhlu. We have been calling for these things 3-4 years down the line, Katie, that something needs to be done at that present up until today. Cry, my beloved country, Katie.
Max, what do you know or understand to be driving the violence? And just for the benefit of some of our other listeners, right? It follows the mass shooting in Bushbuckridge. 1 woman, 3 men were killed in that matter. And Mpumalanga police held a media briefing earlier on this morning, then detailing how they're going to be running that investigation. So, Max, what do you think is behind all of this?
There's been a couple of murderers that we all know. It was well documented in Bushbuckridge, the Mnisi family, that they were killing each other around Bushbuckridge. There has been another guy, Nyalunga, you recall, a Katie, who was a rhino poacher. He has been killed on that area as well. There's been a lot of unsolved cases. There's been a lot of guns. There's been a lot of people being ambushed while they were driving in and around Mkuhlu, but there's never been a political will to go down, to go and investigate those matters. It's up to the police, Katie. Good question.
Okay.
That they need to bring us to us. What is the motive? What is the reason of the innocent people that are being perished in that small area of Bushbuckridge, Mkuhlu, of which now it has touched the nerves. When it attacks the same politician, now they can realize that we're all in trouble. But when it was the ordinary citizens that were dying like flies, they were looking the other way.
All right.
I hope
Max, thanks for that contribution. Max is out in Pretoria. And he's touched on quite a number of cases that have made headlines in the country. He's right when he says that not much attention was paid to those matters. And we never really got to understand what is the web that is driving these killings. Mastermind, good morning. You're in Mpumalanga.
Good morning, Sisketi and the listeners of SAfm. Yes, Sisketi, no. I'm here about those who have left the country to their countries, the foreign people. Now, we still have a big question that we left here. You know, government say we must not take the law into our hands, and that is the truth. But the government still refuses to doing what the citizen, the society of this country is complaining about. Why I say this, Katie? You know, these people who have left the country, there are still more. Here in Mpumalanga, where I live in Middleburg, you know, tax shops, all right, on Thursday, they closed all tax shops. Till today, they are closed here in Middleburg. But there are many foreign people who are still around. They don't want to go even. So government, if you say we must not take our law into our hands, let him do his job, because now people are suffering. Really, government was supposed to see the complaining of the people, how serious it is.
Okay.
Now government himself, he refused to take these people out. He refused to make the police intervene, so that they can take these people out. And so we leave our country with peace, and we understand it now. We are trying to rebuild ourselves again. That's just only I want to say.
All right, Mastermind out in Mpumalanga. We're going to leave it there. That's all we have time for your calls this morning. Rob is standing by with a final look at your traffic, and then we'll get into our Built in Mzansi segment. Rob, good morning.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning. Heavy mist around that Emma Laflani region this morning, still causing a big delay in traffic on multiple routes. And of course, we've got the inevitable crash scenes between Ochis and Emma Laflani on the N12. So if you don't fancy it, take the N4, Emma Laflani Balmoral, cut from Balmoral back down towards the sort of N12 Ochis. That'll be a workaround. You could go straight out of Pretoria to Emma Laflani using the N4 and bypassing the N12. There's some very heavy backlogging on that section of the N12 because of the mist and because of at least 2 crash scenes that have occurred in that mist this morning. N1 South is heavy today from SAmRadio to Buccleuch. A crash just after New Road and a breakdown before Buccleuch, causing that backlog. No traffic lights, power outage around Ilovo and Dunkeld areas, so some unusual delays there. M2 into Joburg queuing up from Benrose this morning, very slow coming through to Crown. Durban looks all right, the M2 going north and south, moving not too badly between them getting and Spaghetti Junction. There is a breakdown though on the southbound side to watch out for. And Cape Town also very misty, particularly along Marine Drive, where traffic's still queuing between Tableview and Milnerton. Mist widespread across Cape Town. Do keep those headlights on, please, if it's misty where you are. N1 inbound is full of traffic this morning. Clyde down the Coburg interchange, and then through Woodstock up over the elevated freeway. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
To save money, you cancel subscriptions before the free trial ends. So why not spend 10 minutes getting an OUTsurance car insurance quote like 34-year-old Pretty, who saves
338 Rand. And I'm here to stay.
That's an awesome 338 Rand saving on Pretty's 2025 Kia Sonet. Do it now. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754. OUTsurance saves 48-year-old Adam an unbelievable 1,803 Rand on his 2020 Audi Q3.
1,803 Rand. Big drop. If you haven't had a valuation on your premiums for a while, it's worth going to OUTsurance.
You also get 5 million Rand third-party liability cover, covering damage to the other person's vehicle in an accident. How much money could OUTsurance save you? Get a quote now. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754. Licensed insured FSP. TCs and information online.
Built in Mzansi on the National Briefing.
It's 8:55. Let's get into our final conversation of the morning, where we bring you Built in Mzansi, and these are stories, innovations from ordinary South Africans that are making an impact, whether it's by business, community projects, whatever it is. We use it as an opportunity to really show the fact that South Africa is moving forward, right, regardless of all the other drama that we also encounter on a day-to-day. Pilisiwe Innocentia Msimango is a public relations officer of Royal Clean. Well, what is Royal Clean? They've built a manufacturing company that makes something that we all need in our households. Pilisiwe, good morning to you. Thanks for your time this morning.
Good morning. I hope you're well.
So the one thing that we have to buy, we can't avoid it every single month, is dishwashing liquid. So tell us more about the company that you've built as Royal Clean.
Okay, so Royal Clean is a local cleaning or detergent distributor and manufacturer. So obviously it's a need. It's one of the niches that we found when we were coming up with ideas. And we also realized that there's no locally created or manufactured detergents within our CDBang area. So we then came up with the idea of let's come up with something that is local, proudly South African, and also created by youths from a local university. So we came up with Royal Clean, ensuring that we give you cleanliness that is of royal standards. Yeah.
And where did you have to start?
Well, it had to start from our backyards. We had capital from our own pockets because we wanted to, before we went out to look for fundings, they had to find us walking. So we took out capital from our own pockets and then started the manufacturing from the backyard. And then from there, we went out looking for funding, already distributing our product. And the funders were actually impressed with what we were doing, and it helped us to move out of the backyard and get a little area where we can now manufacture at a larger scale and produce. And luckily we now have our products on the shelves in local stores. Yeah.
And you know what you're saying is so important. South Africans are found often, I don't know whether it's a bias that we have towards big brands or whatever the case might be. So what was it like initially when you started putting your project out there and saying, we've got dishwashing liquid, we've got detergents, they're locally made, please, give them a try?
When you pitch a product and you find a way to tell people that you actually gonna give something to the community that is produced by the community. Some people actually find that as something that's very encouraging. We had a lot of open hands, to be honest, because we went to the likes of Pick and Pay and they opened their doors for us. We went to Spur, they opened their doors, and a lot of local stores, they also opened their doors. And then obviously now the people on the ground in terms of marketing had to make the community aware of the product. And through the stores and exhibitions and door to doors, people then started knowing the brand. So it's not bad. It's not bad. We're actually doing good for a startup. I think the most important thing is also to be positive and also getting platforms like your radio interviews, TV interviews. It also helps a lot, in terms of that, and also networking. That has helped us in terms of ensuring that our brand is it's well known within the locals.
So where can people buy this locally manufactured dishwashers, detergents?
You can actually go to our local stores. It's Kasi Corner, your Pick and Pays. You find them on the shelves there. We are currently working on creating a relationship with Take A Lot, so it's gonna go international from now on. You can also go to our website, which is www.royalclean.co.za, or our social medias and DM us on TikTok and on Facebook, and we'll come and deliver it to you. So luckily, because there's hardly a third man when it comes to creating to delivering to a person directly. So it's a cheap product that gives you quality, because one drop goes a very long way.
Pilisiwe Innocentia Msimango, let me thank you for your time. The company is Royal Clean. That's where we leave it for this morning on the National Briefing. Up next, the Daily Discourse with Joanne Joseph.
In our top stories, Matlala withdraws plea sentencing agreement and an inquest into Anele Tembe's death begins. Good morning. Alleged underworld figure Vusimuzi Kat Matlala has withdrawn the plea deal he reached with the state recently. His lawyer confirmed his withdrawal in the Pretoria Specialized Commercial Crimes Court a short while ago. Under the deal, Matlala had pleaded guilty to fraud, corruption and money laundering in connection with a 228 million rand SAPS tender. Matlala rejected the 12-year prison term proposed by the court last week. The matter has been postponed to the 11th of September. This is what transpired between Magistrate Ignatius Dupree and Matlala on the nullification of the deal.
I've been informed by counsel on your behalf in respect of yourself, accused 2 and 3, that it is your choice to withdraw from the plea and sentence agreement as you decline to accept the court's recommended sentence. Do you confirm in respect of yourself that is the position? Accused 2? Do you confirm? Yes. And accused 3? Thank you. The plea and sentence agreement is then to be regarded as null and void.
Head of the Investigating Directorate Against Corruption, Advocate Andrea Johnson, will appear before the Matlanga Commission of Inquiry when it resumes its hearings this morning. Witness O from Crime Intelligence, as well as Hawks officials Kobus Rulofse and Mark McLean, made allegations against Advocate Johnson when they testified before the Commission. They accused Advocate Johnson of interfering in investigations related to a complaint against suspended Crime Intelligence head Feroz Khan. Sabahle Mota reports.
Advocate Andrea Johnson has been accused of attempting to interfere in a complaint against Feroz Khan. The complaint relates to the alleged intimidation and assault of Brigadier Petle, a crime intelligence officer. The commission heard that Johnson allegedly asked former journalist Barry Bateman to obtain the confidential complaint filed against Khan. Witness O testified that she later forwarded the complaint to Johnson, who allegedly shared it with Khan. Colonel Kobus Rulofse told the commission that giving Khan access to the complaint before he was interviewed could have allowed him to tailor his version of events to the complainant's statement.
4 people have been killed in a shooting incident in Mkhuhlu in Mpumalanga. Police say the incident happened last night. Provincial Police Commissioner SAfmRadio is expected to brief the media on the matter this morning. Police are investigating the circumstances that led to the incident. Legal experts believe the inquest into the death of Anele Tembe, fiancé of the late rapper Keenan aka Forbes, will be challenging in the absence of a key witness. The inquest is set to start today in the Cape Town Magistrates Court. Tembe fell from the 10th floor of a hotel in Cape Town while she was with AKA in April of 2021. Criminal lawyer at Hendricks Harm's attorneys, Bruce Hendricks, says the absence of a key witness will make it hard to determine whether anyone should be held criminally liable for Tembe's death.
Statements and affidavits and post-mortem reports, that formal evidence will still be there. However, crucial witnesses such as AKA that was present, one of the key witnesses probably in the matter, and the most important witness is no longer there to testify. So that makes it rather difficult for the presiding officer to make a determination as to whether someone should be actually criminally prosecuted or not.
And finally, the UN Secretary-General Antonio Guterres has again expressed deep concern over renewed military confrontations in the Middle East. According to a statement from his spokesperson, Guterres is referring to the Iranian attacks on ships in the Strait of Hormuz and neighboring Gulf states, as well as the US attacks on Iran. The UN chief has called on both sides to stop the attacks and resume negotiations. Showan Price Peace reports.
What's become apparent is that the tussle over the Strait of Hormuz has reduced the ceasefire to one in name only, as military escalation after escalation now appears to be locked into this tit-for-tat scenario that imperils broader negotiations on a longer-term peace agreement. Guterres called on all parties to exercise maximum restraint, avoid further escalatory action, and take immediate steps to de-escalate. The SG reiterated that a return to full-scale hostilities would have catastrophic consequences for the peoples of the region, for international peace and security, and for the global economy.
Recapping the top story, alleged underworld figure Vuzimuzi Kat Matlala has withdrawn the plea deal he reached with the state recently. For SAFM News, I am Ann Musa.
Life is full of surprises, but your insurance premiums shouldn't be. Savings on your car insurance is a sure thing with MyWay. Leaving your wallet smiling every month. Switch to MyWay and save up to 40% on your car insurance premiums today to live your way.
Real people, real cars, real savings. For a quote, visit myway.co.za. Premiums are risk profile dependent. MyWay is a licensed non-life insurer and FSP. T's and C's apply. MyWay. Live your way. Move with purpose from the first to the final job in a Hino 700 truck tractor. Available in either 410 or 450 horsepower. It gives you the flexibility to choose the right amount of power to suit your unique fleet and logistical needs. The Hino 700 truck tractor comes with a 6-year drivetrain warranty and 6-year service plan from as little as 1.9 million rand excluding VAT. Contact your nearest Hino dealer today to keep you moving. Offer available while stocks last. T's and C's apply. Hino. All the way.
The Daily Discourse on SAFM with Joanne Joseph, unpacking the issues that matter. The Daily Discourse on SAFM, weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
8 minutes past 9 here on the Daily Discourse. Good morning and welcome to our Monday edition. Great to start the week off with you. I'm Joanne Joseph, of course, and the team is with you. Melissa and Gineo, we're producing the show and taking your calls. Tuto on sound. Tabo is behind the camera today. Remember, apart from listening to us on the radio, you can also listen live on DSTV channel 814 or go to our website and listen live there. If you prefer the SABC Plus app, go ahead and listen there. We're also live streaming our broadcast, so you you can watch us from anywhere in the world on YouTube, Facebook and X. If you're joining us from overseas, hello and welcome. And don't forget that if you haven't managed to catch the show in its entirety, our digital team loads the podcast onto our website. You can catch up on all our interviews on demand there. So we usually start this hour off with an open line, but we're doing something slightly different today. Chris Pappas, the Democratic Alliance mayoral candidate for the Umgeni local municipality in KwaZulu-Natal, is in studio with us this morning. We're going to be having a chat to him, and he was available during this hour, so we thought we must try and get this conversation in with him. But I would love you to make a comment or to ask a question, because he's got his headphones on, he's ready to rock and roll, and we're going to be chatting to him in a moment. So use that studio line number 086 000 2032, our WhatsApp line 0614 104 107. Do you live in the Umgeni municipality? How have you experienced the leadership of the DA in that municipality in the last few years? And are they a party that you will continue to vote for? Or should there be other alternatives on the table that may be better for that municipality? You can ask all those questions to Chris Pappas in just a short while. Also coming up later on in this hour, Gauteng NPOs are in limbo in regard to their funding. And they are very unhappy about the way they say the Gauteng Department of Social Development has treated them in terms of funding. Many of them having to reduce their hours, cut costs by losing their staff members and so on. We're going to speak to two activists who are working in that area after 9:35. And then the city of Cape Town is also saying the demand for escorts and for protection for some of the people living, the high-profile politicians living in that municipality has become a complete burden to them. We're speaking to JP Smith about that. It's got to do with the threats against their life. And so they've been asking the municipality to look after them, to protect them, especially when they move around. And the Democratic Alliance there is just saying, the government in power is saying, we actually can't afford it. So they are making an appeal for other parts of government to step in there. We'll have that conversation just after 9:45. Right now, it is 9:10 on the Daily Discourse, and I'm going to get straight into our first interview. Democratic Alliance mayoral candidate for the Umgeni local municipality in KwaZulu-Natal is with us. And of course, they are sticking with their candidate, Chris Pappas, for the Umgeni local municipality in KwaZulu-Natal come the 2026 local government elections. Those are taking place on the 4th of November. And let's see what Chris Pappas has to say about what he's expecting to happen in the next few months. Mayor, good morning to you. Thank you so much for coming into studio.
It's really great to be here. Thank you for your time, and thank you. It's nice to see you again.
Yes, same here. Thank you. Well, you've accepted this nomination. Talk us through what you think you've achieved in the current term.
Sure. So, firstly, we took over from another political party who'd been there since the formation of wall-to-wall municipalities and our democracy. So we set about to reimagine the institution. Of course, there's potholes to fix and street lights to fix, and that is the work of a municipality. But how do you reimagine local government in the new South Africa with the challenges that we have? How do you make it more efficient? How do you make it more responsive? How do you make the systems work for our communities? So we entered into the government saying we want to create a municipality that people refer to as our municipality, not the municipality. We wanted municipal employees to feel proud to stand in the line at their local supermarket wearing their municipal badge, or for people to go on holiday and say, oh, we saw your municipality on the news for good reasons. So it was about changing a culture, instilling hope, having a community vision before you get to the nuts and bolts of actually fixing a local government. But I think that's where we started to say, what was that vision? What is, with our diversity, with the challenges, with the inequality, what is something that we can all, everyone in Mgeni, come around and actually work towards?
I mean, you inherited quite a corrupt and inefficient municipality. How did you go about rooting out the elements that were simply unhelpful to making your vision a reality?
Yeah, that is a very difficult part because these networks are entrenched. Whether it's patronage or whether it is business forums that are entrenched in them, and you're not talking about one or two people. You're talking about entire systems that are reliant on government or to pillage government. And the challenge is that I call it the ethical compromise, is that you have to continue to deliver services, and many of the services that are delivered are reliant on these networks. But at the same time, it's unethical not to deal with them. So the view that we took is let's systematically do it. Let's not break government overnight, because the ultimate people who will not benefit are our communities. So we looked at where the biggest problems are. And local municipalities, the biggest problems were in supply chain, the biggest problems were in HR, and the biggest problems were in the senior leadership of the municipality. So the first thing that we did was get rid of the municipal manager. We could not have the head of our institution, who had just been an SIU investigation into her, 19 million rand of COVID-19 funds. She was implicated in that. So that was the first thing, is to say you need to, proverbially cut off the head of the snake and start from there. But then systematically work through to say, well, if we want to stop cadre deployment, where does that take place? It takes place in the HR department. If we want to stop the manipulation of contracts and the awarding of irregular contracts, then we have to intervene in the supply chain department. So today our supply chain department is completely new. There's not one employee that was in that department when we started 5 years ago. And that was to instill a new culture, to say that we are taking things seriously, and then to work backwards. It's one thing to say, okay, new government, new slate, new broom sweeps clean, but at the end of the day, there's historical wrongs that have taken place, and that's where consequence management and accountability comes in. But again, not to put all your time and energy into chasing these things, because you've got a vision to implement, but to make sure that those people who abuse the state, those people who abuse state resources, are slowly then held accountable. And we've done that over the last 5 years.
We've actually discussed this before, where we've spoken about the issue of investigations and what they cost, and how one goes about rooting out the corrupt elements or the inefficient elements in a context where small municipalities in particular, but I would argue no municipalities can afford the kind of expenditure that comes with expensive investigations. How does one get rid of the non-performers?
So I think there's the difference between non-performance,
okay,
and those who require forensic investigation because of fraud, maladministration, and corruption. So the malfeasance, if we're talking about that, is incredibly expensive to deal with. The laws in our country protect criminals. I'm going to be brazen and say that the laws, we've watched commission after commission on TV, with very few people who are brought to book, and these things cost billions of rands. We had an investigation that cost just over 500,000 rand, and it was a decision that council took to say it's taxpayers' money, it's ratepayers' money, but it's absolutely necessary for us to instill that culture into the municipality, to say, as politicians, we take accountability seriously. Performance is different. Performance comes down to political willpower and how you implement systems, right? So it is easy for if you run on a system with cadre deployment, people protect each other. So if you don't come to work on time, if you don't achieve what you're supposed to achieve, then you're not held accountable in terms of performance standards. I mean, a simple example was the municipal manager used to give the general managers, or we call them directors now, their own performance assessments to say, here, just fill this in, tell me how you think you did, and I'll just sign off it and you can get your bonus. But meanwhile, the municipality's falling apart. So everyone seems to be doing great. And that then filters down, right, to the lowest level employees. So systems, processes, political willpower to implement performance management, to not do so on a partisan basis. So it doesn't matter if we go to the same church or we vote for the same party or our kids are at the same school. You're here to do a job. We're not here to be friends. We're here to do a job. And then the second is then being willing to investigate, willing to take on corruption, even if it's dangerous, even if it puts people at stake, but it has to be done so you change the culture of the institution.
I want to ask you a question about the withholding of the budget of 69 municipalities, and some people are seeing this as a positive move on the part of government. Others are saying no, this doesn't actually teach the municipalities or rehabilitate them as to how to run a municipality correctly. Do you think that is an effective way of dealing with these problems of perhaps corrupt people at municipalities, people who are under-resourced, untrained, perhaps even unwilling to work?
I think it does go some way to solving some of the municipal challenges, but I don't think it unpacks or fully understands the complexity of the challenges at local government. You can't tell me that the Minister of Finance, who belongs to a political party, suddenly thinks that this is the way he's going to solve the problems of his own members, who are members of councils in different places. What it ultimately does, and this is why I say it partly does, ultimately the residents, the communities of municipalities are the ones who end up suffering. It's the power that goes out and can't be fixed, or the roads that can no longer be fixed, even if it's only a part of it, because half of the money's being stolen. I do think it starts to make politicians reflect a little bit harder at local government level, but I don't think it actually solves the systemic problems of local government. I also think it is a bit short-sighted of the National Treasury insofar as local government financing, local government management, the regulations needs complete overhauling. And there's a process with the white paper taking place, but hopefully that's not largely just a tick box exercise. But local government needs reimagining. The laws that govern us as local government right now were thought up as democracy was being brought into South Africa. And we do need to see whether or not those currently support the challenges that we have and the framework in which we exist as local government. It's a simple... someone who will complain about SASSA or the post office or the SANDF or SAPS, all of those things are national government competencies. And people say, well, I'm not going to pay my rates anymore because I'm not received. The SAPS doesn't attend to my problems, therefore I'm not paying rates. So the municipality ends up being punished, yes, whereas the national government continuously gets away with issues. My question also sometimes is, national government is not this... this grand entity that is doing so well themselves. So how can a national government who is failing to create jobs, failing to do policy reforms, failing to do a lot of different things, then suddenly come and tell municipalities who are right at the end of the chain that they're not doing so well? So yes and no is the answer to the question. I think it does make people reflect, but it doesn't deal with the actual systemic problems that exist within our political system in municipalities.
Right, we're having a conversation with Chris Pappas, the Democratic Alliance mayoral candidate for the Umgeni local municipality in KwaZulu-Natal. We'll take a short break. We'll continue the conversation with him when we come back.
You can become a victim of a legal problem: wrongful arrest, assault, uncontested divorce, rental disputes, maintenance matters, or labor problems. It can happen to you. Clientele Legal provides tough professional lawyers for an affordable monthly premium. Our legal team is standing by to assist you 24 hours a day. Join today. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
Business leaders like to talk about jobs and economic growth. They are parents too. Yet they often don't talk about children.
That's funny, because their future bottom line depends on how well we grow. Hold our hands. It's time to talk about real growth. Visit holdmyhand.org.za.
You all know that image, Hector Peterson being carried in, that other man's arms. And I'd like to say that I'm personally very grateful, to see such bravery, such courage in the face of danger.
From Algiers to the desert sands, culture lives. Rai music, Amazigh heritage, tradition and identity, standing tall. Algeria does not bend, it stands.
In every grain of sand, in every voice, there is resilience. Algeria, the giant of the Sahara.
This is what we are becoming. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. The Daily Discourse, more than talk, real understanding.
Minutes past 9 here on the Daily Discourse, and I'm going to take one of our voice notes coming through at this hour, continuing our conversation with Chris Pappas, the DA mayoral candidate for the Umgeni municipality.
Good morning, SAFM. This is Petros here in Durban, in Reserve Hills. Politicians are the same, whether it's DA, IFP, ANC, EFF, they are all the same. I've been here in Reserve Hills. I'm the neighbor of Umgeni. I've been here for almost 25 years. And things are looking the same. It's only those individual that are, those private companies that are are developing their own thing. Other than this, things are still look the same.
Thanks very much for that. Mr. Pappas, do you think, I mean, you claim to have rung in a lot of changes, but I mean, here's an example of someone in a neighbouring area who says actually things look pretty much the same.
So I think Reservoir Hills is 2.5 hours away from my municipality, so he's definitely not next door.
Yeah.
But having been a councillor in eThekwini in Durban back in 2016, Durban has gone backwards. eThekwini has gone backwards. So I can understand why the gentleman is frustrated. I can understand why he thinks all politicians are the same. It's because for the last 30 years, they've had the same government. They've heard the same voices. They've had the same policies. They've had the same excuses and promises. I'll be happy to share my number with the gentleman and invite him. I'll take him around Mgeni municipality and show him what change can look like. We're not perfect, of course we're not. We inherited 27 years of issues, and we had a couple of months to try and make a difference. But I think what we've shown in our small part of the world is that with dedication, with willpower, with officials who want to get the job done, with a community who has a common vision, you can make progress. I always use the example. I say, we inherited a car that was in reverse on a downhill heading towards a cliff. We managed to put it into neutral, stop it from running back hill, and now we've got it into first gear and are starting to climb back up. Another 5 years we'll be in third gear, and another 5 years we'll be in fifth gear on a perfectly paved freeway with a lot of problems that we wanted to solve. But yes, South Africans in general are frustrated with what they see. And local government is where that comes to a head, is where the lights don't work, the water doesn't run, the potholes don't work, the grass is not cut, the refuse is not collected. But really those things are the consequences, of the product of failing systems in municipalities.
One of our listeners says, good morning, Joanne, and your guest. Even I'm an ANC member, but if I was staying under Umgeni municipality, then definitely sure I was going to vote for that young man, Chris Pappas, to continue as a mayor to bring better service delivery for the poorest of the poor. Good luck, Mfoam, he says.
Sabonga Kula, thank you so much.
And then another listener says, what a pleasure listening to Chris. He's definitely a person we could do with in Knysna to help sort out our corrupt, bankrupt municipality, says Shelley. And here's a voice note on Umgeni.
Morning, Joanna. I like to differ, not just to differ, but to tell the guy from Reservoir Hill in Devon that that's not true. The guy, Chris Pappas, I've visited that place while it was under ANC, and I've stopped visiting that area. Then I went last month. What Chris Pappas has done for tourism sector in that municipality is very amazing. I hope he can be the premier of KZN. Maybe the DA should escalate him to the premiership level. It's PK in Durban, Pinetown.
Wow, well, there's your next step, Chris. Our listeners have already
organised
your trajectory for you. One of our listeners says, morning, JJ, when Chris says get rid of them, does he mean fire the corrupt ones and non-performers, or does he mean shifting them to other roles within the municipality, asks Mtunzi.
Mtunzi, to be honest, it's both. As I said, the laws in this country protect criminals. Sometimes you have to shift them or move them temporarily out the way so that you can get the job done. But then you can focus your energy on getting rid of them, getting them out the system when time allows. So I remember, when I first started, I had a conversation with Helen Ziller back then. She had obviously run the city of Cape Town and had some experience. And I said, well, how do you do this? What do you do? And she said, you know what, I'm sure there's some offices in the municipality that have no windows, that are very small and have no aircon. Those naughty officials, put them in there, give them a whole box of paper clips and get them to count paper clips every day until they realize that they're no longer wanted in that municipality. Obviously, she was joking, but the point was that work with what works and deal with those. I think you also prioritize. There's corruption and there's pure evil. And then there's just people who are a little bit useless at what they do. So those who are useless are not criminal. They are not the priority. Those who are criminal are taking resources from the people.
Yeah. Let's listen to this question for you.
Joanne, it's Chris. I live in Camperdown. Just on Saturday, I was there. I think the town is very clean. However, one of the biggest problems that Pappas is doing is to desegregate, exactly like Cape Town, to have a place that is clean for middle class and rich people and have township very dirty? How does he create a bridge and ensure that even those who are not so well-to-do have got their dignity restored, have clean places, do not have mines bombing and have their roofs cracked and their houses cracked?
Sure. So let's talk about cleanliness. I think the gentleman is not correct. I differ with him. The service that we offer to suburban or affluent areas is exactly the same service that we offer in township areas or less affluent areas. In fact, we spend more money on cleaning and cleansing in non-affluent areas than we do in affluent areas. I'm sorry to say, but in some circumstances, it comes down to what communities want to see in their communities. So my refuse is collected once a week, right? And my verge is clean. No one comes and cleans it for me. If my bag spills, I'll go out and clean it. But in some communities, the refuse will be collected once a week, but people will still go and create illegal dump sites. The municipality will come, clean it up, and next week that dump site will be back. So I think in South Africa, we have a serious challenge with how we view waste. This whole thing of if I throw paper on the floor, it's creating a job. As opposed to if I throw a paper on the floor, I'm destroying the environment. So I disagree with him. We provide more services in terms of cleanliness in our non-affluent areas. But I do think, over the next 5 years, maybe a cultural shift we need to try and instill in our citizens as Mgeni municipality for people to take ownership of what their communities look like. Government can't do that alone. That's something that we have to work together towards.
All right, we're going to go to the news now, and I will come back with maybe one voice note and one phone call. Tabani, I see you holding there. We will come to you in a short while. Let's connect now with Ad Musa for your latest news headlines.
Good morning. Thanks, Joanne. In the headlines, the National Prosecuting Authority says the affidavit provided by alleged underworld figure Vusimuzi Matlala in his plea deal can no longer be used in any investigations or prosecutions. Matlala told the Pretoria Specialised Commercial Crimes Court this morning that he had withdrawn the plea deal. The Mpumalanga Police Commissioner SAfmRadio will hold a media briefing this morning following the killing of 4 people in a shooting incident in Umkhuhlu. Police say the incident happened last night. And legal experts believe the inquest into the death of Anele Tembe, fiancé of the late rapper Keenan aka Forbes, will be challenging in the absence of a key witness. The inquest is set to start today in the Cape Town Magistrates Court. I'll have details on these and other stories at 10.
With the ever-changing financial landscape, it can be difficult to make sense of all the moves at times. Join me, Jimmy Moyaha, on the SAFM Market Update with MoneyWeb, Mondays to Thursdays, 6 to 7 p.m, as we break down the key market trends, top financial stories, and smart investment insights, all in one place. It's everything you need to stay financially informed and ahead of the curve.
The Daily Discourse on SAFM, weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
9:31 on the Daily Discourse. The last bit of our conversation with Chris Pappas, DA mayoral candidate from the Mgeni municipality, and of course he's the incumbent as well. And Chris, I'm going to take a call from Tabani in Durban. Good morning to you, Tabani.
Good morning. Thanks for taking my call, Joanne. Quick one. I met Chris Pappas last week. He was building a hall out in Popomene Township there in Howick. What a good job. I was there with a journalist from Le Monde in France, who happens to be a personal friend of mine. His name is Benjamin Bardet. Chris will remember that he had an interview outside the hall that was under construction there. So yes, congratulations to you, Chris, for your nomination, and I wish you all the best, my friend. And I'm looking forward to you taking the premiership of KZN and even more bigger things, for you. What a positive young man. What a vibrant, politician. We need people like you, boss. All the best.
Thanks, Tabani. It's nice to hear from you. The hall out at Kwashiya Fungamalalo Hall. I'm glad you guys made it home safely, and thank you for the kind words. I think it makes it a lot easier to work for the community that you grew up in, that you come from, and it makes it a lot easier when you have a team around you that actually wants to achieve the same thing. So thank you for your kind words, Tabani.
Here's another voice note, Mayor.
One thing I can tell you about Umgeni, one thing I can tell you is that the youth are not drug addicts. The youth of Umgeni, they don't use drugs, most of them. Know why? Because that place is busy, there's everything to do. Sports, everything, soccer, you name it, it's busy. No one thinks to do drugs in that place. The way it's so busy, there's everything you want, you get it in that place.
So, Mayor, that's a very good advert, I suppose, for the work that your organisation has done there. But I want to ask you, because you also told Inside Politics, and it's related to this, that thousands of jobs and future investment will be at risk if the DA is removed from power in Umgeni. What do you mean by that?
So business invests because they have confidence, because there's stability, because there's a long-term outlook in a particular area. So if you change the government to a government that is untested, it is known for corruption, or it is has a completely different mindset in terms of policy. In this case, I mentioned the ANC and MK because they are the real competition in the municipality. Those two organizations have completely different viewpoints on how economic growth is stimulated. They also have different priorities. So, theirs might be very different. Something like town planning is very important to us, making sure that developers are able to get their plans through so that we can see construction, so that we can see people being hired in the municipality. And if you change that, then you threaten the progress that we've built, the stability that we've created for people to say, hey, let's go invest in there. An interesting fact, Joan, is our municipality is the 34th biggest or smallest municipality, however you want to consider it, in KZN. But we passed the third highest number of building plans last year. So the first was eThekwini, Durban, a metro with whatever 4 or 5 million people. The next was KwaDukuza, the space between Mhlanga and Belito. Yes. And then there was us. Small municipality. We passed more building plans than Msunduzi, Pietermaritzburg, Newcastle, Rainkonyeni, Ulundi, Mhlatuze, Richards Bay. And that was because people have confidence in investing. People are extending their houses, they're building shopping centres, they're building factories, and you undermine that. Your budgets for roads infrastructure suddenly gets cut because, the new political dispensation has a different priority. So that's what I mean, is that we've created stability. We've shown people who want to invest that this is a place that is welcoming, that we facilitate development, but that could all change on the 4th of November.
Let's listen to another voice note for you, Mayor.
Yeah, Lizelle, good morning. I think we must give the choice to that young man. I hear the guy who said he is his neighbor. That young man is doing very well. By the way, I'm proudly MK, but I think that young man, Mr. Papas, is doing very well. Papas, don't you want to come and join us in MK?
Thank you for the comments, my friend. No, I'm not a fan of chaos and inconsistency, so I will stay with the DA. We are tried and tested. But you are right. Msunduzi is not a nice place to live. That's our neighbor, Pietermaritzburg, and it's Joanne, that's a really good way to compare. Pietermaritzburg or Msunduzi and Mgeni are neighbors, and we could not be light years apart from each other in terms of, as I said, stability, progress, plans, investment, confidence, just general community feel. You feel depressed in Maritzburg, but there's a sense of hope in Mgeni, which is different. But no, I'm not going to the MK. I won't be rude about it.
Okay, I'll take a last quick call from Solomon from Ganeakude. Solomon, good morning. Quick one from you, please.
Thank you very much. Good morning to you, Joanne, and good morning to your guest, Mayor Papas.
Morning.
Good morning. How are you, Mayor?
I'm well, thank you, sir. How are you?
I just want to raise this issue. You see, between DA and other parties, it's a question of semantics. I know they are very obsessed around the issue and the concept of cadre deployment, but they practice the same. It's just that they give it a different name, either fit for purpose or whatever. It reminds me of the former mayor of Western Cape, or Cape Town rather, Helen Zille, when she took office, just moments after Dr. Wallace Mkoki put the mayoral chain around her neck, she showed him the door, because she couldn't work with a person who have got a different orientation in terms of policy, priorities, and otherwise. So matters that arise out of the management of human resource, getting proper people for proper roles and responsibilities are an issue which cut across the board. However, the DA does have a preference in terms of picking and choosing people whom they call fit for purpose, which is the same thing. My argument is that it's just the same wine, but different labels around the bottle.
All right,
thank you, Joy, and I've made it short and sweet.
Thank you, Solomon.
Solomon, let me drink from your cup, my friend. I disagree with you. I think firstly is that I will 100% agree that there are political appointees in the DA, but they are contract linked, and that is very normal across the world. My chief of staff, my PA, those people are linked to my contract, and there's nothing irregular about that, and there's nothing that we hide about that. But I disagree with you that fit for purpose and cadre deployment are the same thing. I also disagree with you to say that Helen might have removed that individual because they weren't DA. How do you as a council implement your policies and program of action if the administrators do not believe in it? It means that the administrators themselves are compromised. As a government official, your only job should be to implement the program of action of the government of the day, right? Legally, obviously, and lawfully, but it shouldn't be about your opinion. If you believe that the economy is not a priority, but the council believes that the economy is a priority, it's not for you to question that. It's for you to implement the council resolutions. A cadre is someone who is chosen by the political party through an internal party process and then placed into government to achieve a certain objective on behalf of that organization. Whereas fit for purpose says, I don't actually care what your political affiliation is. All I want to make sure is that you're capable of delivering on the objectives that I've set. How do I, as a political leader, implement my manifesto if the government officials are working against me? So I disagree with you, and I say it is two different things. And I'll give you a very practical example. Most of the officials that are employed in the Umgeni municipality have come from municipalities that are either IFP or ANC run, including the senior officials in our municipality. None of them were DA members. None of them have come to a DA rally. None of them have pledged their support for the DA, and I've never asked them to do that. But what they have done is accepted that there's a DA majority in council, and that for 5 years there's a certain program of action, and that they will implement that until there's a next council.
Chris Pappas, thank you so much for speaking to us this morning. He is the DA, a mayoral candidate for the Umgeni local municipality, the incumbent as well, and we'll see come the 4th of November whether he is re-elected to that position or not. Thank you so much for coming into studio to speak to us today, Mayor.
It's always such a pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's always the same with you. I want this, I need that, and somehow I am always the one paying for it. I think we need a little time apart. Not forever, just long enough for me to build some interest again. After all, distance makes the funds grow stronger.
Give your money time this July savings month. Open a Nedbank 32-day notice account on the Money app and earn up to 7.55% interest with 0 monthly fees. Go to nedbank.co.za. See money differently. Nedbank, we're a licensed FSP and registered credit provider. T's and C's apply.
Move with purpose from the first to the final job in a Hino 700 truck tractor. Available in either 410 or 450 horsepower. It gives you the flexibility to choose the right amount of power to suit your unique fleet and logistical needs. The Hino 700 truck tractor comes with a 6-year drivetrain warranty and 6-year service plan from as little as 1.9 million rand excluding VAT. Contact your nearest Hino dealer today to keep you moving. Offer available while stocks last. T's and C's apply. Hino, all the way.
Hashtag Mandela Month on SAFM.
Never and never again shall it be that this beautiful land will again experience the oppression of one another.
The Daily Discourse. More than talk, real understanding.
Heading for 9:45 here on the Daily Discourse, and the Gauteng Crisis Care Committee, a coalition of 160 NGOs and their networks, says 7 months after the Gauteng Social Development Department closed its window for the submission of their business plans, DSD has still not told them whether they're going to be funded or not. Their new financial year began 3 months ago, but the GCCC says they're still in the dark as to whether they'll be able to continue with their planned projects for the rest of the year. So I want to bring into the conversation Executive Director of Ekupuleni, Nolusindiso Mhlauli Mzimela, and Research Associate of the Southern Centre for Inequality Studies, and a research consultant in the University of Johannesburg's Faculty of Humanities, Lisa Vetten. Good morning to the both of you, and thank you so much for joining us. I'm going to start with you, Ms. Mhlauli Mzimela. Before we get into the funding issue, please give us an idea of the extent of the work you do as an NGO.
Good morning, Joanne, and thank you very much for having me, and good morning to your listeners as well. Ekupuleni Mental Health and Trauma Center is a non-profit organization that operates in Katlehong. We are servicing Katlehong, Thokoza, and Vosloorus. We render service. We have a victim empowerment program where we are based at 12 police stations, where we render 24-hour services to the victims of crime and victims of gender-based violence. We have the TCC Center that renders services to the victims of sexual abuse. That is a 24-hour service. It's a one-stop center where there are other stakeholders such as your Department of Health, your NPA, and your SAPS. And we have three GBV programs in Katlehong and in Jaitumane, where we are servicing Vosloorus and Thokoza. We are rendering social crime prevention for youth that are at risk, and the LGBTQAI+ program. What we do, we provide psychosocial support services. We provide both educational and therapeutic group services and the preventative services. We're creating awareness around the social ills within the Katoras area. Thank you very much.
So tell me, how have you been operating since April without funding from Gauteng DSD?
It has been very difficult because till to date we have not received any response from the department whether we will be funded or not, and we were forced to scale down our services so that some, especially prioritizing the TCC, which is a 24-hour service. As a result, in our 12 police stations, we no longer render 24-hour services, and at times we don't provide social work services. And in relation to other programs as well, we significantly scaled down so that we are able to keep afloat and to keep our doors open. But it has been very difficult.
Have you approached the department to find out what the delay is in deciding on the funding?
Yes, we have, and unfortunately, they don't know. We have been in communication with our Eastern Corridor, which is the people that we work with that are responsible for the monitoring of our NPO. And from time to time, when we're reaching out to them, they don't have an answer because the process has been centralized. So they are not handling the funding process, so they don't know as to what is the hold up. But to date, we don't have a letter that says that we've been rejected, or we don't have the letter that says that we've been funded. So for 4 months now, we don't know as to whether the department will fund us or not.
All right, let me bring into the conversation Lisa Vetten. She's Research Associate of the Southern Centre for Inequality Studies. Ms. Vetten, so let me just get some clarity on this. I mean, the GDSD isn't able to join us today. They're busy with an expo. They've promised us that they will speak to us on the programme tomorrow. But they did send us a few messages, some notes to work with. And they say in the first quarter, they've handed out 23% of the funding, and with the 2% left, they are paying for those who are not compliant or have appealed their rejection. The funding is divided into 25% per quarter, and this is not a general NPO crisis. Do you agree with their explanation for why the funding has been delayed?
Well, they haven't actually given us a reason as to why the funding has been delayed. You know, I'm not sure how they think it can be good. By the first 3 months, you should have paid out 100% of your 25%. I'm not sure why they think it's justifiable to have 2%, 3%, 4%, 5%, 10% or 100% who aren't paid. You know, gender-based violence is supposedly a national disaster, supposedly. But this is the department's response. They do not get back to organizations, and they simply leave them in the lurch. So, I mean, a number of the organizations you work with now, of that 2%, or whatever it is that they calculate, because we have no way of checking it because they don't make public who they funded or how much they have funded, is they don't allow for, or I think recognize, the extent to which they are putting organizations in debt. So Ekopoleni, for example, employs about 100 people. Imagine that, how much money they owe those people in salaries by now. We did a calculation looking at just 30 of our members of the GCC who have not been paid. That amounts to almost close to 600 jobs being affected and 12,000 service beneficiaries. Now, the department may think that that's irrelevant, but I think if you are a woman who cannot get access to a shelter, which has happened in the Vaal, where Lifeline Vaal had to close their shelter for 2 months because they were not funded, or if you're a person with a substance abuse problem and cannot get treatment, your problem will likely get worse because you are untreated, and you may give up looking for help because you're not getting help when you're being told to get help. The department may not care about that, but I think for those individual lives of beneficiaries and workers, it means a lot that the department cannot get their job right. I mean, the bottom line is, in terms of policy, they should have entered into contracts with all organizations by the 25th of March. So here you have Ekopoleni, who still doesn't have one, and there are other organizations. They got the budgets were made public on the 10th of March. It's now it's now the middle of July, and they still haven't been able to allocate all their funds. So whatever the excuse is, and the endless promises which are not kept, we just don't buy it anymore. And it just shows, I think, a lack of ability to be able to do your job to 100%.
I mean, it's interesting. They seem to have told Ms. Mhlawuli Mzimela that this is now a national function. It's different to what they've told us, but they appear to have said this is a national function. So has anyone approached the national government, that is the Department of Social Development, at a national level to find out what the problem may be with funding at that level?
No, I think what's being said here is that the region, so the East Rand region, used to have charge of it, used to have control of it, and it's now been transferred to province. And that is exactly where the problem is. All decisions have now been centralized. It's the province that is the problem. They've become a bottleneck. And I've seen this back and forth, you know, when organizations see here, when they write to the department desperately asking for information as to what's happening, they get told, oh, the budget committee must meet. Oh, the budget committee must meet. And this can go on for 6 weeks, waiting for the budget committee to meet. So I think when you centralize what are often hundreds of applications within one office amongst 3 people, you cause a terrible backlog. We have also heard, and I think this is of more concern because we've heard this from different parts of the province, from different people, and they've heard this from actual officials in the department, is that it appears that there was an error made in the costing framework for organizations. And that is why we are seeing these problems. So it's quite correct that organizations have been paid, but there are those where errors have been made. And one can see it in the fact that in many instances, part of the delays are caused by the fact that contracts have to keep going back to the province because an error has been made in the number of people who are supposed to receive the service, as well as the funds that are calculated. So I think that's another thing one wants the department to come forward with, is their costing framework, to present it and explain why. Here we are in July. They still haven't allocated their budgets. So I think it's the province that has to answer here. The regions who are responsible for day-to-day management of organizations don't know what's going on. National, at best, can only enforce policy. But I think you're right. It is time for National to ask Gauteng what is going on, because this is now the fourth year in a row where we've seen these kinds of delays.
Ms. Mhlawuli Msimela, let me ask you this. I mean, Ms. Vetten is suggesting that you go to national for help. There's also a provincial portfolio committee. There's a national portfolio committee. Would these be your next ports of call to put pressure on Gauteng DSD to disperse the funds they are potentially promising to NGOs?
Thank you very much, Joanne. I think that would be the right step for the but let me we had a meeting, the MEC called the meeting. I think it was last month, if I'm not mistaken. I happened to attend that meeting where the senior officials of the department attended that meeting, but till to date, I have not even received a call from the senior officials of the department that represented the MEC of the province. Perhaps the national department now would need to intervene, but between now and then, what is going to happen with our beneficiaries? Because we can barely hold on now, because we had to dig to our reserves, and our reserves have dried up. And the provision of services, VEP services and GPV, it is the mandate of the department, not the mandate of the NPOs. We have held on for too much longer, to a point now we cannot hold on anymore. And what is frustrating is the lack of transparency and from the department, because our colleagues that we're working with from the Eastern Corridor, they do not know, but the people, like for example, the senior management of the department that had called in the meeting, they are quiet. They are quiet between now and then, because the department they don't see the agency of this matter. This matter is critical. These are the livelihoods of the employees and the citizens of this country that are entitled to get the services which the government is mandated to provide. This is the crisis that needs urgent intervention.
I mean, and there are so many aspects to this crisis. Ms. Vetten, it's been pointed out, Gauteng is the highest proportion of homeless people in the country at over 45%, and GDSD has been told to address the problem. How do you imagine they're going to do that without this funding being made available via NGOs?
Very good question, Joanne, because one of the organizations who's affected is a homeless shelter in Ekurhuleni, Mess. And the department, despite being responsible for addressing homelessness, has just caused homelessness because they have failed to get back to that organization. The organization had to start issuing retrenchment notices at the beginning of July, and they're only staying open until they find places for the other 37 people in their shelter. Not once has the department stepped in and said, this is how we are going to assist, this is where we will take people to. There is only one other shelter in the entire that region that takes homeless people. And I mean, I think this is a concern, is if the department is going to delay, I would like to see anybody in the department sit back for 4 months should they not be paid their salaries by government. I would like to see them told, oh, well, it's just 2% of you, it's just 3% of you who are going to wait. Just sit and hang in there a little bit longer. It's untenable that this burden should be pushed back onto NGOs. I mean, I spoke earlier about substance abuse treatment. It is bad for people's health to have a drug problem untreated. I mean, I got contacted by an organization earlier this week. They provide the only care it would occur in the province to deaf babies and their families. They have also been left in the dark, like Ekurhuleni, no idea if they're going to be funded. The department is not supposed to make the quality of people's lives worse, but that's what it does when it leaves beneficiaries without services, and then when it leaves people unpaid for months to incur debt. And that is what seems to keep on being lost, is that they have a mandatory duty imposed by the Constitution. They are not doing NGOs a favor. They are fulfilling a constitutional obligation to social assistance and to social protection. And when they fail to do that, to repeat, they are making people's lives worse.
Just a last question for you, Ms. Mhlawuli Mzimela. I understand that there's supposed to be a list that is published, right? The GDSD is supposed to publish the names of successful funding applicants on their website. And perhaps that would be a useful guide to you as to who's been funded and who hasn't. Have you been able to find that?
I'm not aware of any list that exists, Joanne, unfortunately. Unfortunately, I'm not aware of.
So what is the next step? Where do you go to from here for help?
I think Lisa and her team have been playing a very critical role in terms of being the voice and advocating for us. But as much as that they are doing their best, it seems as if the department still does not recognize that this is a crisis. This is a crisis. We cannot have survivors of sexual violence that are not able to get the services that they're supposed to be getting. We cannot have people that are providing service yet their livelihood, because for people that are employed by NPOs, getting a salary it is their livelihood. So the morale is down. People are not able to afford to pay rent. The funeral covers are lapsing, and it is psychologically traumatic for our employees as well. And we are not able to turn away the beneficiaries when they need assistance. So we are at a point where we can no longer be able to provide the service. So the department should take their responsibility as mandated as serious as possible, and get to a point where they redress, because most often the department, in terms of the Batopili principles, there is a principle of redress, there is a principle of transparency, of which there is something that the department does not practice what they preaching in terms of redress and in terms of transparency. The National Department of Social Development has to intervene. And as Lisa has indicated that this is crisis year after year. By now, at least the department should have done better, because they should have taken lessons learned from the past, so that we don't on a yearly basis face the same crisis on a year-to-year basis, and things are not improving from the departmental side. They had centralized the process for certain reasons, but is it really working? And if it's not working, then what is it that they're doing to make this process better?
Let's leave it there. Thank you so much to both of you for speaking to us, Nolisindiswa Mhlawuli Mzimela and Lisa Vetten.
In our top stories, NPA reaction on Matlala plea deal withdrawal and inquest into the death of Anele Tembe postponed. Good morning. The National Prosecuting Authority says the affidavit alleged underworld figure Vusimuzi Cat Matlala provided in his plea deal can no longer be used in any investigations or prosecutions. Matlala told the Pretoria Specialised Commercial Crimes Court this morning that he had withdrawn the plea deal. The NPA says Matlala will now stand trial alongside the other accused, including suspended National Police Commissioner Fani Masimula, over the 228 million rand Medicare 24 tender. NPA spokesperson Kaiser Khanyago.
We had a deal arranged and finalized. The only thing that changed was the sentence. Therefore, we expected him to accept it, but we don't know what would have happened behind closed doors. We thought, obviously, we wanted that to happen because we wanted to move and finalize this case. It's not only because of the people that we go in to get, but also it will reduce the time to deal with this matter, because now we don't have to go all the way and then deal with this matter. It will be in our interest that this matter is finalized quickly. But now it means we are going full force with the matter, and then obviously we will see how it goes.
Police say they are working around the clock to determine who sold an unlicensed firearm to 45-year-old Ndoda Nachuma. He was found with a firearm when he was arrested in Kensington, east of Johannesburg on Friday. He's expected to appear in the Johannesburg Magistrates Court this morning in connection with the murder of his wife and 2 daughters in the United Kingdom. National Police spokesperson Athlenda Mate addressed the media outside court.
I do confirm that our crime intelligence and organized crime investigations unit are on the ground actively investigating this particular case of who sold this unlicensed firearm to Mark Chuma. Now, we do have it on record, and it is our suspicion that that particular firearm was going to be used to unfortunately end his life because it was found with 2 rounds of ammunition.
The inquest into the death of Anele Tembe, the fiancée of the late rapper Keenan aka Forbes, has been postponed to the 7th of September in the Cape Town Magistrates Court. The inquest was postponed after the presiding magistrate fell ill. Tembe fell from the 10th floor of a hotel in Cape Town while she was with AKA in April of 2021. Vanessa Puna reports.
The magistrate who will be presiding over the inquest is not well. She has apparently, we understand, experienced a medical emergency and will only be available in September. That was by the agreement of all the parties for the state, as well as the legal representative for the family of Anele Tembe, and also a legal representative standing in for 2 of the witnesses.
The acting Mpumalanga Police Commissioner SAfmRadio has called on the public to assist police with information that could lead to the arrest of crime suspects. This follows the killing of 4 people in a shooting incident in Umkhuhlu near Hazyview last night. 1 person was seriously wounded. In another incident, a man was shot dead while in his vehicle in a nearby village last week. Mkhwanazi addressed the media in Mbombela.
I would say I may not accept as such to say the operations are not assisting us to get exactly to what is happening. But I would say the more we can get information, our operation can be successful because we can be there day and night. But if we don't have this information, like this person was shot before the house.
And finally, the recent failed talks between the US and Iran have rattled the markets. This follows the recent outbreak of hostilities between the 2 countries over the Strait of Hormuz. Market analysts say the renewed conflict will see oil prices going up, gold becoming unaffordable and the rand weakening. On the opening of the markets this morning, Brent crude oil rose by 4% to $79.12 a barrel from $76.24 a barrel at the close of the local market on Friday. Market analyst Makwe Masilela.
A flare-up in a US-Iran conflict is causing the likes of oil to go up because that makes the Strait of Hormuz to be closed, so that affects oil prices. Then it's a question of supply, and also it makes the likes of the US dollar to strengthen because we started increasing bets that the US will increase interest rates come the 29th of July. And in an environment where you see interest rates going up or being elevated.
Recapping the top story, the National Prosecuting Authority says the affidavit alleged underworld figure Vusimuzi Matlala provided in his plea deal can no longer be used in any investigations or prosecutions. Matlala told the Pretoria Specialised Commercial Crimes Court this morning that he had withdrawn the plea deal. For SAFM News, I am Anne Musa.
SAFM 104 to 107 nationwide. Leading the conversation.
Life is full of surprises, but your insurance premiums shouldn't be. Savings on your car insurance is a sure thing with MyWay, leaving your wallet smiling every month. Switch to MyWay and save up to 40% on your car insurance premiums today and live your way.
Real people, real cars, real savings. For a quote, visit myway.co.za. Premiums are risk profile dependent. MyWay is a licensed non-life insurer and FSP. T's and C's apply. MyWay. Live your way.
In case you missed it,
What happens when one parent wants to relocate with the child after separation or divorce? What does the South African law say?
Parents do have their own constitutional rights, okay? This includes the right of freedom of movement and the right to rebuild their lives after a separation or a divorce. But obviously, when there is a child involved, this central question is always going to be what is in the child's best interest. So, if both these parents hold parental responsibilities and rights, so just like I've said now in terms of Section 18, one parent cannot simply make a major decision that will significantly affect that child or the other parent's contact without properly engaging the other parent.
Shante, Family Law Director at Vermeulen Attorneys.
That was The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga. The Daily Discourse on SAFM with Joanne Joseph, unpacking the issues that matter. The Daily Discourse on SAFM, weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
8 minutes past 10 on the Daily Discourse. Good morning and welcome to the second hour of our programme. Great to be with you on this Monday morning as always. It happens to be a very busy one indeed. We're speaking to a lot of people who are under time pressure today, which is why we're powering through the show without having had our open line as we normally do. Hopefully during the next couple of hours we'll just let it breathe a little bit more and we'll allow you to have your say as well. But one of the stories that we're going to jump into shortly has to do with the issue of threats that have been issued to officials living in Cape Town and what kind of financial burden that this has put on the city of Cape Town to provide escorts and protection, that really shouldn't come out of their budget. But given the current situation in the country, happens to be a reality for them. We're going to speak to JP Smith in just a moment, and then we're talking after 10:30 about the issue of teenage pregnancy. Remember our studio line number 0800. I've just gone completely blank here, but I will remember it in a moment. It is, of course, 086. Sorry for that. 086 000 2032. Our WhatsApp line 0614 104 107. I'm going to get stuck right into this. So we've been speaking from time to time on this program about the threat to the lives of public servants who are trying to maintain respect for the rules of public office. But it seems a lot of them living in the city of Cape Town are suffering the consequences of trying to hold the line. The city's having to respond to multiple requests for help from public servants who are being threatened. Let's find out more from Mayoral Committee Member for Safety and Security, JP Smith. And I must just warn you that he is at a routine security drill. So if you hear gunshots or anything in the background, no need to panic. It is just part of that drill. Mr. Smith, good morning, and thank you very much for your time on the Daily Discourse. How common has it become for the city to receive reports of threats to the well-being or the lives of civil servants living in Cape Town?
Indeed, we have, I think as across South Africa, there is a risk to staff working in high-risk areas, what are sometimes referred to as red zones. And in these areas, it is now become common practice that staff are escorted by policing services. So I've been out on these patrols with them where you will see a honeysucker in an informal settlement removing the waste from Portaloos, 4 staff from the waste sanitation department on that honeysucker, and in front and behind that 4 staff in 2 vehicles from law enforcement escorting them. So it does increase your service costs substantially and ultimately does create an unsustainable situation. But the city manager in Cape Town last year repurposed 100 million rand of private security budget towards city law enforcement. And we've seen our request for these police escorts triple from around 300 to around 900 per month, just on around 11,000 escorts across the year. And that is to ensure that we're able to render services quickly and efficiently, even in areas where the risk would otherwise prevent staff from being able to respond effectively.
What departments tend to approach you the most for assistance?
Those most under risk is electricity services, water and sanitation, the roads department, but even solid waste and human settlements where they have contractors working on social housing or informal and informal settlements where road repairs are being done. We had one particular area where a roads project got delayed for a long time. Eventually, the contractors walked away from the project, and a new contractor could not be found because of the risk. So when that contract ultimately is approved, you then need the security to be built into the provision, and private security is less effective than uniformed city enforcement staff. So we are now have in two installments increased the number of so-called escort or police or escort protection services to do this. And of course, this has been compounded by the fact that Cape Town has invested very substantially in our infrastructure budget. Our mayor has pushed this very hard. As he often says now, we are spending more on capital infrastructure than multiple other metros combined. That means a lot of people doing a lot of work in a lot of places. Many, almost all or most of those will be high risk or so-called red zones. And that means a lot of escort services who have to accompany them.
I see there's been a significant increase in the requests you're receiving over the past year. I'm wondering how much this is costing the city on a yearly basis now.
That is going to be at least the 100 million of the repurposed budget, plus I would say at least the as much from the first installment of staff we put in. So I think it's probably close on 200 million rand. And then there is a significant drain on resources because even staff not dedicated to the protection services or the escorts are having to do so intermittently when the dedicated resource is overcommitted or oversubscribed, which it very often is. So, of course, it has an operational impact and prevents us doing from some of the other work we would like to do and should be doing. And that's unfortunately the situation. As long as the state and the criminal justice system as a whole does not bring these assailants and extortionists under control and does not prosecute them and convict them, they are still out there. And whilst we cannot investigate them, we can work with SAPS towards that, but we cannot explicitly investigate. We, therefore, our only mechanism is to securitize, is to put a thin blue line between the good and the bad people and try and be everywhere all at once, and that is extremely challenging and expensive. Ideally, what you want to see is these extortionists being prosecuted and removed from the equation so that we don't have to do this, that money can go into additional service delivery rather than protecting staff engaged in service delivery. But there is some good news with all of these rollouts. I am told by one of the councillors in one of the worst red zones who I spoke to last week, who said to me, actually, there's a significant improvement in their area. The services are being rendered fairly consistently now without interruption. And the knock-on effect of all those service vehicles everywhere with protection alongside them means that it's also got a broader impact on those same criminals not being able to operate in that area.
I mean, having said that, as you've alluded to, policing is a national function, right? So I'm wondering how this should work. Shouldn't you not be referring every complaint to either national government or provincial government or parliamentary structures, if that is relevant in terms of the complaint that you receive?
So you will, in many of our statements, we have alluded to the fact that we are registering many cases. So every time we have an extortion case, especially where it interrupts service delivery, where the contractor is not able to render services and has to stop services, they are required in terms of the contract to open a criminal case. So we are registering hundreds of criminal cases throughout the year and putting pressure on the South African police to investigate those cases. But because those detectives are massively overloaded and because you have a 35% shortage on detectives in the Western Cape to start with, and a very significant under-resourcing of your national police service, forcing the city to put more and more resources into that space, many or most or all of those cases rarely go anywhere. And that's why you will see us arguing continuously for investigative powers and why we will probably sooner rather than later move to formal litigation on the matter, in that we have exhausted the Intergovernmental Relations Framework Act requirements of engaging constructively with the National Minister and his predecessors over more than a decade.
This is a very interesting point that you make, because I know that Premier Alan Winde has been speaking about the possibility of police services being made at least partially a provincial function. How's that suggestion been received at national level, especially in view of this mounting bill that you are paying to keep people safe, whom the National Police Service should be keeping safe?
So I think what you see is that there is a much greater acceptance of the concept of policing power being moved elsewhere, or control of the policing moving. So these are two slightly different issues. What the City of Cape Town is shouting for is expanding of policing powers. We're saying, SAPS, carry on doing your thing, but allow us to investigate, manage crime intelligence, which is essential. Failing that, you can't do effective policing, and that we undertake the necessary forensics to be able to, for instance, do ballistics, because equally with our firearm arrests, we do 450 to 500 firearm arrests a year. Only 4.7% of that leads to conviction. So you can imagine how frustrating that is for our staff, and that dumps those same shooters back into the community. I was meeting with SAPS and Metro Police members in Bonteheuwel this morning, talking about this, and they're all experiencing the same problem, and it's deeply frustrating to them and harmful to those communities. But Premier Winde, and now I see increasingly Premier Lesufi in Gauteng, and I've heard other premiers comment on this as well, and I'm seeing this from more and more municipalities, is starting to openly say move control of the South African police to provincial governments, or potentially even local governments. The legislation permits for it. It's the stroke of a pen. I think there's receptivity from the current minister, although he did write to the mayor and saying that these expanded powers will not be possible. But I think that there's a receptivity from him, unlike his predecessors, who were much more vociferously opposed to it. I think it's an idea whose time has come. And the truth is, if the national government can do it, leave local government in our lane. We'll focus on traffic and bylaw enforcement. But if they can't do it, they have to get out of the way and stop obstructing us and give us these powers, because we can't keep on catching and releasing criminals. We do actually need effective criminal justice.
Thank you for speaking to us this morning. JP Smith, MACO member for Safety and Security at the City of Cape Town.
SAFM supports a litter-free South Africa. Play your part in keeping our surroundings and environment clean. SAFM, leading the conversation. Looking for exclusive content, live events, and special broadcasts like the Madlanga Commission? Then connect to the all-new SAFM Connect stream. The Madlanga Commission, live and uninterrupted from 9:30 Monday to Friday. SAFM Connect brings you more of the conversations that matter. Listen anytime, anywhere by visiting connect.safm.co.za or stream directly on SABC Plus at sabc-plus.com. SAFM Connect. More conversations, more access. There's much more coming. The Daily Discourse. More than talk, real understanding.
Almost 21 minutes past 10 on the Daily Discourse. Time to catch up on your voice notes and with your calls. Loid in Alberton is on the line to us. Loid, good morning. You want to talk about the Joburg mayoral candidate.
Good, Joanne. Joanne, Reverend Frank Chikane, for being touted as a front runner for the ANC Johannesburg candidacy.
Yes.
It sounds to be good news to some of us who seek to see a reimagined and a restructured city of gold, that is Johannesburg. From my vantage point and through the understanding of the African National Congress values, policies, and the principles, there is no an element of ageism within the organization. Why am I saying this? I heard someone saying that the organization is running out of ideas by regurgitating people like your friend Chikane to be to be a candidate for the Johannesburg mayorship. If an individual possesses the capacity and the wherewithal that is being determined by the rigorous interviewing processes of the African National Congress, that person shall be afforded an opportunity to contest for that particular position.
Okay,
Okay, I wanted to end up with this point, my sister. You know, there is a comrade Cyril Kaba who is in eThekwini as a mayor.
Yeah.
The man, he was redeployed from the national parliament back to eThekwini to stabilize that particular city, and things are at least going on the positive in that city. So I think Reverend Chikane will be the right person to occupy that person to contest for that mayorship position, my sister.
All right, Loid, thank you so much for that call. Loid saying that that Frank Chikane has presumably gone through, jumped through hoops. He's been rigorously examined by the ANC and potentially found to be a good candidate because they haven't actually announced him. But tell me what you think about that. I mean, as Kathy raised the question this morning, we're seeing candidates who are quite mature, who've been in politics for a very long time, being put forward as mayoral candidates for Johannesburg, Helen Zille, Frank Chikane potentially, and the like. What do you think about that? Do we need young blood, or are these seasoned people who need to actually take over a city and help fix it? Because we know the city of Johannesburg is in a lot of trouble.
Joanne Joseph, this is not in Cape Town. I'll be very quick. I was impressed by Chris Pappas of the DA. You know, he represents meritocracy, not kleptocracy. I'm concerned though about Joburg. You know, for ANC to have Frank Chikane to run as mayoral candidate, I'm concerned because of age, right? I know he's got integrity, he's got ethics, morals. But is the ANC not having any competent young men to run that city? Good morning, Joseph.
Ngonde, thank you very much for that. And you can tell us what you think about that. Is Ngonde just being ageist? Or do we need young blood in these municipalities? Charlie in Koffiefontein is on the line to us. Charlie, good morning. You want to talk about the revised white paper on home affairs, on immigration, I should say?
Yes, good morning, Joanne.
Hi there.
I'm saying the revised white paper, it was adopted by Parliament in April. The sleeping Minister of Home Affairs is still trying to put together some legislative clauses that they can say that they can say they're going to put into the revised white paper. But those things are already there. So I don't know why is it that is just not implementing those laws to say that someone who comes from Ethiopia cannot leave the next countries and say they come straight to South Africa. And also, this is something that I'm going to say. I know it's going to upset a lot of people. We know that many of the DA's electorate are benefiting from illegal immigrants. So I don't know why the minister is dragging his feet, because this thing has already been approved. We are in the third month now. I'm telling you now, we're going to go to September. Nothing is going to happen to the revised white paper. Just like we had we did our inputs on the amendment of the Constitution, suddenly that whole thing was cancelled. And the last point that I wanted to make, Joanne, don't you think it would be fair, because the ANC is refusing to secure our borders, don't you think it would be fair if we put up electrical census like the apartheid government did, the snake of fire, the one which just up to 3,500 votes? Because it's legal, we can do it. Then we would have solved all these problems of borders. Instead of putting up forest borders, then they get taken down again.
All right. Thank you so much for that comment, Charlie in Koffiefontein. And of course, remember, it's a white paper at this stage, right? So it hasn't been passed as law. Only once it's enacted, it's got to become a bill, and then it's enacted into law. So one of you is also commenting on the issue of Frank Chikane as the ANC's possible choice for Johannesburg.
Good morning, Joanne and SAFM listeners. I hear ANC is bringing Reverend Chikane in Gauteng as mayoral candidate. Well, he's one of the respected people. I respect him, yes. But maybe the ANC is trying something that is not going to help them. The mess is so severe. Even if they can call all those Rivonian trialists to come and assist, the mess is severe. Can call Nelson Mandela, Ahmed Katrada, Govan, you can call all of them. They are gone. No, they are not coming back in any way. And Reverend Chikan has been part of them. That is just criticizing from a distance. I didn't really see his actions. But good morning, Smarumo in Mahike.
Thank you so much for that, Smarume. Bonakele in Khayelitsha is on the line to us. Morning, Bonakele. You want to talk about the Katmatlala plea agreement?
Absolutely. Very good morning, JJ.
Morning.
You know, I was just laughing when I heard about this. For me personally, I will really do the same as Matlala did. You know, for instance, you come to an agreement with someone, so that the sentence must be at least much lower. So if it's going to be very high, what's the point of giving everything? It just doesn't make sense.
But it's the right thing to do, isn't it?
I mean, at this point in time, he knows fully aware I'm guilty. I'm not going to go free here. I'm going to be sentenced. But I can assist you here and there. At least let's meet halfway. So for them to say, no, we're going to sentence you, the sentencing of probably 8 years for them was much lower. Therefore, they're going to, he's more than prepared, even if they can sentence him 40 years or 20 years or 25. But of course, he's not going to give them all the information they wanted. I will definitely do the same. For me, that's a good thing. Because you don't really want to go for a lesser sentence. Whereas I'm going to give you information, I'm going to give you big names and all that stuff. All those who are involved. Therefore, allow me to go down this road alone. There you go.
Okay.
And for
so
this
you think 12 years was too much, Bonakele? You think the court's suggestion of 12 years for the plea deal, for the Katmatlala plea deal, do you think that's way too much for the crimes he allegedly committed?
Look, Matala, I think they agreed for 8 years.
9.
But
I think they're looking at 9.
Yeah, that guy overturned that. Says no, not 8 years. At least 12 years. That's where this guy decided, no, let me rather scratch off this thing. Let's not go. Let me rather do away with this. So of course you will definitely do that. So why they don't say, okay, give us? They need more names, more people who are involved. Okay. So now he's not going to give them this information. Of course, what he's trying to say now, allow me to go this route alone. So he's more than prepared to any sentence they're going to give him.
All right, Bonakele, thank you. Thank you so much for that call. Tell us what you think of that. Do you think that Katmatlala would be getting off too lightly with a 9-year sentence and needs a 12-year sentence minimum? Or do you think, the kind of information he has to give government is worth so much that his sentence should be reduced to 9 years? We'd love a call from you on that. That brings us to 10:30. Ondela Mbana standing by with your latest news headlines.
Thank you, Joanne, and a very good morning. On the news headlines, we'll start with the news just in. The head of the Investigating Directorate Against Corruption, Advocate Andrea Johnson, has been rushed to hospital. She was due to testify before the Madlenga Commission of Inquiry in Pretoria this morning. The case of the alleged underworld figure Vusimuzi Katmatlala has been postponed to September the 11th in the Pretoria Specialized Commercial Crimes Court, and police say they are working around the clock to determine who sold an unlicensed firearm to 45-year-old Ndodana Chuma. He was found with the firearm when he was arrested in Kensington, east of Johannesburg on Friday. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
SAFM has signed a code of conduct that is enforced by the Broadcasting Complaints Commission of South Africa. Under the code, we are committed to giving news that is accurate, comment that is fair, and programming that is not harmful, does not amount to hate speech, or contain violence or explicit sex. If you think we are not living up to that code, then you can inform the Broadcasting Complaints Commission of South Africa. Direct any complaints in writing to the Broadcasting Complaints Commission of South Africa. PO Box 142365, Craig Hall 2024. Fax to 011-326-3198 or an email to bccsa@nabsa.co.za. For more information, please visit www.bccsa.co.za. The Daily Discourse on SAFM, weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
10:32 on the Daily Discourse, taking some of your messages, your calls as well. Let's listen to this one on the state's case against Kat Mahlala.
Zola from Eduza, Edwana. No, I disagree with those who are saying the state has made a mistake, or rather, the court has made a mistake by not agreeing to plea bargain with Kat Mahlala. The state has got a very strong case against Kat Mahlala anyway, with or without the plea bargain.
Hi, Joanne Kwena here. Beautiful morning and beautiful week ahead. I beg to differ with your caller here, who says he would have done the same. I mean, Kat is the main character in this whole thing. And the judges and NPA, they know very well that even though he can withdraw his affidavit, the state still stands in a good ground for a judge to give him the same years. They can just find him guilty and sentence him to the same years. So they have nothing to lose.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think Kat Mahlala is actually just being very cheeky. And one of you is saying, good morning, Joanna team. I think Kat Mahlala is shooting himself in the foot with the withdrawal. If found guilty, he will face much more than 10 years, says Kentosh from the Eastern Cape. Spot on, Kentosh. That was my thought too. And I think he's playing a game with the state here, no doubt, to see how far he can push them. But I don't think he actually has much leeway. And then one of you says, morning, JJ. Mahlala is supposed to get 50 years in jail for jeopardizing the lives of patients in Tembisa Hospital. Let's also listen to these voice notes on the issue of Frank Chikane as a possible ANC mayoral candidate in Johannesburg.
Hi, good morning, Joanne. It's Washington from Durban. I think the ANC needs young youth leaders from the president coming down. I think the youth has a different understanding of how we should treat a free society. But we also need leaders that are not going to be dancing and toy-toying and jumping, but delivering from the ground. So those processes won't need to take place. Thanks, bye.
Thanks very much for that. Hi, Joanne. We so need young people compared to the dinosaurs we currently have. The youth are our future and hopefully come with a stronger moral compass as compared to their elders. We need an era of honesty and the will to serve. We need the voice of our elders for sure, but many of the bullies we counted on have been compromised, says Naveen in Durban. I love your slang there in between all the serious talk, Naveen. Thank you for that. And back on the issue of Kat Mahlala.
Hi, Joanne. It's Washington again from Durban. Regarding Kat, I think 9 years, 12 years, it's almost the same thing. If he's going to give big names, I think we should have given him 9, even 8 years. If we can get the names of the people that are implicated, it'll also sway our vote to which party we should vote for and where the problem starts and where the problem ends. I think there's a bigger conspiracy that's happening in the background, and that's the reason why he pulled away.
Thanks for that. KG in Bloem is on the line to us. What are your thoughts on Mahlala? Good morning, KG.
Thank you so much for taking my call.
Sure.
Perhaps if you could just investigate the reasons why a person like Agriti is serving his sentence at his home, is chilling there. And if you look at the charges that Agrizi was facing, it's almost similar to what this Matala, in this particular matter that we are talking about.
Yeah.
It's basically the same. Agrizi was money laundering, corruption, etc., on the Bosasa and those related issues. And this one. So I think Agrizi, if my information is correct, he also went for a plea bargain and everything, and he was sentenced, correctional supervision, blah, 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 0 time spent. So we must find the reasons why there's, in this instance, a person will get to Sheila this home. On the other one, the 8 years is deemed to be too little. There's a bit of an inconsistency in how what factors are looked at arriving at these decisions.
Interesting.
So
very,
I would have withdrawn if I were him. If I agreed to 8 years and I'm offering.
Yeah.
And then you think it's too little. No, I would have taken my chances.
You take your chances, okay. You're a brave man, KG in Bloem. Thank you very much for that call. All right, we are heading for 20 minutes to 11 here on the Daily Discourse, and perhaps we should take a break now. And when we come back, we will bring you a further conversation on the issue of the rates of statutory rape in particular provinces increasing and resulting in teenage pregnancies. It's a very serious issue indeed. I'd love to hear you weigh in on that.
The people are no longer interested in having equal rights with the white people in South Africa. They want the tables to be turned so that the white man can get a taste of his own medicine and feel what it was like to be oppressed.
Seychelles gained independence in 1976. A small nation with a global tourism reputation. Tourism and fishing drive the economy. One of Africa's highest income countries per capita. But challenges remain. Climate change, rising sea levels, and economic dependence on tourism.
This is what we are becoming. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us. As we celebrate 90 years of existence, SAfm takes you back to the voices that shaped a nation.
Berea, the home of the 4 bespectacled Tisson brothers, all of whom work or have worked on the English service, particularly Audio Mix and Radio Today. Watch how the night proceeds towards dawn.
And
I need a lot of consoling when I started the early program. People couldn't believe that John O'Donnell and B. Reid were chosen for the early morning program, because if ever 2 announcers used to want to swap a morning shift for an afternoon shift, John and I would do it.
90 years of trusted voices. This is SAfm. The Daily Discourse on SAfm, weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
Almost 20 minutes to 11 here on the Daily Discourse. And the next story we are bringing you is quite a worrying one. SABC News reminding us that the Justice Department has said its latest statistics show an increase in statutory rape cases during the 2025 to 26 financial year. The number of reported cases rose from 127 in the previous year to 199. And there is a growing concern involving child offenders. 22 minors reported for statutory rape. 890 implicated in rape cases. These are children, essentially, who have taken advantage, raped young girls, and they're facing a criminal prosecution of one kind or another because of it. At the same time, Love Life is reporting that the number of teenage pregnancies is continuing to rise in South Africa. It's quoting the South African Medical Journal, which shows that girls in rural areas are particularly affected. So we've asked 2 experts to come in on this. Shahida Omar, Clinic Director at the Teddy Bear Foundation, joins us, as does Pelisa Mashi, social worker at the Callus Foundation. And I thank you both so much for your time on the Daily Discourse this morning. Dr. Omar, I'm going to start with you. On the face of it, there appear to be so many interventions to intervene in terms of statutory rape cases as well as teenage pregnancies. Why are we seeing the rate of both of these groups growing?
Well, I think if we just look at the landscape of our justice system and, of course, the reporting and response to the reports that are made. Firstly, we know with statutory rape, a lot of the perpetrators are known to the family, either it's family members, friends, some or other relation that is connected to the child. And then we also find that within the educational institutions, there are educators or other supporting staff that have been instrumental in impregnating learners. So the learners, if you look at the dynamic of power here, the learners are in a position where they are helpless, hopeless, and often there's intimidation, coercion, but also compensation. If you mentioned the rural areas, and I want to focus and hone in on that specifically because we find that they use traditional leaders or they use their cultural norms where compensation is then provided to the family and no further pursuit of justice or recourse or any consequences are actually put into place. So what we are seeing, we're still seeing a tip of the iceberg. It's under-frequently reported. It's under-reported and under-frequently reported. And often we find that victims are not comfortable or confident to come forward because it's just the response of the justice system where often the systems are failing our victims. Opening a criminal case means that it could take anything between 2 to 6 years, recurrent visits to the courtroom only to be informed that there's postponements for various reasons. So failing the child and, of course, subjecting the child to secondary victimization and harm. There are many other underlying factors that we could unpack, but I'm just giving a broad overview of the challenges that victims have to face and how families actually address the issue of statutory rape. And then I think one more thing, Joanne.
Yes, Dr.
If we just look at child-on-child sexual abuse, the increased incidence, again, because of, I think, there isn't consistency in the way our laws are managing it, the consequence management, where people are actually getting away with it. And, less than 50% of sexual offenses that are committed against other children are by children themselves. So it's, attempted penetration, and all forms of sexual violation. And we know there's a systemic lens that we need to bring into perspective. It's adversities, history of victimization, domestic violence, chronic exposure to sexual abuse material. There are numerous factors that are, contributing to this harmful sexual behavior, because we get your typical sexual behavior, which is age appropriate and expected developmentally for that age group. But then you find there's problematic sexual behavior where the red flag goes on, and often those are not actually identified and attended to. And then, of course, it results in what we are seeing now, the harmful sexual behavior where we find the outcome is a pregnancy, as we saw last week, a 13-year-old being impregnated by another boy, a family relation of 14 years. So these are the harsh realities, unfortunately, that we are faced with.
Yes,
thank you.
Yeah. Ms. Mashi, I want to bring you in here because I think Dr. Omar is drawing an important distinction here. There are older men who are clearly raping girls, right? They're raping teenage girls. What for me, and I'm asking this out of interest and ignorance, the other relationships may be of a different nature. Do we have a proliferation of consensual sex between teenagers, or is it a case of teenage boys actually raping teenage girls, which then results in the statutory rape accusation?
Thank you so much, Joanne. And I think I just want to start off by saying, because now listening to Dr. Shaida as well, and I'm thinking that when I started working with survivors of sexual violence 10 years ago, we had a conversation around with colleagues around the need for more awareness when we speak about statutory rape, because that is something that I strongly feel like in the communities that we work with, it's so very difficult to comprehend or understand and what it means, especially for many parents or even adults within our communities. When a child under the age of 14 says yes to sexual activity with a person who's older than 18, that is taken as consent. not realizing that a child of that age cannot consent to having sex with someone who's over the age of 18. And that then in communities is not seen as statutory rape or any form of rape because of the child said yes. And I think this then raises another conversation that now 10 years later, we are still having this conversation. And now to link it with teenage pregnancy, because now we're also asking, who are the fathers of these children? Is it the need, again, there is a need for these awareness conversations and a greater understanding of what it means, what statutory rape is. And I think because the statutory before rape, it's something that in many instances is taken lightly and not understood clearly by the communities that we work with. And I think I just wanted to put that forth, Joe, and just listening to Dr. Shaida as well. Clearly, there is an issue, and especially when we're looking at teenage boys, whether they're impregnating or raping children, that is an issue, again, that speaks to, are we having sex education with our children, the schools or the communities that we are in as parents, as healthcare workers? Are we then having these conversations? Are we even having conversations around what consent is? Because that's the key element when we speak about rape, is their consent. Do our children understand what consent is? Because if we're having so many cases of teenage boys that are being accused of raping girls, that means that there is no understanding of what consent is. And also that is something, again, that we really need to start looking at, and all of us taking responsibility and accountability in these conversations to see what can be done to ensure that we don't have this conversation again in the next 10 years.
So you're raising something really important here, and I think part of what you're touching on, Ms. Mashi, is the issue of cultural constraints as well, right? Because in culture, let's face it, some of these relationships are actually not only encouraged but celebrated, and excuses are made for the way girls are raped in these contexts. Sometimes poverty comes into play, where a family is really struggling. They will see an older member of the community supposedly take this child under their wing in the guise of looking after her, protecting her, and providing for the family, while this person is actually a predator who is raping their child. How do we break the backbone of that?
That is so true, Joe. And I work predominantly nowadays on the Cape Flats, and that is something that we see so often, which is so sad, where you see even parents and family members are celebrating those relationships that are illegal, that are violating the rights of children. And I think it is really time that when we say we are holding parents accountable, this is the time for us to do that. Any parent or any adult that is aware of a child that has been manipulated sexually, violated sexually, should be held accountable and prosecuted where needed. Because now if we continue to say they may be prosecuted, this is something that may happen. We just need to make sure that it is done so that everyone in communities has a clear understanding that if I celebrate this type of relationships, they're not even relationships. If I celebrate these crimes and encourage these crimes because I benefit from them as an adult, I will then be held accountable and prosecuted and possibly be jailed for that. And I think that is not something that we're seeing within the criminal justice system, where families that are aware of a child that is sexually being violated are not really being prosecuted. And that's where we really need to have this is where we really need to make sure that we strengthen our criminal justice system, especially when we speak about the protection of young girls, because this is something that is really, that we are saying. It's not necessarily something that is only happening in rural communities where we know that the cultural dynamics also play a part, but it's also something that we see where I work on the Cape Flats, where again, like you were saying, Joanne, there is vulnerabilities. We look at the social economic status, we look at poverty, we look at the different elements that make children vulnerable or families vulnerable. And as much as we say we don't want to blame parents for someone else's decisions, perpetrators' decisions for targeting their children. But as adults, we really need to think about holding parents accountable, or just holding adults in our communities accountable. And that's where prosecution needs to come in, because I believe that if we are able to prosecute just a few in the different areas where we work in, we might see a little bit of a change when it comes to reporting these cases and hopefully decreasing the number that we're currently seeing now.
Dr. Omar, I think Ms. Mashi is saying some really important things there, and I'm just wondering about what the rape survivors are left with, right? They're left with the trauma of the rapes themselves. They are left, many of them, carrying the expectation of entire families to remain in abusive relationships with older men, simply because that may be a financial lifeline for the family. But many of them are also left pregnant and have to drop out of school consequently. Well, what is the cost for these young girls?
Well, I think, you raised something so important, and I think Mashi also raised something very, very important around the responses and the pressure of the young girls that are faced with the consequence of whether they're children or teenagers. The challenges, I think, the consequences here, if we look at the teen mother or the child pregnant learner, is of interrupted education, which can lead to significant physical and emotional stress that may continue into adulthood. But also for the baby faces risks such as low birth weight, health complications, which can affect their development and future opportunities for a better life. Many child pregnancies encounter financial challenges that complicate their ability to provide adequate support, impacting both their lives and the lives of their children. And if we look at their education and future, the significant challenges in continuing the education, the responsibility of parenting often leads to dropping out of school, which limits the opportunity for a better future. The struggle to balance work, school, and parenting can be overwhelming, leading to financial instability and fewer career prospects. So I think we also need to look at, the pressure that parents sometimes place on these children, like, forced relationships where these young girls actually don't have a choice and they don't have a voice. It's voices and choices here. Unfortunately, they are forced into the secondary trauma, secondary victimization of being impregnated, of having to live and manage their trajectory. But one must forget the emotional and mental well-being of the child, resulting in anxiety, depression, post-traumatic stress disorder, self-mutilation, all sorts of other emotional and psychological manifestations that would certainly affect their daily functioning. So the challenges are numerous, and I think we cannot discount the fact that looking at it from a systemic lens here, we're looking at unemployment, we're looking at poverty, we're looking at family dysfunctionality, domestic violence, substance abuse. I think all these factors have to be included in the equation when we look at the way forward, because if we do not consider this, prevention is not going to be a recipe that's going to work. We're doing a lot of awareness, but is the awareness raising sufficient? I think my colleague alluded to that we don't want to be having this conversation in the next few years again about the increased incidence and the continued and gross violation that victims have to suffer, and perpetuating the cycle of violence, so the intergenerational patterns of violence, and of course the unfavorable outcomes and the trajectory that these young victims have to deal with moving forward in their lives. I think it is essential to create environments where children feel comfortable to discuss their concerns, they receive support from trusted adults and peers, and promoting open conversations about relationships, consent issues, very important, and healthy behaviors to prevent these unintended consequences of child or teen pregnancies. Thank you.
Thank you so much for speaking to us today. Dr. Shahida Omar, Clinic Director at Teddy Bear Foundation, and Pelise Mashi, Social Worker at the Callus Foundation. So, I mean, these are important issues that we're raising here, and I'm seeing lots of your voice notes come in. We're taking lots of your calls. Lovely to hear from you. But I want to ask you about some of the social issues that are getting ignored. I'm not getting a lot of calls on these social issues. I'm not getting voice notes. I'm not getting texts. And I wonder if you are living in a community where you are seeing some of the things that we reported on today and gave you feedback on, if you're seeing them happening, are you seeing gender-based violence happening? Are you seeing teenage pregnancies? Are you seeing older men preying upon younger girls in these communities? Or are you seeing teenagers hanging out together, and behaving in a way that may compromise the future of both of them from a legal point of view, but also from the point of view of a potential pregnancy? And how do you manage that, right? In areas where children are very impoverished, they come from impoverished families, and sometimes an abuser can be seen as a lifeline to that family. And so the daughter in the family ends up being compromised because the family needs to live and to eat. Tell me how you feel about that, and if you've experienced it, have you seen examples of that? And as a member of the community, how do you deal with examples of that kind of behavior? I would love to hear from you on that. Many of you are commenting on the Madlanga sicknesses, and this is, of course, in response, I believe, to what is happening with Andrea Johnson today. She was meant to have appeared, the IDAC head was meant to have appeared before the Madlanga Commission to testify today. She's not there. She has been rushed to hospital. She submitted a doctor's certificate, which has been acknowledged at the Madlanga Commission. But I wonder how they're going to proceed, whether they're simply going to read her affidavits and so forth into evidence and move ahead, because time is short. They've already asked for an extension, but Justice Madlanga is very conscious of the fact that time is short.
Good morning, Joanne and the listeners. Great show as ever. What is it with these people getting sick before they appear in the Madlanga Commission? And now Johnson is sick. No, man. I don't believe it. I don't buy it. We are played here. Nomonde from the Val.
Thanks, Nomonde.
Hi, JJ. It's another JJ here in State Spirit. Hey, Madlanga Commission. People are getting sick and running away. Yeah, they'd rather face the law in court and the lawyers, but not Madlanga. No. Because they know they can't answer those questions truthfully.
Thank you so much for those messages. Sipho in Viking is on the line to us. Sipho, you've got a minute before the news. Just give us a succinct summary of what you were going to say.
JJ.
Morning.
Kat was ill-advised.
Yeah, you think he should have taken the deal.
If you take a plea bargain now, you start your sentence now.
Mm-hmm.
Looking at the number of the age and the number of co-accused there, this matter is going to take close to 3 years.
Yeah.
So it doesn't make any difference, and he would have saved from taking the lawyers every time for appearance fees.
Okay. So you
so
think he made
losing.
a poor choice?
He's going to lose because he's going to start the sentence in the next 4 years, which is going to be equivalent to what he's denying now. But he would have spent lots of money for the lawyers.
Okay. Sipho,
yes.
Thank you very much for that call. Tell me if you agree with Sipho or not. We'll take more of your calls after the latest news bulletin. And that brings us to just about 11 o'clock here on the Daily Discourse. Ondelambana standing by with your latest news.
On the top stories, IDEG head of investigation rushed to hospital and rescue efforts underway in China after a powerful storm hit the country. For SAfm News, I'm Ondelambana, and a very good morning. The head of the investigating directorate against corruption, Advocate Andrea Johnson, has been rushed to hospital. She was due to testify before the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry in Pretoria this morning. Johnson is facing a range of allegations, including claims of interfering in investigations allegations related to a complaint against suspended crime intelligence head Feroz Khan. The commission has now adjourned its proceedings to tomorrow when a new witness will testify. Evidence leader Advocate Mahlape Sillo explains why the commission could not proceed in Johnson's absence.
What I have are two statements, a statement and a supplementary statement from Advocate Johnson, both of which are narrative in nature. I don't have WhatsApp messages to share with the commissioners, and the only option would be to read her statements into record. But her statements are responding already to questions already posed. So at best it would require me to go find the question and then read for you what she says, where she can sit in the witness box and give the narrative as she has set it out in her papers.
A case of alleged underworld figure for Sumuzi Kat Matlala has been postponed to September the 11th in the Pretoria Specialized Commercial Crimes Court. Earlier, the National Prosecuting Authority, NPA, said that the affidavit that Matlala had provided in his plea deal with it could no longer be used in any investigations or prosecutions. This after Matlala told the court that he had withdrawn the plea deal. The NPA says he will now stand trial alongside the other accused, including suspended National Police Commissioner Fani Masemula, over the 228 million rand Medicare 24 tender. NPA spokesperson Kaiser Khanyago.
We had a deal arranged and finalized. The only thing that changed was the sentence. Therefore, we expected him to accept it, but we don't know what would have happened behind closed. We thought, obviously, we wanted that to happen because we wanted to move and finalize this case. It's not only because of the people that we're going to get, but also it will reduce the time to deal with this matter, because now we don't have to go all the way and then deal with this matter. It will be in our interest that this matter is finalized quickly. But now it means we are going full force with the matter, and then obviously we will see how it goes.
Police say they are working around the clock to determine who sold an unlicensed firearm to 45-year-old Ndodana Chuma. He was found with the firearm when he was arrested in Kensington, east of Johannesburg on Friday. Chuma is expected to appear in the Johannesburg Magistrates Court this morning in connection with the murder of his wife and two daughters in the United Kingdom. National Police spokesperson Atlenda Mate addressed the media outside court.
I do confirm that our crime intelligence and organized crime investigations unit are on the ground actively investigating this particular case of who sold this unlicensed firearm to Mark Chuma. Now, we do have it on record, and it is our suspicion that that particular firearm was going to be used to unfortunately end his life because it was found with 2 rounds of ammunition.
The NPA says it is unclear whether the family of the late rapper Keenan, aka Forbes, will appoint a legal team to represent it in the inquest into the death of Anele Tembe, the fiancé of the late rapper. The inquest has been postponed to September the 7th in the Cape Town Magistrates Court. The magistrate fell ill, prompting the postponement. Tembe fell from the 10th floor of a hotel in Cape Town while she was with AKA in April 2021. The NPA Western Cape spokesperson Eric Ntabazalila.
The last time there were 2 lawyers representing the Forbes family, but those 2 lawyers withdrew. So what we'll be waiting for now is for the Forbes family to advise the inquest secretary whether they'll be bringing in new legal representatives and whether they will have witnesses before we sit in September.
Emergency response teams are working to rescue people stranded in areas worst affected by the most powerful storm to hit mainland China this year. Typhoon Bavi brought heavy rain and violent winds to the east coast when it made landfall yesterday. The BBC's Stephen McDonnell has the details.
The latest figures we're getting from the government is that 2.8 million people have had to have been moved to safety in various parts of the country. And there's footage coming through showing heavy driving rain, very strong winds, and naturally also flooding. Emergency teams have been reaching various cut-off towns to rescue people, and then as the floodwaters have receded, the big job of clearing roads using chainsaws and heavy digging equipment to allow the emergency teams to reach other cut-off parts of the country.
Recapping the top story, the head of the investigating Directorate Against Corruption, Advocate Andrea Johnson, has been rushed to hospital. She was due to testify before the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry in Pretoria this morning. I'm on Lambana for SAFM News, headlines at 11:30.
SAFM 104 to 107 nationwide. Leading the conversation.
Catch Top Billing this Tuesday evening at 7 on S3 as designer Lizanne Vivier reimagines our wardrobes through creative styling. Metro FM's DJs Nomuzi Musli Mabena and Siabonga Scoop Ngwegazi are setting the trend. And the art of Utata Madiba is the hero of artist Louis Janssen van Vuren and author Hardy Olivier's country home. That's Top Billing this Tuesday at 7. Repeat Sunday at 1 on S3 and Tuesday at 9:30 p.m. on SABC1.
With the ever-changing financial landscape, it can be difficult to make sense of all the moves at times. Join me, Jimmy Moyaha, on the SAFM Market Update with MoneyWeb, Mondays to Thursdays, 6 to 7 p.m, as we break down the key market trends, top financial stories, and smart investment insights, all in one place. It's everything you need to stay financially informed and ahead of the curve.
The Daily Discourse on SAFM with Joanne Joseph, unpacking the issues that matter. The Daily Discourse on SAFM, weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
7 minutes past 11 here on the Daily Discourse. Thank you for joining us. If you've just tuned in on the final hour of the show, we are really lovely. We're really happy to have you with us. We've been having some tough conversations today. I haven't heard too much from you because we hit the ground running the moment the show started at 9 o'clock with interviews. So I think let's try and catch up on some of those conversations in this hour. Let me just tell you what's coming up. This very sad story that really affected so many of us over the weekend. We're going to pay tribute to the two young sportsmen, Bafana player Jaden Adams and rugby star Luqobo Bibo Magwedini. And, both of them died on the same day last week, or in the last couple of days, I should say. And I think the country is reeling from that. We've had some sporting success, but it's been tempered by what's happened to these young men. Very, very sad to lose these rising stars. And our thoughts and our prayers go out to their families. And I think we're going to have a conversation about that. In fact, with two people. We're going to speak to a sports journalist about it. We're also going to speak to a sports psychologist about it, because I think, these are not easy careers by any stretch of the imagination. The fact that people put themselves out onto the international stage, demand so much of their bodies and their minds, puts them under incredible pressure. And I really feel for them. These stories, particularly where young people are concerned, makes me very sad indeed. I'm sure you feel the same way. Give us a call on our studio line 086 000 2032, our WhatsApp line 0614104107. I'd love to hear from you on that issue. We're also talking about Kat Matlala today, rejecting the plea deal that was offered to him, and we all are, in addition to that, I should say he's withdrawing his participation in the plea deal, to be more specific. And of course, the other big story of the day is the IDAC investigations head, Andrea Johnson, being rushed to hospital and making the Madlanga Commission aware that she's not going to be appearing before them today. I'll take some of your calls on this. Mpho in Johannesburg is on the line to us. Good morning to you, Mpho.
Good morning. Good morning, Joanne, and the listeners of SAFM. Joanne, these people that are booking off sick, man, they are making us suspicious. Why all of them now, they are booking sick on the last minute? No, man, it's very worrisome now and they're also wasting time. Maybe what I can advise to the Madlanga family is that in a day, I think they must book two people to come and testify. For in case that we do, for backup. For in case that we don't waste time. The other one will be said you will be appear from 12 o'clock, provided that one doesn't appear, so that really, honestly, we can move on. We really want to move on. Our country's in a mess. It has affected us and everyone else.
That's actually a very good suggestion, Mpho. I don't know what it means in terms of, how the different types of evidence that the evidence leaders have got to sift through and prepare for. They might have to then end up preparing for double the workload. But I think it's a helpful suggestion in terms of of making sure that we don't lose time, because time is money in this case, and I agree with you. We can't lose much more time than we have already. Let's take a call. Thanks for that call, Mpho. Let's take one from Shonisani in Sandton on Kat Matlala's plea. Good morning to you, Shonisani.
Morning, Jay. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
I just have 2 or 3 things to say. First, I think that they have to deal with one another. At least that's my opinion.
Okay.
It's very funny how the plea bargaining deal is being withdrawn. After last week, we've had, I think it's 2 witnesses at the Madlanga Commission speaking about the rot or the allegations of the rot within IDEC.
Yes.
And all of a sudden, there's now the withdrawal of the plea bargaining. It raises a whole lot of questions than answers. And with that being said also, there's someone who said he thinks that Kat Matlala was ill-advised. I can say initially probably so, and I even think now the current legal team has ill-advised him, and not only looking after him, but looking only after their pocket. Because remember, for each and every appearance, he gets charged.
Yes, yes.
And the other thing is that at least now he knew how many years he's facing, compared to now going on trial and not knowing what he might get.
Absolutely. I mean, a bird in the hand is worth 2 in the bush, they say, right? So I think that's probably an example of that. Shonisani, thank you. Thank you for that call from Sandton. All right, that brings us to 12 minutes past 11 here on the Daily Discourse, and the country is in mourning for the passing of 2 young sporting stars, pardon me, whose deaths occurred within days of each other. Well, actually on the same day, to be more specific. South African football has been deeply affected by the sudden death of promising Bafana Bafana and Mamelodi Sundowns talent Jaden Adams, who had just played in the World Cup. At the same time, the rugby fraternity is in shock over the sudden death of Luqobo Bibo Magwedini, who collapsed after a training session. Let's speak to sports journalist Benjamin Leshoro. Benjamin, good morning, and thank you for your time on the Daily Discourse. What a sad weekend for the families and fans of these rising stars and many South Africans who've been following their burgeoning careers for some time now. Please just tell us a bit about the circumstances of Bibo's passing.
Good morning, Joanne. Thanks for having me. Absolutely tragic news that we heard this past weekend of the 2 young South African sports stars. You know, at this particular time, you just think of the families. I think sport comes a distant second in situations like this, and you're just thinking of, you know, the 2 families who've lost, whether it's a son, a father, or a cousin, a brother, you know. But yeah, condolences to them. What we hear with the death of Luqobo is that he suffered a heat stroke, and this is after a training session in or at his club in France. He plays his rugby in France, and he was still in a part of their age group teams. He was tipped to break into their first team this coming season, the 2026-27. So it's absolutely tragic that his career, his life ended before it even started.
Absolutely. I mean, I believe it wouldn't have been long before Bibo would have become a Springbok, fulfilling one of his long-standing dreams.
Yeah, absolutely. Having already represented South Africa at under 18 level, that shows that he's already in the system and the conveyor belt to the senior team, which is Springboks. And obviously the World Cup is coming next year in Australia, and following that, the team is sort of set right now for Rassie Erasmus for the World Cup. You can see that it will take 1 or 2 tweaks, but following that, obviously, there'll need to be some reinventing of the team and all of that towards more World Cups. And at the age of 20, Lukobo would have easily given us about 3 or 4 World Cups, in him. So it's absolutely tragic that that will now not be happening.
Yeah, absolutely. I understand we're not sure of the reason for Jaden Adams passing, but I believe he suffered a loss in his family recently, lost a friend under quite violent circumstances, and was deeply affected by that.
Yeah, and obviously we're avoiding speculation, Joanne, at this moment in terms of the circumstances surrounding Jaden's death, But yeah, during the World Cup, he did lose his grandmother. The Football Association made that public, and obviously it was a deep and gut-wrenching loss to him, because to the extent that the association even had to ask for prayers for Jaden and all of that and his family upon losing the grandmother. It would have affected him deeply, but I think it also highlights the importance of moving with the times in terms of how sport is handled by associations, by teams, and perhaps I'm not too sure if they had a psychologist in camp at the World Cup, but that is definitely something that they should have had, and it would be interesting if they did have, and if he did speak to someone about the loss and how he's feeling about all of that. But yeah, I think we need to move on. Sport is no longer just about fitness and tactics. It's all about mental fitness also, not just physical fitness, and not just so that you can play well. So because we're first human before anyone is a superstar of any kind.
How was Adams doing, both in terms of Sundowns and Bafana Bafana?
He was at the peak of his career. At the age of 25, Jaden came through the ranks at Stellenbosch FC. That's his boyhood club, where he started at their development and everything, with a couple of other players who've also made it to the top right now. And it was last year that he moved to Mamelodi Sundowns. He earned a big money move to Mamelodi Sundowns. And Mamelodi Sundowns is a very star-studded team. It's very difficult to break into the first team and cement your place into the starting 11 every week. And Jaden did that. He was an important member of a team that just won just recently, 2 months ago, the CAF Champions League, which is the highest honor, continental honor for a club in Africa. So he was at the peak of his club career, and also internationally represented South Africa at the FIFA World Cup just the other day, literally. And that is the pinnacle of any footballer's career, to play at the World Cup.
Yeah.
That is the holy grail. And you would think that, okay, this is the blossoming now, and we're expecting a lot more from this young player. And also, he had a couple of World Cups still for South Africa. I think the incoming coach for Bafana Bafana will also be gutted to not have the benefit of having to have a Jaden Adams in his team, a very, very important player in the Bafana team that made history at the World Cup just recently. So he was at the absolute peak of his career at the moment.
Such a sad story indeed, both of them, these young lives that we've now lost. Thank you so much for speaking to us. Benjamin Loshoro, sports journalist, and in just a short while we're going to get into the psychological aspect of this discussion.
For 90 years, one voice has informed, challenged, and connected a nation. SAfM, South Africa's national English public radio station. Established in 1936 as the SABC's very first service, the A program, evolving through the English service, Radio South Africa, to SAfM in 1995, shaping thought and strengthening democracy. From a full-spectrum station to a trusted home of news and talk, SAfM continues to lead the conversations 90 years strong. SAfM, leading the conversations that move us.
Hasimbonanga Mandela Tina.
Hashtag Mandela Month on SAfM.
I, Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela, do hereby swear to be faithful to the Republic of South Africa. So help me God.
30 years into our democracy, what have we built? What have we broken? And what remains unfinished? This July, SAfM examines the legacy of Mandela through the realities of South Africa today. Inequality, leadership, social justice, nation building, and the responsibilities that belong to every generation. SAfM is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAfM Radio.
22 minutes past 11 here on the Daily Discourse. We're talking about the loss of these two young sportsmen, Bafana player Jaden Adams and rugby star Luqobo Bibo Magwedini. They died on the 11th of July. Now, in the wake of their passing, there are many questions around the physical and psychological aspects of sport we don't often give much thought to. Sports psychologist and senior lecturer at UNISA, Dr. Kokecho Tsebe, joins us to speak on the impact that physical and mental health demands make on young players. Good morning, Dr. Tsebe, and thank you so much for your time on the Daily Discourse. I watched a couple of videos of Jaden Adams' reaction to the Bafana win, and while everyone else is celebrating, he just seems so sad. And only in the wake of his passing does one realize, gosh, there might have been something here that many people missed.
All right, good morning to you, Leon, and to the listeners of SAfM. Absolutely, and also when speaking about these instances on the glimpse of videos that we have seen, obviously we're speaking on limited information, but we can just derive hypotheses around the case on, reported grief, as my colleague Benji has already spoken about, and SAFA communicated about it, about the passing of a grandmother. And, grief does have a psychological impact. And we know also as Africans, grandmothers tend to play more of a motherly role as well. But also picking up from what Benji has spoken about, how other layers of performance related, that he was also at the peak of his career as well, of which peak performance, Leon, comes with so much pressure. And at times, peak performers tends to not receive so much attention because they are doing well. So we could be coming from multiple stresses, be on and off the pitch, which essentially impact on the psychological well-being.
And how good are the support team at spotting these mental health difficulties which players may be experiencing?
Pardon, Millian?
I'm asking, how good is the support team at noticing these mental health difficulties which some of their players may be experiencing?
So at this stage, there is, I appreciate the paradigm shift. I have to say there's still some inconsistencies and reluctance around having a sports psychologist working with teams. At times it tends to be quite occasional, and which there's also context into it. Maybe there's lack of information. Maybe there's concerns around how important the value of a psychological services in a team. We still have, federations or teams that are very committed and intentional about having psychologists, whereas majority are still lagging behind, and not only railing behind, but also being reactive when there's circumstances that require psychologists So there's a work in progress, but it's not satisfactory.
I mean, it's interesting. I suppose in the case of Bibo, that question extends to how closely the rugby support teams are monitoring the physical condition of athletes. How much pressure are they actually putting under their bodies, and how much of the work of keeping themselves at a certain level of fitness is psychological work as well as physical work, Dr. Tsebe?
So much work that is put behind. You can imagine with high performance or professional performance sports, actually you are constantly under extraordinary public expectations. There's still the physical qualities that still have to be on par. And the psychological well-being is constantly under pressure to perform, to bring your A game. There's also team selection dynamics. There's also the ability to form part of a bigger collective of a team dynamics that athletes need to navigate. So in a nutshell, athletes are constantly trying to create a sense of balance between the physical and the mental state, because the two coexist.
And do you think the mental and physical toll on some of our young athletes is sometimes too difficult to bear?
Definitely difficult at most. And I think because they are high performance, it tends to be concealed. Because they're doing well, we might not be able to pick it up that they could be going so much. It gets to be concealed. They are always most likely on camp with teammates. They're always on the go, almost assuming the autopilot role, because they have to pitch, they have to bring their A game, as I said previously. They have to always make sure that they execute, and they're always in the coach's lineup. So it's so much behind the scene. It carries so much ecological impact that at times it then further exacerbates underlying mental health conditions such as depression, anxiety, and the use of substance, which are quite common in the sporting fraternity.
You know, what you're telling us, Dr. Tsebe, is an important thing, but you can well imagine what it's like for young people who are these super athletes, the star athletes, right? First of all, they are different to other young people in that they cannot live the same lifestyle. They have to eat in a certain way, they've got to sleep in a certain way, they've got to train in a certain way. They've got their peers going out and having fun at the same age. They're not always allowed to do the same. And they're then being displayed on a world stage with the weight of a country on their shoulders sometimes. I mean, how does a young person even begin to process that level of responsibility?
Quite thoughtful, especially speaking about it from a developmental psychology. As you said, you're still young and quickly have to transition to be a professional who assumes these many multiple roles where you perform under public scrutiny. It's a lot. There's a transition that one has to adjust into to make sure that they are still able to be youngsters who are assuming a role at international stages, which comes with an immense pressure, as you did allude to that. And I think from us, and also myself as a sports psychologist, it's very important to also practice some sense of compassion as a public, understanding that they really carry a lot of responsibility. More compassion it's required. Also, our role as psychologists to provide services, but also to decision makers to really create a platform that encourage mental health discussions, but also integrate mental health support for athletes.
Thank you so much for speaking to us, Dr. Koketso Tsebe, sports psychologist and senior lecturer at UNISA. And I'd love your thoughts on this. Do you have a member of a family, of your family or a friend who has been put in this position? A young sports star, starting out their lives, so much promise. What are the pressures that they are facing? We didn't even get into the issue of those who are signed, who come into money early, don't know how to manage that. It results in poverty later on in their lives because that has never been managed. That financial pressure is an additional aspect. But I have a close friend whose child is a star. She's a sports star. And what that child has been through, when everybody else was just having to write matric and concentrate on their studies and so on, this child was getting up at 5:00 in the morning, training, then going to school, then coming home, doing homework, going back to train in the afternoons and evenings, being put on a special diet. Fortunately, she was a very dedicated and bright child. She came out of matric with multiple A's, but I cannot imagine the pressure for that child, and she'd not have been able to do it without the support of her family. What has your experience been in regard to that? And do you, when you're watching sport and you see these young stars on the pitch or in the swimming pool or, wherever it is, on the rugby field, do you feel for them? Do you think about the cost that it takes, the cost and the toll on their young lives in order to be such high achievers? It's a very tough ask. I think my hearts go out to them. 11:30 here on the Daily Discourse. Let's connect with Ondela Mbana for your latest news headlines.
Thank you, Joanne. On the news headlines, the testimony of the head of the Investigating Directorate Against Corruption, Advocate Andrea Johnson, has been postponed to a date yet to be determined at the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry in Pretoria. The NPA says it is unclear whether the family of the late rapper Keenan, aka Forbes, will appoint a legal team to represent it in the inquest into the death of Anile Tembe, the fiancé of the late rapper, and dozens of people are missing after a fire tore through a bar in the Thai capital Bangkok, killing at least 27 people. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
In case you missed it.
So how do parents then approach a situation by firstly recognizing that the approach for one child should not be the same for the other?
One parenting style can be able to help children grow and become the leaders that we all want them to be. Every parent should have an end in mind with every child. Okay. What is my end result? What do I envision when I'm raising this child? We have got different children. So that's the first one. And once we've got that, then we're not going to use one size fits all, because we've spent time and we can tell what is it that they feel uncomfortable with. So the first thing is your parenting style.
That was Quantum with Angela Ludick. The Daily Discourse on SAFM, weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
Just about 11:32 here on the Daily Discourse, and thank you for all your messages that are coming in at this hour. Hopefully I'll be able to catch up on them in the next few minutes. There hasn't been a lot of time for us to engage as we normally do today because the show's been so packed, but I suppose some days are just like that. They are heavy news days and we've just got to respond to that accordingly. I've got one whole message on teenage pregnancy. Thank you for that voice note. I'm so delighted to hear that somebody cares about our children. I'm still going to put the question out there and ask you to make use of our studio line in order to have this conversation with me. 086 000 2032, our WhatsApp line 0614 104 107. What do we need to be doing culturally, within our families, within our communities, from a legal point of view, to be able to deal with the issue of statutory rape of young girls and teenage pregnancies? These are huge problems. It's not just politics that should dominate our thoughts. These are social problems that are affecting us. When we ran a discussion earlier this morning about the issue of Gauteng DSD, the Social Development Department, not paying out to whichever service providers in terms of NGOs it's going to support. These are organizations that are dealing with homelessness, drug abuse, gender-based violence. We didn't get a single bit of engagement on that. Do we care about any of those groups in South Africa that are socially disadvantaged? And what are your thoughts on what the Department of Social Development should be doing to support these communities that are really struggling? Oh, great. We've got another voice note on child rape. I'm going to listen to that.
Good morning, Joanne. Joanne, we live in a country where we think and perceived as sophisticated, as educated, but we have barbaric actions. Let me tell you, the raping of young girls should get the highest punishment in the land. We should castrate them. Ruth from Randburg.
Ruth, thank you for your message. And I mean, I feel as strongly as you about dealing with the issue of rape. It breaks my heart when I think about these children and what they go through. And I'm on the board of an organization that deals mostly with child rape. And when you see how their lives are completely derailed by what has happened to them, and how hard you have to work to get the therapy, get the trauma dealt with, so you can put them back onto a trajectory that they were meant to be on from the start. It is so difficult. The thing about castration, though, I mean, the research tends to show that it doesn't help in the sense that, violent people will rape children using whatever instrument is possible, and therein lies the difficulty. That we've got to get this into our social systems. We've got to work this into our social systems, whatever means we are using as a kind of moral compass or an ethical compass. We've got to work that into our teaching around respect for other people's bodies. And I don't know, maybe that's a good starting point. Here's one on teenage pregnancy.
Morning, JJ. I felt I must comment because you're saying you're lacking stats in terms of people commenting on gender-based violence. With regards to gender-based violence, JJ, we are a sick society. We need healing from all angles. And with regards to child rape, it's sickness as well. And television exposing sexual sins drama to children, that needs to be regulated. This is Vumisa from Phosphorus. Also websites on phones. Vumisa from Phosphorus. Thank you.
Vumisa, thank you. And thank you for caring so much about that issue. I really appreciate your comment there and some useful suggestions too. Tando in the Eastern Cape is on the line to us. And Tando, you want to talk about commissions. Good morning.
My word, you should be here. The weather here is so beautiful. It's a beautiful morning, winter day.
Oh, wonderful, Tando. I'm jealous. Johannesburg is just cold and polluted. That's all I have to say.
And we had a coast in Gqeberha, so it's just wonderful.
So it's beautiful. It's beautiful.
Now, here's the thing. I always listen to people asking you guys, how are you? Do they know that Thingy wakes up at 4 a.m. to go to the studio? She's on 6, and they keep on asking, how are you? How are you? They're wasting so much time. Can they get to the point? It's like the whole day depends on asking how you guys are. Get to the point and then move on, I used to listen to Lance on CNN. He would be so cut off Larry King.
Yeah.
It's so irritating. But anyway.
Go for it, Tando. What's on your mind?
Now, what's on my mind is that you get the feeling, or you get the the people in charge, in government, in everything. They listen to they hear what we are on about. As citizens, that we are complaining, that we are voicing, that we are even praising them if there's anything to praise. But somewhat the disconnect it is astonishing in a sense that it's like these people are in it for themselves. For instance, Cyril, the pictures he has with Pule, this lady who was, was so dishonored. And then, you can see the glee in him. And then you wonder, are these people governing for us or for the ANC? Because this country doesn't belong to the ANC only.
No, I agree with you.
Right enough, the ANC has done its part, but now, to actually make the ANC the fulcrum of, not the country, it is so, it is garlic, it is shocking because what standards are we trying to keep up?
It's a good question. It's a good question, Tando, because, if you say you are committed to good governance and you are anti-corruption and you are clamping down on that, and every time you stand in front of the South African public, that's what you say. and then you undermine everything you say. You sabotage what you verbally say with your actions. What is the point of that, really? And again, I will reiterate that Dinapule was not found guilty of a crime. She was not convicted of a crime, but somebody who is under investigation for what she was accused of in terms of the work that she gave her boyfriend at the time. I mean, that was the reason that she was removed, right? And that was why Jacob Zuma saw fit to remove her. Why was she not investigated for that? It's an important question to ask. Tato in Metsimacholo is on the line to us. Tato, good morning. What's on your mind?
Yeah, good morning. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, you are. Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Yes, no, there's an issue in this municipality in Metsimaholo where people who are indigent, the free basic electricity has been taken from some of them, especially the ones the one that I know of. It's especially the ones who are not able to do the change of ownership.
Okay.
Due to something like, for example, when parents have passed on and they can't do that change of ownership because they have to go to court, and the court says, well, there is this bill, historical bill, and these are the poorest of the poor, and the municipality has just cut off the free basic electricity from those people. So
okay, Tato.
I was just calling SAFM to maybe make a follow-up with the municipality to check as to what informs that, because they are violating the very law that brought these free basic necessities for the people.
Yeah, thank you for flagging that with us, Tato. Let us put you back to Ginewe, and we will follow up on that for you as best we can. We'll take a short break now.
Catch Top Billing this Tuesday evening at 7 on S3 as designer Lizanne Vivier reimagines our wardrobes through creative styling. Metro FM's DJs Nomuzi Musli Mabena and Siabonga Scoop Ngwegazi are setting the trend. And the art of Utata Madiba is the hero of artist Louis Janssen van Vuren and author Hardy Olivier's country home. That's Top Billing this Tuesday at 7. Repeat Sunday at 1 on S3 and Tuesday at 9:30 p.m. on SABC1.
In case you missed it.
Why should I be concerned about my personal data, where it's stored, who controls it? How does that affect me in the instance where there is a bridge to that data?
South Africa has the POPI Act, which is an incredibly strong law, and it's probably the strongest data privacy law in the African continent. But the question now is, if I was hosting, for example, and I'm just using this as an example, in Nigeria, and something happened to my data, would the POPI regulator be able to enforce the laws against the Nigerian data center? And that's the question you have to ask.
Richard Frost, Head of Technology Solutions and Consulting at Amata Cybersecurity.
That was The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga. The Daily Discourse, more than talk, real understanding.
11:42 on the Daily Discourse. Listening to some of your voice notes now. This first one on Kat Matlala.
Morning, Joanne. Morning, Joanne. It's anonymous. I think Katie Machala is playing games. He was told that they knew he's going to drop big names. So they say to him, hey, you can't drop those big names. You need to fight this, because those big names, they will affect politicians, big names. So they can't afford to have those names dropped. That's what I think.
You made me think of a conspiracy theory. I hadn't thought of it initially. I thought, well, this is just Kat being his usual, bombastic self, where he kind of just decides, I don't feel like doing it anymore because I don't like the present term that you're offering me. But it's not out of the realm of possibility what you are suggesting there, that somebody very powerful has said to him, you drop these names, you drop dead. So be careful. Many of you commenting on the Madlaga Commission and people getting ill when they're meant to testify.
Good morning, Joanne Parks here. I think the Madlaga Commission should actually start using its resources that are at its disposal especially with regards to being able to make a determination as to who can apply for a medical emergency, not to appear at the Matlanga Commission. That would mean somebody who is medically incapacitated or unfit. And those who maybe have a day stay at a hospital can do their appearance remotely.
AJ, good morning. Led from Matatiele here. I think we need to understand these people that are getting sick every time going to Matlanga. They sitting there, even when you are watching Matlanga, you just get so chilled. So you can imagine those people here that are being asked questions there. The only ones that survive are the ones that lie and end up being arrested 3 times thereafter. But believe me, it's hot I can say, I've never been there, but believe me when I tell you, that's why people are getting sick. Thank you.
I think it's probably a literal hot seat, isn't it? But thank you so much for those comments over the course of the day and the calls that we've taken. I think what must be quite tough for Justice Madlanga is, imagine if he's got to go off and verify everyone's medical certificate. Then he's got to actually investigate the doctors even who have potentially given out these certificates. So it's a tough ask of the Commission. They've got enough work on their plate as it is. But I'm going to say goodbye to you at this point, and we can pick up these wonderful conversations tomorrow between 9 and 12. The team will be back with you then. Have a wonderful afternoon. We'll go to the book reading next, and then I will hand over to the wonderful Sakina Kamwendo for Update at Noon. Have a great one. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
SAfm's award-winning drama department presents to you another episode of the book In the Shadow of the Springs I Saw, written by Barbara Adair, read by Fiona Ramsey. This is a radio broadcast edit. Please note that the views expressed in this book are not that of the station. Listeners' discretion is advised.
The Springs Hotel is painted a bright orange. This is not the colour that it has always been. It was many years ago a modest pale cream. The concrete lines that put the orange in relief are now yellow. They are visible, contrasting. They reach upwards, vertically in rows of 4, and in between this are 2 rows of 2. In front of the hotel is a busy railway yard. The short, thin male receptionist stands behind the wooded counter, a built-in reception area. The edges of the wood are rounded, touched by many fingers, but on closer look, the rounded pattern is carved into it. The receptionist wears a purple shirt with orange buttons sewn onto it. You cannot see what trousers he wears, for they are hidden by the reception counter.
No, you cannot go upstairs. If you want, you must phone the manager. He is the owner, Carlos. Here, this is his phone number.
The receptionist has a Nigerian accent, or at least I think that he has. The door to the bar is a double door. There are 2 wooden panels. Actually, it is 1 door that looks like 2. The panels are, as is the reception desk, curved and circular. At the level of your shoulder is a heart. Round drops of blood drip from it, deeply carved into the dark panelled wood. The panels are fully open, so that even if you are standing outside, just in front of the rounded reception desk, which you are, and if you look slightly to your right, without even bending forward, you can easily see inside the bar. If you move slightly, so that you are facing the door directly, or the double panels squarely, you can see that on the what used to be white, but now it is a grey wall, set high about 3 meters up, and directly in front of the door on the opposite side of the room, is a television set. You cannot see what is showing from the distance there. It is just a haze of colour and movement. You walk into the bar closer to the television set, or the end of the room, possibly just 10 or maybe 5 meters into the bar. Now you can see that the television is showing a pornographic film. At this time there is a man and a woman on the screen. Today it is sultry in Springs. The air around me is heavy. Slugs or trains move back and forth on the railway tracks, shunting. I can smell the sweat drip down from beneath my arms, the salt prickly, sticky. I walk into the bar of the Springs Hotel and wait. I am waiting for something to happen. Someone? Who? There are many women around me, many women who slink and scowl and laugh. But I ignore them, for it is not they who I want to meet. I want to meet him, the man who holds the gun, the man who came here on most evenings, the man who shot it up. Or did he? A radio competes with the television for sound. I listen. It plays songs from the 80s, from a time before this change. They are retrospective sounds. A young 20-something bar girl hums the note of a song that I recognize. She knows none of these words. Girls just wanna have fun. Oh, yes, girls just wanna have fun. Want something? She winks a wilting lid down over a sun-soaked black eye. I know why you are here. You want to look at all the people in this place. Everybody knows that you want to look at us. You say that you come to look at the building, this hotel. But we know what you want. You want to look at us. You want to hear us speak. Why? Is it nice? Is it sexy? Why? Are we animals in a zoo? She stands behind the bar counter. It surrounds the whole of the back wall of the room. The old wood is pitted and worn, but still the faint glow of polished walnut shows through the stains of many hands and many drinks that have been spilt in ecstasy of misery. She hands me a glass. It is as small as a tooth mug. In it is a brown liquid that is viscous and vicious. And as our fingers brush against each other, I think of her voice, not her words, just the sound of the voice. It is a bitter voice, but yet it is tinged with sweetness, like this bar, this building. Bitter to have been something else, something venerated, on which white European hopes were painted, and sweet in that the something else has moved in, and it grows and is filled also with hopes. They are just different hopes. Thanks, and I'll have another, and yes, I want to listen to you. So tell me a story, please. Where are you from? What are you doing here? That kind of thing. I want to hear people's stories, not animal stories. The girl's red mouth shakes as it laughs. Her round cheeks are shiny, as she has no cheekbones. Her makeup, a honey colour, is too pale for her skin. It drips alongside her nose where the pores gape. There is a smear of lipstick on her upper left tooth, and her short-sleeved shirt is grim and green. It marks the crevices of her body, the curve of her stomach, rounded flesh. Her hand brushes against mine again as she hands me the glass. Her fingers are short. At their tips are long red nails. These are not piano-playing fingers. I came from a place about 20 kilometers away. It's a smaller town than this. 2 years ago. I don't know, I just came from there. It was a place and not far away. Just up the road, actually, and I wanted to be somewhere else. Then a guy here and I can have this job. He's from somewhere in Africa, but he isn't black. He's more like an Arab. But he speaks French, and I always wanted to make cocktails, but I don't make a lot in here. But I do get good tips. And I don't do what they do, those women. I don't have to because the manager looks after me. I like him. I think that I like Arabs. Their religion is different to ours, you know. He has a wife, and she doesn't live here. Once he showed me a picture of her. She was covered up. I couldn't even see her face. It's mostly busy in the nights. Then the people who live in these buildings that you look at come in. They do a lot of their business here. And also there are a lot of salesmen who mostly just passing through from Johannesburg, you know. She wipes her forehead with the back of her hand. The grease is caught up in her nails. She takes a towel from the bar counter and wipes it off. I look up. On the ceiling and the wall in front of me are holes, bullet holes.
the eyes of a warthog that once knew life gleam with the silver of death. The girl notices me look up. Another one? A guy came in here one night and got into a fight. Then he took the gun and shot at the roof and at that wall and at that pig. People were screaming and running, but he was not really trying to kill anyone. He was just showing off, showing that he had a gun and that he could use it. He couldn't speak English, some foreign language, not a South African one, and not French like the manager. Someone said he was from Bulgaria, but I don't know where that is, do you? Anyway, it was in the newspaper. They came to take photographs. I was in one of the pictures. They printed it, and I told them what happened. I was scared. The guy, he took out his gun, then he shot, then he left. The police never found him. I don't know why, because I told them where he lives. He lives in the building opposite there, Regal House. It's a nice building inside, painted red. He lives there, but he never comes here anymore. Maybe he knows that the manager will kill him. I've still got my picture somewhere. The newspaper, they gave it to me. You want me to find it for you? No, it's okay. Just tell me more stories. I can't talk to you too much. I'll get into trouble. Just for a little bit longer. I have a gun. The Arab manager, he gave it to me. It's for protection, you know. It's dangerous here. Wild. She puts her hand underneath the bar and takes out a revolver. It has a short, blunt nose. She curls her forefinger around the barrel and puts it in her mouth. I'm not scared of guns. Click. And he shot at that pig, that one there on the wall, that someone hunted before I came here. I think that pig was put on the wall a long time ago. There are no pigs in Springs now, not even outside on the farms. He shot it, and then he came over and wiped his fingers on my skirt. The other guys in the bar were cheering, and the pig, well, it was dead, glass eyes anyway. It can't feel or smell anything. It's stuffed. Look, there he is. He won't come in here, but there he is, often in the street. The guy that shot this place. She points to the road outside. A man walks past the window, past the front door of the hotel. He is thin. I invent his eyes. They are dark blue with a cruel slyness in them. His gait is uneven. He walks slowly as if he is a cripple. I imagine that I know the face. It has delicate features, is unbearably sad, calm, cold blue eyes, an unimpeachable expression, lips that never smile. I lean forward and carefully, so that he is unaware of it. Take a photograph, for I want to know him, to know how he will always stare, look past me, focus on something outside me, for I will never know him and his story. He is now a photograph, and some words, my words, the girl's words, a taciturn man. He could be a seedy pederast, a vagabond trader, a vicious drug dealer. Photographs are lonely. No one inhabits them. They have no smell. They do not breathe. Will the words, my words, breathe into them? And then he walks away, and as he does, he turns his head towards the bar. He looks in my direction. He seems to look at me, but I do not know if he sees me sitting here and staring from the window. And then he smiles. It is an acrimonious smile, and then he waves. He lifts up his right hand and waves. Is he waving at me? He raises his right hand and salutes the sun. And then he is gone. I like the way he salutes the sun. It makes him appear as if he knows a god. Is he a god who waves to his god friends? Thank you. I turn to the bar girl. Goodbye. As I walk away, I hear her hum the tune. Girls just wanna have fun. Oh, yes, girls just wanna have fun.
That was another episode of the book In the Shadow of the Springs I Saw, written by Barbara Ade, read by Fiona Ramsey. The book is available online and in all leading bookstores countrywide. It is broadcast on SAfM at 11:45 Monday to Thursday on the Daily Discourse. It is produced for the station by Vovi Batala, technical production Wiseman Manwele, Nanda Koza, and Tato Mapuru.
Twelve o'clock on Monday, the 13th of July, 2026. A very warm welcome to Updated Noon here on SAfM. Leading the conversation, I'm Sakina Kamwendo. Coming up in the next hour.
In light of the fact that the witness is unwell and is only being attended to today, I would request that the commissioners postpone her appearance.
INEC head advocate Andrea Johnson's legal representative says she was rushed to hospital this morning and will not be able to testify as scheduled before the Malanga Commission.
But as you can see today, we kept on saying this remains a moving target. And then you'll never be certain as to how many people will be coming over. Because people continue to come from all the 9 provinces. People continue to come over to the center as part of them wanting to be repatriated.
Migrants continue to stream in at the Musina Repatriation Centre in Limpopo. Please share your views with us, 41391. That's our SMS line number. You can also write to us via X at SABC News_radio or send us a WhatsApp voice note on 082-692-3909. These and more stories coming up on this Monday edition of Updated Noon. First, though, the latest news with Ondelambana. Thank you, Sakina. On the top stories, Advocate Johnson's testimony postponed to a date yet to be confirmed, and Musina Repatriation Centre continues to receive undocumented migrants. For SAfM News, I am Ondelambana, and a very good day. The testimony of the head of the investigating directorate against corruption, Advocate Andrea Johnson, has been postponed to a date yet to be determined at the Malanga Commission of Inquiry in Pretoria. This after she was rushed to hospital this morning. The commission has adjourned for the day. Johnson is facing allegations of interfering with the investigations into alleged assault and intimidation complaint against suspended Deputy Crime Intelligence Head Feroz Khan. Johnson's legal team has submitted a medical certificate, but the Commission's chairperson, Justice Mbuyiseli Madlanga, has informed evidence leader Advocate Mahlape Silo that it's useless.
I noticed that this is one of those medical certificates, the nature of which I've previously said are useless, in the sense that they give no information whatsoever. It's not even a case of what Mr. Bodlani said, which is confidentiality issues. It's just one of those useless so-called medical certificates. But anyway, the bottom line is that Advocate Johnson is not here.
The NPA says it is unclear whether the family of the late rapper Keenan, aka Forbes, will appoint a legal team to represent it in the inquest into the death of Anile Tembe, the fiancé of the late rapper. The inquest has been postponed to September the 7th in the Cape Town Magistrates Court. The magistrate fell ill, prompting the postponement. Tembe fell from the 10th floor of a hotel in Cape Town while she was with AKA in April 2021. NPA Western Cape spokesperson Eric Ndabazalila.
The last time there were 2 lawyers representing the Forbes family, but those 2 lawyers withdrew. So what we'll be waiting for now is for the Forbes family to advise the inquest secretary whether they'll be bringing in new legal representatives and whether they will have witnesses before we sit in September.
Healthcare workers and community members are protesting outside the Zuida Clinic in Gqeberha in the Eastern Cape. The action is over what they say is a shortage of staff and essential medication. The clinic has reportedly been without an operational manager since November last year. It's operating with only 7 nurses per day, despite requiring 14 nurses to function at full capacity. Sugisa Boloti, chairperson of the clinic committee, says the situation has affected staff morale.
Nurses have no supervision. Number 2, there's no medicine. At one stage, I was told there are no needles. Many times, many people go home without getting their prescriptions. The main problem facing this clinic is the fact that there is no operational manager. That makes control of the staff, control of everything to be impossible because nobody is in control.
The Musina Repatriation Centre in Limpopo has continued to receive undocumented migrants. Queues of migrants being verified and processed have formed at the centre. The migrants are coming from various parts of the country. Humanitarian organisations are assisting with the relief such as food. The centre's Home Affairs Chief Director Albert Mazang.
You'll never have anything that is less than 1,000. It will be between 1,000 to 2,000 or 2,000 to 3,000. But they are here. They were dropped by buses. These are buses that are coming from all the 9 provinces. And then the other issue that we've always been saying to media is that there are areas within municipalities where these people are camping. As and when information is received, embassies are informed. Embassies, after being informed, then they arrange transportation. And then we also come on board as Home Affairs in terms of making sure that those people are profiled.
Dozens of people are missing after a fire tore through a bar in the Thai capital, Bangkok, killing at least 27 people. Relatives have been gathering to collect the bodies of their loved ones. Others are appealing for information about the missing. Several victims were found in the bar's toilets where they'd sought refuge. The BBC's Jonathan Head has the details.
The focus of the investigators will be not just how the fire started, but why it spread so quickly, why people became trapped so quickly, whether the exits were functioning properly, whether they were illuminated. There's a lot for the investigators to find out. We've seen disasters like this before in Thailand. Every time Thai officials promised a change in safety standards, when you look at the standards that are written down for places like this, the regulations are usually pretty good. The question is whether they're followed. Bribery is endemic in Thailand. Bars typically pay the police. So there'll be a lot of questions about what went wrong here.
Recapping the top story, the testimony of the head of the investigating directorate against corruption, Advocate Andrea Johnson, has been postponed to a date yet to be determined at the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry in Pretoria. Amundi Lambano for SAFM News Headlines at 12:30.
Update at noon with Sakina Kamwendo, midday to 1 p.m. Update at noon with Sakina Kamwendo.
Thanks, Hondela. Good afternoon, everyone. It's 7 minutes after 12 on this brand new week. And thanks for choosing to spend your time with us here on Update at Noon. Well, what a busy morning it's been. As captured there in the news, of course, much anticipated testimony of the head of IDAC, Andrea Johnson, that was expected at the Madlanga Commission today, but unfortunately she took ill, had to be rushed to hospital, and as such that testimony has been postponed. And it's an interesting question because she's not the first. Last week we were talking about that picture of the Madlanga ward where now Andrea Johnson has gone to join a few others. Some made very brief stays in hospital and made their way back to the commission, but of course others not so. The likes of Suleiman Karim, Major General Firoz Khan, and there's one more. I'm trying to think who's the other person who's also been in hospital and not appeared before the commission. But as I say, there have been several who've made short stints to the hospital or to their doctors and have subsequently come to testify before the commission. So that is what happened at the Madlanga Commission today. And then the other story that relates to the Madlanga Commission. You'll remember last week, Vusmuzi Kat Matlala was meant to appear before the Madlanga Commission, but then that testimony had to be postponed, and it was postponed until Wednesday this week. And that was because Vusmuzi Kat Matlala, in another matter that also relates to that 228 million rand tender, the South African Police Service wellness tender. Now there was a plea deal that was entered into with the state, between his legal team and the state on his behalf, of course, and that of course was handed to the magistrate Ignatius du Preez, who didn't quite agree with the terms and conditions of that plea deal that the state and Vusmuzi Matlala had come to. So subsequently, the magistrate came back and made his own recommendations, and part of which was, of course, to amend what the state had said. They had offered him as 8 years imprisonment. And the magistrate said that was too lenient, and he had then changed that to 12 years imprisonment, among other things, for Vusmuzi Matlala. And if you remember what Magistrate du Preez had to say, he, for example, said that he didn't think that Matlala really showed any remorse, and essentially, and this is to paraphrase, hopefully, he was basically seizing an opportunity here, and therefore it was not necessarily in the interest of justice. And so they were given until today. And Vusmuzi Matlala appeared in the specialized commercial crimes court in Pretoria this morning and rejected the recommendations by Magistrate Ignatius du Preez. And what that then means is that the deal has collapsed, that plea deal between Vusmuzi Matlala and the state. What it also means is that you'll remember we were told that he was going to name people, very high-ranking people, and this was part of that deal that the NPA cut with him, and he would testify against them as he turned state witness. So all of that is now expunged. So they are back to square north. Vusmuzi Matlala and Medicare 24 and the other company, they are back to join the other 12 in the dock that also includes the National Police Commissioner, Fani Masemola. So that is also something that happened this morning. So what that then means is that Vusmuzi Matlala will now appear before the Madlanga Commission on Wednesday. And it's going to be interesting, however, to see now that that plea deal has collapsed, how his legal team will have him approach his evidence before the commission. But that, as we understand, is going ahead. Vusmuzi Matlala will be appearing before the Madlanga Commission on Wednesday. At this point, we're not too clear about what will happen tomorrow, but given that they are really pressed for time, the Madlanga Commission no doubt will try and find someone, if they didn't already have someone scheduled to come in tomorrow. But of course, stay tuned to SABC News and we'll bring you up to speed with all of those stories. And then moving on to other stories as well. In the courts, quite a few court stories that are moving about that we'll bring you up to date on, especially that story of Ndodana Chuma, who last week we kind of touched on this, and I'm not sure on which platform I touched on this because it was such an incredulous story. This guy murdered his wife and 2 daughters in the UK, and then he went missing and they thought he was back in Zimbabwe, but then it turns out he was here in Johannesburg in South Africa. So through a joint operation with Interpol, the South African Police Services arrested him. He appeared in court this morning. We'll bring you up to speed with that. And of course, still also tracking what's happening with the BMA, the TRC inquiry. We were expecting Lieutenant General Lesetja Motiba to appear there this morning. And also, of course, there was the inquest into the death of Anele Tembe. You'll remember she was the fiancé of AKA. That was meant to get underway today. It's been postponed until September. So quite a lot. But we'll attempt to bring you up to speed with a lot of the court stories and everything else going on.
Clientele is here to safeguard you and your family with compassion because life happens. Be part of a family that truly cares. Our funeral dignity plans have helped South Africans bury their loved ones with dignity for more than 30 years. Let us help you create a meaningful tribute that honors your life and those of your loved ones. We pay out within 24 hours and you will get double accident cover with a clientele funeral plan. Our plans are affordable. Pick the option that suits your needs. Easy to apply, no medical examinations and no paperwork. SMS SAFM to 48031. That's 48031. Clientele Life is an authorized FSP and licensed life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
Update at noon with Sakina Kamwendo, midday to 1 p.m.
And as promised, let's go to some of these court stories. The case against the suspended Ekurhuleni Metro Police Deputy Chief Julius Mkhwanazi and Municipal Manager Kagiso Lerutla has been postponed to August the 21st. Now, the pair appeared in the Boksburg Magistrates Court today on charges of fraud, corruption and defeating the ends of justice. The state alleges that Lerutla paid Mkhwanazi 400,000 rand to get an impersonator to appear in court on Lerutla's behalf. Now, this allegedly happened after Lerutla was arrested for speeding in 2019. This report by SABC News reporter Spesihle Nhlapo. But she joins us now. In fact, we have her live. Spesihle, good afternoon. So firstly, the reasons for the postponement this morning?
Good afternoon to you, Sakina. So the reason why the matter was postponed to the 21st of August 2026 was because the state wants to with the state undertaking to provide its full response to the defense request for further particulars by the 31st of July. So the defense accepted the new date, but then they expressed disappointment over the delay, reserving its right to request further and better particulars after reviewing the state's response, while the court urged both parties to avoid unnecessary delays and to ensure the trial proceeds as quickly as possible. We also spoke to the leading attorney for accused number 2, Masikela Masinya, and he said that he cannot get into specific details, but he said the kind of information they want is much more it's technical, but it's basically basic. So he also gave an example, and he said the example was if you maybe, for example, talk about charge of fraud, they will ideally ask who suffered prejudice among others, and then he also reiterated that he won't be able to go into the details at the moment.
As for Mrs. Mkhwanazi and Lerutla, were they in court, and did you pick up anything particularly around their demeanor, given that Mr. Mkhwanazi, for one, was in court last week on a different matter?
Mm-hmm. So they were both in court, and I would say that the demeanor was very calm.
And also, has the court then, imposed any sort of deadlines for this exchange of documents between the defense and the state, given that this is not the first time that the court has had to hear this sort of wrangling?
So the deadline for both the state and the defense is the 31st of July 2026.
And just going back to the allegations that these two people are facing, and just to remind ourselves about that, Siposihle. So the specific allegations that underpins the alleged fraud and corruption, as well as defeating the ends of justice.
Oh, can you please repeat? Sorry.
I'm saying perhaps just to remind ourselves and the listeners, what are the specific charges that the pair face?
So the pair faces charges of fraud, corruption, and defeating the ends of justice.
And are those the only charges? And is anyone else being implicated here, given that there was an alleged impersonator?
Yes, there was also a charge of impersonation.
So who is that against, Siposihle?
I'm not too sure.
Okay, Sipesihle seems to be distracted there by something. She was, of course, in court for us, just watching these proceedings. And this is, of course, the case against the suspended Ekurhuleni Metro Police Deputy Chief Julius Mkhwanazi and the municipal manager Kagiso Lerutla. And they, of course, are appearing on charges, among others, of fraud, corruption, and defeating the ends of justice. And there was someone who had to impersonate Mr. Lerutla, as we understand, because he was meant to appear for a job-related assignment and couldn't, given that he obviously needed to be in court. And the allegation is that he then paid the now suspended deputy police chief in Ekurhuleni, that's Julius Mkhwanazi, 400,000 rand to basically procure the services of someone to impersonate him, that is Lerutla. So that person appeared in court while Lerutla attended to the job related part of things. And as you know, he did subsequently become the municipal manager of Ekurhuleni. So this is what this particular case refers to. But of course, we'll find out more about, exactly who the person was who impersonated him and all of those. So we will, of course, get back to that at a later stage as these proceedings continue. 21st of August, to be exact.
Update at noon, midday to 1 p.m.
Zimbabwean national Ndodana Chuma's case has been postponed until the 22nd of August by the Johannesburg Magistrates Court. Chuma is wanted by the United Kingdom authorities on allegations of murdering his wife, Notabo Chuma, and their daughters, Natalie and Nala, in Bedford in the UK. Now, he was arrested in Kensington in Johannesburg during an intelligence-led operation involving Interpol, crime intelligence and organized crime investigation unit for Interpol and SAPS, of course, collaborating there. We have SABC News reporter Lerato Makula joining us right now for an update. Lerato, good afternoon. So please talk to us about court this morning and also, what transpired before the postponement was agreed to.
Well, yes, indeed, Sakina, the case, as you've mentioned, against the 45-year-old Ndodana Chuma has been postponed to the 22nd of July to verify his legal status in the country. While it was a brief appearance, we saw the family, his father, and they asked for, they expressed that they are currently overwhelmed and they've requested space to deal with the situation. Hence, they denied to speak with us, the media. And we saw them asking him if he's been sleeping enough and been fed, as we saw that his eyes were red. So we understand that he is facing charges of possession of unlicensed firearm. According to National Police spokesperson Atlenda Mate, he was found with a licensed firearm. So the information that the police, according to Atlenda, Atlenda says that the information that the police have is that upon arrival in South Africa, he went to one of the townships and he bought an unlicensed firearm. So Atlenda Mate confirmed that now their crime intelligence that their crime intelligence is now investigating that case. Well, that particular case of who sold this unlicensed firearm to Mark Chuma. Well, Sakina, he appeared in two separate proceedings today. His case relating to the possession of an unlicensed firearm that has been postponed to the 22nd of July, pending the state verification of his legal status in South Africa. And the extradition case has also been postponed. So according to Atlenda, she said that they are awaiting a full extradition request within 40 days that will include the case docket as well as supporting evidence. But she confirmed that they are in communication with the UK authorities and the warrant of arrest from the UK authorities has been received.
And just a quick one, Lerato, with regard to Mr. Chuma's presence in South Africa. Was there any indication of how and when he arrived here, whether he came through, one of through the ports of entry flying, or is it on a land border? Did they give any sort of indication of that?
Well, Sakina, Atlanta Mate, National Police spokesperson, mentioned that the investigators are working with Interpol just to establish how Chuma entered the country, where he stayed while evading arrest, and whether maybe he received assistance after arriving in the country. So Atlanta Mate mentioned that they're still investigating those details, and she could not divulge more in those details. But she did mention that they're still working with Interpol just to establish how he entered the country.
And I guess then we don't know whether he entered from Zimbabwe or whether he came here from another country or directly from the UK.
Yes, definitely, Sakina. As I've mentioned that Atlanta Martin mentioned that the investigators are still working to establish how he entered the country. So they are still investigating those details. For now, we still don't know whether he flew from UK straight to South Africa or to other countries.
And upon his arrest, and please indicate if they didn't allude to these details, when he was arrested in Kensington, was he living with people? Was he living in a hotel? Where exactly was he apprehended? And has anyone else been arrested or at the very least taken in for questioning? Lerato?
Well, on Friday, Sakina, when we went there, when he was arrested, we saw his family members. But when we engaged with Atlanta Mate, she mentioned that at this stage, she cannot give us the information on who gave them a tip off. But she mentioned that when he was arrested, he was with the family members. But she did say that at this stage, she can't give us any information regarding the person who gave them a tip off.
Right, we'll leave it there for now. Thanks so much, Lerato Makula, our reporter on that case of Zimbabwean national Ndodana Chuma, and it's been postponed to the 22nd of August in the Johannesburg Magistrates Court.
Update at noon, midday to 1 p.m.
It is 25 minutes after 12. Now, just going to the TRC cases, and former acting National Police Commissioner, Lieutenant General Lesetja Motiba, has told the TRC cases inquiry that he never oversaw, directed, nor interfered in investigations into apartheid-era TRC cases. Motiba says that the Directorate for Priority Crime Investigation operates independently of the South African Police Service and reports to the Police Minister and Parliament, and has a ring-fence budget beyond the National Commissioner's control. Now, the Truth and Reconciliation Commission cases inquiry probing alleged efforts to stall the investigation and prosecution of apartheid-era perpetrators continues.
And then in your affidavit, specifically paragraph 9 of your affidavit, you make statements there, and specifically 9.1. Well, if I may start from paragraph 9, you stated that during my tenure as the acting National Commissioner of the SAPS, I have never directly or knowingly exercised oversight, gave direction, supervised, coordinated, or supported investigations in relation to the TRC cases. Is that correct?
That is correct, Commissioners.
And then if perhaps you may inform the Commission as to why you would not have exercised that oversight as indicated in 9.1. What would be the reason for you not to have had performed such a function?
The reason is that the TRC cases are classified as priority cases. And the priority cases are allocated or were allocated to the DPCI. And the National Commissioner of the South African Police Service is having no command and control over the DPCI. So the DPCI is totally independent from the South African Police Service, except, of course, in as far as matters of budget are concerned. But overall, I was not having any command and control over the DPCI.
Okay, when you said independently, where do they report from your knowledge? Where is the reporting line when you talk of the DPCI?
The DPCI is reporting to the Minister of Police, who is also responsible for appointing the head of the DPCI and to Parliament.
And then in 9.2, you also indicate that you never received any report or briefing and you were never involved in decision-making or resource allocation process that had to do with the investigations to the TRC cases. Is that not so in your statement?
That is correct.
Now, you indicated earlier that you were the accounting officer for the South African Police Service. And now I would like you to explain as to why you would not be, or you stated in terms of what is contained in 9.2 about not being responsible for resource allocation, even though you were the accounting officer.
The budget of the DPCI is appear on the budget, the overall budget of the South African Police Service, but it is ring-fenced to say this is the budget of the DPCI, and the National Commissioner cannot even touch a cent of that budget. So the DPCI is only coming to the South African Police Service to get their budget, which has been voted at Parliament. So the National Commissioner cannot touch that budget. But the DPCI, of course, would, through the channels, ask for additional budget. Which budget would go to them? The police, the National Commissioner will not interfere in that budget.
Thank you, General. And 9.3, you also state or inform the Commission that you never issued any instruction or made any requests for interventions relating to the TRC cases. Is that correct?
That is correct.
You also state in paragraph 9.4 that you were never involved in any efforts which sought to influence, delay, limit, discourage, or stop the investigation of such matters. Is that correct?
That is correct. Otherwise, I would have been charged for interference in the work of the DPCI, of which it is a criminal offense for the National Commissioner to encroach into the role of the DPCI, which is totally independent from the South African Police Service.
And that was the former Provincial Police Commissioner of Gauteng, Lieutenant General Lesetja Mothiba. General Mothiba also served as the Acting National Police Commissioner from June 2017 until November 2017. That brings us up to news time, and here's Ondela Mbana with your latest headlines.
Thank you, Sakina. On the news headlines, the court appearance of triple murder accused Ndodana Chuma has been postponed to the 22nd of July pending the state's verification of his legal status in South Africa. The case against suspended City of Ekurhuleni Deputy Police Chief Julius Mkhwanazi and City Manager Kagiso Lerutla has been postponed to 21st August, and the testimony of the head of the Investigating Directorate Against Corruption, Advocate Andrea Johnson, has been postponed to a date yet to be determined at the Madlenga Commission of Inquiry in Pretoria. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
Economic news on SAFM. Facts and figures you can count on.
Well, it's Monday. Our analyst is from FNB this afternoon, and we're joined by Khumbulani Gunene from FNB Investment. Thanks so much for your time. Welcome, Khumbulani.
Good day, Sakina. Good day to the listeners. Yeah, absolutely. So the local bourse opened on the back foot and declined at the open in today's session, but has made substantial recovery efforts this morning. And essentially market sentiments deteriorated after the US and Iran reportedly exchanged fresh missile strikes, resulting in the closure of the Strait of Hormuz and ultimately raising concerns over the potential disruptions to global energy supplies. This afternoon, the JC All Share Index is somewhat flat, trading at 110,301 points. And the top 40 is also somewhat flat at 101,946 points. Italtal is today's session's top winner so far, while Optasia is our biggest losers so far this afternoon, essentially down 3%. On the local releases front, Spear REITs updated the market, essentially notifying the implementation of the disposal of the rental enterprise, namely Hamilton House, which is located in Cape Town. And this was finalized on the 13th of July 2026 for a final disposal consideration equal to roughly 108 million rands. Jumping over to the commodities market, gold prices are trading lower this afternoon. Essentially, the bullion is pressured by tensions in the Middle East, which it's typically was supposed to be providing some safe haven demand, but investors essentially focused on the inflationary impact of rising oil prices and the possibility that interest rates may remain higher for longer. Now, market participants will keep an eye out for US inflation print due tomorrow. This afternoon, gold is trading at roughly $4,068 an ounce, Platinum is down at $1,629 an ounce, while Brent crude oil is trading higher at $77.62 a barrel. Over in the currency markets, the rand lost some momentum this morning, but is stable this afternoon and is changing hands at 16 rand 34 cents to the dollar, 18 rand 68 cents to the euro, and 21 rand 88 cents to the pound. Jumping over to global markets, Asian markets are trading mixed this morning, with the Nikkei 225 down 1.92%, while the Hang Seng, on the other hand, is up 16 basis points. Over in Europe, the FTSE 100 is a little changed and trading somewhat flat, while the Stoxx 50 is trading up 16 basis points. Looking at the futures markets, the Dow Jones is also trading somewhat flat, while the S&P 500 futures is down 24 basis points, and the Nasdaq is down 86 basis points. And that's the market updates for this afternoon.
Well, thank you so much, Kumulani Agunene, he's FNB investment analyst.
Update at noon, midday to 1 p.m.
Hi, Sakina. Hope you're well. Errol, yeah, Durban. You know, the tragic death of young Jadine Adams reminds me that many of us do not know what mental problems and stress many top sportsmen go through. But, I mean, I remember just a few years ago, 2 top Australian cricketers had to step down from Test cricket because they said they were suffering from stress and mental conditions. And I remember an English player too, one of the top ones, also had to step down from Test cricket for a while because of suffering from stress and mental problems. So that's tragic. That's my take, Errol, Durban.
Says Sakina, hi, well, this is JCK Kaunda from Sina. Says Sakina, when Madlanga Commission sneezes, the whole of South Africa catches a cold. Yo, Idek Bass, Andrea Johnson is sick today. The fake Winnie Mandela that we know stood the ground when it was tense in South Africa. Not this fake one. Let me rest my case for now. JCK Kaunda from Sina.
Good afternoon, Sakina and your team. This is Will from Cape Town. The Matlanga award is getting fuller and fuller. I'm so disappointed with the magistrate who changed the deal between Ket Matlala and the state. Otherwise, we're gonna get rid of the corruption in the police in such a big scale. I don't know what motivated him, because with the investigation, it's gonna take years in order to bring those who are in the wrongdoing to justice.
Sakina and Fellow SAfm listeners, good day. My name is Tulani Nzima in Croydon. Sakina, Julius Balima must go to the Madlanga Commission and account. He has been implicated not only through this Mohammed Syed Khan, and also remember Sergeant Kosi on the land invasion security in Pretoria, him giving 6 companies from the Red Beret and stuff. Then Advocate Patoi, she must come back from wherever she is. An account, remember, she even ran away from the very own commission which was set from her behest on the Chauke matter. She ran away because she did not have evidence and she refused to go back and testify. She must be brought here before Madlanga. Thank you.
Whether it is a CCMA referral, problems with a mechanic, unfair blacklisting, or an uncontested divorce, Clientele Legal provides tough professional lawyers for an affordable monthly premium. We cover civil, criminal, and labor-related matters. Our nationwide legal teams are standing by to support you 24 hours a day. Plus, all plans include a bail benefit of up to 5,000 Rand, and we'll go to the police station and pay it for you. Join today. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. And we'll call you back. SMS now. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
With the ever-changing financial landscape, it can be difficult to make sense of all the moves at times. Join me, Jimmy Moyaha, on the SAFM Market Update with MoneyWeb, Mondays to Thursdays, 6 to 7 p.m, as we break down the key market trends, top financial stories, and smart investment insights, all in one place. It's everything you need to stay financially informed and ahead of the curve.
Update at noon, midday to 1 p.m.
It's 20 minutes before 1. Thanks for being with us here on Update at Noon. Now, several flights were delayed and others diverted at OR Tambo International Airport this morning after thick fog reduced visibility, thereby disrupting operations. Airports Company South Africa says that the conditions had caused low visibility, affecting arrivals and departures. For more on this, we're joined on the line by the Head of Operations at OR Tambo Air Traffic Navigation Services, Deepak Lala. Mr. Lala, thanks so much for your time. Welcome to Update at Noon.
Good afternoon, ma'am, and thank you for having me on the show, and good afternoon to all your listeners as well.
So from what we understand, several flights were delayed or diverted due to inclement weather and the conditions that brought about. How many flights have been affected and diverted due to the fog?
So, ma'am, thus far we've counted from the morning. We've had about 18 flights during the time when we had the inclement weather. There were 18 flights that were diverted to various airports. These flights included both international as well as domestic flights. Naturally, this would then cause a knock-on effect throughout the day for flights that are then being delayed. So at this stage, I think it will be throughout the day that we will expect the delays from various flights departing out of OR Tambo and then obviously arriving into OR Tambo as well, ma'am.
So, Mr. Lala, what is the current status right now in terms of the weather conditions and outlook for the rest of the day?
So, thankfully, the weather has cleared. I think at around about quarter to 10 local time, the weather did improve quite significantly. We are now clear skies at OR Tambo. Not expecting any major weather impact for this afternoon. So we are running at, as we refer to, as maximum capacity for both our arrivals and departures out of OR Tambo to try to assist the airlines as well as the passengers to try to meet up with their schedules so that there will be minimum delays for the rest of the day. I'll try rather to reduce the delays for the rest of the day, ma'am.
And just a quick recap there in terms of the delays. And as you said, the weather is now good again. But just in terms of those who may be expecting people, family or friends arriving or departing from OR Tambo, what is the status for them?
I think, ma'am, the best thing for those who are obviously departing of OR Tambo who have flights booked for today would be to call the relevant airline that they are flying with, check the possible delays, what time the aircraft will then be departing out of OR Tambo and then arriving at the destination. It would vary from flight to flight and from airline to airline. As you know, some airlines do have connecting flights where one flight is dependent on another, where some flights they will be departing and there's no real impact on the flight. So the best that we could advise at this stage is just for the passengers and then as well as for those waiting for them, just to engage with the relevant airline to get the updated information, ma'am.
Mr. Lala, thanks so much. Deepak Lala is the head of operations at OR Tambo's Air Traffic Navigation Services. And thankfully, the weather is now good enough for operations to continue as normal. But of course, they did have those delay of about 18 flights and this morning. So right now, everything seems to be on track. But please do check with your relevant airlines before you make your way in case there may be a bit of a lag and some delays still may occur. So that, of course, is the latest from AXA.
Sakina Kamwendo on SAFM.
Now, businessman Vusumuzi Kat Matlala has withdrawn from his plea sentencing agreement with the National Prosecuting Authority. And this, of course, happened this morning in the Pretoria Specialized Commercial Crimes Court. And he did indicate that he would not endorse the proposed sentence. And Magistrate Ignatius Dupree expressed concern that, of course, the agreed 8-year direct prison term was not an appropriate sentence considering the seriousness of the offences, and indicated that a 12-year effective prison sentence would be more suitable. The matter has been postponed until the 11th of September to allow the prosecution and the defence to come up with a way forward as he withdrew on the plea agreement. Nonhlanhla Chingila has more.
In a significant turn of events, counsel for the accused informed the court that Vusumuzi Kat Matlala is formally withdrawing from the plea and sentencing agreement previously concluded with the state. The decision comes after the court declined to endorse the agreement, which would have been Matlala's 8-year prison sentence in connection with the 228 million police tender corruption case. Matlala lawyer advocate Annelien van den Heever told the court that the accused will no longer proceed on the basis of that agreement. The National Prosecuting Authority says the affidavit that alleged underworld figure Vusumuzi Kat Matlala had provided in his plea with it can no longer be used in any investigations or prosecutions. NPA spokesperson Kaiser Khanyago.
We had a deal arranged and finalized. The only thing that changed was the sentence. Therefore, we expected him to accept it, but we don't know what would have happened behind closed doors. We thought, obviously, we wanted that to happen because we wanted to move and finalize this case. It's not only because of the people that we're going to get, but also it will reduce the time to deal with this matter, because now we don't have to go all the way and then deal with this matter. It will be in our interest that this matter is finalized quickly. But now it means we are going full force with the matter, and then obviously we will see how it goes.
Khanyago says the withdrawal of Vusumuzi Kat Matlala's plea and sentencing agreement will not derail its case. He maintains that the criminal case against the accused was built on evidence gathered during the investigation and not solely on Matlala's cooperation.
You would know that our matter in the other case was not dependent entirely on the plea, because we had already arrested people who were involved in this, and therefore we arrested them on the basis of the evidence we have against them, because we would not have done that. Therefore, the plea agreement came after. It was just to add more people that were going to be mentioned in the plea. Therefore, we'll do our own investigation and then get our own evidence. If it leads to all of them again, therefore they will be arrested as per the way we did with the other one.
The NPA says Vusumuzi Kat Matlala will now stand trial alongside the other accused, including suspended National Police Commissioner Fani Masimula, with Matlala returning as accused number 1 in the case. Nonhlanhla Chingila for SABC News, Pretoria.
Update at noon with Sakina Kamwendo, midday to 1 p.m.
14 minutes before 1 here on Update at Noon. Now, more than 1,000 suspects have been arrested across the Free State during police's Operation Chanela. Police in the Free State say that the multidisciplinary operation included inspections of liquor outlets, scrap yards, second-hand dealers and informal businesses. But for more on this, we join on the line by Free State Police spokesperson Mahlomola Kareli. Thanks so much for your time and welcome to Update at Noon.
Thank you, Sakina.
apologies, I'm not sure where that went off your side or mine. But all the same, can you please tell us, more about the arrests that were affected across the Free State and the sort of criminal activities that they were arrested for?
Sakina, let me also appreciate the moment that we get, or the opportunity we get as the South African Police Service in the Free State. This is a multidisciplinary operation, as you know. We are still busy with our Chanela 2 operation in the Free State. And the 1,015 arrests include operations that were conducted also by our detective services, which had 308 wanted suspects that were arrested. 22 were arrested for the rape, 10 for sexual offenses, 17 were arrested for assault with grievous bodily harm. So these arrests are emanating from quite different areas within the Free State, and these were also due to patrols, heavy patrols that we are conducting throughout the province, stop and searches, and Lichwa establishment visits. So this is how heavy-handed we are in the Free State, Sakina.
Mr. Karedi, and officials from Home Affairs Department, we understand, as well as the Labour Department, also visited some farms with police in tow. Can you just give us an update on that, please?
Yes, they like I say, it's a multidisciplinary operation. It contains or includes all the other departments that are included when it comes to due to the fight against crime. But like you mentioned, we had farm visits where our, all the external stakeholders also paid visit. Like I said, like you mentioned or made mention of the Labour Department and the Department of Home Affairs for compliance sake. And that also includes our flesh unit here in the province, where they will also be checking compliances in terms of the farmers who are having firearms, whether they are having their licenses, and to also check or go through all the books with regard to the second-hand goods shops that are having or are selling second-hand goods, so that whether the goods that are selling are not things that were actually stolen from somewhere and then they are selling them their shops. So it's a multidisciplinary operation that will continue throughout the province of Sakina.
And how long is the operation expected to continue for?
We unfortunately do not have a date, because once we say that, then we'll see a spike on some of the activities. But Operation Chanela or Sakina, you remember it was launched by our national commissioner, and it still stands, and it will continue until our national commissioner indicates that no, we are now changing from Operation Chanela to another one.
All right. And of course,
Yes.
this all needs to result in further processing of the suspects who were arrested and hopefully convictions. And this is something that people always complain about, Mr. Karedi, that, people are arrested, but tomorrow they back out on the streets.
Yeah, it's unfortunately, we as a police, we are the front line. We will do our job and do everything, and then we hand them over to our Department of Justice, which will be doing the rest, which also at sometimes it will, result into the suspect being released, but we want to say to our communities, every person deserves the right to go through all these steps. Like, you get arrested, after you get arrested, the courts will take over and see if maybe the evidence provided in court is, tangible or enough, so that you can either be placed in jail or what. So all that is a chain that still needs to happen when a person is arrested for a certain crime that he committed.
All right, we'll leave it there. Thanks so much for the update. Free State Police spokesperson Matlomola Karedi.
Update at noon, midday to 1 p.m.
And of course, please let us know what your thoughts are on these stories coming your way. And you can also send us a WhatsApp voice note if you so wish. Now, the head of the Investigating Directorate Against Corruption, or IDAC, Advocate Andrea Johnson, has been rushed to hospital. Now, she was due to testify before the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry in Pretoria this morning. Johnson is facing a range of allegations, including claims of interfering in investigations related to a complaint that was laid against the suspended crime intelligence head, Firoz Khan. And now the commission has now adjourned its proceedings until tomorrow when a new witness will testify. To discuss these latest developments, we join on the line by security strategist and retired Interpol ambassador Andy Mashaile. Andy, thanks for your time. Welcome to Update at Noon.
Good afternoon to you, my wonderful sister Sakina, from Masomola Karedi to Masomola Mashaile. My middle name is Masomola, so you're having the two Masomolas back to back. Good afternoon to you.
Well, thanks so much. Now I know a little bit more about you. Mahlomola, another one gets sick, and this has become a bit of a feature in phase 2 of the Commission's proceedings, where we have seen the people appearing before the Commission, those who have been implicated, because that is what phase 2 is about. These are people who have been implicated in one way or another, and they've lawyered up heavily, and quite a few of them have fallen ill. We've seen sick notes, and now the latest is Advocate Andrea Johnson falling ill just before testifying this morning.
Very smart moves from a strategy point of view, Sakina. When I advise you or some of my clients, if the stove is as red hot or that seat is as red hot as it is now, you must find moves that will waste time or that will buy you time until the expiration of the terms of reference of the Madlanga Commission. Unfortunately, the Madlanga Commission has been extended to November. So if I were to give you advice, if you entertain Madlanga yourself, Sakina, I would say, no, don't worry, Commissioner. There's another 3 more months that these people can get well or heal. If they don't get well, we'll ask the president to extend it with another 3 more months, which will be 6 months. And there's no way in which Andrea Johnson will be sick for more than 6 months.
And of course, the worrying part here is that it seems to be a pattern. It seems to be growing. There seems to be a trend developing. How do you think the Commission should deal with all of this?
2 things, Sakina. One, you don't do anything about it because you have your time extended, and they will see that day in the Madlanga Commission's chambers. That's the first option. The second option would be for you to train medical doctors or medical consultants or experts with their doctors, so that you can rest assured that a headache is not turned into a serious migraine or a serious any other disease. So I am certain that those doctors who are issuing out medical certificates to those that are sick, when they know that they have supernumeraries or people who are twinning them or their shadows, they will know, Sakina, that they might be recorded to SAFMRA or to the South African Medical Association. That would then put their licenses at risk. Some of those doctors will refuse to treat individuals who claim to be sick when they are not sick. You and I are not suggesting that they are not sick. We are analyzing and looking into what possible methods that they can use for those who can claim that they are sick when they are not sick. We are not suggesting that Khan and Andrea Johnson and Suleiman Karim and Mike van Dijk are not sick. No, we don't know. I'm not a doctor. We are not a doctor, but we are saying there's a way, if that is used to while away the time of the commission, there's a way in which we can stop this, and it's by twinning them and getting independent doctors to challenge their doctors on their diagnosis.
And then, of course, this is the latest development. And later in the week, we are likely to see Vusmuzi Kat Matlala after that plea deal with the state collapsed this morning in the specialized commercial crimes court in Pretoria. So what are you anticipating we might hear there?
Two things. One, he will fall sick also. He will not be able to appear before the Mazanga Commission. Why do I think so? The allegations revolve around him. And him standing before the Mazanga Commission would create more fire for him. And also the commission will want him to out those that he has worked with. Did he pay money into offshore accounts? Do these individuals that we have all seen before the Mazanga Commission, do they have offshore accounts, and how much money was put into offshore accounts if they do exist? I'm expecting him to tell us more about how he paid them, and if there's any evidence that he can pull and draw from the magician's head, and the magician being time. We will know from the time that he has spent with all those that are accused of having had worked with him, having had facilitated that criminality should go on. I'm talking here about people like Brigadier Mkwanaz, the facilitation of the light. Are there many more money that have been paid to Imogen and all others? And also jumping into SAPS. And did he pay some prosecutors? He might have some prosecutors relating to the 18 cases that were never prosecuted. Were they connected to some magistrate or to some judge who struck them off the roll? These are some of the things that I'm expecting to hear from Tate Matlala. Anyway, if he does appear, if he doesn't fall sick.
And that, of course, is not a one-day sitting. And just moving from what happened today, and given that, and this is what I've been thinking about all morning, the fact that there was a deal with the state that contained certain details that he deposed to. The state obviously cannot, even though whatever that agreement entailed has been expunged, the state cannot now pretend they didn't hear or see what was said by Vusmuzi Kat Matlala.
Agreed. Agreed. Unfortunately, you as the state, you and Andy as the state, cannot use that because it has not been sanctioned by a sitting judge or by the court of law as it happened this morning. So whatever he said to you and I as from IDEC and NPA is not going to fly because it did not happen with the blessing of the court or the judge. So the state knows and heard what he has to say. And obviously, he might have shared some few details that made him agree to the proposal that they put before him, that plea bargain. And now that it has fallen through, they can't use it.
But can they go and find the evidence that would allow them? Because you can't unhear, you can't unsee what was there.
You are quite correct. They will have to find some covert ways to go and do those investigations. Say, for an example, he claims that he paid General Masemola, or he paid you, or he paid me, or he paid someone else money into Standard Bank, or this is where he deposited money. And now the court says, no, you can't use that information officially because we're not rubber stamping the whole plea deal. The state can obviously go and do, because now the state is continuing to do further investigations, or there are further investigations going on. They can find a way that will allow them access into the space that they had negotiated with him without any violation of the law meaning what the judge and the process of the plea bargaining did not sanction.
Okay.
The major point
Andy?
is sanctioning, but they can find ways of doing it.
We're eating on their last time. I'm going to cut you. I'm going to put you on pause. We'll continue this conversation on one of our platforms, but we have to leave it there for now. That was security strategist and retired Interpol ambassador Andy Mahlomola Mashaile. And that's where we leave it. Apologies to Onde Lambana, but thanks to the production team and thanks to everybody for listening. And here's Onde Lambana.
Thank you, Sakina and the team. On the top stories, Ndodana Chuma's court appearance postponed and a conflict brews between mining and agriculture in Namaqualand. For SAFM News, I am Onde Lambana and a very good day. The court appearance of triple murder accused Ndodana Chuma has been postponed to the 22nd of July, pending the state's verification of his legal status in South Africa. Chuma appeared in court in relation to the possession of unlicensed firearm. He was found with the firearm when he was arrested in Kensington last week Friday. He is also due to appear in a different courtroom later today for extradition proceedings, State Prosecutor Henry Mbobo.
Your Worship, we request this matter to be postponed until the 22nd of July back to this court, Your Worship, to verify legality of the accused. And after this matter, Your Worship, is postponed, there will be also extradition proceedings in the district court, Your Worship, as the court pleases.
The case against suspended City of Ekurhuleni Deputy Police Chief Julius Mkhwanazi and City Manager Kagiso Lerutla has been postponed to 21 August. This is for the state to furnish the defense with outstanding response documents. The accused appeared briefly in the Boksburg Magistrate Court this morning. Last week, Tuesday, the court heard that the defense has been provided with the amended charge sheet. The defense indicated that it has applied for further particulars to assist it in preparing for a pre-trial conference. The pair face charges of fraud, corruption and defeating the ends of justice and are still out on 30,000 rand bail each. Magistrate Colbert Rambufofi says on the 31st of July the defense would have completed its response to further particulars.
Okay, the case is now postponed to the 21st of August 2026 for the response for further particulars by the state to the defense. So accused, you will still be on your extended bail.
Court pleases. As the court pleases.
As promised, by the 31st July 2026, the defense would have already been finished with the response for further particulars.
The testimony of the head of the investigating directorate against corruption, Advocate Andrea Johnson, has been postponed to a date yet to be determined at the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry in Pretoria. This after she was rushed to hospital this morning. The commission has adjourned for the day. Johnson is facing allegations of interfering with investigations into an alleged assault and intimidation complaint against suspended Deputy Crime Intelligence Head Feroz Khan. Johnson's legal team has submitted a medical certificate, but the Commission's chairperson, Justice Mbuyiseli Madlanga, has informed evidence leader Advocate Mahlape Silo that it's useless.
I noticed that this is one of those medical certificates, the nature of which I've previously said are useless in the sense that they give no information whatsoever. It's not even a case of what Mr. Bodlani said, which is confidentiality issues. It's just one of those useless so-called medical certificates.
And the chair.
But anyway, the bottom line is that Advocate Johnson is not here.
It's been 7 months since the city of Johannesburg has lost access to all automated traffic speed cameras across the city. The Johannesburg Metro Police's JMPD previous contract with service provider Sintel lapsed on December 23 last year, and no replacement has been appointed since. Sintel reportedly removed its cameras and back-end systems, resulting in automated speed prosecutions being completely halted. JMPD MPD spokesperson Olani Fihla.
We are currently navigating the necessary municipal supply chain and procurement processes to appoint a new service provider. Because these contracts involve significant public funds, it is vital that we strictly adhere to the Municipal Finance Management Act. We must ensure that the process is entirely transparent and legally sound to avoid any future operational disruptions. An official announcement will be made as soon as this appointment is finalized.
A conflict between mining and agriculture is brewing at Namakwaland in the Northern Cape. Small-scale livestock farmers and community members in Steenkov are worried about mining companies taking over their grazing land. Farmers have also raised concerns about possible water pollution as mining operations expand across the region. They are now calling on the Northern Cape Department of Agriculture, Environmental Affairs, Rural Development and Land Reform to remediate. Small-scale farmer Angeline Engelbrecht and community member Paul Swartboy says they want these irregularities to stop.
Our people live from livestock farming and our land has been taken because of this mining activities, and we feel that it's not fair to us. This is our land and we are supposed to be involved in everything that's been decided about this land, but at the moment we are not. They just do as they please, and we just have to sit and see what's going on around us.
We as community must put a moratorium on the issuing of mining permits or prospecting permits, because this is the biggest problem. People came to Namaland and then they say they just want to prospect and then actually they mine.
Recapping the top story, the court appearance of triple murder accused Ndodana Chuma has been postponed to the 22nd of July pending the state's verification of his legal status in South Africa. Amanda Lambala for SAFM News Headlines at 1:30.
SAFM 104 to 107 nationwide. Leading the conversation.
Catch Top Billing this Tuesday evening at 7 on S3 as designer Lizanne Vivier reimagines our wardrobes through creative styling. Metro FM's DJs Nomuzi Musli Mabena and Siabonga Scoop Ngwegazi are setting the trend. And the art of Utata Madiba is the hero of artist Louis Janssen van Vuren and author Hardy Olivier's country home. That's Top Billing this Tuesday at 7. Repeat Sunday at 1 on S3 and Tuesday at 9:30 p.m. on SABC1.
The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga, Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m.
starting off on a little bit of a soulful note this Monday. A wonderful way for us to jump into it with a great classic by Earth, Wind and Fire. This one, it's that's the way of the world is the title of the track. And it came out around about 1975. The cool thing about this track also, not only did it chart really well in the Billboard Hot 100 at the time, I think it rose to number 5 of the Hot Soul singles, and also kept in the top 10 in the Billboard Hot 100. But fast forward a couple of years later to the year 2007, and soul artist Dwele actually covered That's the Way of the World in a compilation album that paid tribute to Earth, Wind and Fire. And that album was entitled Interpretations, celebrating the music of Earth, Wind and Fire. And his rendition of the song went on to earn him a Grammy nomination for Best Urban Alternative Performance at the 50th Annual Grammy Awards. Always wonderful when a song has longevity and finds lots of legs and cross-pollination, because it was also sampled by Nas, it was sampled by BB and CeCe Winans, and it was sampled by Cameron. All right, Earth, Wind and Fire. How are you doing this afternoon? Hope you are having a great one. Managed to get some rest. Listen, I got some kind of rest this weekend, so I'm feeling a little bit better aligned than one was last week. I mean, last week we were basically dousing out fires every day, minute by minute, hour by hour. So this week... This week, we're a little bit more settled. We've got lots of show coming up. We're talking tax season, and we answer the question, who controls your SARS e-filing profile and why it should matter. We're also talking opportunities with the Authentica Series Lab. Say that 50 times. The Authentica Series Lab. It's a screenwriters program, and it's open for applications for its 5th edition. And then on the other side of 2 o'clock, are you perhaps drowning in your work? So how do we get your boss to reduce your workload without compromising your position? That's coming up after 2. A quick pause. Spatle Mota is joining us.
As we celebrate 90 years of existence, SAFM takes you back to the voices that shaped a nation.
Xolani Gwala will be back again for you 6 to 9 Monday here on SAFM.
And
thanks, Xolani. Good morning and welcome to Morning Talk with me, Kim Gabadeli.
The name is Bonge Kwala. Good to be with you till midday today. Let's engage South Africa.
Welcome to Morning Talk on SAFM, South Africa's news and information leader, with me, Rowena Bird.
90 years of trusted voices. This is SAFM. Bridget Masinga on SAFM.
All right, a quick catch-up with Spatle Mota, SABC News reporter. It was supposed to be day 138 at the Madlanga Commission, but it was short-lived this morning with that postponement for the day to commence tomorrow at 9:30. How are you doing today, Spatle?
Good afternoon to you, Bridget, and thank you so much for having me.
Let's recap. I mean, there's not much to recap by way of today, but, fill us in as to what were the conversations today that led to that very early cancellation of the workday at Madlanga.
I mean, Bridget, when we got there, the evidence leader, Advocate Mahlape Silo, asked for a brief stand down, saying it would last not longer than 5 minutes. And upon her return, just before the top of the hour, 10 o'clock, she then informed the commission that Andrea Johnson, who's the head of the IDEC, has actually been rushed to hospital and will no longer appear before the Madlanga Commission to account for some of the allegations that have been leveled against her. And as things stand, we really don't know what caused her to be rushed to hospital or the nature of her ailment. So what we do know is that she is in hospital, and she will no longer be presenting herself before the Madlanga Commission. And, they've postponed her testimony, and we also don't know when she'll be returning to give her side of the story regarding the allegations that have been leveled against her before the Madlanga Commission.
I mean, what we do know about Advocate Andrea Johnson is that even when she appeared at the ad hoc committee looking into the allegations around criminality, corruption, and all sorts at SAPS, at that time, she also seemed rather emotional, like there was a lot psychologically and emotionally that she was struggling to control and manage in that sitting. So I guess the ground has been laid for the fact that maybe this is somebody at the current moment that's feeling the weight of all of these inquests.
No, definitely. And remember, with the Madlanga Commission, it has very knowledgeable and very experienced, senior counsels just at the forefront of it and spearheading the commission. And what we do gather as well is that their experience would have been put to very good use in holding her accountable, because much of the discourse that was among South Africans is the fact that they don't feel like the ad hoc committee, which was facilitated by MPs, who actually got much out of her. So a lot of the hope laid in the hands of the Madlanga Commission, and I can also only imagine the sort of pressure that she may have felt that she was in to come and essentially answer before the Madlanga Commission. And this is probably one of the reasons why she fell, ill. And this is, at this point, it's really speculation, but we are hoping with this short extension that we have gotten from President Cyril Ramaphosa that she will be in good health very soon and be able to present herself before the Madlanga Commission and just speak to the allegations that have been made against her.
And in a parallel matter, especially this morning, we saw Vusumuzi Katmatlala appearing in court, but yet again, another very short-lived appearance there because of those rather startling developments pertaining to that plea deal.
No, definitely. What we do understand is the fact that, he's withdrawn that plea deal, and it's seemingly, he'll go back into the dock with his other co-accused, and, I guess justice rather will take its course. And I think a lot of the complaints was around the sentencing of his plea deal. So we can only speculate as to how things will unfold, from there on. But we are also expecting him to present himself before the Madlanga Commission on Wednesday. So the fact that he has made some form of appearance before the Madlanga Commission is already telling that he may actually, be there at the Madlanga Commission to speak and answer to some of the allegations that we have previously heard from other witnesses as well.
Well, we'll leave it there for this afternoon, Spahle. Thank you so much for giving us that rundown. That was SABC News reporter Spahle Mota. And of course, those developments this morning in that court of organized crime, financial crimes. Vusumuzi Katmatlala walking away from that plea deal after the court rejected the 8 years that was previously proposed and added 4 years to that 8, making it 12. He had a few days to ponder on it and think around it. Coming in this morning and rejecting that deal. And of course, the magistrate initially felt that the previous 8-year proposal was way too lenient given the magnitude of the crime, and also felt that Vusumuzi Katmatlala displayed no remorse and took the deal rather for his own personal gains, and felt that the time must in fact reflect the time. If I'm not mistaken, I think it's around about 35 years in totality for those counts. So 12 years was still pretty much a good deal, right? I don't know if he rolls the dice, if the House is going to be in his favor, but seemingly, as it stands right now, that's exactly what he's done. Let's pause here on matters pertaining to the Madlanga Commission and all things parallel to it. We'll come back on the other side. We readjust a little bit and we talk tax season. Who controls your SARS e-filing profile and why does it actually matter?
Looking for exclusive content, live events, and special broadcasts like the Madlanga Commission? Then connect to the all-new SAFM Connect stream. The Madlanga Commission, live and uninterrupted from 9:30 Monday to Friday. SAFM Connect brings you more of the conversations that matter. Listen anytime, anywhere by visiting connect.safm.co.za or stream directly on SABC Plus at sabc-plus.com. SAfm Connect. More conversations, more access. There's much more coming. July is Mandela Month on SAfm. A month to ask the difficult questions. 30 years into our democracy, what have we built? What have we broken? And what remains unfinished? This July, SAfm examines the legacy of Mandela through the realities of South Africa today. Inequality, leadership, social justice, nation building, and the responsibilities that belong to every generation. Because the question is no longer who Nelson Mandela was. The question is, what have we done with the country he helped create? Join the national conversation only on SAfm, the home of real conversations. Bridget Masinga is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAfmRadio.
All right, let's talk all things tax now. It is tax season. One of my colleagues was busy right now on the e-filing platform. He just left. He should have stayed. Had he known that we were going to have this conversation, because maybe my next guest, Roxana Naidu, would have been able to help him a little bit better than me. You see, there's one thing that I dare not do, Roxana, and that is do my own taxes. I was just like, I dare not take that risk with SARS. I prefer other people who are experts in it to just say, give me all your receipts and all your information, and then we will do it. How are you doing this afternoon?
I'm doing great. Thank you for having me, Bridget.
Oh, listen, I think I might need to move your mic just a little bit closer to you.
How's this?
Yeah.
Perfect.
Because you have a soft voice. Director at Global Strategy at, is it Latita Africa?
Correct, Latita Africa Tax Advisory.
Ah, wonder. We've spoken before.
You've spoken to my COO, Rezal Manicus.
Okay. So the tax season is here. For 2026, and people have already begun filing. And you'll say that one thing that many tax payers overlook is who controls their SARS e-filing profile. And I guess maybe before we even get to answering that question, let's maybe understand what is an e-filing profile. Admittedly, I went for years not really having one, or not in control of my own. It was in existence, but not in control of it.
So back in the day, I think older practitioners or older taxpayers would remember this. You'd have to go directly into SARS to file a tax return. You'd submit a physical form and you'll submit that to SARS. Now everything's digital, which means that tax return that you need to file is on your e-filing profile. So it's the exact same thing. Any income that you have, anything that you need to declare, your retirement annuities, your medical aid, all of that goes onto your e-filing profile. It's where you declare, it's where you obtain your refunds, it's where you get notification of your refunds or notification that you owe a tax debt to SARS. So it's basically a reconciliation process between yourself and SARS to declare what you have and what SARS has on their side.
So in just drawing a silly example, it's basically the same, the platform in itself, and your profile on the platform could be the equivalent of your file at a doctor's office. Like it's the digital version of what would have been your physical file that has all your stuff when you go see a doctor.
I love that analogy because often I explain to my clients, we call it a tax health check.
Yeah.
When we go onto your e-filing, it's the exact same thing when we're looking for your tax compliance. So your e-filing, you'll notice there's a green button if you're compliant. If you're not compliant, it will flag red. So very similar to your physical health check, you'll have a tax health check that SARS will flag you either compliant or not compliant based on what you've submitted or if there's anything outstanding.
Now, this question around who controls your e-filing, why is it so important to pose that question and to ultimately answer it with great understanding as a taxpayer?
I think this is the most important time people should be asking that. It's tax filing season. Everyone needs to know what's on that profile. Every taxpayer needs to know what's on their profile. And this is the time where people realize some of the biggest queries or the largest amount of queries that come to us is, I can't access my e-filing. Do I have a refund? I don't know if I have one. Am I owing SARS? I don't know. I don't know if I have returns outstanding. And these questions come up because they don't have access to their own e-filing profile. So ensuring that you have access to that is firstly a right. You have the right to your own e-filing profile. No one else but you. You can share that profile or give shared access or hand it over to somebody. But that's why that conversation is important today on how do you share that access and what is the controls process to ensure that you still maintain full control of your own e-filing.
All right, we'll come back on the other side of Ondalambana and we'll get into the nitty-gritty of it. She's in the studio, so if you have... you can sneak in 1 or 2 questions about your taxes, but you've got to sneak them in now on our WhatsApp 061-410-4107 because she's not in for very long. So if you miss the opportunity, well, there's not much we can do. 061-410-4107 is our WhatsApp line. Ondalambana is standing by.
Thank you, Bridget. On the news headlines, more than 10 people have been injured and 7 others are trapped following a structural collapse at Ebuhleni village in Inanda, north of Durban. Police say work is underway to obtain a full extradition request to have triple murder accused Ndodana Chuma extradited to the United Kingdom. The Zimbabwean national is accused of killing his wife Notabo Chuma and their daughters at their home in the UK. And the Johannesburg Metro Police has issued a stern warning to all road users that the city is not a speed-free zone. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
Cape Verde, West Africa. An island nation in the Atlantic Ocean, located off the western coast of Africa near Senegal and Mauritania. A country shaped by the sea, volcanic islands, ocean winds, and a culture carried through music. Portuguese is the official language. Cape Verdean Creole gives rhythm to everyday life.
More than likely, Tsetse, that you're being described up and down the country at the moment as a communist.
There is no truth in that as far as I'm concerned. It is just that in South Africa, if you're not doing what the government expects you to do, then you are a communist, of course.
This is what we are becoming. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us. Bridget Masinga, weekdays on The Full Circle.
All right, we're talking to Roxana Naidu, who's the Director of Global Strategy at Latita Africa, and it's tax season. So who controls your SARS e-filing profile and why it matters? 061-410-4107 is our WhatsApp line. If you want to send through a quick query, maybe you're struggling with something on your e-filing profile that she can help you out with quickly, or maybe you've been asked a question that has been boggling the mind and you just don't know whether to tick yes or no. She's the person who would be in the know, but you got to get that in right now because we have limited time. You were talking about the access to e-filing before we went on the break. And a lot of people, even I said, I have a profile, but I've never really gone on there. I think I've gone on there once in however many years, 2 years ago. I've entrusted that access to my tax practitioner who handles all my taxes. But why does it matter for us as individuals to have control? And who should have access outside of yourself, especially if you don't file your own stuff?
I think I want to start that conversation with who bears the onus when it comes to filing a return. And who's responsible ultimately? And this is not an assumption. This is the law. By law, the taxpayer bears the onus. So if you owe a SARS debt, the taxpayer bears the onus, not your tax practitioner or your accountant. If your return needs to be filed, there's no excuse of, but my accountant forgot to file it. The taxpayer bears the onus. If something's filed incorrectly, but I told my accountant and he missed, the calculation. Does not matter. The taxpayer bears the onus. So what happens is we, as you said, you trust your accountant. You put all of your trust into your accountant, your tax practitioner. and they're responsible ultimately to file your returns. But you are responsible ultimately to ensure that it's filed correctly. Just because your practitioner has access to the profile and is doing the tax calculations, submitting the returns, attending to the assessments, does not mean that you ultimately don't have oversight of that. You have to have oversight because you're the one that's responsible. When the debt is there, it's not the tax practitioner that has to pay it, you do. And what happens is taxpayers end up finding out way too late. Either the accountant has gone MIA, sometimes the accountant passes away. As you said, you've had this practitioner for a very long time, you know. They traveled the journey of life with you and they're not going to be there permanently. Or they're in a company and that tax practitioner is replaced by someone else. And there's so many variables that you're putting your entire tax profile in their hands. And when something goes wrong, it's only when you realize I can't even access my own profile. I didn't realize in 2018 he calculated my income incorrectly. And now, down the line, you've realized you've now incurred a large tax debt. So when the practitioner submits whatever return, when you get the assessment, when they're doing the calculation, the onus is on you to ensure that it's correct. And you can't do that if you don't have access to your own profile.
Yeah. So true. Okay, I'm going to do better from today. from this year, I'm going to do better. Because, I mean, you've already outlined what could be the risks and the challenges if you don't have access to this. And you're not in any way saying that someone like myself should now take over their taxes, because I am petrified of doing my own taxes. You're just saying, know what's going on. Have oversight, know what's going on, have access, have those details, because anything could change at the drop of a hat.
Absolutely. I mean, yes, we do rely on tax practitioners and accountants for their technical skill, their technical know-how. It's what they do best. But when things go wrong and you can't access your own profile, that's when things can go sour very quickly. The worst part is your tax practitioner doesn't know when your email address has changed. They don't know when you have a new bank account. They don't know when your contact details change unless you have to go and inform them. But why should you? It's your profile. You should be able to log in at any time and say, let me go update my banking details because, I've got a refund coming. I want to make sure that refund reaches my bank account. Or if there's an assessment, I want to be notified of it. Not with my accountant who says, I'm so sorry, I've had 6 other clients. I didn't get a chance to let you know that SARS has now started to audit you.
Yeah.
You want to know that first. It should come to your SMS or your email to be notified. So ensuring that those details are updated and that you can freely go into your e-filing and do it yourself, that is extremely important.
Okay, at least I get a gold star for the fact that my primary details are still there. I still get the SMSs and the emails. So at very least, what are the warning signs that may suggest that maybe a taxpayer has unintentionally given away too much control of their SARS profile? Are there such warning signs?
The biggest warning sign, Bridget, is they now have no access at all.
Okay.
That's the biggest warning sign. So I would say, as a taxpayer, today, go and log into your e-filing. See if you still have access. You don't even know if you do until you try. So firstly, go log in and see if you do still have access. Your accountant should have access, yes, but shared access.
Yes.
You should not be giving your accountant that much of control over your finances. Your accountant should be able to log in on their side and do what they need to do, but ultimately, you control your own profile. And the worst is if you do not have access to that, you cannot see what's happening on that profile.
We've got some questions for you. 0614104107 is our WhatsApp line. Feel free to send through those questions. We'll get to them in a minute. I just also wanted to find out, let's say, okay, your accountant, your practitioner retire, they change firms, whatever, life happens, they move away, and they have those controlling access details. You don't have shared control. Are you able to contact SARS and reset all of that?
Absolutely. And I think in the past, this was a huge concern, which is why SARS has now changed the game. It's not very recent. It's been for a while now, but I think most people don't realize that SARS has made it much easier for tax practitioners to take over their profile or to control their profile. And I'm going to be a little bit controversial here, because we've seen this in the public where, something goes crazy with the accountant and, maybe fees were not paid on time, and the accountant says, I'm not going to hand the profile back to you until you settle my debt. Absolutely not. That is your profile. You have a right to that profile. On your e-filing, we discussed this earlier, get familiar on what e-filing looks like. Go on there, have a look at the main page. Right on the top, there's a button that you can click on to change your details. So if that accountant, let's say he's no longer in the picture, if he holds access, you can log in and you can revoke access from that accountant, and you can move the profile to another accountant. If you realize, okay, well, it seems like that accountant has full control, none of the correspondence is coming to you. You realize that accountant's email address is there. It's not yours. The accountant's contact numbers are there, which means all the notifications are going to them. Again, you can update the details online on e-filing. You go, you click the button, update details. You change everything to your details. That's how you're able to do it there. Alternately, if there's still trouble with that, contact SARS directly. Again, it's your profile. You have a right to it. No accountant can hold that profile hostage.
Let's take a quick pause. We come back and we get to WhatsApp.
Hashtag Mandela Month on SAFM.
Never and never again shall it be that this beautiful land will again experience the oppression of one another.
OUTsurance is in the business of saving you money on your car insurance premium. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
Wow, tricky little young man. We all get insurance for the moment something goes wrong, and when it does, you need the peace of mind of knowing your claim will be handled fairly. OUTsurance keeps outperforming. The Ombudsman, an independent body that rules on complaints, confirmed in their 2025 annual report that OUTsurance had the lowest overturn ratio of complaints received. Why would you want to be insured with anyone else? Get a quote and switch today. Call 08 600 or visit outsurance.co.za. OUTsurance is a licensed insurer and FSP, and T's and C's do apply.
OUTsurance will go out of their way to try and save you money on your car insurance. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
Can I do a proper scanning of my SARS, because I went twice to SARS and the outcome is not right for me. And then, because I don't understand people with the same income that me, with the same things that I have, they never pay money in SARS. Auto says me I must pay in 10,000 Rand the first time, the second time 20,000 Rand. So I went a couple of times in to correct it, but doing disputes, but it's still not correct for me. Now they take my sales money of 30,000 Rand. So yeah, I don't know what must I do more.
Ma'am Asim, how are you? Ma'am, I have a question here to Miss Naidu. I have a company that has been registered for years, and I've been getting messages that I need to submit my tax filing. And since I've ever opened a company, it has never received even a single job. You understand? I opened the company in 2019, and then I got I was scammed in 2020 during the COVID, and then from there the company collapsed. So I want to know, am I running any risk or anything? What can I do? Because currently I'm a truck driver. I don't have enough time to go to SARS and all that. So what do I do to find out the full information on what is happening with the business account in terms of SARS? Thank you.
Hi, Bridget. Can you please ask your guest there if you can submit your receipt from men's clinic, the ones that we normally pay for men when we go for men's clinic. Thank you. Bye, Bridget.
I'm no expert, but I would venture to guess that a receipt from Man's Clinic. Okay, rule of thumb from my tax practitioner, and Roxana is going to tell me whether she's right or wrong. She says submit every receipt. Well, at least I give her every receipt, especially every medical related anything.
Absolutely. Submit everything. That does not mean that you're going to get a refund or, some type of a tax credit on everything. But as a rule of thumb, rather safe than sorry.
Yeah.
So whatever receipts that you have, I always joke about it. It's the internal joke with accountants and tax pracs. Keep a little shoebox.
Yes.
Keep a little shoebox and just chuck all your receipts in there. And at the end of that financial year, give it to your tax practitioner, and they have the painful exercise of then going through all of that. But yes, submit whatever you have and let your tax practitioner then, do the full calculations to see what you are going to receive on the other side.
Absolutely. I submit everything right down to Nando's. I go drop off my little shoebox, and then about 3 years later, because I get assessed every year, she returns my 3 shoeboxes and we start again with the other shoeboxes. And then she reminds me, don't throw away those shoeboxes for a couple of years.
Correct.
And then the other question, company registered for years but didn't do any work since 2019 of its registration, gets reminders for tax filing. Is he running any risks there at all? Should he be declaring a 000 because the company is registered?
I think I'm going to hire you to advise my clients. Yes, absolutely. So remember that just because you're not receiving an income through the business does not mean that you should not be declaring to SARS. SARS needs to know that you're not receiving an income. They can't just imagine that. You have to tell them. So you have to declare to SARS, for this financial period, I have not received any income. He cannot just have the business just lying dormant. If this taxpayer decides he doesn't want to, proceed with the business, deregister. Don't leave it dormant there. You're now opening up a can of worms that you don't need. Get the business deregistered and make sure that you clean up your tax compliance there before it comes and bites you, years down the line.
Because if it's not tax compliant, it does run the risks, right, that will ultimately affect that business registration and profile and everything else. And then somewhere down the line, he wants to get operational, not knowing that, things have been blocked or stopped or whatever.
Exactly. And he's now going to be directly tied to that business. So we don't want, that type of financial burden on him when he tries to open up another business.
Last question, the gentleman before. It sounds like it could be a tricky one. Auto assess. He's visited SARS twice, is what I gathered. The outcomes are not right for him. Those were his words, not in his favor. But he's comparing himself to other folks, and I think there could be nuance that he's missing.
Firstly, we can't compare, your circumstances to another taxpayer. We have to look at, each person in their own merits. What are their income brackets? Do they have a pension? Is there alternate income? Are they provisional taxpayers? Every taxpayer has their own set of circumstances. This gentleman sounds like he's followed the right process. He has gone to SARS, he has filed a dispute, and remember the dispute process is not just because I disagree, I don't want to pay. It means you need to have actual merits for why you disagree, actual rationale behind it, to be able to prove to SARS that this amount is actually incorrectly calculated and is not due and payable to SARS. If there are actually true merits for his dispute, there should be a favorable outcome, unless he has not been able to successfully prove his case. And as you said, that shoebox should have all of the evidence that he needs.
Well, we'll leave it there for this afternoon, Roxana and Naidu. Thank you so much for coming through. We got a flurry of questions, but we only have so much time because we have the next guest already standing by. But because tax season is still open, maybe we'll bank this conversation to be continued at a different date and see what other advice our folks can get from yourself. And Roxana is the Director of Global Strategy at Latita Africa. Where can they find you, by the way?
LatitaAfrica.com. You can check out our website and you can contact us on there.
Wonderful stuff. That's where we leave this one on the tax season. It's just a gateway conversation. The tax season is long, so we might revisit different elements of it somewhere down the line. We'll take a quick pause and then we come back in this next 10 minutes and we catch up with the Authentica Series Lab, and it's a screenwriters program that's open for applications for its 5th edition.
Sao Tome and Principe gained independence in 1975, a nation shaped by cocoa plantations and island resilience. Agriculture, tourism, and fishing support the economy. Cocoa remains one of its most important exports, but challenges remain. Economic vulnerability, limited infrastructure, and climate pressures.
The union building is just belongs here a sea of young people from different racial backgrounds and colors. It's actually quite amazing to see, and all of them are talking about one thing, and that fees must fall.
This is what we are becoming. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us. Catch them Mzansi's beautiful game sport documentary.
For me, Neto, really, in the club football where I've played a lot of my football to with the ladies, at times I would play as a striker.
From the 5th of July to the 23rd of August 2026.
Banyana governments is like Bafana governments right now at the moment. So we believe in them and we're proud of them. What they did, they did wonders to the country.
Brought to you by the SAfm's award-winning drama department. Ala Bafana. This is what we are becoming. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us. Looking for exclusive content, live events, and special broadcasts like the Madlanga Commission? Then connect to the all-new SAfm Connect stream. The Madlanga Commission, live and uninterrupted from 9:30 Monday to Friday. SAfm Connect brings you more of the conversations that matter. Listen anytime, anywhere by visiting connect.safm.co.za or stream directly on SABC Plus at sabc-plus.com. SAfm Connect. More conversations, more access. There's much more coming. You are listening to The Full Circle.
All right, our next guest is Marette Mandefro, who's a creative producer and managing director of the Realness Institute. And we're looking at the Authentica Series Lab, which is a screenwriters program from South African-based nonprofit Realness Institute. It's now open for applications for its 5th season. How are you doing, Marette?
I'm good. I'm well. How are you?
I'm great. Thank you so much for the time. Maybe give us a little bit of context around Realness Institute and, of course, the Authentica Series Lab.
Yes. Realness is a nonprofit focused on screenwriters and creative producers. It has existed for 10 years now. And Authentica is our premier screenwriting program. It's a 6-month incubator for screenwriters where we help writers develop their shows. 4 writers will be selected for the lab. And at the end of the lab, they get to pitch at one of the biggest TV markets in Europe. It's called Series Mania. So the program is in partnership with Storyboard Collective out of Geneva. And it's a very rare opportunity because developing your show is something that's not often done with resources and support, especially across the continent. And this is also a paid gig for our writers. They also get stipends, 1,200 euro stipends per month to do it so that they can wall off time. So it's an amazing opportunity.
Yeah. And I mean, speaking about that partnership with the Storyboard Collective, as you say, a Swiss non-profit organization that's focused on holding space for storytellers in underrepresented communities and markets. Why is it so important for this kind of collaboration to be happening, on the continent with other markets, whether European, whether American, just to ensure that the skills development of screenwriters?
It's not, skills development, obviously, but development as a whole is the least resourced part of the value chain in Africa. People don't often are given the time and the support to develop their stories. And also, I think having a community of African writers do it together really up-levels everyone game, so to speak. I think one of the biggest, according to all the residents that have done Authentica, one of the biggest value adds is also that you have kind of a network of people that you will grow with throughout your career, friendships as well. So I think that makes a big difference when you're trying to write a story that's true to your voice.
Absolutely. You're calling on bold ideas. Talk to us about, the kind of stories that perhaps you are keen to maybe extract from African storytellers, if there is a sort of, I guess, a benchmark of stories, or perhaps a thematic, and maybe even the kinds of stories that you are finding seem to find resonance with those who are in the room to buy at places like Series Mania.
Yeah, look, we're always interested in writers who have something to say about the world that feels current, that feels brave. We've never selected it just by theme. We always say brave stories with a very clear point of view. If you look at the past shows that have been developed and the writers, what's really interesting is a lot of them are genre shows. So horror or thriller, suspense, but that's not to say we only take genre shows. But I think that's also interesting that overwhelmingly the writers, we've had essentially 12 writers up until this point. 16. This is our fifth now year. Have been these genre shows, but we never limit it in that way. We just say a brave point of view that feels current and of the moment. The world is a very strange place right now.
Yeah.
And it seems like our stories are really what help us kind of see reality for what it is right now. So that's what we look for, a clear point of view.
Yeah. And given that you're looking for a clear point of view and an authentic voice, and obviously not really genre theme specific, but is there other criteria for selection that entrants or applicants must be aware of?
Yeah, well, this is open for all African nationals across, all the countries. In the past, we've had labs that were limited to markets. This is honestly for everyone. And it's a very intensive one. So you just have to have the room and the time to be able to participate. So there's an expectation. The first 9 days will take place actually in Ethiopia for the first time this year.
Okay.
And then there will be a 2-month residency in Geneva that you have to physically be living there for. And then you will have to travel with us to Series Mania in March in France. And so there's residential components to this program in Ethiopia and in Geneva that are non-negotiable. You have to be able to move and immerse yourself. So that's kind of the most important, in a way, criteria.
And I can imagine we are going to get follow-up, questions from creatives to say those non-negotiable residency components, that move to Geneva for X period. Are those sort of those costs, those logistical costs, part and parcel of the package?
Oh, yes, everything is covered. Sorry, yes, everything would be covered, including the plane tickets. And then, like I said, there's a stipend that's paid to you per month to help ensure that you can wall off some time to focus on your script.
Am I correct in the closing date for applications being the 1st of August? And of course, applications can be submitted at submissions@realness.institute. But I assume one would have to visit realnessinstitute.com first just to get a good understanding of the criteria of application.
Yeah, to apply, you actually have to go to the website, and off the homepage, there's an apply link. So it's a submission portal. It's a new submission portal that we have. So realnessinstitute.com, you go there and you click on the submission portal, and that will take you. If anyone has any questions about the application, you can ask within the submission portal, but you can also email us at submissions@realness.institute.
Wonderful stuff. Merit, thank you so much for the time. Merit Mandefro, a creative producer and managing director of Realness Institute. And of course, if you are a writer based on the continent, that application's date is closed come the 1st of August. And for information, you can log on to www.realnessinstitute.com. That's where you'll get more information about the writer's residency. It's a 6-month incubator program. You'll find out more about the travel legs of it, that 2 months residency, non-negotiable in Geneva, a 1,200 stipend per month. So it's 1,200 stipend per month. And any other information that you might require from them, www.realnessinstitute.com. 2 o'clock has just gone. Ndelambane is standing by.
Thank you, Bridget. On the top stories, 8 people hospitalized following building collapse, and England records over 2,000 heat-related deaths. For SAFM News, I'm Ndelambane, and a very good day. 8 people have been transported to hospital following what was reported as a structural collapse at Ebuhleni village in Inanda, north of Durban. Initial reports indicated that 10 people were injured and 7 others were believed to be trapped beneath the rubble. eThekwini Fire and Emergency Services are on the scene and are using excavators to search for people who might be trapped. Spokesperson for Private Emergency Services, Gareth Jamison, has more details.
ALS paramedics are currently mobile to a structural collapse in Nanda, north of Durban. More than 10 people have been reported injured, with multiple being trapped underneath the rubble. Multiple paramedics from ALS paramedics and other services are mobile together with search and rescue from Metro Police and SAPS. Further updates to follow.
Police say work is underway to obtain a full extradition request to have triple murder accused Ndodana Chuma extradited to the United Kingdom. Chuma's matter relating to the possession of an unlicensed firearm as well as his extradition case has been postponed to July 22 in the Johannesburg Magistrates Court. The 45-year-old Zimbabwean national is accused of killing his 42-year-old wife Notabo Chuma and their daughters, 15-year-old Natalie and 5-year-old Nala, at their home in the UK. He was arrested in Kensington, east of Johannesburg on Friday. National Police spokesperson Atlenda Mate.
Colleagues from Interpol, and they have confirmed that they have been engaging with UK authorities, and they are quite confident that in no time they will have the full extradition documents in the country, where the court firstly has to find him extraditable, and then the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development will then give an order for extradition.
Anti-illegal immigrant group March on March has confirmed the death of its leader in Ekurhuleni, who was gunned down in an alleged assassination. Andile Somgxada was shot while leaving his home on July 4 and was rushed to a hospital where he succumbed to his wounds last week Thursday. March on March spokesperson Sandile Dube says the movement has been receiving death threats because of their stance on illegal migration.
March and March has been receiving threats or death, in this case, of our leader in Ekurhuleni. So we confirm that there's a number of death threats that we are receiving throughout South Africa for wanting what's best for the South Africans.
The Johannesburg Metro Police has issued a stern warning to all road users that the city is not a speed-free zone. This comes amid the city currently operating without any automated traffic speed cameras for 7 months. The previous contract with service provider Sintel lapsed on December 23 last year, and no replacement has been appointed since. JMPD spokesperson Xolani Fihla explains.
While the temporary lack of speed cameras restricts one specific channel of data capture, it has not compromised the overall traffic management capabilities, and JMPD has intensified its physical deployment strategy to deter lawlessness. We want to issue a stern warning to all road users. Johannesburg is absolutely not a speed-free zone. Our officers remain out in full force to clamp down heavily on speeding, driving under the influence, and reckless behavior.
A study shows that more than 2,700 people died from heat-related causes in England and Wales during heat waves in May and last month. Researchers say human-induced climate change were a major contributor to heightened temperatures. Meanwhile, 2 firefighting planes have been rushed to the Paris region to tackle a large wildfire. This as France suffers through its third heat wave this year. Recapping the top story, 8 people have been transported to hospital following what was reported as a structural collapse at Ebuhleni village in Inanda, north of Durban. I'm on Delambana for SAFM News Headlines at 2:30.
SAFM 104 to 107 nationwide. Leading the conversation. Wherever you are in the world, SAFM 104 to 107 is accessible. We're also streaming live on Facebook, X, and YouTube at SAFM Radio. We acknowledge and appreciate everyone tuning in and watching our streams. Stay with SAFM 104 to 107 as we bring you Commission Live, breaking stories, and thought-provoking lectures. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. Hashtag Mandela Month on SAFM.
It is in your hands now.
July is Mandela Month on SAFM. A month to ask the difficult questions. 30 years into our democracy, what have we built? What have we broken? And what remains unfinished? Looking for exclusive content, live events, and special broadcasts like the Madlanga Commission? Then connect to the all-new SAFM Connect stream. The Madlanga Commission, live and uninterrupted from 9:30 Monday to Friday. SAFM Connect brings you more of the conversations that matter. Listen anytime, anywhere by visiting connect.safm.co.za or stream directly on SABC Plus at sabc-plus.com. SAFM Connect. More conversations, more access. There's much more coming. SAFM.
Cape Verde, West Africa. An island nation in the Atlantic Ocean, located off the western coast of Africa near Senegal and Mauritania. A country shaped by the sea, volcanic islands, ocean winds, and a culture carried through music. Portuguese is the official language. Cape Verdean Creole gives rhythm to everyday life.
More than likely, Tsetse, that you're being described up and down the country at the moment as a communist.
There is no truth in that as far as I'm concerned. It is just that in South Africa, if you're not doing what the government expects you to do, then you are a communist, of course.
This is what we are becoming. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us. In case you missed it.
Primo Puddings. It's South Africa's first high-protein pudding for #made in SA. Gents, you better guarantee me it still tastes like I'm having pudding.
Bridget, we like to joke that our puddings are nice but taste naughty. And the goal was just to make something that really and truly, if you did take it out of the packaging and put it into a bowl, your first guess wouldn't be that this is a healthy alternative. That was the number one for us, right? Because if it doesn't taste good and if it isn't satisfying to eat, then, it was all for nothing.
Co-founders of Primo, Tiago Vasconcelos and Alex Farao, like Joao.
That was The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga. The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga, Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m.
Another day, chance to make another chance. A fragile place, running on empty. A smile so faint, barely even break the space. World is on shoulders now. Don't be afraid, he who knows will make a way. His word alone is what has kept me. Born the Son, King of eternal peace. Lay your burdens down. If you catch me dreaming, please don't wake me till I'm done. Just leave me sleeping until the morning comes. Just pass me over, pass me over. Make believe that I'm not there, just leave me be. Until the Savior comes. Another night makes a way to the morn. Sleep in peace, joy come early. A covered child steps away victorious. Salvation holds joy for all of us. If you catch me dreaming, please don't wake me till I'm done. Just leave me sleeping, leave me sleeping till the morning comes. Just pass me over, pass me over. Make believe that I'm not there. Just leave me be until the Savior comes. Until we catch me dreaming, if you catch me dreaming, wake me till I'm done. Don't wake me now, until the morning comes. My Savior, just pass me over, pass me over. Make believe that I'm not there, just leave me be until the Savior comes. and pray. He'll be there. He'll be there. You don't have to worry about it. The Lord is coming back to get me. When all that failed me, when this whole world failed me, I know it's home one day. One day out of me. Oh, you don't have to worry. Pass me over. If you see me sleeping, I said, if you see me sleeping, leave me be. Oh, leave me be. I'm a savior. That's what I mean with. Oh, just pass me on over. Pass me 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 over. You don't have to worry about me. I know you coming for me. Ain't make do it for one night, but sure I come early in the morning. Oh, sure come early in the morning. In the morning. In the morning. In the morning time. I'll meet you on the other side. Meet you on the other side.
All right, that is how we come into 2 o'clock. This one by Anthony Hamilton, Pass Me Over. And we played this song because of so many tributes coming in, just expressing the deep sadness and the sense of loss with the passing of those two young sportsmen that were destined for such great things. Those news breaking over the weekend of the loss of Mamelodi Sundowns and Bafana Bafana midfielder, 25-year-old Jaden Adams, who had his first appearance at the World Cup this past season. And of course, a 20-year-old rugby player, Lukobo Bibo Makwedini, who also was signed to an international club, I think in France, if memory serves correct. And it was, sort of preempted that he would go on to secure his spot in a future Springboks team, in a future Springboks squad. Both of them passing away. Of course, 20-year-old Bibo, what we know is that it seems that he suffered some kind of cardiac arrest at training at his club in Europe. And then, of course, very little is known around what circumstance befell Jaden Adams. A lot of people, though, do making note of the fact that I think when the squad was celebrating making it out of the group stages and into the 16, that he was in that celebratory video that was making rounds on social media of them celebrating that moment. And he was quietly sitting in the corner. At the time, folks who knew a little bit better on social media said that his grandmother had passed on whilst he was in that World Cup World Cup soccer tour. So we send condolences to family, to friends, to fellow sportsmen, and of course to fellow South Africans as well, followers of South African soccer and South African rugby. Let's take a quick pause and then we come back on the other side and we get into a different kind of conversation.
With the ever-changing financial landscape, it can be difficult to make sense of all the moves at times. Join me, Jimmy Moyaha, on the SAfm Market Update with MoneyWeb, Mondays to Thursdays, 6 to 7 p.m, as we break down the key market trends, top financial stories, and smart investment insights, all in one place. It's everything you need to stay financially informed and ahead of the curve.
Bridget Masinga, weekdays on The Full Circle.
All right, let's get into this conversation now with Mayo Febi, Global Executive Coach, and we're looking at career and the workplace. Are you drowning in work? How to get your boss to reduce your workload without compromising your position, especially when you are overwhelmed by the amount of work that you have. Your instinct is really to try and figure it out all by yourself, including working extra hours to try and lessen the load. But what happens if all the additional hours don't add up and the workload seemingly just doesn't increase? Mayo, how are you doing this afternoon?
I'm good, thanks. And how are you?
I'm fantastic. Thank you so much for the time. Firstly, I guess, what are the signs that one's workload has become unsustainable, rather than it just being a, temporary moment where the workload is a little bit heavier?
The answer is definitely in your question. So busyness should be a seasonal thing. It shouldn't be something that's default. So if burnout, constant exhaustion is what's happening, then that's a huge warning sign that this is not normal. This is not sustainable.
For some folks, some folks will just say, this is just the pressures of this job, just the pressures of this organization, or just the pressures at that level. Is that a fair argument, or perhaps are we also negotiating with ourselves, trying to make best of what is seemingly an unending situation?
There's definitely an element of truth in it. And what I see happening more and more in organizations is that busyness has become a culture that nobody questions. People join the organization, they see everyone running around frantically, and they simply join in and assimilate what's happening. So for organizations to pivot from that, it really takes somebody saying, stop, wait a minute, this isn't healthy and it's not sustainable. But unfortunately, most people don't do that. They just copy what everyone else is doing so that they can have a sense of belonging, in essence.
At what point does one, or should one, start considering having that conversation with their manager or their boss, versus perhaps finding a way to try and figure it out? And also, how do we maybe allay the fear that when you have that conversation, you're going to be seen as, the weak link in the chain, the one, especially if it's sort of like the social culture of the place. No one wants to be seen as the weak link. No one wants to be seen as the disruptor of how we do things.
Ideally, you want to have the conversation right from the beginning. So within the first few weeks of you joining an organization, it should be an exchange of how the organization works and how you work as the expert within that particular domain that you're in. But for people that are already in a situation where they've gotten into this culture of busyness, the best time to talk about it is immediately when you pick up that you're not performing optimally. And in terms of positioning it to the leader, if you go in and you say, I'm too busy, I'm drowning in my work, then definitely you'll be perceived as the weakest link. So what I recommend people do is they position it about performance and meeting priorities, because then it's not about how busy I am, but it's more conversation around what is the most important thing that I should be working on, that we are working on as a team, and what is it that I should prioritize in all of the noise and all of the things that are happening. And when you the conversation, it's about approaching it with solutions, not just to complain, but to say that this is how I think the process should be working, as opposed to just, I'm too busy right now.
Yeah, I guess that sort of speaks to what was going to be my follow-up, right? To say, what is the most progressive way for one to approach this conversation, for one to prepare for the conversation with their boss or manager without sounding like they are unwilling to work, or that they're not a team player, or that, they're whining or slacking?
You need to gather evidence. So you need to be sure that you've done everything you can within your power, within your knowledge, on optimizing the way you work, and documenting as well how you've been working over a period of time, so that when you have the conversation, you can point to facts and say, this is what I've tried and this isn't working. So I want us to talk about how we can best work together within the organization. Because again, if you just make it about, I have a problem, solve it for me, then you're decreasing the chances of your manager buying into what it is that you want to get out of them. So when you go with solutions, with frameworks, with a plan of how to work around this, and even if it's just highlighting the key things that you've picked up from the current system, the learnings that you've got, that's way, way better than just saying, I have a problem, can you solve it for me?
So if you met with somebody who's perhaps unwilling to listen, or stuck in the ways of the organization, if you met with that response of, well, everyone's busy, just figure it out. How do you move from then without sort of, I guess, finding yourself extending yourself even further and running the risk of burnout? And maybe, not then defaulting to things like quiet quitting and shutting down?
The focus should be on the quality of the work more than anything. So you're not there to have a conversation about the quantity of work, but it's about talking about the quality of the work that you're producing, and how you feel that there should be a more optimized prioritization system within the organization, because it's impossible for everyone to say, for anyone to say that we're all busy and that everything is important, because then there's a flaw within the system. So within the person's area of influence, it's about showing that, look, I'm working on 6 projects right now. 4 of those have the same deadline. When I look at my resources, this is our output. So if you can point specific things, it makes the conversation much, much easier to land. And just to repeat myself, the focus should be on the quality of work and delivery, and not in the quantity of work.
And then speaking of that quality and the delivery, what strategies help one to negotiate priorities when things are labeled as urgent? Because my sense of what could be urgent and your sense of what could be urgent could be completely different things.
Yep. And we see this playing out so often in corporate. It begins with having a process, first of all, to identify how do we receive work. Because if you meet someone passing you in the corridor and they say, oh, please, I need this by end of the day, and you just take it and you start working on it. Further down the corridor, someone else says the same thing. Oh, please work on this. Then there isn't a process in place. So your question of saying what's a priority to the other person might not be a priority to me. Having a process that sort of screens what comes into your workload is important. And then also understanding at a strategic level what is important to the business right now, for this week, for this quarter, for this year, and how does what I am doing right now feed into that? Because if we don't have that, then everyone in the team is going to be running in different directions based on who has the loudest voice of getting person's attention to do a particular thing. But if you have a process and you communicate it to your stakeholders, then you can say, okay, this is important. Please complete this document, because there's a few things I need to assess about what it is you want me to work on. So communicating that prior to work beginning is so important. Establishing ways of work with the various stakeholders goes a long way in avoiding people just popping out of nowhere and saying, this is important, I need this today.
Yeah. And what say you, Mayo, of boundaries, of setting healthy boundaries, without sort of creating an impression that one isn't a team player?
Boundaries, ideally, again, you want to communicate from day one when you start working within an organization, your ways of work, because it's an exchange. But because people are already in it, boundaries go a long way in establishing what's important to you as an individual and what helps you perform optimally. So it's not about saying I'm having boundaries because I want to be difficult and I want to act like I'm special, but it's about saying, based on what is required of me and how my performance is measured, these are the boundaries that I have. What are your boundaries, so that we can understand and collaborate more effectively? So it's not so much about this is what you should do for me, but it's more around this is how I work best, how do you work best, and how can we come together to ensure the delivery of whatever it is that the business requires of us collectively.
Yeah. So if we had to take it to the extremes and say maybe after the conversation, after the proposal of a different way of doing things, and maybe, trying to figure out what are the collective priority, if after all of that, the workload still doesn't improve, after you've raised those concerns, or the working system still doesn't speak to how do we optimize on all things, what then becomes the next steps, or maybe the next consideration?
I would definitely escalate. I'd escalate to the leaders above to say there's something not working in the way that we're doing things, and it's impacting delivery and performance of the team. And also raising it with HR as a facilitator, so that the conversations can be documented and tracked and processes can be put in place in order to help people. But right at the end of the spectrum then is resignation. So if you've tried everything and you're sure that you've exhausted all avenues, then perhaps it's the culture of the organization, and you have to make a difficult decision to say, okay, it's either I stay and continue to fight this battle, I stay, accept, that's another option, accept that this is just the way it is, or you decide for yourself, I can't work like this, I'm going to find an organization that's more aligned with my values and the way that I work.
Mayofebi, thank you so much for the time. Global Executive Coach. It's gone 2:30. Ondela standing by to bring you the headline news. And then from there, we'll get into our kids programming before we come back and wrap up the show with 40 Under 40 South Africa, which is returning to highlight the nation's most influential young leaders.
Thank you, Bridget. On the news headlines, 8 people have been transported to hospital following what was reported as a structural collapse at Ebuhleni village in Inanda, north of Durban. Police say work is underway to obtain a full extradition request to have triple murder accused Ndodana Chuma extradited to the United Kingdom, and health authorities in the Democratic Republic of Congo say the Ebola outbreak there has spread to 2 new provinces, including the populous northeast city of Kisangani. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
This program is brought to you by SABC Education. And if you miss any of our programs, you can catch up anytime on the SABC Plus app or on the SABC Plus website, www.sabcplus.com. Brought to you by SABC Education. Enriching minds, enriching lives.
Hello friends and happy Monday! It's time for Kids Corner, and today we're talking about healthy eating during the school holidays. Now that it's school holidays, do your eating habits change? What are your favorite healthy snacks to eat while you're at home? Do you find yourself eating more food during the holiday than you usually do when it's school time? Why do you think that happens? How do you make sure you still eat healthy meals even when you're not at school? Why do you think it's important to eat balanced meals and drink plenty of water during the holidays? Alright friends, let's hear from some of our friends while you share your answers with the people next to you.
My name is Nzalo Mushwana and I'm 9 years old. Yes, I eat snacks more often and I eat different times. Fruits, vegetables and orange. Yes, because I'm home more and get hungry more often. I eat fruits, vegetables and balanced meals every day. It keeps my body healthy, strong and full of energy.
Hi friends, my name is Oketwa Munyai and I live in Polokwane City.
Yes, my eating habits do change during the school holidays. I do not eat that much during the school holidays. My favorite healthy snacks to eat while I'm at home are exotic fruits like pineapples, apples, sugarcane, and many more. No, I do not find myself eating more food during the school holidays because I am not doing so much productive work, so I do not need that much energy. To make sure that you still eat healthy meals even when you're not at school is by eating a balanced meal. Some vitamins and minerals, fats and oils, dairy, carbohydrates, and proteins. It is important to eat balanced meals and drink plenty of water during the holidays so that you may be healthy when you go back to school. Bye, friends. Thank you for listening.
Hello everyone, my name is Matimba Kosa. I am 7 years old. I go to Japan's Christian Academy School. Now that it's the school holidays, I eat more. Peanuts are my healthy favorite snacks. My parents create balanced meals for me to eat 3 to 4 times a day. It's important to eat healthy meals and drink plenty of water during the holidays because it provides essential vitamins and minerals your body needs to function optimally and you don't get sick.
Good day, my name and surname is Apelele Mpembe and I am 9 years old. Yes, my eating habits change during the holidays. I eat more snacks because I'm home more often. I like carrots and apples for snacks. Yes, I find myself eating more during the holidays than usual because the kitchen is nearby and I have more free time. To make sure I still eat healthy meals even when I am not at school, I try to eat fruits or nuts for a snack and not to eat too much junk food. It's important to eat balanced meals and drink plenty of water during the holidays because it helps me stay healthy and have lots of energy to play. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Yolanda Mzobe. I am 12 years old. Now that it's school holidays, my eating habit has changed. Now I eat a lot, and during school, I used to eat breakfast at 7 a.m., but now I usually eat breakfast at 11 a.m. and I eat a lot. Yes, I do find myself eating more during holidays than I usually do when it's not holiday time. Because on school days, you have got set times like breakfast, break, lunch, home. But during holidays, there's no bell telling you when to eat. So people just eat when they are bored watching TV or hanging out. How do I make sure I still eat healthy meals even when I am not at school? I make sure that I have an app whereby it reminds me of everything like chores, what should I eat, and so forth. Why do I think it is important to eat balanced meals and drink plenty of water during the holiday? To get energy for fun, immune system, mood, and focus. Thank you, everyone. Good day. My name and surname is Popo Shampembe. I am 12 years old. Yes, my eating habits changed a bit. I might snack more often because I am at home. I like eating fruits like apple, berries, and I have yogurt sometimes. Yes, I think I am eating more food during the holidays because I have more free time and I'm often around the kitchen. I try to have a scheduled meal and choose fruits or nuts for snacks instead of junk food. It's important to eat balanced meals and drink plenty of water during the holidays because it keeps my energy up and helps me feel good even when I'm not as active. Thank you.
Hello, beautiful people of Msansi. My name is Banzi Songane. Yes, now that I am on school holidays, my eating habits have definitely changed. And now that I'm on holiday, I usually snack more and I eat at different times because I'm at home. I can literally eat at whatever time I want to, with no restriction, with no one telling me, you can't eat in my class. I can eat at any time, anywhere. I think my favorite healthy snacks to eat while I'm at home are definitely fruits. My mom has stocked up on fruits like twice, and it's only been the second week of holidays. I really like to have my fruits with yogurts and nuts. I also really like popcorn these days. And I've also been having a lot of vegetables because my mom did say that now that we're on holiday, we're eating a lot of unhealthy snacks. So she does try and cook us healthy meals with a lot of protein, with a lot of vegetables. And yeah, I definitely do find myself eating more during the holidays than I would usually eat when it's not holidays. And that's because I'm at home and more often I have easier access to food. There's no restrictions at home. I can eat whenever, at whatever time, wherever. To be honest, I'm not even going to lie to you. My diet during the holidays is the most unhealthy diet I have ever seen. But like I said, I do try to eat balanced meals. I drink plenty of water. Plenty, you see. So it's kind of balanced, you know. There is some junk, but there is some healthy food as well, especially in those dinners. My mom does not play about the dinners. Something that is super important. It is very important to eat balanced meals and drink plenty of water during the holidays because it keeps me healthy, it gives me energy, and it helps my body grow.
Thank you, friends. It's always great to hear from you. And to our friends listening, I hope you shared your answers with the people next to you. The school holidays are a perfect time to relax and have fun, but they can also change your daily routine, including your eating habits. When we're home all day, it's easy to snack more often because the kitchen is nearby, we're watching TV, playing games, or sometimes we're simply eating because we are bored rather than because we are hungry. The good news is that there are plenty of healthy snacks we can enjoy. Fresh fruit like apples, bananas, oranges, grapes, and watermelon are delicious choices. We can also enjoy yogurt, nuts if you're not allergic, boiled eggs, vegetable sticks with healthy dip, whole grain sandwiches, or cheese and crackers. These snacks gives our bodies energy and help us stay healthy. While it's perfectly fine to enjoy a special treat now and then, it's important not to eat too many sweets, chips, sugary drinks, or fast food every day. Even though school is closed, we should still try to eat regular balanced meals. Eating a healthy breakfast, lunch, and supper helps our bodies grow, keeps our brains active, and gives us energy to play, learn, and enjoy the holidays. Don't forget about water. When we're busy having fun, we sometimes forget to drink water. Water helps keep our bodies cool, supports our brain, aids digestion, and keeps us hydrated, especially if we're playing outside or being active. Try to choose water more often instead of sugary drinks. Friends, the holidays are meant to be enjoyed, but looking after our health is just as important as having fun. By choosing healthy snacks most of the time, eating balanced meals, drinking plenty of water, staying active, and enjoying treats in moderation, we'll feel stronger, happier, and ready for the new school term. Remember, friends, healthy eating isn't about never having treats. It's about making good choices most of the time so our bodies can grow strong and healthy. That's it for today, friends. See you next time.
If you miss any of our programs, you can catch up anytime on the SABC Plus app or on the SABC Plus website, www.sabcplus.com. Brought to you by SABC Education. Enriching minds, enriching lives. In case you missed it.
So after someone says yes when they really want to say no, what emotional psychological patterns tend to show up afterwards?
When you are a kind person, you are giving from a place of fullness. You are, giving from a place of no expectation. So I don't give you my yes because I want to be validated by you. I want you to always be excited for me, but I give you from a place of wholeness. To say, if today my response to you is a no, it's really from a place of wholeness. It's really from a place of kindness.
That was Quantum with Angela Ludick. Bridget Masinga, weekdays on The Full Circle.
All right, we're ending on a high note and we're talking 40 under 40. And they are returning to highlight the nation's most influential young leaders. Joining us in studio is Janelle Ruthal, who is the country manager for 40 under 40 South Africa. How are you doing?
I'm very well, thanks. How are you?
I'm fabulous. Thank you so much for the time. I mean, it's an entity that I think, those who are in the know. But just as a reminder, I guess, a recap, when we're talking 40 under 40, talk to us, give us some context and some background. Also, how did the 40 under 40 list start? What was that initial spark?
Well, it started in Ghana, in West Africa, actually, in 2017. And it trickled down to the African continent and then South Africa. So that's how we started 40 under 40 South Africa. So the awards are a youth empowerment initiative created to celebrate and honor young individuals who have created impact in their sectors and their communities, who deserve to be recognized and celebrated. And this year, we're so excited to have Telkom on board as a principal sponsor. They have allowed us to reach a wider audience. And we're very excited about that partnership. And that is what 40 under 40 South Africa is about.
And let's talk about, the caliber of folks that make it in the 40 under 40 list, and maybe straddle to that also is, and I know part of our conversation today is around the call for nomination. Who gets to nominate? Is it self-nomination or you're nominated by other people? And maybe just that process of vetting and nomination.
Yes, so self-nomination and third-party nominations are acceptable. If you feel that you're an innovator, an entrepreneur, a person who's made significant impact in your community, you're welcome to nominate yourself or nominate somebody you know is making these significant strides in the community and their sectors.
Vetting process, is there vetting process? Is there, how do you know that, in fact, yes, this person meets the metric of what makes for a 40 under 40?
Yes, the criteria. So basically, a person who's under 40 as of the end of this year, if you feel, as I said before, if you feel you're an innovator, great entrepreneur, you're solving problems within South Africa, creating jobs, and you believe that you deserve to be celebrated, then you're welcome to submit your nomination.
I'm interested, Janelle, in, do you have a judging panel? Do you have a... All right. So once I nominate myself, what kind of information am I putting forward? I'm presuming motivational something, accompanied with stuff that prove that I'm doing what I'm doing.
Yes. So you'll submit your supporting documents, demonstrating why you deserve this accolade. So on our website, when you submit a nomination, you get sections of what you need to submit at specific times.
Okay. Yes. What do those look like? Don't be stingy with the information.
Well, it is quite a number of
just
things.
A few things.
Well, okay. So if you have images of your success.
Let's say you're an agricultural entrepreneur.
Yes.
So what would that submission look like?
Okay. So basically, perhaps you want to enter for the agricultural category. You can submit videos, images of your farm or whatever establishment you have. There are, of course, intrusive documents that you need to submit to prove that you're actually doing all this work. And even the judging process is quite extensive because the judging panel has to now view this information and, vet the information determined by a specific criteria specific to that category. So if the information is not sufficient, then, the judging panel will send through the questions for the nominee to answer more questions.
Okay. You've spoken that it's everybody really in almost just about every category, but from a maybe looking at past recipients, the kind of character that one sees winning would be someone who displays what kind of drive, ambition, or perhaps mental fortitude versus, because there's a lot of people who are doing amazing things and great things, but there's obviously something that tips the scale for each recipient of this award.
Yes. So, we know the economic, atmosphere is a bit difficult, but then ones who have demonstrated that they've gone ahead of their age, they've created jobs in South Africa, they've impacted their communities in a positive manner. These are the ones that, deserve to be celebrated under these awards, yeah.
Okay, let's take a quick pause and then we'll come back on the other side and continue our conversation.
As a business owner, you're always looking for ways to save money. But have you looked at saving on your business insurance premium? With OUTsurance Business Insurance, you could save big, like Bosmansdam High School.
We were with our previous insurance for 10 years plus before switching to OUTsurance Business Insurance.
We are saving 3,705 Rand per month.
It was so quick and easy, we should have switched sooner.
Ready to switch and save? Visit outsurance.co.za or call 08600 60,000 today. Licensed insurer in FSP. TCs and information online.
In case you missed it,
discussing food loss and waste, let's ground this now by understanding what cultural practices can do in embracing and reducing food waste.
It's a societal challenge. Yes, you have to look at it throughout the value chain from farm to fork.
One kitchen at a time.
It spreads across the retail sector, the food value chain. From the storage facilities to transportation and all of that. Food is a symbol of love. In the African philosophy of Ubuntu, hence we say, Umuntu ngumuntu ngabantu. As a community, we always share food.
Kelo Madondo, PhD candidate.
Quantum on SAfm. Bridget Masinga is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAfmRadio.
All right, we are with Country Manager for 40 Under 40 South Africa Awards. Janelle Ruthel is joining us. And let's talk about the impact that this platform has for people, right? I often joke. And by the way, before we talk about the impact, just so that there's no confusion, because I know the Forbes under 40. That's a different.
It is different.
Under 40.
Yes, that is different.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this is a different 40 under 40 and not the Forbes 40.
No.
Two different entities. All right. What the impact that a platform like this has for a young entrepreneur, a young leader, a young visionary. Maybe let's just some stories in the years that this award has been given. What have been some of the feedback of the recipients?
Well, there are many stories.
Yeah.
I don't think we'd be able to talk about all of them. But this platform aims to celebrate these people who are doing amazing and also to inspire young people who are watching, who have goals that they'd like to reach and who feel inspired when they see that, oh, okay, somebody else is doing what I'd like to achieve, even during the economic hardships that we have to deal with. And we also encourage young people who win these awards to create a community. When the winners eventually get their award, there is an alumni platform that connects global winners. So it creates a network where people are able to inspire each other, to collaborate, and, have further conversations into growing in their sectors.
I think that's so important, the spirit of collaboration, right?
Yes.
Because if there's a Ghanaian somewhere doing something that speaks to what you're doing, whether in the diaspora or on the continent, you definitely want to be able to leverage on both your strengths and see how you can scale, how you can solve each other's problems. Maybe what you're thinking of here in the southern tip of Africa, on the most western, northern tips of the continent, someone is thinking along the same lines, but they're missing that link, or you missing that link, and a conversation between the two of you, suddenly, boom, it's like the idea is crystallized and you're able to move it forward on a greater scale.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Very important conversations. You are collaborating with the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. Tell me more about that collaboration.
Well, since we're empowering young people, this is a very important collaboration for us because we align in our objectives and our goals with empowering the youth, and especially in South Africa, and the world, it's difficult for women. So encouraging them to reach out for their goals is something that we really hold dear and is very important to us. Yes.
So what does that partnership look like? How does it work, and how does it speak to maybe be it the applicants for this year or even future plans?
Yes, so basically once the applicants have submitted their nominations, at a certain stage after the judging criteria has, scaled down how many applicants are in, then we speak to some of the people in the department to go through these applications as well, just so that we're thorough and we're able to pinpoint and shine a spotlight on these special individuals who deserve to be celebrated.
Got you. For folks that want to send submissions, just give us a confirmation of when those nomination dates close. Where do they go? The portals that are most reliable, etc., etc.
Yes. So the nominations close on the 26th of July of this year. And when you go on our website, 40under40southafrica.co.za, there is a portal there for nominations. You go on there and you submit your documentation on there.
All right. So nominations close on the 26th of July.
Yes.
www.40under40awards.co.za is where folks can go to. And then you anticipate for the whole process, vetting, verification, judging, narrowing down to the final nominations, announcements, blah, blah, blah. That whole process normally kind of takes how long?
Well, it takes right up to the 3rd of October.
Okay.
The event is going to be on the 3rd of October at the Houghton Hotel here in Johannesburg.
Okay.
Yes.
Cool. Fantastic. Well, listen, hopefully one or two of our listeners make the criteria. And they can double back to us after October and tell us, yay, I heard the interview I submitted and I am part of 40 Under 40 for 2026. Janelle, thank you so much for the time. Much, much appreciated. 40under40awards.co.za is where you go. I'm just looking at the time. I mean, I could wait for 3 minutes before I come back and say goodbye. Or I could just say goodbye here so you can enjoy the song at leisure. So I'm going to leave it here for this afternoon. Ashraf Gada is standing by with the National Pulse. He and the team have been in the building. They're ready to continue with the conversations that move the nation. I'm signing out and leaving you with Somi Jinjami slowly. Love the song. We will see you tomorrow. Inshallah, God willing, we get to do it again.
Ginger me with pillow talking pretty things. Oh, ginger me by candlelight and long walks by the lagoon. Ginger me with intellect and wine. Ginger me, boy, with kindness and Ginger me with power and humility. Oh, ginger me, boy. Ginger me with your love. Ginger me slowly. Yes, ginger me slowly. Take your time, hold me closer, show me your heart, and I'll show you mine. Slow it down, hold me longer. I'll be your girl if we do it slowly. Ginger me with unexpected kisses and a dance. Ginger me with breakfast in bed for just us two. Ginger me with dreams of love and faithfulness. Ginger me, boy, with your heart, boy. Ginger me slowly. Yes, oh, ginger me slowly. Slow down, 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 slow down,
Thank you to Bridget and the team on the top stories. Chigunga dismisses allegations of nepotism and Ebola continues to spread in the DRC. For SAfm News, I'm Undelambana and a very good afternoon. Minister in the Presidency for Youth, Women and People with Disabilities, Sindisiwe Chigunga, has dismissed allegations of nepotism in her office. Weekend media reports revealed that the Public Service Commission was investigating irregular appointments of some individuals in her office. The reports allege that those close to Chigunga and her deputy Steve Letsike were being hired or favoured over other candidates. The department spokesperson Keshia Selela says the minister has denied the allegations.
The minister categorically rejected these allegations as false and misleading. The South African Public Service is governed by a comprehensive legislative and regulatory framework designed to ensure that all appointments are conducted transparently, fairly, and on merit. Public service appointments are not made at the discretion of executive authorities.
8 people have been transported to hospital following what was reported as a structural collapse at Ebuhleni village in Inanda, north of Durban. Initial reports indicated that 10 people were injured and 7 others were believed to be trapped beneath the rubble. eThekwini Fire and Emergency Services are on the scene and are using excavators to search for people who might be trapped. Spokesperson for Private Emergency Service Gareth Jemison has more details.
ALS paramedics are currently mobile to structural collapse in Ananda, north of Durban. More than 10 people have been reported injured, with multiple being trapped underneath the rubble. Multiple paramedics from ALS paramedics and other services are mobile together with search and rescue from Metro Police and SAPS. Further updates to follow.
Police say work is underway to obtain a full extradition request to have triple murder accused Ndodana Chuma extradited to the United Kingdom. Chuma's matter relating to the possession of an unlicensed firearm as well as his extradition case have been postponed to July 22 in the Johannesburg Magistrates Court. The 45-year-old Zimbabwean national is accused of killing his 42-year-old wife Notabo Chuma and their daughters, 15-year-old Natalie and 5-year-old Nala at their home in the UK. He was arrested in Kensington, east of Johannesburg on Friday. National Police spokesperson Athlenda Mate.
Colleagues from Interpol, and they have confirmed that they have been engaging with UK authorities, and they are quite confident that in no time they will have the full extradition documents in the country, where the court firstly has to find him extraditable, and then the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development will then give an order for extradition.
The Motor Industry Staff Association has criticised the Johannesburg Metro Police for outsourcing traffic speed cameras services. MISA spokesperson Phakamile Hlubi-Majola says they're also deeply concerned that the city is currently operating without any automated traffic speed cameras for 7 months. The previous contract with service provider Sintel lapsed on December 23 last year, and no replacement has been appointed since. Hlubi-Majola says the association is demanding better financial controls and governance in running the city.
What this basically means is that there is a massive reduction in traffic and law enforcement, and this ultimately leaves workers and communities more vulnerable to accidents, more vulnerable to traffic violations, which of course mean that we are less safe on our roads. And I think we have to see this issue against the context of a far wider problem which has been bedeviling the city of Joburg, which is the problem of rampant mismanagement, rampant corruption, as well as rampant wasteful expenditure. We're also asking the question around why is it that the city does not own its own traffic enforcement system?
Health authorities in the Democratic Republic of Congo say the Ebola outbreak there has spread to new provinces, including the populous northeast city of Kisangani. The BBC's Emery Makumeno reports.
We are going to arrest soonest, and our soonest is soonest. We are going to arrest them.
Recapping the top story, Minister in the Presidency for Youth, Women and People with Disabilities, Sindisiwe Chikunga, has dismissed allegations of nepotism in her office. I'm Ondulambana for SAFM News Headlines at 3:30.
And coming up in your sports this hour, Erasmus names 4 uncapped players in team to face Wales. Tributes continue to pour in for Adams, and Fleming quits IPL's Chennai after 18 years as coach. More details at 3:30.
The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda on SAFM. You're listening to the National Pulse. Weekdays, 3 to 6 p.m.
It's interesting. I had a chat with Lebo, one of the producers in the morning show, and he reminded me, he says, you know what, Kat Matlala's got 9 children, just referring to the 9 lives, 9 children. Well, there we are. My name's Ashraf Garda. I wonder what you did this weekend, both from chilling with your family and just, feet up, something like that, or feet down. And then, of course, the ongoing issues around the political situation in our country, and certainly with regard to policing. And the latest one, as you now know, regarding Kat Matlala. It's been all over the news already, but of course we're going to talk about that too. The implications of that plea deal being denied. Now, what do you make of that? Just give me your one word about when you heard today that the Vusi Muzi Kat Matlala plea deal has been declined. What did you think? One word. So how do you send it? WhatsApp, text or voice note 0614 104 107. And some of you are active, I know that, on the X platform. So tag SAfmRadio and tag me when you're posting, and you can do the same on Facebook as well. But to call in live when we open the lines, 086 000 2032. The big issue this week, as we do every week, we have a different big issue. The big issue this time round is around the very complex issue, need I say complex, of illegal mining. I wonder what you make of that. But first things first, Kat Matlala, how many lives? Let's talk about that next.
SAFM 104 to 107 nationwide, leading the conversation.
The pain of losing a loved one is never easy. At Clientele, we understand that burying loved ones with dignity truly matters. Our funeral plans pay out cash within just 24 hours, and you receive 200 Rand airtime when you claim. Plus, we cover up to 13 people on one plan. SMS SAFM to 48031. That's 48031. Clientele Life is an authorized FSP and licensed life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
SAFM supports a litter-free South Africa. Play your part in keeping our surroundings and environment clean. SAFM, leading the conversation. The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda on SAFM. You're listening to the National Pulse, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
Right, let's understand what's happened here. You know, we chatted to Kaiser Khanyago the other day from the NPA, and he made the point about this, that an agreement of a plea deal where Kat Matlala will plead guilty, and as a result of that, they would have a reduced sentence, which in effect would be 8 years. The magistrate already had said that he thinks 8 years is just far too little. This was a few weeks back, but they had to make a final call on that. Now we hear that Kat Matlala has declined the plea deal offered by the court, which means that the prior agreement with the state is now effectively nullified. What does all this mean? Like, so many questions. Let's find out for someone who is in the know. Intabiseng Dubazani, who is legal expert and director of the Dubazani Attorneys Incorporated. Appreciate you engaging with us once again, Intabiseng. Thanks for joining me.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you. Right, let's first just get the story right, okay? Just to recap. What happened first? What happened second? What happened this morning?
So we had our plea agreement between the state and Dete Matlala, and then we presented it to the presiding officer, and then the presiding officer, per his rights and duties in terms of Section 105 of the Criminal Procedure Act, assessed, perused, and said, no, I'm not quite happy with the way in which you have done it, and therefore, as a result, this is my proposal. And then gave them an opportunity, this is Mr. Matlala and his legal team, to now go through what he had proposed and then see if they can accept it or not. Now, in terms of Section 105, capital letter A, what happens in such a situation is that if the presiding officer is of the opinion that the sentence or whatever the case may be, even if it's just the agreement, is not what they deem to be just in terms of the law, they have the right to have that changed. So that's exactly what he did. And then the accused has the right to accept, deny, or whatever the case may be, that particular change. And Dete Matlala has done so. He said, you know what, thanks, but no thanks. And now, as a result, the matter is going to go back as if we've never heard anything whatsoever regarding his plea, and then we're going to start de novo.
And I mean, just to be very clear, when we say that he's withdrawn that agreement, it's withdrawn on the basis of what he's already heard. That means his legal team has already heard that the magistrate already was not happy with the 8 years. That means they knew he wanted 12 years as opposed to 8. So it wasn't a case of they pulled the rug from something of an unknown. In fact, they already knew that the magistrate was not happy with it. So
Correct.
He pulled the rug on the 12 years, not the 8 years, right? He would have accepted the 8 years.
Yes. I think the deal was what he had hoped would have been, and then it didn't work out that way. And he was like, no, if it's not what I wanted, then you're not going to get my help. And then that's it. That's where it ends. And so as a result, it is a situation that now the legal team is saying, okay, my client is saying that there's no deal anymore. So whatever we had on the table, all of us, is now scrapped. We are going back to as if nothing had ever happened in the first place.
Well, let's stay with nothing has ever happened. I mean, I'm picking up Kaiser Khanyago's points, right? The NPA spokesperson, and he said he talked about it as a blow to the prosecution. Correct. And I'm quoting him. He's saying, we really have to accept what the court has indicated. Obviously, it was not within our control as we had agreed, which would mean what we had agreed would be the 8 years. The court had indicated more. I mean, right? That's my sense of what he's trying to say, right? He did say we arrived in the court not knowing what the decision is going to be. We were as shocked as everybody else, but it comes with the territory, and that's one thing that people need to understand. So let's pick up the word blow. When he said it's a blow to the prosecution. Tell me why.
It's a blow because from the way in which they themselves had put the 105A when they were reading it out, they were going to rely heavily on Ket Matlala's evidence. So the fact that now the situation is as it stands, it means that they are stuck. It means that their investigations did not give them what it is that they thought they would get, and they were going to get that through the direct participation of Ket Matlala. So at this stage, even though the presiding officer in his delivery, I think 2 weeks back or so, he said that he doesn't believe that the state doesn't have the kind of resources or capability to investigate this matter. But he's talking from a point of, for lack of a better term, of ignorance, and not ignorance of the law, but ignorance of the investigations that are currently happening, because he cannot be privy to that. But the defense and the state are more or less on the same page in terms of how far the investigations are. So it's a blow in that way, because whatever they thought they were going to get in return, they're no longer going to get. And now they have to go do their own dirty work, so to speak, and then they're stuck. And now they have to now prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt against him, whereas he had now made it easier for them by pleading guilty. But now that's scrapped, and now you have to go and prove each and every single element of the case that you're charging him with, and be sure that your evidence will stick. So yeah.
Right. So it means that initially, well, the NPA, and it sounds like trivial, they had to do less work to get all the evidence. Now they have to do more work to get the same evidence, right? Let's go back to what he had already said, because publicly, according to what my understanding is, he actually already said that he's pleaded guilty. So he's conceded certain wrongs he's done, right? So help us understand from a legal perspective, if you plead guilty as part of a plea bargain, what has happened to that guilty plea at that time in terms of its standing now?
Well, at that time, it was accepted and you had pleaded guilty, of course, pending the outcome of what it is that you guys had agreed upon, i.e., in this circumstance, the sentencing and all of that. But in terms of Section 105A, should there be any change in terms of the agreement, and each party feels like they do not feel like they can proceed with the 105A, then the plea agreement falls away. So it doesn't matter that he pleaded guilty. It's going to be heard in front of a new magistrate. That new magistrate should, unfortunately, this matter has been televised. So that magistrate has to pretend, quote unquote, that they have never heard any evidence regarding this matter, and hear it as if it's new when the trial actually commences. So it was really a waste of time, so to speak, for this whole thing to proceed, because now anything that he pleaded guilty to is now null and void at this stage. Nobody can bind it to him anymore. The only time it would have been binding to him is if he had pled in terms of Section 112 of the Criminal Procedure Act. We call it the 112 guilty plea. Then that one sticks. There's nothing you can do about that. But this one, well, it's over now.
All right. And then the you did say that whatever the testimony was, I mean, the legal team would have heard about it already because of the very nature of it, right? How do they practically help us understand, how do they disregard all of that as if it never happened?
It's covered within the law. So unfortunately or fortunately for the legal team, remember, their job is not to prove their client's innocence. That's not the job of a defense attorney. The job of a defense attorney is to poke holes in the state's case. The state's job rather is to prove its case beyond a reasonable doubt. That's not my job to make your job easier or your life easier. Go and do your homework. Make sure that you cross your T's and dot your I's, so that when you come for my client again, then you know what it is that you're doing. So that's how then they can get away as a defense attorney with that, because the law permits them to do that.
Okay. What's likely to happen next? What should we be looking out for next in this case?
I think going forward, the matter is going to be postponed for further investigations, very likely, if they're not completed, which I think they're not. That's why the plea was entered into. And then once the investigations are completed, then the matter will be pre-trial, the same shenanigans, pre-trial and then trial. And then, I think we have a lot of years ahead of us for this matter to actually be concluded.
Okay, let's leave it at that. And I'm sure people listening in, a part of the Pulse community, would have their own views about that. In Tabi saying, Dubazana from Dubazana Attorneys, appreciate as always you engaging us here on the National Pulse. Right. So what is your one word? You've heard about this. I mean, in essence, this is the story. I'll plead guilty. What will you offer me in return? And in fact, as part of the deal, the NPA said, well, effectively, right, we'll offer you 8 years imprisonment. The magistrate a few weeks back said, I think that's too little. That's a massive come down. I think you deserve 12 years. That was all part of the negotiation. Today we find they go to court and in fact they feel it's not worth it. It's not worth their while. I mean, think about you negotiating, a deal and they walk away from it. So effectively back to square one. The NPA are saying they're shocked. And it's a huge setback. What do you make of it? What's your one word to describe what you've just heard? This is the National Pulse.
Looking to save money on your business insurance? Switch to OUTsurance Business Insurance and you could get a massive 20% discount on your business insurance premium. Here's Niku from the Gas Mart.
I was my previous insurer for 9 years before switching to OUTsurance Business Insurance. I'm very happy with my premiums at the moment. I wish we switched sooner to OUTsurance Business Insurance.
Get a quote to switch and save today. Visit outsurance.co.za or call 0800 60,000. Licensed insurer in FSP. TCs and information online.
Reflecting on back what we had then is the fact that yes, we have education now, but stuff like education being free is one of the struggles.
Sao Tome and Principe proves that small nations can still shine bright. In every island, in every forest, in every wave, there is peace. Sao Tome and Principe, peaceful, tropical, and resilient.
This is what we are becoming. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us.
X at SAfmRadio and at Ashraf Garda.
Right, certainly I welcome your thoughts. In the meantime, let's just jump to another important issue. The Madlanga Commission postponed the anticipated testimony of the investigating Directorate Against Corruption head, Advocate Andrea Johnson, after she failed to appear before the Commission on medical grounds. Now, her legal representative submitted a medical certificate indicating that Johnson had been rushed to hospital after suffering from an undiscovered illness. And this is what the commissioners then had to say about the medical certificate presented.
As you referred to the representative of your client, who are you talking about?
That would be Mr. Maga.
Or from the NPA?
From the NPA, yes.
Oh, all right, I understand. Thank you very much.
Chair, for the record, we have been provided with a copy of the medical certificate, and I think copies have been made for the commissioners. I beg leave to hand them in for the record. And then, in light of the fact that the witness is unwell and is only being attended to today, I would request that the commissioners postpone her appearance to a date to be determined. I fear that if we fix a date, a specific date, we may be back before you to seek a further postponement because she is still indisposed. That is my suggestion, but we are in the commissioner's hands.
Thank you. I noticed that this is one of those medical certificates, the nature of which I've previously said are useless in the sense that they give no information whatsoever. It's not even a case of what Mr. Bojani said, which is confidentiality issues. It's just one of those useless so-called medical certificates.
Indeed, Chair.
But anyway, the bottom line is that Advocate Johnson is not here.
Indeed.
We are forced in the circumstances to postpone the hearing of Advocate Johnson's testimony to a date to be determined.
Right, more to come. In fact, I'll get to your thoughts after this.
Ashraf Garda on the National Pulse.
to ask you for your one-word comments. Here's some of them.
One word is justice. Did he really think, yes, as much as he has 9 lives, did he really think he'll just get away with murder? No ways. No. And on a quick note about Andrea Johnson, Matlanga virus, Ashraf, Aishem. This is a piece.
I tell you something, I saw a picture, I must find this cartoon of about 4 different people in a ward. All of them have one thing in common. They all would have been appearing at the Madlanga Commission, all got sick like the day before. And it's called the Madlanga Ward. We can laugh, why can't we?
Good afternoon, Ashraf and your team. Hey, Ashraf, the Madlanga Commission has become sort of a disease for some. They are getting sick left, right, and center, with Johnson being the latest victim.
Well, there we are, isn't it? Johnson is the latest victim of this virus, as you call it. Let's talk about another issue that you may have seen over the weekend, and it's a big issue, which we'll get to right in a moment. But there's another comment on Kat Matlala.
Ashraf, a very good afternoon to you and to SAfm listeners. Look, I listened to the proceedings on the day when Matlala was pleading to all those charges were very serious. I mean, that proposal, for me, it was really a ridiculous proposal coming from NPA. Those are very serious charges. For them to have proposed such a lenient sentence, I think I agree with the presiding officer there, Lenin Blue.
Okay, there we are. Very serious is what you say. Right. Okay, let's get to another serious issue after this.
Ashraf Garda on SAfm.
I'm sure you heard the story over the weekend. The 45-year-old Indodana Mkhanyisa Tsuma, a British citizen of Zimbabwean heritage. So get the facts right. British citizen of Zimbabwean heritage, wanted by authorities in the United Kingdom for the alleged murders of his wife and 2 young daughters. And he was arrested in Johannesburg a few days ago. Indodana Mkhanyisa Tsuma appeared for 2 different matters today. Let's find out how did all this happen to the point where, in fact, why arrested in Joburg? I mean, that's the good news. Some may say, well, how did he get to Joburg in the first place? Lerato Makola has been following this story on behalf of SABC News. Lerato, appreciate you engaging us here on the National Pulse.
Good day to the listeners at home.
Thank you. I mean, when we talk about like James Bond type of stuff, this is that, isn't it?
Yes. Well, as you've mentioned, that Indodana Tsuma, well, he has made his first appearance in the Johannesburg Magistrates Court, and the case was postponed to the 22nd of July to verify his legal status in the country. While it was a brief appearance, we saw the family members, and they asked for privacy. They said that they are currently overwhelmed. They've requested space to deal with the situation, and they denied to speak to us, the media. So, but we saw them engaging, trying to engage with Tsuma, asking him questions, if he's been sleeping enough, and if he's been fed. And we understand that for now, Tsuma faces only a South African charge of possession of an unlicensed firearm, allegedly purchased in a Gauteng township. So we got the information from National Police spokesperson Athlenda Martin. Athlenda Martin said that the information that they got is that upon arrival in South Africa, Tsuma went to one of the townships and he bought an unlicensed firearm. And so she confirmed rather that their crime intelligence and organized crime investigations unit are on the ground actively investigating this particular case of who sold this unlicensed firearm to Mark. Well, on Friday, you remember that on Friday, we were there when Mark was arrested in Kensington, and the authorities, they mentioned that he was with his family members when he was arrested. We were there. We saw a number of people outside, and Athlenda Machi confirmed that he was with his family members when he was arrested. But today, the case was postponed to the 22nd of July for the for his legal status in the country to be verified.
All right. Let's just take a step back. I mean, that the case around the actual murder trial will happen, I take it, in the United Kingdom then, right? Because it would need to be extradited, right?
Yes, yes. Well, when we today, he appeared in two separate proceedings. Né? His case relating to the possession of an unlicensed firearm, which was postponed to the 22nd of July. And then there was an extradition case, which was also postponed to the 22nd of July as well. So when we engaged with Atlenda Mate, she told us that they're still working around the clock. They're still engaging with the authorities in the UK as well. And she said that it might they're still waiting for a full extradition request, which might take 40 days. That would include the case docket as well as the supporting evidence. So she mentioned that they do have a warrant of arrest from the UK authorities. But today, with relating to the possession of an unlicensed firearm, the case was postponed to the 22nd of July, as well as the extradition case.
All right, let's end with this. I mean, let the case take its course when it does, right? Two questions most people are asking is like, okay, how did he then get to leave the UK in the first place? Meaning, would he not have been a wanted person already in the UK? And if so, how then did he pass through South African customs as well?
Well, a question that everyone has been asking themselves. Well, we engaged with Atlenda Martin and we asked her that question. So she said that at this stage, she cannot divulge more and tell us about the information. She said that what she can tell us is that they're still investigating. So she said that they're still investigating how Chuma, if Chuma flew from UK straight to South Africa, or if he went to other countries. But police spokesperson Atlenda Martin mentioned that they are still investigating that, and she mentioned that she cannot give us more information regarding that because they are still investigating that issue.
Okay, thank you for clearing that up. And I think answers around that will also come up. How was he able to leave the UK? Because the crime was committed in the United Kingdom. How was he able to leave the UK in the first place? How was he able to get through South African borders in the second instant? And once again, all those issues about the ability to get through our borders comes to the fore once again. You may have your own thoughts on that, and if so, I'm sure you do. Of course you do. Let's hear it. I need to get reaction from you. For now, reaction in terms of what's going on around the world with the news headlines. Here's on Dela Mbana.
Thank you, Ashraf. On the news headlines, Minister in the Presidency for Youth, Women and People with Disabilities, Cindy Siwe Chikunga, has dismissed allegations of nepotism in her office. 8 people have been transported to hospital following what was reported as a structural collapse at Ebuhleni village in Inanda, north of Durban, and British regulators have approved human trials of a new vaccine to tackle the Ebola outbreak in the Democratic Republic of Congo. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
This is SAFM Sports with Tuming Kapele.
Right, to me, halftime 14-all against Scotland. I'm sitting at home and I'm saying we're obviously going to win this game and we're going to thrash them in the second half, which is what happened from the Scots to the Welsh this weekend, right?
Absolutely. A very good afternoon to you, Ashraf, and our listeners. Well, Springbok coach Rassie Erasmus has named 4 debutants for Saturday's Rugby Championship test against Wales in Durban on Saturday. Wing Jacob Williams, Flaha Fusimoyo, Lock Ruben van der Heerden, and Prop Carlo Sadi will all earn their first test caps. Moyo and Williams will make their debuts at their home ground, the Hollywood Bets Kings Park, where they play for the Sharks. And Peter Steph du Toit will captain the side, while Kobus Reinach starts at scrum half alongside debutant Moyo. Kurt Lorenzen and Apalele Fasi complete the back 3 with Williams. In terms of the bench hooker, Andre Hugo Venter is in line for his second test cap, while scrum half Hirsch Yankees returns to the Springbok matchday squad for the first time since 2023. In terms of experienced players like Eben Itzebeth, Andre Pollard, Andre Esterhazen, Kanan Moody and Oxen chair, they were not considered because of injury. And Erasmus says that the team strikes a balance between experience and giving more players an opportunity at test level. In terms of football, Richards Bay FC have unveiled 3 new signings as they prepare for the 2026-27 Betway Premiership campaign. Goalkeeper Ntlakanipo Ngobo, defender Siyabonga Gumede, and also striker Nqaba Nkulu have all joined the Natal Rich Boys. The club, who finished 11th last season with 34 points, recently appointed Ronnie Gabriel as their head coach, and he has set his sights on a top 8 finish and a push for cup silverware. In the meantime, Mamelodi Sundowns head coach Miguel Cardoso has penned a heartfelt tribute to midfielder Jaden Adams, who tragically passed away at the age of 25. Cardoso described Adams as a man of action, a versatile and intelligent player who made him a better coach. He recalled Adams' humility, professionalism, and impact on the team, saying that his legacy will remain epic and that Sundowns will carry him in their hearts. Now, Adams, affectionately known as Grootman, joined Sundowns from Stellenbosch in January 2025 and played 62 matches, scoring 6 goals. In terms of cricket, former New Zealand captain Stephen Fleming is leaving Chennai Super Kings after 18 years as a coach. Fleming just joined CSK as a player in 2008 before taking charge as coach the following year, forging a legendary partnership with skipper MS Dhoni. Now, under his leadership, Chennai won 5 IPL titles, reached the playoffs a record 12 times, and contested 10 finals. He also guided the team to 2 Champions League T20 trophies. In tennis, Alexander Zverev says that he can rise above Yannick Sinner and Carlos Alcaraz as the dominant force in tennis, despite falling short in yesterday's Wimbledon final. The German took the opening set but was overpowered as Sinner rallied to win in 4 sets. Zverev, who lifted his first Grand Slam at Roland Garros in June, admitted frustration at missing the chance to become the first German man to win Wimbledon since 1991. And Rory McIlroy, in terms of hockey, golf has admitted that there are still flaws in his game as he prepares for the Open, despite finishing strongly at the Genesis Scottish Open. The world number 2 opened with rounds of 65 and 66 to share the lead, but a fog-affected third round 73 derailed his challenge. Finally, in hockey, South Africa's men's hockey team closed out their 5-match test series against Malaysia in emphatic style, winning the final clash 5-2 to secure the series 3-0. Malaysia struck through Said Cholin's penalty, but Kenton Melville equalised and then added 2 more to complete his first international hat-trick. The first by a South African men's player was since Kasim at last year's AFCON final. Ayaka Mhlakane and Carlon Mentua added further goals as the hosts finished unbeaten, while Rosemi netted a late consolation for Malaysia. I'll have more on other sports in the next hour.
Thanks for that, Tumi. Yes, and I tell you what, as Tumi mentioned, the passing of the Bafana player, and again, we're not exactly sure what's happened, but there's been enough talk around just mental health that we must not take that for granted in all sectors of society, not just for professional footballers, but for anybody, talk show host, controller, whatever, every one of us, not to be underestimated.
Do you know what our problem is?
We have a problem?
You're a little clingy.
Clingy?
Every time I start getting somewhere, you want me.
But I need you.
You can't have all of me. I need a little room to grow.
So what are you saying?
Put me in a Nedbank 32-day notice account. Give me some time. I'll come back better. Open a Nedbank 32-day notice account on the Money app and bank your money this July savings month. Go to nedbank.co.za. See money differently. Nedbank. We're a licensed FSP and registered credit provider. T's and C's apply.
Catch Top Billing this Tuesday evening at 7 on S3 as designer Lizanne Vivier reimagines our wardrobes through creative styling. Metro FM's DJs Nomuzi Musli Mabena and Siabonga Scoop Ngwegazi are setting the trend. And the art of Utata Madiba is the hero of artist Louis Janssen van Vuren and author Hardy Olivier's country home. That's Top Billing this Tuesday at 7. Repeat Sunday at 1 on S3 and Tuesday at 9:30 p.m. on SABC1.
Right, so your older car may not have a touchscreen infotainment system, but Outsurance Essential Car Insurance has got you covered. 51-year-old Evelina pays only 474 rands a month for her 2013 Hyundai i30 and has no upfront excess payable, so no unexpected out-of-pocket payments. Still paying new car insurance premiums for your older car? Well, question, get Outsurance Essential Car Insurance today. For unfinanced cars older than 5 years and valued at less than 150,000 rands. How do you do that? Get SMS CAR 43185. You got it? CAR 43185. Licensed insurer and FSP, T's and C's, and further information available online.
Ashraf Garda on SAFM.
I see some people sending those pictures of the Madlanga ward, if you know what I mean. Thank you for that. Here's a comment from a listener. From Bongamusa. Good afternoon, Ashraf. How could a husband brutally kill his wife and children? I hate this guy. I feel like vomiting as I see his face. Let's hope the justice system will play its course and successfully extradite this criminal back to the United Kingdom. Comes from Bongamusa in Denhauser in KZN. Well, I'll tell you what, let's stay with that theme as part of our Global Watch today, because the family of Notambo Zandile Tsuma and her two daughters, that's Natalie and Nala, are extremely thankful for the South African police, Interpol, together with the Bedfordshire police in the UK and other law enforcement agencies for making a speedy arrest, right? And they've written a letter, and I thought, we thought we're going to read it out to you, right? Words, so this is from the family. Words cannot begin to express the depth of our emptiness and sorrow in the face of this tragic and senseless loss of life. 3 precious lives were taken far too soon. Our flowers prematurely robbed of their chance to blossom. Notabo Zandile, in brackets, was a ray of sunlight. Anyone who knew her will agree that she possessed a rare ability to light up a room with her calming presence, warmth and grace. She was an intelligent, confident, consummate professional whose commitment to her work was matched only by her devotion to her children and family. What in Isindebele we call Imbokodo, an immovable rock. We will carry this rock in our hearts always, remembering a life whose promise, beauty and potential were needlessly cut short. Above all else, Notabo was a loving mother. Like a lioness, she nurtured, protected and fiercely loved her 2 beautiful and spirited daughters, Natalie and Nala, who were the pride and joy of her life. Natalie was a gentle and thoughtful young woman standing on the threshold of adulthood, an avid reader with a deep sense of loyalty. She was a fiercely intelligent young woman with a kind heart who touched all those around her. Her absence will leave an indelible mark, and her memory will live with us forever. Nala, just 5 years old, was a vibrant bundle of life and joy, full of curiosity, laughter and boundless energy. She brought light wherever she went. A smile could brighten the darkest day, and her absence leaves a void that words cannot adequately describe. As a family, we struggle to comprehend the enormity of this loss. We mourn not only for the lives that were taken, but also the futures that will never be realized, the dreams left unfulfilled, and the countless memories that will never be made. To our families, friends, colleagues, classmates, and indeed all those who love them, we draw comfort from the words of the psalmist, and I'm quoting from Psalm 34:18. The Lord is close to the brokenhearted and saves those who are crushed in spirit. Today we are indeed brokenhearted and crushed in spirit, yet we place our trust in God's promise that He is near to us in our grief and that He will sustain us through the difficult days ahead. Notabo, Natalie, Nala, rest in peace. And that message coming from their family.
SAFM 104 to 107 nationwide. Leading the conversation.
Right, you can give me a reaction firstly to that really emotional letter I've just read. I mean, it has to touch you. It must tug at your emotions. It just has to. And you just wonder, like, what could, as someone said, what could take someone to do that? Wife and 2 children eliminated by the husband, by the father. Anyway, let's get reaction from you on that, as well as the NPA story that we've been covering in terms of Kat Matlala, of course, right? Let me hear you out first. Peter Marisburg, we go. David. Hello, David.
Yeah, thanks, Ashraf.
Yeah, go for it.
One caller during the morning show raised something interesting. He raised concern about the issue of Agrize's case. It made me thinking of the comparison between the two. You know, when you what I want to check, Ashraf, is the plea bargain that was made for Agrize, the charges, the conviction, as well as the sentence. So I want to compare it with the current one of Matlala to check as to what is the plea bargain, what are the charges. We're not sure yet about the conviction because it's still the matter is still in court. So as to check the charges for Agrize to what was the charge for being charged for, and compare the charges for Matlala, because we know the sentence that has been agreed upon. I think it's about 12 years, if I'm not mistaken, for Matlala. So that's what I wanted to find out.
Well, as you heard, I mean, yeah, so Matlala 12, and then part of the agreement was 8 with the NPA. That is the plea agreement, basically saying if you plead guilty, we'll give you a discount. I mean, in effect, right? And obviously, the courts did not agree with that. David, thank you for that call, and appreciate you engaging with us. Let's move on to other issues. So I've got that picture of the Madlanga virus, as it's been called, with 4 different people, all in the same ward, and the latest, of course, being Andrea Johnson. All of them have one thing in common: should have appeared at the Madlanga Commission. Not to make fun of it, because they're in there for very different reasons in terms of health, right? In one case, a person being shot. But that's, people having, as they would expect, some humor in the midst of some serious issues, and that ward is called the Madlanga ward. Let's get further comments from you.
A very good afternoon to you, Ashraf. Ashraf, the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities is mandated to hire at least 7% of vulnerable persons living with disabilities within the Republic of South Africa. But who are they? Who are we as disabled people? They are taking us for granted. They are taking us for a ride for the longest time. Ashraf, it's not like we're sitting with no qualifications. We do have qualifications, and we're still pursuing our education on the higher education system of this country. If you can go check there, the department, there are enabled people who are working there using what we call fake fraudulent medical reports. Fraudulent medical reports. These people are incompetent. These leaders, man, it's so sad, Ashraf, and it's so boring. Kazamola Koza Pretoria Social Move.
All right, I hear that, and I expect, and again, that point about the difficulties that you face, it is such an issue. I mean, the truth is people with disabilities and those who are able are all struggling. I mean, we have a massive unemployment problem in our country. It's well documented. I can just imagine how difficult it must be for, someone like you.
My single word is intentional. This was a very strategical move by his attorneys to cause damage, to cause delays. It's a very, very strategical, clever move by his attorneys.
All right, but you're not telling me why it was strategic, meaning that whatever evidence that he presented now has got to be disregarded. Is that strategic at all in terms of the greater scheme of avoiding a conviction, for example?
Hi, Ashraf. I'm Kwena here. This guy blundered. And I think the Kaiser Khanyawe and the team, that's where they wanted him. Because right now, where they are, where they were blank, their eyes are open. They know who was involved in all those things. So he literally gave them a direction of their investigation. Even if they won't bite from that affidavit, surely they have something that they have got out of it, because now they've seen the affidavit, they've seen the people there. All they have to do is just to go and put the job together and get the evidence. That's it. Kwena.
Okay, you're saying it's as clear cut as that. Well, it's an interesting thought in terms of the chat I had with Indabi Singh Dubazana. In fact, now the NPA's got harder work to do, but you may think that according to the courts, they felt, well, it's not within their reach to get the same conviction anyway without his help.
Wow. Good afternoon, Ashraf. One word, a nightmare for IDEC. A nightmare for IDEC. Matlala reversed everything. The lady went straight to the hospital. Wow, amazing. Mapleng, Cape Town.
So where should she go if it's an emergency? I mean, seriously, where should she go?
Ashraf, hope you're well, brother. Hey, the nurses at Netcare are working overtime. Hey, they're being put under pressure.
And you're finding it very, very funny, and I will keep my mouth shut if you get my point. Right, thanks for those pictures, by the way. Here's another on Andrea Johnson.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. Oh, IDEC head, Andrea Johnson, Mama Winnie Mandela of Julius Malema and the EFF shocked us today. We are very shocked. All of the sudden, she's unwell and hospitalized. But what we know for sure is that she can run, but she will not hide. Oksalayo, she's going to appear before Madlanga Commission, whether she likes or not. Thank you, Ashraf.
Okay, thanks for that, Shorty. There's more to come. Here's a question that was asked. Yeah, let's see.
Good afternoon, sir. It really boggles my mind that is our country, the Republic of South Africa, so poor that every criminal around the world, when they are running away, they can just get so easily in South Africa. What is the government doing? What is the government saying about this? Each and every criminal around the world, they can just come. They know in South Africa they will get through.
Well, listen, I mean, I hear you. You can also say, how did he leave the UK? Like, what happened there? And don't be too hard on us, because he has been arrested. So, I mean, give us some credit as a country for that.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. This is Chesley all the way from Ireland, driving trucks here. Greetings to everyone in South Africa. We love and miss you. About the people trying to face the Madanga and not being able to face all these people that are doing all these wrong things, do they not think, never mind the law, about their children, colleagues, friends, family, that they are disappointing? Are they not worried about that? Do they not worry about that? Just a question that worries me. How do you face your family after all these revelations against one? Thank you, Ashraf. Chesley signing out from Ireland.
Thank you. Well, there we are. Our correspondent from Ireland. You didn't say whether you're in Dublin or in Belfast, which part, Northern Ireland or the Republic of Ireland. But listen, great that you called in. I mean, I'd love that. I always say that. And send a picture, man. Send a picture of you in your truck from Dublin or Belfast or wherever it is, right? So we can connect and share that with our team as well. Right, let's get to the big issue, and it's about mining, illegal mining. Nochal.
In life's most challenging moments of loss, compassion can be your greatest comfort. You shouldn't have to face the financial burden of losing a loved one by yourself. Rest assured, Clientele's funeral plans pay out cash within 24 hours. You can cover up to 13 family members on one plan, ensuring all your loved ones are taken care of, and 3 children are covered at no additional cost. With Clientele, you are not just buying a plan, you are also buying peace of mind. When the time comes, you will need to make important calls with your 200 Rand airtime you will receive when you claim. Plans offer double accidental death cover as well as a transport, grocery and unveiling benefit. Apply today. It's easy. There are no medical examinations and no paperwork. SMS SAFM to 48031. That's 48031. Clientele Life is an authorized FSP and licensed life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
The big issue on the National Pulse.
Well, being a Monday, we have a feature later on called Grow Your Business. It's in about an hour's time. How do you grow your business? Looking forward to that. I'm sure you are. Let's talk about the big issue for this week. It's about illegal mining in South Africa. It is a big issue. In fact, it has been a big issue for a very long time. So this is very much an explainer, a fact finder. Let's understand when we talk about illegal mining, what is the story? What are the dynamics around it? Peter Major is a mining analyst. Peter, I appreciate you engaging us on the National Pulse.
Sure, Ashraf. Anytime.
Thank you. Well, first of all, let me ask you this. Is illegal mining so widespread that you could actually have someone who's not just a mining analyst, but an illegal mining analyst offering his views on national radio? Meaning, is it that widespread?
It is widespread. It's never been larger, especially in South Africa. And we often do hear some of the actual people doing it, giving interviews, telling you how much they make, telling you the good side of it for them personally and the bad side of it. Some of the people say, we're down there for 2 months underground. We've got our passport taken away. We're working under threat of violence. And others will say, hey, I've never made this much money before. I'm making 30, 40, 50,000 Rand a month. But it's pervasive as hell, destructive as heck, and it leads to so many other criminal activities. And it was so small up until literally 10, 15, 20 years ago. But it's a combination of big factors that have driven it up. And most of us know what those factors are. First of all, the country has high unemployment that it never had before. And so a lot of that unemployment are ex-mining people. And the boom in commodity prices mean they can sell their services to someone else. And it might be to a criminal syndicate. Because if you're trained to do something for 20, 30, 40 years and you got a family life built on it, and now officially that's been removed, investment in South African mining hasn't just come to a stop, it's reversed. We've had massive disinvestment in mining. The rest of the world has huge investment in mining following these big commodity prices. We've had disinvestment. So there's a lot of factors leading to it.
Well, let's talk about that. Maybe let's start with the first one. When we talk about illegal mining, let me not be presumptuous. What does illegal mining mean? What constitutes illegal mining?
I would say, for starters, you're on a piece of property that has not been authorized for mining. So it's good you bring that up. You can have a gray subject here. We have a lot of mining companies here that didn't exist 20, 30 years ago that are legally mining on some of the property, but they are illegally mining on property often right next door because they don't have the mining license. They don't have the environmental rehabilitation paid. They don't have a water use license. They don't have a disposal license. So you could say that's illegal mining, often right under our eyes and nose. Then you've got other extremes where there's, let's say, for example, a completely closed mine by a legitimate mining company. And then people come in the night and they manage to pry open whether it's locked or closed doors, whether it's a cement concrete plug, and they go in there and they start mining. Now they're not even supposed to be on the property, let alone mining.
Mm-hmm. What percentage of all mining in South Africa is illegal?
I would say you've got to go a little bit deeper than that. You start with gold. Probably most illegal mining in this country is gold. And that's where we think there's 30 to 40,000 illegal gold miners. because it's fairly easy to find, it's fairly easy to mine, fairly easy to refine, and very easy to sell. The second largest illegal mining, I would say, is on the coal sector. And that's where you get this hybrid. That's where you get a lot of people who have half a license, or they have a full license on one property, but they're using their machines and people on another property. So I would say offhand, chrome or coal are probably second to gold. A lot of illegal mining with chrome. And a lot of those people, they come in with excavators, dump trucks. They've got their own security force, their own weigh stations. And it's out of control.
And to be clear, I mean, did you answer that as a percentage of total mining? What would you attribute? How?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, okay. Percentage of mining, easily 10%.
Okay. One out of every 10. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I would say at least for those three big ones. Yeah, at least for the chrome, the gold, and the coal, I would say easily 10%.
Okay. So you could break it down into two. You could break it down, and it may not be true, but I'll ask anyway, of existing mining companies, reputable mining companies who've fallen foul of the law or haven't quite fallen foul, but have committed an illegal act by trading without a mining license in some place or the other. It could be, maybe. But the other are the issues of what we understand as criminal mining syndicates who are very intentional about only ever committing acts of illegal mining because it's far more profitable for them. So which is it that drives illegal mining in the main in South Africa?
I would say high unemployment. I would say lax policing, and I would say extremely high metal prices. And it's what is so tragic is we had the world's best mining industry. You know, back in 1980, sure, we always refer to 1980 because that was when gold was so high and platinum and diamonds were pretty high. South Africa had a market cap. All of our mining companies in South Africa equal the market cap of all the rest of the world's mining companies put together. And it's kind of a one-off statistic and occurrence, but that's how large and powerful and far-ranging our mining industry was. We were the doyen. We were the Leviathan. So we had that industry, and yet we just had policy after policy from the late 80s, mainly from 1994 on. I think the unions, and at that time, it was the gold miner unions and the coal unions, you know, they started making mining uninvestable in the late 80s. But by 1994, with the new government taking over, they seemed to make a spearhead for the mining industry. And I don't know if it was revenge politics, revenge legislation, but the policies were less and less conducive for investors to open and operate mines.
Okay, Peter,
and by 2002, yeah.
All right, just to conclude, we're on to news time. Just a quick 30 seconds about your thoughts on the policing aspect, the security aspect to prevent illegal mining. Just a quick thought on that.
Yeah, our policing has fallen apart. You know, Israel battles with illegal laborers coming into their country. They have the toughest security in the world. We had pretty good security up and through the 80s, but all that security's fallen away, and the policing is not efficient. We have a huge police force, but it's so untrained, so unmotivated, under-resourced, and directed that it's can't stop all these illegals coming in the country, let alone working here.
Let's leave it at that. Peter Major, mining analyst, reflecting on the big issue of illegal mining in South Africa. We'll have another.
Oh, you guys are very welcome.
Tomorrow.
Good job.
Appreciate it. Right, let's get the news. It's 4 o'clock. Here's on Della Mbana.
Thank you, Ashraf. On the top stories, NPA not ruling out criminal case in Anile Tembe's death and wall collapse scene cleared in KZN. For SAFM News, I am Ondilambana, and a very good afternoon. The National Prosecuting Authority has not ruled out the possibility that a criminal case has been opened in connection with the death of 22-year-old Anile Tembe, who died in April 2021. Tembe, who was engaged to rapper Keenan aka Forbes, fell from from the 10th floor of a Cape Town hotel. The inquest into her death is set to get underway in the Cape Town Magistrates Court on the 7th of September and will run for 5 days. The inquiry was due to begin today but could not, as the magistrate presiding over the matter is unavailable due to medical emergency. Western Cape NPA spokesperson Eric Ndabazalila.
There was an investigation that was done which was inconclusive, and that led to the matter being referred for an inquest. What will happen is that when what comes out of the inquest will be forwarded to the office of the National Prosecuting Authority, where it will it may be, depending on the outcome, where we will then take a decision whether to prosecute anyone or not.
Minister in the Presidency for Youth, Women and People with Disabilities, Sindisiwe Chikunga, has dismissed the allegations of nepotism in her office. Weekend media reports revealed that the Public Service Commission was investigating irregular appointments of some individuals in her office. The reports allege that those close to Chikunga and her deputy, Steve Letsike, were being hired or favoured over other candidates. The department spokesperson, Cassius Selala, says the minister has denied the allegations.
The minister categorically rejected these allegations as false and misleading. The South African Public Service is governed by a comprehensive legislative and regulatory framework designed to ensure that all appointments are conducted transparently, fairly, and on merit. Public service appointments are not made at the discretion of executive authorities.
8 people have been transported to hospital following what was reported as a structural collapse at Ebuhledi village in Inanda, north of Durban. Initial reports indicated that 10 people were injured and 7 others were believed to be trapped beneath the rubble. Eteguni Fire and Emergency Services are on the scene and are using excavators to search for people who might be trapped. Spokesperson for a private emergency service, Gareth Jemison, has more details.
ALS paramedics are currently mobile to structural collapse in Nanda, north of Durban. More than 10 people have been reported injured, with multiple being trapped underneath the rubble. Multiple paramedics from ALS paramedics and other services are mobile together with search and rescue from Metro Police and SAPS. Further updates to follow.
A greenhouse gas emissions report focused on cars has been released for the city of Johannesburg. The report was conducted in partnership with the University of Johannesburg and the City of Johannesburg's Environment, Infrastructure and Service Department. The report is the first of its kind on the African continent, where a number of roadside remote sensors were placed across the city to measure exhaust emissions. About 250,000 vehicles were tested. The study found that the level of emissions in the city of Johannesburg were far greater than European standards. City of Johannesburg Air Quality and Climate Change Director Lebo Molefe says this is concerning.
As we launch this report, let us use the evidence presented here not only to understand our current reality but also to inspire collective action towards a cleaner, healthier and a more sustainable Johannesburg.
British regulators have approved human trials of a new vaccine to tackle the Ebola outbreak in the Democratic Republic of Congo. Scientists at the University of Oxford started developing the vaccine 8 weeks ago when a public health emergency was declared. The BBC's Fergus Walsh has the details.
The vaccine against the Bundibujo species of Ebola is based on the same technology as used in the Oxford AstraZeneca COVID jab, which was given to hundreds of millions of people worldwide. The trial will assess the safety of the Ebola vaccine as well as monitoring immune responses, and there'll be further studies in Africa. The Oxford vaccine is one of 4 being developed, but the first to enter human trials.
Recapping the top story, the National Prosecuting Authority has not ruled out the possibility that a criminal case can be opened in connection with the death of 22-year-old Anele Tembe, who died in April 2021. I'm Wandile Mbana for SAFM News Headlines at 4:30.
In sports this hour, Amazulu boss Zungu outlined SAFA presidency vision and Noxova moves in WTA top 10 after Wimbledon triumph. More detail at 4:30.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good afternoon. We start in Pretoria with a truck crash. A truck is overturned on the Molotto Road, just up by the dam there. That section of the Molotto Road is closed. You will have some delays and possible deviations and diversions to work through on that section of Molotto Road. Up through Midrand, the N1 slow today between Allendale and Olifantsfontein. Crash on the N3 North before Marlborough Drive. Some delays coming through from Edenvale and onlooking delays on the way from Limbro Park in towards that Edenvale area as well. Also just clearing a crash on the N3 southbound going into Heldenace and a crash on the N12 eastbound before Reading Interchange. If you're coming through from Kamaro Street towards Alberton, that is very slow going at this stage. Look at the Durban region today, and we start with a check on the section between Spaghetti Junction and Umgena Road, and it's a breakdown southbound today, so coming through from Inanda Road through Umgena Road, that is slow. Roadworks continue at Reservoir Hills on the M19, some sluggish traffic as you go out there again this week. And from Cape Town today, might be a little bit of mist lingering around the area, so just drive carefully if it's misty. A big blanket of mist settling on the city and the central area today. And slow going on the M5. There's delays this afternoon heading down towards the Wetton Road Bridge. Backlogs from Rondebosch through that area towards the Ottery Road exit. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
SAFM 104 to 107 nationwide. Leading the conversation. Catch them Mzansi's beautiful game sport documentary.
For me, Neto, really, in the club football, where I've played a lot of my football to with the ladies, at times I would play as a striker.
From the 5th of July to the 23rd of August 2026.
Banyana performance is like Bafana's performance right now at the moment. So we believe in them and we're proud of them. What they did, they did wonders to the country.
Brought to you by the SAFM's award-winning drama department. Ala Bafana. This is what we are becoming. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. X at SAFM Radio and at Ashraf Garda.
Right, let's get to another issue. Later on, in fact, we'll pick up the issue of unions rejecting the idea of new vehicle tax. Do you know much about it? Well, it may well affect you, so best to listen in for that just now, right? In the meantime, let's get to this issue of really a story. And Doctors Without Borders have now launched an emergency medical humanitarian response around the issues of the fallout of what has been seen and the anti-migration or anti-migrant violence and intimidation across the country. We'll pick up on that right after this.
This is Grow My Business on the National Pulse. July is Mandela Month on SAFM, a month to ask the difficult questions. 30 years into our democracy, what have we built? What have we broken? And what remains unfinished? This July, SAFM examines the legacy of Mandela through the realities of South Africa today. Inequality, leadership, social justice, nation building, and the responsibilities that belong to every generation. Because the question is no longer who Nelson Mandela was. The question is, what have we done with the country he helped create? Join the national conversation only on SAFM, the home of real conversations. SAFM.
At the current rate that unemployment is increasing, and parallel to that, we have more and more graduates also graduating, but we have no way to fit the graduates. We have no way, you know why? Because the focus is on school and graduating, but there isn't, especially in the business sector, there isn't any growth and there isn't any injection from the government to say, hey, let's rather expand sectors so that we can handle the capacity.
The Central African Republic gained independence in 1960, a country rich in resources yet deeply affected by instability. Agriculture and mining support the economy. but decades of conflict, political unrest, and humanitarian crisis have shaped daily life.
This is what we are becoming. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. Ashraf Garda on the National Pulse.
All right, so here's the issue. I mean, we know it's been talked about for a long time, right? And in the last few weeks about foreign nationals, who's legal, who's illegal, who must stay, who must go, who's got a work permit, who doesn't. Now, that's the one issue. Under pressure because of the various marches that have taken place, government has responded very, very quickly in pushing for people to take up voluntary repatriation to their home countries. But one of the things that's come out of that is really an inability to cope with the sheer numbers of people affected by this. I mean, it is really a numbers game. It's an issue that I remember bringing it up as well the other day. You can't fix up a problem that's been going on for 20 years in 1 week or even a month. It just does not work like that. Now we've got the news that Doctors Without Borders have launched an emergency medical humanitarian response following this surge in anti-immigration, anti-migrant violence, linked, that is, right? And they have issues they picked up on. Let's find out more about it with Gareth Jamieson, the ALS paramedic spokesperson. Gareth, appreciate you joining us on the National Pulse. Gareth, you there?
Hi, hello?
Yeah, is that Gareth, right? Is that Gareth Jamieson? You're live on the National Pulse on SAfmRadio.
Hi, yeah, this is Claire from Doctors Without Borders.
Oh, I see. Okay. Let's just try and sort that out. I think we've just got the line slightly crossed, but I mean, we are talking about the same issues in terms of where we're going, right? Around the responses that have taken place around foreign nationals in other places. So, Claire, tell me about it. What have you observed in terms of the fallout that has occurred with so many people now not just leaving the country, but rushing to leave the country, and then there's a logjam at the borders?
Yeah, well, there's a logjam at more than just the borders, unfortunately. There are quite large groups of displaced people all around the country at the moment. We are working at the moment in Gauteng. In fact, I'm just leaving a site which had more than 1,000 displaced people at it, all waiting in limbo with living conditions that really are not adequate at all. We are seeing people sleeping on the streets in the middle of winter without adequate blankets. We are seeing them not getting enough food or healthcare. MSF is there trying to provide healthcare. Other civil society organizations are desperately trying to plug the gaps. But unfortunately, it is not enough, and people are really suffering as a result, and we are concerned about the humanitarian situation.
Okay, when you say you're concerned about the humanitarian situation, tell me, what are you seeing? Explain what you see.
Well, we are seeing huge numbers of women and children coming through in transit, and many of them don't stay that long, but they are here a few days at least, and they do not have shelter, they do not have access to clean water or sanitation or even warm water at this point. We are seeing that children are getting sick as a result of this. We're seeing pregnant women. We've just sent a woman in labor with twins to the hospital who had been sleeping outside on the floor for 2 nights while she awaited buses to try to get to Musina outside her consulate. We are seeing many people who also have their chronic care interrupted. So HIV, TB, diabetes, hypertension, all of those things are extremely worrying for us as we see that people have not been able to access care for a while because they were afraid or they were chased away from clinics, and now they're on the move without care. And as we know, that is bad not only for those individuals, but for public health as a whole.
Whose responsibility is it?
I think government really does need to step up at this point. We need clarity on what's happening, what the processes are, and people need support getting to Musina to deal with these blocks. It seems that things are moving fairly quickly at Musina, which is great, although, of course, we are worried that then we miss patients and we miss seeing people. But the problem is getting people to Musina, and there doesn't seem to be clarity on how to do that. And so, actually, to be honest with you, all stakeholders at government level, and not just the South African government, affected countries' governments all need to come together and find a solution to this. Because at the end, the cost is not on anyone except individuals who are really suffering as a result of this.
Okay, so when you say individual costs, so what about their home countries? So let's say, for example, Malawian nationals going home.
Yeah.
What cost does the Malawian government carry, considering that their foreign nationals, their citizens, in fact, should not have exited the country in the first place to come to South Africa?
Yeah, I'm sure that those arguments can be made, and to be honest with you, I'm not the right person to comment on that. What I can comment on is we are an international medical humanitarian organization, and we see a growing humanitarian crisis. And the people being impacted are innocent in all of this and need support, whether it's from their government or the South African government. All of them need to step up to help these people to get out of the situation that they're currently in, which is detrimental for everyone.
Yeah. What support have they received up to now? I mean, you're talking about they literally having to fend for themselves, at their own cost. But has there been support outside of, say, government level, NGOs, NPOs, charitable organizations, faith-based organizations? Have they come to support them?
Yes, there's a massive civil society support growing for what has been happening, because the gaps need to be filled, because there are people without shelter, blankets, medication, variety of things. So yes, everyone has come together, but it does feel like a drop in the ocean. I think many South Africans might believe that this issue is over. The 30th of June is over, but I can tell you it's not over, and I'm a bit worried that we're only just facing the beginning, because the people we're seeing at the moment have fled violence that directly happened on the 30th or afterwards to them. And we are seeing some really brutal stories. We are seeing, for example, last week we saw a woman who was pregnant who was beaten by a mob that came to her house. And she said she escaped lightly, if that's possible, because she was a woman, while her neighbor was beaten with chains, We are seeing people who have serious mental health conditions, who have skipped their medication because they've not been able to access care, and now are in really life-threatening situations. And luckily we can reconnect them back to care ourselves, but that is not a long-term solution for what is going on here.
So help us understand this, right, in terms of where you are with Doctors Without Borders, because we're getting ambivalence on this issue. There's the large group of organizations, maybe led by March and March, but not exclusively so, who've been very clear. Their argument is against undocumented foreign nationals, right? Yeah. But they want them out of the country. So they're uncompromising on that line. But they say they have not resorted to vigilantism. They have not resorted to physical force against any of them. They have not resorted to intimidation. Now, the flip side of that is, as you have just mentioned, there's been so many stories from so many people, either just word by word of mouth, but on the other hand, there's been visual evidence of people being harassed and physically harmed in big numbers. How big of a problem is that, and who's driving that?
Look, I think it's not possible for me to definitively say, or for Doctors Without Borders to definitively say who is doing it. But what I can say is that what we are seeing directly from our patients on the ground, and remembering that we are a neutral organization, we don't receive any government funding, we don't take sides in anything like this, and we only report on what we directly see on the ground. And what we are seeing is patients coming to us who are documented, who have received this kind of treatment. And what we are seeing is just mass reports of vigilantism, of beatings, of violence, of threats, of intimidation. So, I think that these groups might quibble about who is pushing it, but what we can say from the ground is that that's what we are seeing. We are seeing that people have been pushed out, that they are fleeing for their lives, and that the health and humanitarian situation is extremely precarious right now.
Have you, and therefore, there's been the story that the vast numbers of these foreign nationals now heading back home, and they've been and many of them have been in the country for like years, 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, that they going back home because, they want to correct what was wrong. Are you suggesting that, in fact, no, the number one reason that they're going back home is because they are fearing for their lives?
Every person is an individual who has their own story and their own reasons for going back home, so I would be hesitant to generalize it, but what I will say is that, yes, we are seeing a lot of people who are fleeing for their lives as a result of violence, threats, and intimidation.
Okay, and just the last thing, in terms of government, right, in your understanding from an emergency coordinating response side, besides government making pronouncements to say, it's illegal for you to take the law into your own hand, is government doing enough to prevent any form of harassment, intimidation, actual violence against others, in this case, foreign nationals in our country?
At this stage, it's difficult for me to say on that one, but we take it from exactly what we hear from our patients, and what we're hearing from our patients is that there's been very little protection for them, very little recourse for them, very little way to keep themselves safe, and we even had one person who went to the police station to file a case and was arrested himself before he could even file a case. So these kinds of things are happening, and as a result, it's very difficult to call any of this repatriation voluntary, I think that's how it is being framed generally, but people are not leaving voluntarily at this point.
So they're fleeing for their lives. So I hear what you're saying. Claire Waterhouse, appreciate your input, your insights on this issue, the MSF Emergency Coordinator for Migrant Response. And you see, I've often said that. That's the human story. There is a human story, right or wrong. There's a human story. In the same way, we have a human story of someone fleeing, Cameroon, for example, who will go through the Sahara, get to Libya maybe, cross the Mediterranean, get to Europe, all in the hope that they can get a better life for themselves. And they will break the law to do just that. There's a human story around that we need to pay attention to as well. Thanks for listening in. This is the National Pulse.
Looking for exclusive content, live events, and special broadcasts like the Madlanga Commission? Then connect to the all-new SAfm Connect stream. The Madlanga Commission, live and uninterrupted from 9:30 Monday to Friday. SAfm Connect brings you more of the conversations that matter. Listen anytime, anywhere by visiting connect.safm.co.za or stream directly on SABC Plus at sabc-plus.com. SAfm Connect. More conversations, more access. There's much more coming. Ashraf Garda on SAfm.
So how about you giving me your own thoughts? Because I want to get reaction on this. Now, in no way am I suggesting if someone is in the country illegally that you can just, with a lucky card say, okay, you're now legal. I understand the bigger issue around massive unemployment. Millions of South Africans are struggling already anyway. So when you say, well, what about the South Africans? Absolutely, I hear you, right? But in dealing with assisting South Africans, there's also got to be a human story. Now, how much of what you've just heard have you known about or seen where people are leaving because of an absolute fear for their lives, harassment, intimidation, actual violence on them? If so, do share your story. It could be about somebody else, and you can be anonymous if you like, okay? Now, in the meantime, the Mpumalanga South African Human Rights Commission conducted an oversight visit to the historically troubled Rob Ferreira Hospital in Nelspruit. The hospital has had resources and infrastructure challenges for many years. And again, this is another example of just so many other issues that sadly has gone wrong about things in our country, no matter how much we love it. Eric Mokanyama is with me, Mpumalanga SAHRC Commission's Provincial Manager. Eric, appreciate you engaging us here on the National Pulse.
Hi, Ashraf. Greetings to your listeners as well.
Thank you. First, let's start with this. Give us an overview of what is the state of this hospital? How healthy or unhealthy a state is it in?
There are many serious areas of concern in terms of the expected levels of quality services. We have heard of efforts being made by the department and the hospital management itself to improve things, but I think we must also, acknowledge that the hospital is relatively old. There are infrastructure challenges, capacity challenges in terms of resources, but there is room for improvement in many respects.
Room for improvement is almost like an understatement. If we're saying that the problems in that hospital continues for years and it's had a huge impact on patients there, isn't it?
Look, to the extent that in some instances things improve, and when we are appreciating that there is improvement and then we take a few steps back, it's a very serious concern. I've noted that among the allegations were that, for example, the hospital has been without hot water for over 4 years. That is not factually correct. There are considerable long times of periods where there would not be, there would be no hot water, but it doesn't go as far as the past 4 years or more.
How, from your side as the Human Rights Commission, what prompted the visit in the first place?
We're receiving complaints. We're conducting monitoring across, all service delivery points, be it health, social security, water. So a combination of complaints that we had received, as well as the outcome of our site inspections, pointed to the need for us to look into this matter closely. But we must also appreciate the Democratic Alliance that lodged a complaint with us like any other person or institution, organization in the country. And generally that is what led us to the hospital. We're looking at other hospitals as well. We'll be going to Witbank very soon.
Okay. And I mean, overall, and I know you've touched on it, but just to be clear, what ticks off the boxes and what doesn't?
What ticks the boxes is that as these things are being raised, they are being addressed. What doesn't is the fact that, these things keep on recurring and recurring. I mean, it cannot be that to this date we still have instances where toilets are not working, or they're broken, or they don't have doors, and we keep on being told that there are measures being put in place to address that. There needs to be a closer look and more seriousness in terms of maintenance and ensuring that the required standard of service at this institutions is kept.
Okay. What happens next? I mean, you said you're going to visit other hospitals, and thereafter, then what happens from a Human Rights Commission's perspective?
Okay. Every time we conduct this kind of inspections, we subsequently then demand of the authorities to share with us an action plan that should outline what is that they will be doing and the timelines within which that is to be done. And what we do next is to follow up on the implementation of the action plan, because although there may be, substance to an explanation that says there are infrastructure challenges, but when that comes up, it must be addressed, and it must be addressed as soon as possible so that it does not affect the quality of services that our communities are expecting.
And I mean, just the last thing, if you had to, as a general issue, when we say, when we pick out the operative word here, which is human rights, and we talk about South Africa's constitution and the right to receiving adequate healthcare as a country, we're talking in broad strokes now, right? Does the average citizen receive adequate healthcare, or is it inadequate, meaning that if they have to go the private clinic way, then that is over and above what the state can provide, which means is the state then failing in providing adequate healthcare for its citizens?
It's adequate, but not at all times. I wish this is clear enough. So the Constitution requires this provision of services to be constant and continuous all the time. It's not good enough for an average citizen to have water today or healthcare services today. The following month, there are challenges with enough medication. That, in our view as the Human Rights Commission, it's not an environment that entitles or enables citizens to enjoy rights that are enshrined in the Constitution to the level that the Constitution enjoins the duty bearers, government in particular, to provide these rights to citizens.
All right. Well, thanks for clearing all of that up. Eric Mokonyama, the Mpumalanga SAHRC Commission's provincial manager. And that point is valid, important, keeping in mind that the Minister of Health has been often saying that he does not have the budget. He can't do what he wants to do. He doesn't have the budget. So as it stands, based upon what you've just heard, what we have is adequate, but not at all times. And the Constitution talks about being consistent and continuous at all times in providing adequate health care to the people of South Africa, which actually means government will be flouting the constitution insofar as health care is concerned. And what do we do about it? Right, news headlines. Here's on Dela Mbana.
Thank you, Ashraf. On the news headlines, Communications and Digital Technologies Minister Soli Malatsi says he's expecting a preliminary report regarding a revised artificial intelligence policy statement within the next few weeks. The National Prosecuting Authority has not ruled out the possibility that a criminal case can be opened in connection with the death of 22-year-old Anele Tembe, who died in April 2021. And Iranian state television says Iran has fired warning shots at two ships attempting to cross the Strait of Hormuz today. A full update follows at the top of the hour with Greg Ghosh.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good afternoon. We start with a reminder for Pretoria traffic. The Malotto Road remains closed by Rudapla Dam. That's a crash involving a truck that's overturned. There will be some delays and diversions for motorists on the Malotto Road this afternoon. Joburg's N3 North is heavy from Edenvale up to a crash just before Marlborough Drive. So heavy passing Alex. Southbound coming down from Limbro Park, having a look at that quite slow as well. And a crash on the N12 going into the Reading interchange. This is coming from the Soweto Southgate side. So the N12 from Kamaro Street across towards that scene at Reading interchange is being held up. That's if you're driving towards Alberton, if you like. Now, coming out of Pietermaritzburg, it's all getting a bit hot and heavy with a breakdown just before Ashburn. It's in the roadwork section, so all of a sudden traffic down to a single lane. Pressure coming back towards the Market Road off-ramp. Stationary vehicle N2 south after Umgeda Road. That's a queue that's all the way back to Queen Nandi Drive. The run through the Spaghetti Junction, very heavy. And roadworks on the M19 at Reservoir Hill still there as well. So some queuing pressure off the N2 or off the M19 Umgeda Road out through that Reservoir Hills area. The big story from Cape Town is quite a big crash scene on the Marine Drive run into Cape Town. Marine Drive closed through Pardon Island to approach the N1 highway. So there's a delay through Pardon Island there, but also motorists going out of Cape Town having a look at it. So from the elevated freeway onto the M1 outbound to Marine Drive is heavy, and it looks like a lot of traffic disrupting through the Woodstock area, Lower Church and Albert Road being impacted with some heavy delays just south of that N1. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAfm Sports with Tuming Kapele.
So, to me, the World Cup's over. There's, players retire, players don't. Who knows what happens next? But there's also not just managerial changes. There is a challenge for the leadership of SAFA, right?
Absolutely. Did you say the World Cup is over?
Well, it's just about over. I mean, there's just a couple of games go. It's over if your team got knocked out in the first round,
Oh yes, definitely. But we're still looking forward to the upcoming fixtures. But in terms of what is happening locally in South Africa, AmaZulu FC President Sandile Zungu has unveiled his blueprint as he campaigns for the SAFA presidency, insisting South African football is at its lowest and needs urgent revival. Zungu says that his priorities include revitalizing school football, accelerating investment in the women's game, and unlocking the sports economic potential to create millions of jobs. He believes his extensive business networks can attract private sector backing to fund development programs, including world-class high-performance centers in every province.
We just have a few things to sort out, which I believe I need to step in to help sort out. One of them is the culture of misgovernance. We've got to get our governance right. And leading from that is the trust deficit that we currently enjoy or have to endure between SAFA and corporate South Africa. The quality of sponsorship that we are getting, I will argue, in terms of quantity, probably quality as well, I don't know the details, but it amounts to a sympathy sponsorship. We deserve much more than that, but we've got to get our house in order.
Well, that clip is courtesy of Morning Live on SABC. Meanwhile, former COSAFA coaching instructor Fran Hilton Smith believes the blend of youth and experience in Coach Desiree Ellis's preliminary Women's Africa Cup of Nations squad will help Banyana reclaim their dominance on the continent. This comes after the South African Football Association announced the official 31-player preliminary squad for the upcoming tournament. Hilton Smith says that the squad has the potential to return South Africa to its glory days after winning their maiden WAFCON title in 2022.
Well, I think it's a very good squad chosen by Coach Des. A lot of senior players in the team still who have WAFCON World Cup experience, but then a lot of new blood coming into the team, and that's what we need to keep growing the team. And the experienced players can pass on their knowledge to the new players so that Banyana can succeed at WAFCON, hopefully win it, and hopefully get to the next World Cup in Brazil.
Still staying with football, Manchester United are closing in on the signing of Aston Villa midfielder Yuri Tielemans, with negotiations eased by a release clause in his contract. United have made midfield reinforcements a priority this season, but missed out on Elliot Anderson, who joined Manchester City, and Mateus Fernandes, who opted for Tottenham. 766 million rand, around 35 million pounds deal for Atlanta's Edison is also in doubt, despite club sources insisting it is not scraped. United's only seasoned central midfielder is Kobe Mainu, who has yet to feature at the World Cup, making Tielemans' arrival all the more crucial. In rugby, Springbok coach Rassie Erasmus has named 4 uncapped players in his matchday squad for Saturday's Nations Championship clash against Wales in Durban. Yaku Williams, Vusi Moyo, Ruben van Heerden and Carlos Sadie will all make their test debuts, while Andre Hugo Venter and Herschel Yankees are included on the bench. Erasmus balanced youth and experience, with Pieter-Steph du Toit captaining a side that also features Damian Dialandi, Jesse Creel, Kurtley Arensa and Malcolm Marks. Injuries ruled out Eben Elizabeth, Frank Mostert, Andre Esterhazen, Kenan Moody, and also Hadre Pollard and Oxen Chair. Finally, in tennis, Czech star Linda Noskova has broken into the WTA top 10 for the first time after winning her maiden Grand Slam title at Wimbledon. The 21-year-old climbs 5 places to a career high number 7, just after compatriot Karolina Mukova, whom she beat in Saturday's final. Noskova claimed her 3rd WTA trophy in dramatic fashion, recovering from 5 wasted match points to defeat Mukova 6-2, 5-7 and 6-3. Arina Sabalenka remains world number 1 despite a last 16 exit to Naomi Osaka, while Elena Rybakina stays 2nd. American Jessica Pegula rises to 3rd after a quarterfinal run, with Coco Gauff jumping 3 spots to 4th following her semi-final appearance. I'll have more on other sports in the next hour.
I just wonder, many people talk about this challenge for the SAFA presidency. There was a time I thought it was Lucas Radebe also, and you just wonder, and I'm not advocating for anything, but in the same way we talk about presidents of countries staying on forever, when is the time to join in and when is the time to step in or step out? Work it out.
Add to cart. Love it.
Let's clear your cart when I get.
For real?
Yeah, bo. With my cashback from MyWay, I will be getting 10% of my premiums back for staying claim-free for 2 years. So I'll have some extra cash to spoil you and let you live your way.
Dad, you're the best.
Real people, real cars, real rewards. For a quote, visit myway.co.za. My cashback is a feature on qualifying products paid after 2 claim-free years and all premiums paid. Premiums are risk profile dependent. MyWay is a licensed non-life insurer and FSB. T's and C's apply. MyWay. Live your way.
In case you missed it,
there's this understanding that we pay for reparations. No, we don't. The South African government doesn't bear the cost of these governments repatriating their citizens. There is no provision that a government has to come to the rescue of someone who is in another country illegally. We have an obligation or in an undocumented fiction, we have an obligation, if we do find that individual, to deport them. So this is the case even for South Africa. We do receive South Africans who are in other countries who are not there in accordance with their immigration laws, and those people are fairly deported back to South Africa.
Crispin Piri, ministerial spokesperson of DIRC.
That was the Daily Discourse with Joanne Joseph.
Economic news on SAFM. Facts and figures you can count on.
Well, there's one word to describe the markets. I understand, Makwe, it's volatile. Tell me more.
Very volatile, Ashraf. To think that we opened down 0.7%, but we managed to recoup most of those losses, now down only 0.2%, and all because the flare-up in tensions between the US and Iran is putting the risk tied to the 4-month-old war and related energy price spikes back at the forefront for investors. We started the sessions with falling stocks and bonds as high oil prices fueled bets of interest rate hikes, and the dollar firmed on those increased expectations of higher rates. A firmer dollar then knocked down commodity prices, which then exacerbated their rent weaknesses. And locally, we plan to increase our strategic oil reserves for the first time since the apartheid government stockpiled crude, adding 2 measures across the continent to mitigate supply shocks. And the proposal is that 60 days of demand be covered by reserves. That is about 36 million barrels of our daily demand, as our daily demand is around 600,000 barrels a day. And rising geopolitical tensions, persistent inflation, and more frequent extreme weather events, Ashraf, those are creating an environment where inflationary shocks have become more common. And unlike previous downturns, these events can pressure both stocks and bonds simultaneously. We are not used to that. And that when it happens, it reduces the diversification benefits of investors that have historically relied on. And yellow metal extended losses as concerns were reinforced that a fresh inflation shock could keep the Fed on a hawkish path, weighing on the appeal of a non-yielding bullion. Gold is down 2% at 4,034. Platinum is down 0.3% at 1,625. Oil prices surging after renewed military strikes between US and Iran reignited concerns over energy shipments through the Strait of Hormuz. And we see Brent crude is up 4.5% at $79 a barrel. Global stocks remained in the red as Trump said the US reinstating the Strait of Hormuz blockade, with the local post now down 0.2%. The rand is also down the rand is down 0.3% against the dollar, 16.40, 21.89 against the pound, and 18.68 against the euro.
Right, thank you. Thanks for that, Makwe. We'll have another hour, a full update, 1 hour of it coming up from 6 to 7. Volatile markets or not.
X at SAFM Radio and at Ashraf Garda.
Okay, we'll have the Grow Your Business feature coming up just now. By the way, let me just tell you this, talking about, when to step in and when to step out. So on the weekend, I was part of the Indulamiti scenario conference or retreat. I had the privilege of, emceeing, moderating some of the conversations that were taking place there. But in terms of stepping in and stepping out, 2 people that you know pretty well on the show. One is Somadora Fakane, who's been the chairperson of the Indulamiti scenarios for a while. So he stepped out as the chairperson, and then in stepped Kantipai, who I think I spoke to him twice in the last 2 weeks. So whatever else he does in the space of economics, which is his space, he's taken the baton to provide the type of scenarios of our country that we need to be very clear about. So congratulations to him, and let's hope he does a fabulous, fabulous job. And they do a fabulous job in terms of where they're going to provide the touch points that we need to get things right. First the scenario, then the action that follows thereafter. Right, let's get to some of your calls. I'll take it after this.
Ashraf Garda on the National Pulse.
Right, to Kimberley we go first. Denzel, hi. You want to talk about, the national anthem? Denzel?
Ashraf,
yep.
Ashraf, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, indeed.
Ashraf, the part of our national anthem, the Afrikaans part.
Yeah.
When it comes to that part, the decibels go straight up. Now, Ashraf, I feel like this is on purpose and this is deliberate. Now, my point is where this sport comes from, rugby. It has an ugly past. It has a racist past. And that part of, I don't know why it's happening, but it's leaving a bad taste in my mouth. Because Saru and Rasi Rasmus, they have done a tremendous job. And even us South Africans, to get behind the box, and even the players themselves, the amount of work that they've put in to change the image of the sport and to put it on top of as a drive for our nation. That type of thing that happens every time the Springboks play. I don't accept it, and it's highly questionable.
All right, I hear you. I mean, look, Denzel, it's been spoken about often. The one point, the cynicism is that, no, the other is done deliberately with decibels higher to prove a point. The other is that maybe more people in the stadium are able to fluently read or to recite that latter part, which is quite short now compared to the overall Nkosi Sikeleli Africa national anthem in total. So I mean, there's two. The third one, which I've heard, and I'm not a music expert at all, is just there's a certain rhythm about certain languages that just allows a flow. But listen, I'm not pronouncing on it. I'm simply telling you what I've heard. Thanks for putting that on the agenda. Right, let's go to the Northwest now. Horsey, you live. Go for it.
Good afternoon, Ashraf.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Ashraf, yes, I've got a problem with our South African journalists. I've been listening to you when you're talking to that lady from Doctors Without Borders.
Yeah.
And that also proved my point, right? There's a narrative that you are trying to push. I'm not saying you specifically. I'm talking about the journalists.
But then don't say you. Say somebody and mention who you're talking about. You get my point. Just so that we can be fair.
When I'm saying you, I'm referring to the journalists. You are one of the journalists.
Okay, what's the narrative? Hello? Horsey, we lost you. I'd be very happy to engage you, Horsey. I'm not too sure why the line dropped. Listen, let's just be clear about it. I have a view, and I think you've heard my view. My view is me as a person, right? I didn't say that there are people who are being victimized, who are being harassed, who are being manhandled. In fact, that person that I spoke to said so. And there has been evidence from many others who are saying the same thing. So I'm simply reflecting that. But okay, we do have now Horsey back on the line. Horsey, hi, once again.
Yes.
Yeah, you were saying, sorry.
Yes, Ashraf, you were driving that lady to say that the people were harassed and they were beaten, they were injured. And I mean, I've never seen people who are injured. You said many people. I haven't seen many people. And we cannot take the word of the people who are here in our country illegally. They tend to be victims now. And then the media take only their word. But I've never heard our journalists saying that these people are criminals because they are here illegally.
Okay. Can I just stop there only because of time, Jose? In fact, you're wrong. I'll tell you why. I actually even said it just now. If you please listen to carefully, we said you can't defend the reality of someone here who's undocumented. You can't defend that, right? On the other hand, I didn't drive the point of people being hurt. In fact, that's the basis of the Doctors Without Borders. So the conversation with them is based on the feedback that they've got on the ground, and that's why we're talking to them. We've spoken to so many different organizations, including March and March, by the way, and many others who are supportive of one narrative and the other. And over a period of time, we actually cover all those narratives. We really do, and we try to do just that. So I get what you're saying, but in terms of saying you've never seen anybody injured, they claim there's been many. There's been many others on social media who claim so. There's been many, many examples of it. I haven't seen it either myself. I haven't physically seen anything, but I've heard about it. But when doctors are on the ground and they say that's what we've seen and we have a humanitarian crisis, then why would we discount what they're saying? Which they did not say, by the way, that's caused by March and March. They did not say that. They said somebody is intimidating them and harassing them. And you can take your pick as to who that may or may not be, right? Khosi, I appreciate that call. And sometimes we're going to agree, sometimes we differ. But I'll repeat what has been said often. This notion that we, the media, we like sit together, the media, and the media decides on a certain agenda for the whole country. That just does not happen. Really, it does not happen. It just can't happen. Right. Let's get to further calls and voice notes as well. If you are sending a voice note, really, some people are pushing voice notes 30 seconds, 40 seconds, 50 seconds, 1 minute. We play them sometime, but we're really not keen on that. So please keep them to 30 seconds and make one strong point. I'd really would appreciate that. Right. Here's a comment.
Good afternoon, Mr. A. Mbongo, Sundisa, Mbuisa, yeah. Mr. Ashraf, I don't know why are the side tech leaders so quiet about this chaos in Zimbabwe. How on earth can 189 parliamentarians vote on behalf of 16 million Zimbabweans? Obviously, Zana will win forever. And then they are quiet, not knowing that these people will flood our countries or neighboring countries like South Africa, Mozambique, but anyway, it's very frustrating, man. The matter in Zimbabwe, only God knows, it's tiring. Can they secure our borders as a belief? Because I'm smelling exodus.
I'm trying to digest just what you've said.
Good afternoon, Ashraf, listeners, Sianga in the Val. Ashraf, how I wish this guy can be locked on a single cell, and they put the pictures of his family on the wall. As to the first thing, when he opened his eyes, he sees them on that wall, Because I'm trying to think what could push, a person to murder a 5-year-old child. But, I'm trying to think and I have no answers. And I'm shocked. This story really shocked me, Ashraf.
I agree. It's a terrible, terrible story. And ever so often we get news of these type of stories, and listen, none of them are very good at all. Okay, we'll take more thoughts from you just now, but let's pick up another issue around what is called new vehicle tax right after this.
X at SAfmRadio and at Ashraf Garda.
Okay, as if we don't have enough problems, South African motorists could face a new burden, financial burden, that is, as the government considers, maybe the key word there is considers, right, introducing a vehicle-linked fee to help fund the struggling road accident fund. I mean, I'll just pause there for the moment. I'm just thinking about how we effectively had to pay a tax on toll roads in Gauteng, for example, and that didn't happen. This is different, but at some stage, how much can the people carry in terms of cost, right? Anyway, the Minister of Transport, Barbara Creecy, has said that the department is reviewing the RAF's funding model with a separate mandatory fee attached to annual vehicle license renewals or initial registrations among the options being considered. Unions not happy. Let's get the thoughts of Ruben Maleka, the spokesperson for the Public Servants Association. Ruben, appreciate you joining me on the National Pulse.
Good afternoon, Ashraf and the listeners of SAFM.
Thank you. What is your understanding about what is being proposed here?
Look, we strongly condemn this proposal, and we don't think it's going to be able to address the challenges of RAF. RAF is a result of many years of inadequate oversight, financial mismanagement, and generally poor governance. So it cannot be resolved by pumping more money, where it's going to be even a more party of looting. So we believe that this is not the best solution to address, because it's also going to cause more problems under the current rising living cost of public servants, that they cannot even afford basics such as electricity. Some are even find it difficult to even arrive at work, because remember, once there's these taxes, the implications that any other things, that services that needs to be provided are also going to increase, including taxi fares. So this proposal, I don't think is even something that must be must be put in writing in the form of a bill, because as you initially introduced, is a way of again bringing it all through the window. So we're not going to allow it. It's not going to help South Africans and public servants in general.
Okay, so not going to help. On the other hand, did you hear, I mean, certainly from, and look, at the moment it's on the proposal stage, right? But you heard the minister, I mean, the plan is to have some funding to effectively beef up the RAF. I mean, is the principle correct, even if we can debate the implementation?
Look, the principle is wrong, because the fact is that South Africans, we really look around our neighboring countries' petrol price. Our petrol price is very high, and because of fuel levy. Where does the fuel levy go? So you can see that is a way of saying that we failed to increase the fuel levy. Now we're going to bring another model. South Africans are heavily taxed. You know, the income tax, it goes up to 45%. At the same time, you go to anywhere, you go to the shop, you are taxed 15%. You go to buy petrol, you are taxed also on levies. And everything is just about tax. But this is the right moment that the minister must sit back, relax, and review whether what is the problem with RAF, because they've been year in, year out. There are reports of the Auditor General. Perhaps that's where she must start to say, wait, what is the problem? Get proper governance, get proper management, and if that fails, then we can say, but what is the problem? But because at this point in time, there is nowhere in any audit reports that the auditor pointed out of lack of funding. The auditor has been pointing out of financial mismanagement. You cannot address financial management by bringing more money.
What then would be your proposal?
Our proposal is that the government must work on the redesign of RAF, and probably also the board that must be appointed in that particular institution should not just be because of anybody that would be known, but it must be people with capacity, meaning that it must be something that done transparently, and people with skills, knowledge, and know how to do to manage. They must manage RAF through as board members, and because we've got here a problem in South Africa that people just with irrelevant qualification get deployed to board of directors. You find somebody managing an audit and risk committee of a big institution, but if you ask that person, does that person have any financial qualification? No. Somebody who's got a very relevant, maybe is a pastor. It's just been put there as an example. Not I'm against pastors, but we need people with relevant qualification to be sitting in the right position with relevant skills and relevant knowledge in order to run process so that institution can be successful. And this must start with RAF.
Just lastly, before I let you go, any thoughts, it's not directly related, but the issues of the amount of pothole-related accidents, but pothole-related damaged cars and changing of tires. I mean, it is just crazy. I was driving through, I think, Parkhurst on Saturday. Like, you cannot believe it. Now, as I say this, others will say ditto in their own towns, right? Besides, people say you can go and claim, which really can't really happen. Do you have a position on that? Like, how do we hold government accountable for that, for poor roads? Because it's not our fault.
Look, I think that has always been an issue about our poor road infrastructure. And we believe that as South Africans, where we are standing now, we need to start engaging government on how roads are. I mean, many people are victims of, road fatalities and car damages because of poor roads that are out there. So, but it is now, as South Africans, that we need to engage our state to say, or government to say, how do government manage the issue of fixing of roads? Because that's where the Minister of Transport comes in. Instead of focusing on bringing more money through taxes, it must be an issue of saying, if RAF roads can be safe, the first thing could be that there will not be a need for more claims on RAF. And that's where we believe that the approach should be not to say, pom pom, as if you expect more accident to happen so that there's be more claims. We must address the issue of the cause of road accidents. Amongst others is poor road infrastructure, potholes that are deep as 200, very deep.
Well, absolutely. Well, I think it's beyond just investigating, because we know the answer already. The question is what's going to be done about it and how urgent is it? Ruben Maleka, spokesperson for the Public Servants Association. Appreciate you engaging me here on the National Pulse. Right, time for the news at 5 years. Greg Hurst.
Thank you, Ashraf. Good to be with you again. 4 people killed in Mpumalanga crash, and Iran fires warning shots at ships in the Strait of Hormuz. Good day to you. 4 people have been killed after a truck collided head-on with a car on the road between Padakop and Standerton in Mpumalanga. The spokesperson for the Provincial Community Safety and Security Department is Nweto Musi.
4 of the deceased, 3 of them were passengers, while 1 person was a driver. They include 2 females. 1 person, also in the sedan, sustained serious injuries. Both the deceased and the injured person were all occupants in the sedan. The driver of the truck was not harmed. It is not clear what led to this crash. However, the investigation seems to suggest that the dangerous overtaking may have been the cause of this crash.
The N2 road in Mkanda in the Eastern Cape has been closed due to a truck that is overturned after the driver lost control. The road is closed in both directions. The spokesperson for the Provincial Transport Department, Makai Kumisa, has urged motorists to use other routes.
The department is advising motorists from Gqeberha to use R72 at Nanaga interchange heading to Alexandria and proceed to Port Alfred to join N2 road to Makhanda and proceed to Pedi. The recovery will take some time as we commit to ensure the safety of our motorists.
The Communications and Digital Technologies Minister, Solly Malatsi, says he's expecting an initial report regarding a revised artificial intelligence policy within the next few weeks. He had to withdraw the department's policy in April after it was found to contain fictitious sources in its reference list. 2 officials have been placed on precautionary suspension while an internal probe is underway. The minister was speaking at the handing over of devices to social workers in Cape Town.
They are due to give us a preliminary report in approximately a few weeks. From then onwards, we will reintroduce this through the cabinet process, because what we have done is once you withdraw a policy is that it must be born again, to use the religious pun, in terms of beginning it from, again, taking it to cabinet committees, eventually then taking it to public comment.
The NPA hasn't ruled out the possibility that a criminal case could be opened in connection with the death of Anele Tembe. The 22-year-old was engaged to slain rapper Kiernan aka Forbes and fell from the 10th floor of a Cape Town hotel in 2021. The inquest into her death is set to get underway in the Cape Town Magistrates Court in September. The NPA's Eric Ntabazalila.
There was an investigation that was done which was inconclusive, and that led to the matter being referred for an inquest. What will happen is that when what comes out of the inquest will be forwarded to the office of the National Prosecuting Authority, where it will take it may be, depending on the outcome, where we will then take a decision whether to prosecute anyone or not.
Iranian state TV says Iran has fired warning shots at 2 ships attempting to transit the Strait of Hormuz. The battle between Iran and the US for control of the vital waterway continues to escalate. Earlier, Iran carried out attacks against US military assets in the Gulf region, which followed intense US strikes across Iran overnight. The BBC's Frank Gardner has more.
Iran, of course, wants a change of paradigm in the Strait of Hormuz. It's saying things are not going to go back to the way they were before February the 28th. You attacked us, the United States. You failed to beat us. We're still here. And we've discovered that we've got geography on our side, and it's a weapon, and we're going to use it. And that's unacceptable to both the US, the Gulf Arab states, and to the maritime shipping industry.
The top story is that 4 people have been killed after a truck collided head-on with a car in Mpumalanga. That's SAFM News. I'm Greg Coase.
In sports this hour, Erasmus excited to see more players perform well in a test match. Durban City sign Tashrick Morris, and Noskova moves into WTA top 10 after Wimbledon triumph. More detail at 5:30.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good afternoon. We start with a check on the run through Midrand, and it's reasonably busy today between the Buccleuch interchange and the Olifantsfontein exit. Get past Olifantsfontein and it opens up quite nicely up through Centurion and through Pretoria. Busy but moving ahead of Olifantsfontein, but certainly slow getting there. N1 Rivonia down to Winnie Mandela is congested. There's problems on Winnie Mandela getting into four ways across the highway. Those lights at Monte Cassino, which have been down forever, still down again today and causing delays from Bryanston. The N3 going north, crash at Limbro Park, taking forever to clear up. Some delays as you line up from Edenvale towards that scene, and a crash on the N3 south at Galooly. So coming from Limbro Park, very heavy on that run south through the Edenvale area as well. Bit of queuing pressure on the R21. There's a fire incident before you get to the Mopsfontein exit. If you're leaving the airport heading up to Pretoria, that is quite slow today. Durban, N2 running south, a breakdown. It's still there just after Umgeda Road. The traffic is really heavy. It's all the way back through to Queen Nandi Drive, just off the highway, the M19, still being worked on at Reservoir Hills. If you're heading out to New Germany and Pinetown, that is slow again today. And in Nunda Road, we saw this Friday, seeing it again today, considerable backlog from Seacow Lake out over the N2 towards Parlock and towards Newlands. Cape Town Marine Drive, a crash at the N1 highway inbound a little bit earlier, still slowing things up on that coastal run through. The M5 is heavy from the Kuberg interchange all the way down to Racecourse Road, and Viking Way jammed up into the roadworks around the N7, Jakes Curvell Drive Junction. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda on SAfm. You're listening to the National Pulse, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
Interesting. I see there's news that Zandile Gumede has now joined the MKP. So there we are. The former eThekwini mayor, Zandile Gumede, joining as the KZN deputy convener. Things are definitely changing. Musical chairs in our country ahead of our local government election. By the way, on that issue of foreign nationals who are undocumented being declared legal or okay, nobody's been saying that. I know we have different views about how to handle the issue. But on the issue of foreign nationals being beaten up by I don't know who, I can't put the name to organizations, but individuals, right? Or collective human beings in a group. If you know examples where they have been beaten up, or examples where absolutely nothing of that sort has ever happened, then share your story, because I've often spoken about that. Give us the human story. If you know the human story, like have you had a chat with a foreign national who's now been repatriated, and ask them why have they gone home? Have they gone home because they know that they're here illegally and they need to get home, and they know they can't stay here indefinitely, they just know that, or they're going to be locked up? Or have they gone home out of an absolute fear because they've been victimized and they've been beaten up? And it could be many things. But all I'm saying is, if you know that story, I'd like you to share it, right? There's more to come. We said we'll have the Grow Your Business early on. We'll play that. We'll do that in about 10 minutes time or so. I think it's really important that we cover that. But also, there are other developments around that issue that we touched on earlier on about who's in the Madlanga ward, if you know what I'm saying. We'll pick up on that after this.
Hashtag Mandela Month on SAfm.
Never, and never again shall it be that this beautiful land will again experience the oppression of one another.
Hey wena, hey wena, hey wena, hey wena nawe sofika nini la siyakuna la siyakuna.
In case you missed it.
Have you got numbers for us, Deputy Minister? How many people have been able to work through the process?
So far, about 27,000 people have passed through that center. Well, the UN and other international agencies have been there. They are satisfied so far with what is taking place in the center. But generally, the borders are porous. You can't hide that.
That was the Daily Discourse. X at SAfmRadio and at Ashraf Garda.
Okay, let's talk about I mean, there's a bit more drama. Like, I'm trying to compete with drama. One drama competing with another drama, and you're like, which one's the most significant of them all? So, at least 10 people have been injured, several buried deep under rubble after a building collapsed at the Ebogleni village in Inanda, north of Durban. Emergency services rushed to the scene, where rescue efforts and medical assistance began. Let's find out what actually happened and what happens next now. Gareth Jameson is with me, the ALS paramedic spokesperson. Gareth, thank you for joining us on the National Pulse.
Good evening, no problem. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, indeed. Right, tell us what's happened.
So, around 12, or just before 12 today, lunchtime, multiple calls went out for a structural collapse at a church in Nananda, as you said. And initial reports were that up to 14 people were trapped underneath rubble and sand. So obviously multiple units were dispatched together with all the rescue personnel as well. And obviously the rescue was led by Tikweni Fire Department. So when we arrived on scene, approximately 8 people had been rushed already, to nearby facilities by members of public and other parties that were around to get medical care. So we were left with uncertainty of if there's anybody still trapped underneath the rubble. Now, apparently, the guys were building a wall which had collapsed, and a whole lot of sand and concrete or, part of the rubble had collapsed. So it was quite a difficult situation because no one could tell us if there was confirmed people entrapped. There was the injured people that were working there had been rushed off, so we didn't even have initially the number of people. That's why I say approximately 8. And now this turns into a massive rescue effort because we don't know what we've got, or we don't know how many people are missing. So, fortunately, with the help of graders, and there was a lot of people with spades, as you can imagine, in the community, the team that was on site managed to confirm and dig and clear and found, fortunately, there was no further people trapped. The canines then came in from SAPS, 2 canines, and there was no sense, fortunately. And I say fortunately, obviously, we don't want any deaths or fatalities. And, after probably about 3 or 4 hours, the all clear was given by the fire chief and handed over to SAP for investigation as to what led up to this collapse.
I was just going to say that I understand it may be early days because the first part would be, rescue, right? Rescue saved lives. But again, that point about what led to this collapse, you may or may not know now. But the obvious question would be: is it weather conditions that affect it, or is it in fact irregular or compromised building material? I mean, just a little bit of what you've seen. What can you tell us? Can you?
So I can tell you that there was no active rain or anything today in Durban. The structure collapsed for a reason unbeknown to us, but there was no rain today in Durban. There was rain yesterday, but unfortunately Durban has a bad history of this, unfortunately, as you know, I'm sure. So, obviously we can't speculate, we can't allege, we can't comment on the cause. We just saw that a structure, a wall, concrete, sand had collapsed. What led to that collapse obviously will form part of SAP's investigation and obviously all the necessary authorities.
Just lastly, in terms of rescue operations, what's the position now?
So as far as the fire chief and SAPS, there's nobody missing at this stage. So everything has been stopped. The scene has been handed over to detectives. The injured, obviously, SAPS will make contact with the facilities they went to because some were apparently critically injured. So obviously, everything needs to be annotated. And then obviously follow up with the contractors or the owners of who was building and all the necessary legalities.
Okay, let's leave it at that. Appreciate your time, Gareth Jameson, the ALS paramedic spokesperson, reflecting on the fact that 10 people, maybe more, have been injured and buried deep under rubble with a building collapsing in Inanda, north of north of Durban, in fact. And as he said, we often get those type of stories, and it's really bad. Thank goodness it looks like everybody's safe, everybody's okay. Not that the issue is okay. It's not. It's just not okay. By the way, if you are in that region or close by and you want to share your personal story of what you've seen, be the citizen reporter to let us know. More to come on the National Pulse.
Ashraf Garda on SAFM.
All right, so we'll take more calls coming up just now. Let's, however, get to the story that I just mentioned a few minutes ago. The Mkhonto weSizwe Party welcoming former, their party Secretary General Sibonile Novalo has been talking about some significant changes that they've made in terms of announcements of appointments in and appointments out, as we've now seen in this case, a case of in, right? So at the press conference itself, the MK Party Secretary General Sibonile Novalo making the point that the party is concerned about reports of individuals, firstly, becoming unavailable due to illness shortly before appearing before the Madlanga Commission. That's a story, well, people have laughed about just now at the Madlanga ward, right? So they made reference to it.
The party calls on all its structures and supporters to unite behind these candidates as we continue building a capable, people-centered movement committed to transforming local government and improving the lives of all South Africans. On the Madlanga Commission, the MK Party commends its Member of Parliament, Honorable Thulani Shongwe's appearance at the Madlanga Commission. We appreciate Comrade Shongwe's contribution to truth and justice. The party calls on Justice Madlanga and the Commission to leave no stone unturned in investigating allegations of corruption and wrongdoing within the South African Police Service. The Commission must conduct its work without fear or favor and ensure that all individuals implicated in corruption, abuse of power, or criminal conduct are held accountable in accordance with the law. The party is concerned by the report of individuals becoming unavailable due to illness shortly before appearing before the Commission.
And there's more that's come from that conference, so let's do this. We'll play some more of it. The next point is the Secretary General of the MK Party saying they strongly condemn the Legal Practice Council's application to have Advocate Busisiwe Mkhwebane struck from the role of advocates.
The party further calls for the immediate dismissal of Minister Senzo Mchunu. The party believes that decisive action is required to restore public confidence and demonstrate a commitment to accountability and good governance. The MK Party strongly condemns the Legal Practice Council's application seeking to have Advocate Busisiwe Mkhwebane struck from the role of advocate. The party views this action as deeply concerning and stands firmly behind Advocate Mkhwebane's right to defend herself through due legal processes. The MK Party rejects any attempts to undermine individuals through processes that are not applied fairly and transparently.
And then finally, that point about the MK Party now has a new deputy convener in KZN province.
Today, we are very proud as the MK Party, a party which has always been characterized as umlilo amaphepha since its inception. We have never experienced from a practical point of view that characterization. If anything, we've always been experiencing growth every day. While other parties are suffering and while in other parties there's a moria of comrades who are leaving, in the MK Party we are always welcoming new members every day. We are welcoming new members because this is the only alternative voice of the left. This is the only remaining voice of the voiceless here in South Africa. Today we wish to say, comrades, and to announce to South Africans, to the people of KwaZulu-Natal, to the membership of Umkhonto weSizwe Party, that we are officially announcing Umama Uzandile Gumede as the deputy convener of KZN. We welcome you, Ma. We are giving you a very warm reception because you have unquestionable credentials in the politics of KwaZulu-Natal and in the politics of South Africa. We know that you are coming with a very positive paradigm shift. You are coming with a very positive contribution in the MK party. Let's join our hands together in building the strong ship of the left.
Building the strong ship of the left. Would this do that, as has been suggested with that significant announcement at in KZN politics, that is, with the former Tegwini Mayor Zandile Gumede now joining the MK party. There we are. I expect reaction from you, but while you're thinking about that and other political issues and social political issues, spare a thought for your business. How do you grow your business?
Enough space to get it up and over and get the tips.
The countdown is on. On Sunday, 26 July, Kaizer Chiefs take on Zimbabwe's champions, Scotland FC.
It's just wide.
At the Royal Bafokeng Sports Palace in the 2026 Toyota Cup. Don't miss a single second of the action when the two giants of African football lock horns. Kaizer Chiefs versus Scotland FC, live on SABC 1, SABC Plus, and SABC radio stations on Sunday, 26 July at 2:30 p.m.
Wrist points for Kaizer Chiefs.
Grab your tickets now at CompuTicket for only 100 Rand. SABC Sport is the official broadcaster of the 2026 Toyota Cup. For the love of the
Looking for exclusive content, live events, and special broadcasts like the Madlanga Commission? Then connect to the all-new SAFM Connect stream. The Madlanga Commission, live and uninterrupted from 9:30 Monday to Friday. SAFM Connect brings you more of the conversations that matter. Listen anytime, anywhere by visiting connect.safm.co.za or stream directly on SABC Plus at sabc-plus.com. SAFM Connect. More conversations, more access. There's much more coming. Catch the Mzansi's Beautiful Game Sport documentary.
For me, literally, in the club football, we have played a lot of my football to with the ladies. At times, I would play as a striker.
From the 5th of July to the 23rd of August, 2026.
Banyana governments is like Bafana governments right now at the moment. So we believe in them and we're proud of them. What they did, they did wonders to the country.
Brought to you by the SAFM's award-winning drama department. Ala Bafana. This is what we are becoming. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. This is Grow My Business on the National Pulse.
Well, how do you grow your business? Every week we get somebody in their own business sharing their story, or we get someone who could share and give you practical tips about how you do just that. How do you grow your business? So today it's an interesting thought around, moving from just being a startup entrepreneur to an actual CEO, that journey. With me is Sean Fuchs, who's the CEO and founder at Centennial Schools. Sean, appreciate you engaging us here on the National Pulse.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me on the show.
Thank you. Right, so you've been charged with this big responsibility to advise us. So one thing is being entrepreneurial, and the other is moving from startup entrepreneurs selling, maybe hustling, to becoming an established CEO. How do you do that?
So my background is education, so I'm a teacher, and one of the things, but I've always been a serial entrepreneur since I was a kid. So even in school holidays, my father had his own business, and I would go with him, spend time with him, watching how he interacted with his customers, how he worked on the factory floor. And so I think kind of picked up all those skills. And that to me was the most important thing, because often my colleagues in education say we need to teach entrepreneurship in schools. The first problem I have is most people who are going to teach it have never started a business and have never run a business before because they're academic. So entrepreneurship is about skills. What skill set do we develop and how create those skills in an environment that our students can actually pick them up? And that's what we did at Centennial Schools. We created an environment where the skills of entrepreneurship are there. I fail. What do I do? How do I respond? How do I get back up on my feet? What is the outlook? What is the vision that I have? So all those skills you start bringing into the DNA of the school, how we teach, how we engage with the students, the opportunities we create. And that's really, for me, what true entrepreneurship is about.
And just so there's no ambiguity around this, when we talk about students at school, what age are we referring to here?
From grade 4 right through to matric. So 9 years old right through to grade 12. Our biggest entrepreneur actually is a grade 5 student. She's got her own business. She's making her own products. She's actually selling it at some of the local supermarkets in the area. And I mean, she's firing on all cylinders.
I mean, therefore, one of the key points is what they talk about mindset shift. Now, is that simply a cliche, which is like mindset shift, or yes, in fact, you have to adopt a mindset shift, and if so, how?
Not everyone's an entrepreneur, so let's be honest. I mean, it's just how it is. But to be able to think like that and to be able to, again, have a skill set that I can think differently in certain situations and look for opportunities, I think that's the skills. Those are the skills that you want to develop. So part of that is critical thinking. How I see something, I see an opportunity, I'm going to go for it. Because that's what entrepreneurs do. They take risks. So you're teaching, again, part of this critical thinking mindset of developing that skill of what opportunities can I take.
All right, let's then go back to, your point about this being a school as in, young people. Interestingly enough, I chatted to John Foster Padley, and, he's the head of the Hanley Business School, right? And he made the point that, real true entrepreneurship and growing businesses compared to entrepreneurs where you're selling apples to survive, that type of hustle on the streets, that only happens when you're like 40, 50, because you need to understand the whole corporate hustle and managing people and the ups and downs of taking orders from people you may or may not even like. And then you embark with the experience of having your own business, and the success rate is far higher the older you are as opposed to the younger you are.
That is actually so true. And if I look at my own experience of eventually starting Centennial Schools 5 years ago, it's the wisdom that I've gained through many years of leading schools as a headmaster, working in the corporate side of schools, running different school groups. All of that together allowed me to establish Centennial Schools. So I think there is definitely some validity in that. But I also think it depends on the scale. So the scale of where we're at the moment, you're developing a school for 1,000 students. The idea of scaling it into different provinces, into the Western Cape, etc. I think all that comes with the wisdom. So to speak to his point, as older, yes. But I think at a different scale, you could certainly start an entrepreneurial business much younger. I think from a scalability point, probably keeping it slightly smaller is probably going to be more successful.
Okay, what about, let's just talk about culture of company and therefore even at young person at school or even at 20-something, about creating a certain culture that works. How do you go about doing that?
So much of it comes from home, doesn't it? So it's the values that you have at home, how you see your parents respond to certain stressful situations, positive situations, etc. So I think a lot of that is inculcated within the home environment, but I also think a lot of it's inculcated within the school environment of how your teachers respond, how your friends respond. So I think there are different environments that bring in that different cultural mindset into young people.
Okay. What about, and I hear this so often, clear business goals, measurable performance. I think those are very obvious things. But sometimes when we talk about measure, what do we actually measure? Is it simply balance sheet and cash flow, or is there something a lot more that we need to go and measure?
It all depends where you're at. I've been in environments where the CEO and the founder measurability is purely on EBITDA. So I want to measure, what is my EBITDA? How am I what profits have I made? And that's the most important thing. For me, it's never been about profit. It's about running a successful, sustainable business in a school environment. But the most important measurements for me are the success of the students, the happiness of the students. Students whose lives have changed coming to Centennial schools because they just they're in a safe space. They have the freedom to be themselves. So I guess it's really goes back to that value system of what is important to you.
Okay, let's leave it at that. Appreciate your insights, Sean Fuchs, the CEO and founder at Centennial Schools, really giving you some tips on how you grow your business. Let's get the news headlines. It's Yao. So Greg has been away for a week, and now that you've announced your comeback, we have to ask you, where were you? And then you can give us your news headlines.
Thank you, Ashraf. Unfortunately, I was rather in bed. I was under the weather, as they say, but the voice is back. Let's hope the energy as well. In the headlines, the former eThekwini mayor Zandile Gumede has now joined the MK party. 4 people have been killed after a truck collided head-on with a car in Mpumalanga. And Hungary's parliament will now vote on changing that country's constitution. There's a full update, as always, at 6 o'clock.
OUTsurance is in the business of saving you money on your car insurance premium. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
In Joburg, we've got multiple crash scenes on the M3. It's a bit of a crash alley this afternoon. 2 going north. The first is at London, between London and Marlborough Drive. And then there's a crash at Buccleuch. So there's not really much of a gap there. You sit from Modderfontein up to Limbro Park at the first one, and then immediately afterwards up to the second crash at Buccleuch. Also going southbound, there are crashes by Modderfontein Road and at Galooly. So, in fact, there are 2 going north and 2 going south. That run effectively between Galooly's and Buccleuch. Really under pressure both ways today. Fire incident on the R21 north before Bobsfontein. If you're heading away from the airport to Pretoria, that's quite slow. The N1 from Buccleuch up to around SAmRadio Road is busy. Then there's a crash coming southbound into Brockfontein after John Foster. If you're leaving Pretoria, watch for some delays there. The Malotto Road at Rudaplat Dam remains closed due to a truck crash. Expect some delays and diversions through that part of Pretoria today. Durban, the breakdown on the N2 south after Umgeni Road is still there, slow coming from Queen Nandi Drive. M19 and Umgeni Road. Umgeni Road outbound slow at Springfield, then the M19 slow through the roadworks out at Reservoir Hills. Cape Town today, slow traffic Bosmansdam Road out of the Montague Gardens area towards the N7 highway. Gilberson is stuck in quite a heavy backlog towards Bosmansdam, and roadworks on the N7 north at Malabongwe causing backlogs passing Dunoon into a single lane section. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
OUTsurance will go out of their way to try and save you money on your car insurance. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
Right, so you may be paying more for medical aid this year, but switch to OUTsurance, and you could actually drop the price of your car insurance premium. Well, you could save big, like 43-year-old Ilana, who saves an unbelievable 349 Rand a month on her 2022 Suzuki Jimny. There's never been a better time to switch and save with OUTsurance. Well, why wait? Get a quote today. SMS out to 30754. Out 30754. OUTsurance, licensed insurer and FSP. T's and C's and further information all available online.
This is SAfm Sports with Tuming Kapele.
Right to me, let's talk about the Springboks.
Erasmus has named 4 debutants for Saturday's Rugby Championship test against Wales in Durban on Saturday. Wing Jacob Williams, Flahav Fusumoyo, Lock Ruben van Heerden and prop Carlos Seyri will all earn their first test caps. Moyo and Williams will make their debuts at their home ground, Hollywood Bets Kings Park, where they play for the Sharks. Erasmus named a balanced youth and experienced side with Peter Stiff Detroit captaining a side that also features Damien Dialandi, Jesse Creel, Clarence, and also Malcolm Marks. In football, Durban City have announced the signing of Tashreeq Morris ahead of the 2026-27 Betway Premiership campaign. The veteran striker strengthens the club's attacking options as the newly promoted side continues to reshape its squad. The 32-year-old arrives after leaving Kaizer Chiefs, where he spent the second half of last season, and he joins Durban City with more than a decade of top-flight experience and over 200 senior appearances across all competitions. Meanwhile, AmaZulu FC President Sandile Zungu has unveiled his blueprint as he campaigns for the SAFA presidency, insisting South African football is at its lowest and needs urgent revival. Zungu says his priorities include revitalizing school football, accelerating investment in the women's game, and unlocking the sport's economic potential to create millions of jobs.
We just have a few things to sort out, which I believe I need to step in to help sort out. One of them is the culture of misgovernance. We've got to get our governance right. And leading from that is the trust deficit that we currently enjoy or have to endure between SAFA and corporate South Africa. The quality of sponsorship that we are getting, I will argue, in terms of quantity, probably quality as well, I don't know the details, but it amounts to a sympathy sponsorship. We deserve much more than that, but we've got to get our house in order.
In terms of tennis, Alexander Zverev says that he can rise above Yannick Sinner and Carlos Alcaraz as the dominant force in tennis, despite falling short in yesterday's Wimbledon final. The German took the opening set but was overpowered as Sinner rallied to win in 4 sets. Zverev, who lifted his first Grand Slam at Roland Garros in June, admitted frustration at missing the chance to become the first German man to win Wimbledon since Michael Stich in 1991. Yet he took pride in a remarkable 2 months, which saw him shed the label of best player never to win a slam and reach his first Wimbledon final. Well, that's it. It is a wrap from my side.
Well, thanks for that, Timmy. So it's like end of the day. Okay, tomorrow. I just wonder what's going to happen overnight in the world of sport.
In case you missed it.
Discussing food loss and waste. Let's ground this now by understanding what cultural practices can do in embracing and reducing food waste.
It's a societal challenge. Yes, you have to look at it throughout the value chain from farm to fork.
One kitchen at a time.
It spreads across the retail sector, the food value chain. I mean, from the storage facilities to transportation and all of that. Food is a symbol of love. In the African philosophy of Ubuntu, hence we say, Umuntu ngumuntu ngabantu. As a community, we always share food.
Kelo Madondo, PhD candidate.
Quantum on SAFM.
Economic news on SAFM. Facts and figures you can count on.
With all those numbers, here's Jimmy Muya. Jimmy?
Good afternoon, Ashraf. Good afternoon to the listeners. We're going to be taking a look at the latest out of Denel. They've put out an expression of interest that the private sector potentially invests in one of their manufacturing facilities. Denel, of course, is the spun-out arms manufacturer that spun out of Armscor many, many years ago. They sit squarely in the military and defense aspects of South Africa. We're going to speak to a defense and military expert around this latest expression of interest and see if we can make sense of it. We're also going to unpack the proposal by the Department of Mineral Resources and Energy around strategic stockpiles that need to be held in South Africa where it relates to fuel and oil reserves. We're looking at both strategic stockpiles and private stockpiles. The department has put through a proposal that private companies could potentially be required to hold up to 21 days of inventory at their own costs, whilst we're looking at perhaps more than 60 days as strategic reserves from a country perspective. We're going to see if we can make heads or tails of that and how that would potentially impact the fuel conversation, especially in light of what's been happening globally around that. Then we have a conversation with the team at Medishield taking a look at the world of healthcare and how it is that has been evolving and what it is that is important in that space at this time. We're also going to be speaking to the team at Transnet Ports Authority around improved operations that the Cape Town port has been seeing. We know that a couple of weeks ago we took a look at this from a grape producer's perspective. They were on the receiving end of some port delays in that same port. We're going to be taking a look at how these improvements have been impacting that space. And then as part of our digital drive, we're going to be taking a look at BYD's interest in potentially building a battery production factory in South Africa. We're going to see if we can make sense of that. So lots to look at, lots to look ahead to. Before we get to those conversations, though, a sense of some of the market movements throughout the day. It has been quite the strong start to the week for some of the markets, not necessarily for our markets. We are back in risk-off territory. Markets are back being spooked after rumors that the Strait of Hormuz has been closed once again. Those rumors were initially first circulated by Iran. It seems as though the White House and America have confirmed that. It looks as though the US has returned their blockade of the strait. That's pushed the oil price into some concerning territory at the moment. I'll take a look. It was earlier around the $79 a barrel level. I believe we've crossed $80. I did see us dip above $80 a barrel briefly. The other commodity side, silver price back below $60 a barrel, palladium 1,260, platinum still above 1,600, but the gold price back towards $4,000 a fine ounce, following on from the news that we've been hearing. If we look at the oil price at the moment, we are still just shy of that $80 a barrel level. We did peak above that ever so slightly, so markets still hoping that we don't see that closure remain in place, but the rest of the equity markets not responding too well to that. US markets are down 0.75% in the case of the Nasdaq, a third in the case of the S&P. European markets were largely in the red, with the exception of the DAX eking out 4 basis points gains. Well, CAC 40 as well, 8 basis points to the green there. Local markets, 0.33% down in the case of the all shares, 0.4% in the case of the top 40. Industrials down 0.45%, resource stocks 0.25% down, and financial stocks 0.38% down. The rand weaker, 16 rand 40 against the US dollar, 21.94 against the British pound, and 18.69 against the euro. One Bitcoin, $62,600 a coin. With the weaker rand, that's still 1,026,000 rand. Pretty much where we left it on Friday, where it was around 1,027,000 rand. So we're going to be looking at these and other movements throughout the day, perhaps getting a sense of what's to come this week. But that, of course, comes up just after the 6 p.m. news. For now, Ashraf, back to you.
Okay, thanks for that, Jimmy. Right, 6 to 7 with the SAfm market update. Right, I need to hear you out. Like, what are you thinking right now? What are you thinking? In fact, what are you feeling? Because you have not just your fingers on the pulse, I think you're emotionally connected to the pulse of the nation. So welcome to the National Pulse. What are you feeling?
X at SAfmRadio and at Ashraf Garda.
Right, lots of connections with some of the comments we've had earlier on. Let's play them.
Hi Ashraf, hope you're well. It's Ngaba from Epai. Ashraf, sand. To me, sand is mostly illegally mined, and it's a multi-million, hundreds of million commodity that is mine, and one would reasonably not consider that one is complicit in that. When we purchase such sand, we don't ask where it's coming from. Yeah, thank you.
Right, I hear that. There's more illegal mining. Let's play that.
Hey, good afternoon, Ashraf. It's TT from Narafo. You know what? I'm perturbed by these mining experts who always claim that the illegal mining is because people were retrenched and stuff. Most of the people who are working in this illegal mining, they are not people who would think they were employed before. They are just kids. Kids, I think, out of school, or those who just discontinued going to school. They are the ones who are mining, and then the others, the Basotos, are just the foot soldiers, the vanguard, because of their criminality and their savageness. They are the vanguard. And then I hear, presumably, allegedly, the Shonas from Zimbabwe are the kingpins. They are the ones who are running the operations. So it's not people who have been employed in the mines now they are selling their services to the criminals. No, and it's not because of unemployment somewhere. It's because of greed. Thank you.
It's because of greed. I hear that. In fact, I had a whole conversation at a birthday party I attended yesterday about the impact of greed, as you would say, greed. Yeah. In fact, we'll get to some more voice notes just now. Tulani in KZN, let's talk about some of the goings on at the MK party, Tulani.
Good afternoon, Ashraf, and good afternoon to your listeners.
Yeah, good afternoon indeed. What's your point?
Yeah, I hear that the MKP Secretary General Nomvalo is exaggerating this development in the afternoon where they've unveiled the membership of the former mayor of eThekwini, Memzandile Gumede. Really, this is euphoria which he himself as the SG cannot be able to explain why there is the influx of the membership. We know that the name MKP is unanimous to a particular individual. Basically, this is a political party that is hinged on a personality trait. And once you remove that factor, there is no party that can be able to sustain and be resilient, because the test is going to come whereby the strength and the stoicity of the party is tested upon it encountering and confronting its own challenges. That's when you're going to say, indeed, this is particular formidable entity. But for now, they do not know what input which has gone into this euphoria which is out there. And it's just a spontaneity which, when it evaporates, they would not know what is there to do. If they would focus on building structures, building a particular culture, building certainty and everything, to me, it is not news anyway, but, well, good luck for them for that. But the test is on it being certain, or being a party that can be able to send a message on certainty, predictability and reliability. Where in as far as I'm concerned, they should be putting more effort.
Okay. All right, you've made your point. But listen, I mean, parties do. You're right about their strategy, but all these parties have strategies, and some of them work and some of them don't work. Interesting in terms of how you see it. Thanks for that call, Tulani. MK Party putting the efforts in the right place or the not so right place?
I would have really appreciated it if you pushed Peter a bit more when he said that government has made mining less conducive with regulations and stuff like that. Because you find people tend to use such words and blame the government for over-regulating a specific space, are actually referring to human rights conditions. That's literally the government saying people should earn a basic human wage, people should have working rights, and, it's protection of people's jobs. As soon as the government brings that in the private sector, all of a sudden, the government is over-regulating a specific sector. So I would have really wished you pushed him on that.
All right, point taken. Ultimately, we're very governed by time. And as you may have seen, even that when just spot on 5 news time and at 4 o'clock, and they're like, hey, we need to move on, right? We are governed to a large degree by that, which unfortunately then means you often can't do a deep dive, which is an interesting phrase, considering we're talking about mining and illegal at that, right? Right, here's another.
Ashraf, why are you all this JCK counter from Musina? Ashraf, when Madlanga Commission sneezes, civil servants, public representatives, thieves, crooks, catches a cold. The president must keep on pumping the money on Madlanga Commission. If needs be, we as citizens can contribute from Musina to Cape Town, contributing one rand, so that those thugs must pay for their sins. Let me rest my case for now. JCK.
Okay, JCK. I'm not saying don't contribute, but is it one rand a day, or 1 rand one off? Which one is it?
Afternoon, Ashraf Grant from the Free State. This chap calling in, and there's been many of them saying that people weren't injured. It's been on SABC News, been all over. You can see it anywhere where people were beaten up, kicked, hit with shambaks. Tell me that wasn't injuries. There were people knocked out on the floor, beaten with pipes, kicked in the face. Where's this oak bee? They're living under a rock, or what on earth? It's ridiculous, man.
Well, listen, that's the point, and I'm very reluctant to apportion that to a party, so you could get a party that is completely on-side in terms of protesting within the constraints of the law, but then you can get offshoots of that, other supporters who are inspired by that, and they're doing their own thing. And that part, there's just so much evidence, there's a lot of evidence around that. We've seen plenty, including the testimony we just had now from the Doctors Without Borders, isn't it, right? Okay, I'll pick up some more comments from you after this.
Catch Top Billing this Tuesday evening at 7 on S3 as designer Lizanne Vivier reimagines our wardrobes through creative styling. Metro FM's DJs Nomuzi Musli Mabena and Siabonga Scoop Ngwegazi are setting the trend. And the art of Utata Madiba is the hero of artist Louis Janssen van Vuren and author Hardy Olivier's country home. That's Top Billing this Tuesday at 7. Repeat Sunday at 1 on S3 and Tuesday at 9:30 p.m. on SABC1.
Cape Verde, West Africa. An island nation in the Atlantic Ocean, located off the western coast of Africa near Senegal and Mauritania. A country shaped by the sea, volcanic islands, ocean winds, and a culture carried through music. Portuguese is the official language. Cape Verdean Creole gives rhythm to everyday life.
More than likely, Tsetse, that you're being described up and down the country at the moment as a communist.
There is no truth in that as far as I'm concerned. It is just that in South Africa, if you're not doing what the government expects you to do, then you are a communist, of course.
This is what we are becoming. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. X at SAfmRadio and at Ashraf Garda.
All right, let me hear what you have to say. Mbuyiza in Pietermaritzburg. Let's talk about IDAC, right? And the key leader there. Hello.
How are you, Ashraf?
Yeah, I'm good indeed.
You know what, Ashraf, I'm extremely disappointed. You know what? I may give the lady a benefit of a doubt for not appearing in Madlanga Commission. But as a community, really the sickness, the timing of the sickness really leave much to be desired, really. I'm extreme. I mean, here's the head of the institution that is fighting corruption. The allegations are there, but I understand at the same time, when you listen to the evidence of this old investigating officers, that lady is difficult for her actually to rebut whatever has been said. So the alternative, actually the only result, escape route, is this thing that he's doing.
I hear you what you're saying about the escape route, but I'm a bit reluctant, and I know people have sent those pictures about this, the Madlanga ward, and it's quite funny actually, but I'm reluctant.
Funny, yeah.
But I'm also reluctant to take it as a fact that every one of them is just talking nonsense, and everyone is lying and just contriving to try and get into to the ward and avoid testimony, as we've seen already with Feroz Khan. I mean, he was shot, but his testimony has continued now because they've changed tack in terms of how they've managed the Madlanga Commission. So they're not going to actually avoid it. I think those in charge from the chair has been very, very strong and tough and very impressive at that. So what I'm saying with regard to Johnson, Andrea Johnson, I can't say offhand she's lying unless there's proof she's lying. You get my point. I have difficulty.
Yes, I have one request from you.
Yeah.
Please just call Malema to come and try to lie to us. Like, please just call to tell us actually. I mean, this connection, actually, whatever for Khan, all these things, he must come and tell us here and see if. Just ask him question the way you are asking others, and see what you come up with.
Listen, we've invited them before, and I hope they say yes. I doubt whether they'll do so right now, but you just don't know. You just don't know. Yeah. Okay.
No,
point taken. Point taken. And thanks for listening in. Okay, appreciate it. Right. Let's get to more comments from you, and you can call in live. Or you have the option to WhatsApp. And if you are sending us a WhatsApp voice note, please keep it to 30 seconds. So the WhatsApp number is 0614 104 107. The call-in number is 086 000 2032. And that you could send, and if you're sending a WhatsApp, you can text as well, right? Right, here's some comments.
Hi Ashraf, Vusi Lushaba, Durban. Interesting what you've just said. You've never seen anyone injured, never seen any evidence, but you are saying we can't just simply dismiss it. So when the racist Afrikaner says that there's a white genocide in South Africa without any evidence, so are you saying we should not dismiss those, even though there's no evidence and no one has seen it? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm not saying that, because that white genocide, what's a genocide? A genocide is an intentional annihilation of a group of people, like a whole nation. It's not crime against 10 people. It's not that at all. That's what they were claiming. They didn't say there's violence against a few Afrikaners. They're talking about a wipeout to exterminate, and that's why the word genocide has been used with regard to Nazi Germany around the Holocaust, and it's been used now, Rwanda, and it's been used now with Gaza and Palestine. That's when it's been used. No, in fact, what I've said is, and in fact, in today's world, there's so much social media evidence from people, and I'm very careful about not looking at fake news, okay, of people being hurt. That's one. And then you have